The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Good evening. Welcome to Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. I, of course, am your host, Matt from the past. And it is April the 16th, 2025, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1457 BC, the Battle of Megiddo. Egyptian forces of Ptolemy III defeat a large Canaanite coalition under King Kaddish. First battle recorded with a reliable account. In 1705 AD, Queen Anne of England knights scientist Isaac Newton at Trinity College, Cambridge. In 1746, Jacobite Rising, Battle of Culloden. The last battle on British soil. Royalist troops under the Duke of Cumberland defeat the Jacobite army of Charles Edward Stuart. In 1900, U.S. Post Office issues first stamp booklets containing 12, 24, or 48 2-cent stamps. In 1917, Vladimir Lenin issues his radical April Theses calling for Soviets to take power during the Russian Revolution. In 1948, Organization for European Economic Cooperation, EEC, forms in Paris. In 2003, Treaty of Ascension is signed in Athens, admitting 10 new member states to the European Union. In 1932, short film The Music Box released in the U.S. starring Stan Laurel and Oliver Harvey. 1932 Academy Award Best Live-Action Short Film. In 1849, Guillermo Meyerbeer's opera La Prophète premieres in Paris. In 1929, New York Yankees become first NFL team to permanently feature numbers on backs of uniforms. Numbers correspond to position in batting order. Born on this day, Louis the Pious, Wilbur Wright, Benedict XVI, Margaret II, Charlie Chaplin, Spike Mulligan, Henry Mancini, Martin Lawrence, Claire Foy, Anna Taylor-Joy, Akon Chance the Rapper, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, also known as Roger Murdoch, Bill Belichick, Conchita Martinez, and dying on this day, Francisco Goya, Madame Tussauds, Rosalind Franklin, David Lean, one of the all-time great directors, and Pat Summerall. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the show. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling all cars, the copyrighted program created by Rio Grande. Phoenix Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 182 regarding a burglary of the Turf Cigar Store.
213 North Central Avenue. The burglary occurred this date. The suspect may be armed. That's all. Rosenberg.
Rio Grande's success as the fastest growing oil company in the West has been largely due to 1 minute of time each week. This minute, spent with you through calling all cars. We thank you for the privilege of being an invited guest in your home, and we return this hospitality by inviting you to call at any one of the thousands of independent Rio Grande stations. Our invitation to you is sincere, logical, and true. First, cracked gasoline is the most modern scientific method of refining gasoline. Remember that. For on this fact, oil men universally agree. Rio Grande cracked is the only gasoline in the West that can be refined by the internationally famous Sinclair refining process, the model process of the oil industry. Second, as proof that Rio Grande cracked gasoline is a definitely superior patented product, we point to the testimony and endorsement of the drivers and buyers of gasoline for police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment. For them, the finest gasoline is an absolute necessity. They drove over 55 million miles last year on Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Remember this. More police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment are powered by Rio Grande cracked gasoline wherever it is sold than any other brand. And third, we call this police car performance. For that's exactly what it is. And that's exactly what you'll get if you will accept our invitation to try Rio Grande cracked gasoline tomorrow at your independent Rio Grande dealer. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the following message from Sheriff Roy Merrill of Maricopa County, Arizona.
In my years as a peace officer, I have come into contact with many youthful criminals. Always the impulse of the average citizen towards this type of criminal is to give him another chance. It is just this other chance that has sent so many men farther along the path of crime. In the case you are to hear tonight, every person connected with the crime had served one or more terms in prison, or had been at one time or another an inmate of a state institution for the correction of criminal tendencies. Of the men convicted and sentenced for the crime, not one of them thought for a minute of the possibility that his particular crime might not pay. This case is a tribute to the splendid spirit of cooperation that exists between the law enforcing agencies of the various states and communities. I wish to express my thanks to the police departments of San Francisco and Los Angeles, and especially to Deputies J.J. Croxton and Ray Bogey, Lieutenants Chilson and Barber of Los Angeles, whose untiring work made the rapid solution of this case possible.
On a wet, dreary day in February of this year, in a cheap rooming house in the center of Los Angeles wholesale district, 4 men huddled around a small gas heater, discussing their plans, which they hope will gain for them the large bankroll that every crook covets.
Oh, Wayne, don't it ever do nothing in this cockeyed town but rain?
Oh, shut up. Don't you ever get tired of griping about the weather?
Listen, Mug, don't get smart with me. I'll bring your ears back, see?
Tough guy, huh?
Yeah.
You'll be tough if you string along with us, wise guy.
Listen, Mug, I got a record that'll make you look like a Sunday school teacher.
Just a hardened criminal, ain't you?
Yeah.
Quiet down. You two sound like a couple of kids on a sandlot baseball game. Lay off this arguing. Let's get this Phoenix job set. Where's Art?
Went out to get a bottle of wine.
He'll need it. That guy ain't got nerve enough.
Yeah, shut up. Now, look, Harry. We take your Ford down to Adams at Figaro and turn it in on that Lincoln they got down there.
What's wrong with taking the Ford to Phoenix?
How many times I got to tell you, Sheriff Merrill's got a list of every car that's owned by a guy with a record? Of course, if you don't think that you got a record.
Save it.
Okay. Now, listen, Louis. You go down on Main Street and get that torch, see? Then drive over to East States and pick up the gas.
What's the matter with getting them at the same place?
Well, the less you buy it in one place, the less chance we run of getting
You
identified.
better let me get that torch. I know what kind I want.
Well, all right. Maybe that's best.
Hey, there's Art on the curb now. Hey, who's that mug with him?
That's Shorty Dolan. Some stumblebum Art's been running around with.
Well, pull over. Hey, Art, come on, let's go.
Wait a minute. Okay, let's hit it.
Hey, who's that bird you was talking to when we drove up?
A friend of mine.
Oh, was he?
Hey, who are you getting hard with anyway? I said he's a friend of mine. You want to make something out of it?
Maybe I do.
I told you he's a bird we met in a beer joint down in Pico. Just a mug who's out of work, down on his luck. He's all right.
Yeah, I'm telling you, someday you're going to pick up a dick that way, and we'll all be in stir.
Don't worry about it.
Later that night, in a cafe on the principal street of Phoenix, Henry Becker, Harry and Art Tobe, and Louis Babajian contact their fingerman in Phoenix, one K.O. Kelly, a man whose long prison record equaled, if it did not exceed, that of the Tobe brothers.
Evening, gents. What can I do for you? Wait till I get rid of these dames at this table, and then we can talk.
Think Kelly will have anything lined up?
Yeah, sure. He's got a lead on a couple of places.
Okay, fellows. What's new?
Well, that's what we want to know.
What have you got lined up?
Now, listen. Every weekend, the Boston store up the street here takes in about 20 grand, see? I stake the place, and I know how the watchman works, see? Oh, this place is a pipe.
What's the lay?
Oh, you go straight back to the back end, see? The safe is in the cashier's cage. Oh, it's a cinch, I tell you.
How much did you say was in there?
Between 15 and 20 grand.
Is it a torch job?
Oh, nah, you can knock it over with a can opener.
Yeah, you better look it over, Harry.
I'll go by there tomorrow morning.
We better let you and Art and Louie handle this. I'll stake out and keep an eye on the coppers. Hey, what's the best time they take it, Kelly?
Oh, about 9 o'clock Sunday morning.
Hey, wait a minute. What are we going to do in the meantime?
Well, I got a tip on another job that you might knock over tonight.
Oh, why didn't you say so before? Come on, let's go.
Where is this job?
Right up Central Street here. 213 is the number. They do a lot of business and usually have a grand or so laying around in the safe.
What kind of a safe?
Torch job?
Yeah, you'll have to burn it all right.
When's the best time?
Oh, about 3 o'clock. I happen to know the cop on that beat, and he's way up in the other block about that time.
Okay, 3 o'clock makes it.
Returning to the tourist camp where they had registered, Becker, Tobe, and Babajian prepared to open the Turf cigar store safe at 3 o'clock the next morning. In the quiet of the early hours, broken only by the passing of an occasional automobile, Art Tobe, his brother Harry, Becker, and Louis Babajian drive to the address Kelly had given them.
Here's the joint. 213.
Art, you wait. Keep the engine hot and be ready to scram.
Okay, then get going.
Come on, Louis. In that other tank.
One's enough. Hey, let's go. Got that crowbar?
Yeah.
Okay, Louis, do your stuff.
This is a pipe, just a little padlock. A little here, like this. This is off. Walk in, my friend.
Hey, where's that box?
Over there in that corner.
Hey, nice view for in the street, too, huh?
Yeah, I brought a blanket out of the car.
Where'd that come from?
From the cabin.
It's got Dixie Construction Company painted on it. Hey, Harry, you should sure to wait for them.
Nah, Jim Blake did. He used to live in that tourist camp. Maybe he left it there.
Yeah, if he did, he's still a better one. Come on, let's go to work.
Here, Louis, hold that blanket up so the torch flare won't be seen out front.
Okay, give me a hand with this other end, will you?
Yeah.
Come on, stretch it out there. That's it.
Hey, this thing melts like cheese.
How much you got left?
Less than a quarter of an inch.
Shake it up, will you?
Hey, what's the matter? You losing your noise?
No, I just don't want to spend the night in this joint.
Come on, you guys. Quit that arguing. I
All
don't want to stay here all
right.
the time either.
There
Do some work.
she is, my friend. Both doors open. Help yourself, little children.
Oh, boy. Look at them silver dollars, will you?
Looks like a mint. Put out that torch, you dope.
Yeah.
Come on, get that stuff together and let's get out of here.
Here, Louis, take the silver.
Okay,
I'll bring
got
the
it.
tank. Becker can take the rest of the stuff.
You all set? Let's beat it.
Sheriff's office. Sheriff Merrill speaking. Wait a minute. How much? 1,000 silver dollars, estimate 1935. Yeah. Got any fingerprints? 4 sets, huh? Good work. Looks like the Toll brothers to me. What do you think? Yeah, I had a tip they were headed this way. Got it too late, though.
Sheriff Merrill and his deputies gather all information possible at the scene of the crime, interview other possible suspects. talked to the manager of the auto court where the toll boys, Becker and Babajian, had stopped and broadcast this information to officers in Los Angeles and San Francisco, known hangouts of the gang. Soon, information from the Department of Justice, Washington, was being received in Phoenix.
Referring fingerprint information, your prints mentioned show subjects as Louis Babajian, Henry Becker, Arthur Tobe, and Harry Tobe. Nice bunch of boys. Oh, Edwards, why this information to San Francisco and Los Angeles? What do you want to do? Round them up there or bring them all back here?
Let's round them up in Los Angeles.
Okay.
Where you been, Art? I ain't seen you for several days.
Me and the boys have been on a little trip.
Well, what happened to the Lincoln you was in last week? I see you driving the old Ford.
Oh, that? Well, now, that was part of the act. You see, we traded the Ford in on the Lincoln for the trip. And then we brought it back. They said we didn't like it. We got the other car back.
Nice going.
Yeah.
What are you going to do now?
Oh, I don't know. Rest up a few days. Then go back and knock over another job.
What do you mean, go back?
We don't pull any jobs in Los Angeles. We do them in Arizona. And then come back here and blow the dough.
Did you just pull a job?
Sure, down in Phoenix.
Geez, you guys must be smart to pull all them jobs and beat the rap.
We just don't slip up, that's all. It don't take no brains to fool cops.
Don't it?
Yeah, I never had no trouble beating cops in the thinking racket. Say, look, I know right now that the L.A. cops are after me hot and heavy, see? Am I hiding? Nah. I've even got a guy tailing me all the time, see? Do I care? Nah. I'll give him the slip any time I get ready to blow.
You mean it, Art?
Your cops are dumb. You can fool them every time. Hey, give us another bourbon, will you? All right, here you are.
Hey, that's a nice new shiny dollar, ain't it?
Yeah.
Hey, let me see that. Huh. United States of America, 1935. Peace dollar. Huh. Yeah, I wonder where they made this one. S. What's that for, Art?
Oh, that's a mint mark. That one was made in San Francisco. That's what the S is for.
Well, ain't that something?
Boy, you're the dumbest guy I ever saw. Well, you're almost dumb enough to be a cop.
yeah, I guess I am at that, Art.
Yeah.
Burglary details. Gilson speaking. Sure, we're ready. Send them in. Well, they're bringing in our young hoodlums. Edward, you better get over there on the right.
Okay, Chief.
Roach, you can sit there by Barber. I'll sit here and ask these monkeys a few questions. Come in. Come on in, boys. I believe you know these officers. This is Deputy Sheriff Roach and Detective Edwards of Phoenix. You ever been there? Oh, I believe you know Lieutenant Barber. At least you do, Art. This is Art Tobe and Henry Becker. That's what he was calling himself the last time I picked him up. How about it, Henry?
Yeah, next to you, Copper.
Nice boys, both of them, when you get to know them like we do. Now, boys, sit down and take it easy. We want to ask you a few questions. A bit personal, perhaps, but then you know how these things are.
You like to talk, don't you, Copper?
Well, listening's more in my line, Becker. Well, let's get on to business. Henry, I want to ask you some questions regarding a burglary that was committed in Phoenix, Arizona on February 7th, 1937.
Get going.
You purchased a Lincoln Zephyr from an automobile dealer at Adams and Figueroa. Is that true?
Yeah.
And in company with Art Tobe, you drove that car to Phoenix, Arizona. Is that true?
Yeah.
And in that car, you had a cutting torch and 2 Presto tanks, did you not?
Yeah.
Which were being taken to Phoenix for the purpose of opening a safe there. Is that true?
So what?
Do you know that opening a safe by the use of torches is considered an explosive case?
Huh?
I said that using a torch on a safe constitutes a felony, or explosives are used.
No, you can't pull that one on me. I didn't use no explosives.
Did you know that the license number of your car was taken by the tourist camp manager in Phoenix?
No, I didn't know that.
Did you remove a blanket from the outer court where you and Art were staying?
Yeah.
Where's the blanket now?
I don't know. Hey, listen, Chilson. I don't know what you're asking me all these questions for. I admit I went to Phoenix in the Lincoln, and I admit I took along a cutting torch, but I'm a welder by trade, see, and I used that in a repair job down there. Hey, you can't pin that torch job on me.
Did I say anything about a turf job?
Well, no, but, no.
What's the idea, Becker? Hiding something?
I ain't talking.
You ever see that dollar before, Becker?
No.
You ever see it, Art?
No.
That's funny. Got your fingerprints all over it.
Now, listen, you ain't got nothing on me.
Art, didn't you tell me you pulled a job in Phoenix?
I never saw you before in my life.
Take a good look, Art. Don't you remember your stumble-bum friend, Shorty?
Why, you double-crossing rat.
I told you that guy wasn't on the level, but you was too smart to listen to anybody else, you screwball. Yeah, you ought to pay your ears back.
Go ahead, Becker. Don't mind us.
Nuts to you, copper.
Thanks, Becker. Now tell me, what did you boys do with the money?
Wouldn't you like to know, huh?
We do know. We just want to get your version of it. Do you want to tell us now, or shall we wait till you get to Phoenix?
Yeah, well, what difference does it make anyhow? Yeah, we knocked over that torch joint. We got about $1,500, see? Some of it was in silver and some of it in paper. The blanket was left in his store. He had that Dixie Construction Company painted on it. I don't know where it came from, but...
Who else was in on this job, Becker?
Wouldn't you like to know, huh?
Well, we'll consider your suggestion, Henry, and find out. Okay, Bill, lock him up.
Listen, Chilton. Let's get Ray Bogey and Claxton and stake out that joint where they lived before. Babajan's going to turn up there sooner or later.
Sounds like a good idea. For days, Officer Claxton and Bogey, deputies from the sheriff's office, working with Chilton and Barber, staked the house where the Tobe brothers, Becker and Babajan, had been known to hang out. Then, one rainy night near the middle of February, a car drove up and stopped at the curb in front of the rooming house. Across the street, ready for instant action, sat Chilton and Barber in their car. Inside the house, Claxton and Bogey waited. After a chase in which the bandits are lost, Chilton and Barber go back to the house to confer with Claxton and Bogey. What happened after we left, Bogey?
I came back twice.
Oh, we got tied up in a traffic jam on 3rd and couldn't get out.
How come you boys couldn't catch him?
Hey, did you ever try to catch Barney Oldfield?
You guys are afraid to drive that car. Let me get a chance at those monkeys. I'll knock them over.
That's your story.
Look, Chilton. You stay here with Claxton, and Ray and I'll take the car and see what our race driver here can do with Babajan in his mouth.
All right, wise guy. You're going to see some driving. There they are again. Let's go.
See him anywhere?
Yeah, 3 blocks down the street.
Come on, you better step on it.
Just hold on, Collar. We're going after those babies. How you coming, detective? See your hoods anywhere?
2 blocks straight ahead.
Look out for that car on the left. He's going. Oh, what's the matter with that bird? Blind?
Lost your criminals, Mr. Bogey?
Huh? Well, where?
Yeah, you tell me.
Well, I'll be... Well, can you beat that? I never saw 2 birds get away as easy as that since I've been a cop. Hey, there they go. Down that side street. Hold on, Barber.
Keep him in sight, Ray. I'm going to take a shot at that heap.
Got the gas tank. Well, let him have it again. Try a tire. Missed.
I thought you could drive this car.
Well, I got it down to the floorboard now. What do you think this is, the Duesenberg?
Hold it. I'm going to let him have it again.
You hope. Nice going, my man. You got him.
Watch that monkey slide. Nothing like a good flat tire and a wet street to make a car slide.
Well, you better get that door open and be ready to slide the cuffs on said monkey when he gets that car stopped.
Yeah, don't worry about me. I'll take care of the driver and you get the other one. Okay, monkey. Up with him.
Hey, what's the idea? We ain't done nothing.
I'm sure you haven't. We just wanted to talk to you a little.
Oh, here's your other friend. What are you going to do with him?
Toss him in the back seat there and let him see how he likes to ride in a police car.
Police car? Say, listen, we didn't know you was coppers. We would have stopped. Honest, we would. We thought you was bandits or something. We thought maybe...
Yeah, maybe we just wanted to give you a ticket for speed.
Yeah. How did you know?
Button it up. Bring the guy on, Bob, and let's go.
All right, fella. Climb in.
Say, listen, you can't do this thing to me.
Oh, is that so? Get in here.
Yes, sir.
Next morning, Babajan is brought into room 45 in the City Hall for questioning in connection with the Phoenix burglary. With him is Harry Tobe, brought from San Francisco. The boys tell me you were in a hurry last night, Louis.
Yeah. I was going to the bank for my old man.
I'll bet you were at that. What bank?
Oh, any bank.
Any bank robberies last night, Barber?
Not by Babajan.
Now, Louis, I want to ask you a few questions about that Phoenix job.
Phoenix job?
Oh, of course, you wouldn't know about that, now would you?
I wouldn't know about anything you talk about.
You weren't in Phoenix on the night of February 7th?
February 7th? Let me think. Oh, no. February 7th, I was in Long Beach.
Well, just so we won't waste your time, Louis, I think we ought to tell you that your friend Art Toby says that you were in Phoenix on the night of February 7th and that you and Harry here and Henry Becker broke into the Turf Cigar Store and stole $1,500.
That's a lie. You asked Harry where we were that night.
Well, how about it, Harry?
In Long Beach.
That's what I thought. Only I couldn't figure how you got that Dixie Construction Company blanket you left in your room. I couldn't figure how you got that in Long Beach.
Oh, no, you don't. I left that blanket in the store.
That's right.
Huh? What?
Yeah. We left it in the store in Long Beach.
Oh, yeah. In Long Beach.
That's what I thought, too. Except I couldn't figure how those silver dollars got into your pocket, Louis.
Why, but Harry gave me them silver dollars. Yeah, he got them in Frisco.
Maybe he did, Louis, but he didn't give them to you because he was in jail in Frisco.
Huh?
Yeah, you know, jail, where you're going to be for so long.
Listen, Rat, stop trying to pin this on me. I'll give you lead poisoning.
No, you won't, Harry. Not for a long time, you won't. Now, let's stop beating around the bush. I want some facts. You, Louis, we understand you were going to knock over the Boston store in Phoenix. Where did you get your information on that place?
I got it from K.O. Kelly.
What did Kelly tell you?
Well, he told me when the watchman wouldn't be there and how much we'd get.
How much was that?
15 or 20 grand.
How are you going to get into the place?
Easy. Bust is open.
And who is to be in on the job?
Harry, Tobe, Art, and myself.
Watch yourself, Louis.
Button it, Tobe, or off.
You what?
Oh, save it, boys. Save it. Now, Louis, who was present when you got this information from Kelly?
Art and Harry Tobe and myself.
Harry, do you remember this conversation?
I wasn't there. It was told to me afterwards by Louis and my brother.
Say, maybe we ought to leave you boys alone for a while so you could get together on your story.
That's my story.
And you're stuck with it. Harry, how was this safe going to be opened?
With a hammer and punches.
It was a safe that could be opened by the punch method?
You could have opened it with a can opener.
So you were there?
I was in Long Beach.
Yeah, that's what I thought you said. Well, how does it happen that you boys passed up this 20 grand in the Boston store?
Well, Harry looked it over and found out the watchman stayed in the store all the time.
I thought you said Kelly told you the watchman wouldn't be there.
Yeah, but
he lied to us.
Us?
Well, it's Art and Louis.
Oh, of course. You were in Long Beach.
That's what I said.
Mm-hmm. Well, look, boys, maybe we can get along better if I tell you some of the things we know about you. Now, we know that you all lived together in the apartment on Santee Street. You owned a Ford sedan. You traded it in for a Lincoln Zephyr, which you drove to Phoenix, Arizona, right?
So what?
So you broke into the Turf Cigar Store and got about $1,500, which you came back here to spend. How much of that did you get, Harry?
About $165.
Still in Long Beach?
Nuts to you, copper.
You know, Harry, I don't believe that Long Beach story. How about you, Roach?
Well, no, I don't believe I do.
How about you, Edward?
Well, I can't say that I do.
Well, Harry, it looks like you're going to have to go back to Phoenix. We're going to miss you, boys, I hope. So, the two Tobe brothers, Henry Kukieski, Elias Becker, and Louis Babajian, were prepared for transfer to Phoenix. Arrangements were made for them to see a few of their friends before leaving, and they were told they were to be transported by automobile. A plan was formulated for their escape. Well, boys, we're about ready to go. Oh, Barber, you got those leg irons?
Yep, here they are.
Hey, what's the idea of the Oregon boot?
Yeah, what do you think we are, crooks? You can't do this thing to us.
That's just what I thought. But you see, here's a pair for you, Louis, and a pair for you, Harry. I think you'll get used to them by the time you get to Phoenix. Well, so long, boys. And oh, yes, those tweezers your friend smuggled in might work on handcuffs, but not on those leg irons, so you can use them to pull your eyebrows. Goodbye, boys.
Look, I still say you can't do this thing to us.
Harry Tobe, Arthur Tobe, Henry Cookie Erskine, and Louis Babasian, criminals with long prison records, again stood before a judge to receive sentence. On March 15, 1937, less than 2 months after their crime, these men were sentenced to serve from 4 to 10 years in the Arizona State Penitentiary. I'd like to warn you about this summer's driving and your oil. You know as well as I do that moving parts must be protected. And yet many oils you buy have not been de-waxed and de-jellied and will not stand the intense heat.
Something is ripping apart the very fabric of space.
Warp fields cause a dangerous reaction in this region of space.
And the Enterprise's own warp engines are the cause.
Next distortion wave will impact in 14 seconds.
Now, the Federation's most critical tool of exploration.
I don't think we're going to make it.
Could trigger the galaxy's ultimate destruction.
Shields up, full reverse, now!
No. Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Away from the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
For you, proof of mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste.
Chesterfield always takes first place. That milder, mild tobacco never leaves an aftertaste.
Oh, open a pack and give 'em a smell.
Then you smoke 'em.
Someone waits for me.
This is Ken Carpenter welcoming you to the Bing Crosby Show for Chesterfield, produced and transcribed in Hollywood with John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, Judd Collins with the Mares, and Bing's guests, Miss Tony Arden with a song, Mr. Jimmy Stewart with a problem. And now here's Mr. Bing Crosby with a cold.
Hey! My virus got quite a hand there, didn't
Yes, it did.
Bigger hand than I ever got.
Well, it's no wonder you caught cold, Bing. It's been a very hectic month for you.
It's been just
Yes. Cards pouring in from all over congratulating you on your 20th anniversary. ASCAP presented you with a plaque. The disc jockeys have honored you. And to cap the climax, mind you, I have a newspaper clipping here which says you've been given 30 days in jail. That's right.
You must have got a hold of a very old paper.
Oh.
You see that? What's the date on
really. No, this is from last week's Montreal
Montreal.
paper. Look, here, it says...
I'm very big in Montreal.
Yes, Bing Crosby gets jail term, see?
Well, that can't be me. It can't be me, because every time I'm arrested, I always use an assumed name. I throw an alias at the cops.
What name do you use?
Leslie Town Hope.
Bing, do you think it's fair to use Bob's name when you get in a scrape with the law?
Certainly do. It comes in very handy when I get pinched for jaywalking, heavy breathing in the public library, or pinching tomatoes in supermarkets, or illegal breeding of hamsters.
Oh, that's awful.
Bobby Guy just fell apart. He must be a hamster fan. And, of course, I can get picked up for singing, too, which causes horses to shy, children to cry, and dogs to bark.
Well, maybe so, Bing, but I still think you shouldn't use Bob's name when you get in trouble.
Oh, it doesn't matter, Ken. It all evens up at the end of the year. He always uses my name when he gets in a scrape. Mm-hmm. Incidentally, I wonder what Hope was doing in Montreal last week. Huh?
He was probably up there doing a show. They wouldn't arrest him for doing a show, would they?
I don't see why not.
Well, anyhow, Bing, it's a wonderful month for you. Everybody's slapping you on the back. Decca gave you a gold record. You caught a cold. Bob Hope gave you a gold girdle.
That's how I caught my cold, squirming out of it in the draft the other day.
Well, cheer up, Bing. There's good news from Florida.
Really?
Oh, yes, sir. Governor Fuller Warren of Florida sends you his congratulations and appoints you to the rank of general on his staff.
General?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's certainly very nice of Governor Warren. Say, Ken, now there's a coincidence for you, isn't it? There's a Governor Warren in Florida, and there's a Governor Warren in California.
That's right. But you find that the California Warrens are larger, sweeter, and juicier than the Florida Warrens.
And now for our friends in Florida, may I say vice versa. To our friends all over the country, I would now like to present a very charming vocalist, Miss Tony Arden.
Thank you, James. Thank you very much.
Say, Tony, our opening selection is a thing called You're Just in Love from the Broadway show Call Me Madame. You're joining me in this, you know, aren't you?
No, I certainly would love to, General.
Okay, John Scott. General, we are ready. I hear singing and there's no one there. I smell blossoms and the trees are bare. All day long I seem to walk on air. I wonder why. I wonder why. I keep tossing in my sleep at night. And what's more, I've lost my appetite. Stars that used to twinkle in the skies are twinkling in my eyes. I wonder why.
You don't need analyzing. It is not so surprising that you feel very strange but nice. Your heart goes pitter-patter. I know just what's the matter, because I've been there once or twice. Put your head on my shoulder. You need someone who's older, rubbed down with a velvet glove. There is nothing you can take to relieve that pleasant ache. You're not sick, you're just in love. You don't need
hear singing and there's no one
so
there.
Surprising that you feel
I smell blossoms and the trees are bare.
Your heart
all day long I seem to walk
I know just what's the matter, because I've been there once or twice. Put your head on my shoulder. You need someone who's older, rubbed down
what's more, I've lost my appetite.
There is nothing you can take to relieve that pleasant ache. You're not sick, you're just in love. Just in love, so in love.
Tony. Very, very nice indeed.
Thank you, Ken. It's very nice of you. But, of course, we must sell some Chesterfields, you know.
Friends, for you, proof of mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. Yes, that's what Chesterfield has for you.
And here's the authority that proves Chesterfields are milder.
Over 1,000 prominent tobacco growers have signed a statement saying, to judge tobacco for its mild smoking qualities, I smell it. If it smells milder, I know it will smoke milder. That's the standard mildness test. If that tobacco's made into cigarettes, those cigarettes will smell milder and smoke milder. That's why I smoke Chesterfields. And Chesterfields are made of the right combination of the world's best tobaccos.
And you know the way Chesterfield blends those tobaccos, their secret process. It means every Chesterfield will have the right combination of mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. Yes, Chesterfields are proved to have no unpleasant aftertaste. We've got authority for that, too, you know.
It's the country's first and only cigarette taste panel who reported Chesterfield is the only cigarette in which members of the panel found no unpleasant aftertaste.
There you have the straight facts. That's what Chesterfield has for you. Mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. So get yourself a pack of Chesterfields today. Believe me, they satisfy. Here is a French importation. At least the melody is French, but the lyric is a new lyric done by Mr. John Mercer, than whom there's no finer, really. The falling leaves drift by the window. The autumn leaves of red and gold. I see your lips, the summer kisses, those sunburned hands I used to hold. Since you went away, the days grow long, and soon I'll hear old winter's song. But I miss you most of all, my darling, when autumn leaves start to fall. The falling leaves drift by the window, the autumn leaves of red and gold. I see your lips, those summer kisses, the sunburned hands I used to hold. Since you went away, the days grow long, and soon I'll hear old winter's song. But I miss you most of all, my darling, when autumn leaves start to fall. Thank you very much. And now, with alacrity and with a good deal of pleasure, I relinquish this microphone to Miss Tony Arden, who will sing My Man. She has a fine record out on this old number Tony has. I think you're going to be much entertained by this very stylish arrangement in Tony's delivery. Antoinette?
My man, and I love him so. It's cost me a lot, but there's one thing that I've got, it's my man. 2 or 3 girls has he that he likes as well as me, but I love him. I don't know why I should. He isn't good, he isn't true, he beats me too. What can I do? Oh, my man, I love him so. He'll never know. All my life is just a spare. But I don't care when he takes me in his arms. The world is bright, all right. What's the difference if I say I'll go away when I know I'll come back on my knees someday? For or whatever my man is, I am his forever. He is my man.
Lovely, Tony, and thanks very much. We have a gangling guest this evening whose two latest starring vehicles are currently proving that movies are better than ever. As the harried head of a household in Jackpot and as the Puka's peaceful pal in Harvey, his brilliant performances are causing cascades of guffaws. Literally cascades of guffaws in popcorn palaces everywhere. We're real happy to uncoil the carpet once again for friend James Stewart.
Hi, Bang.
Oh, he's a lanky one, isn't he?
He's a lumpy one, isn't he?
Well, that's not me, really. I'm just breaking in this suit forever. Where you been the past few months, Jim? I haven't seen you around.
Well, I was in England, Bang, and making a movie over there.
Oh, an English movie, huh? Something for television?
No. No, not for television. This is an American picture. We made it in spite of television.
Ah, boy, that's the fight I like to see. We'll lick him yet. That's the old Jenny guy on there, Jim.
Oh, leave it alone. It'll lick itself.
I wish I had some Minute Maid on me. I'd like to drink. Anyway, Jim, may I congratulate you on this jackpot picture that you made for 20th Century. And I want to congratulate you on Harvey, too. Picture you made for UI. On this new one, though, that the one you who are you working for now?
Oh, the same old bunch, Bang. The boys down in Washington.
Know them well. What's the new picture about?
I don't know. I haven't seen it yet.
Well, you read the script, didn't you?
Oh, no, I never do that, Bing. If I read the script, it kind of spoils it for me when I see it in the theater.
Well, you got a point there. Of course, with me, I'm impatient. I like to read the script so I can be disappointed right from the start.
Oh, yes, no, well, you shouldn't be disappointed, Bing. Your pictures are wonderful. If you care for singing. Really. Your pictures are swell, Bing. You're a big favorite in England, you know.
Well, they must like singing, I guess.
Oh, they love it, yeah. Right now they're having a big celebration. What is it? The Bing Crosby month. Everett's 20th anniversary is a millionaire.
No kidding. They really celebrate my anniversary in Europe?
Oh, and it's going very big.
Oh,
there,
really?
Yes. After all, you made it possible for America to afford the Marshall Plan.
Take the wife over to Europe with you, Jim?
Oh, yes. Gloria came over with me. Of course, the doctor didn't think much of her making the trip.
Well, Gloria's not sick, is she?
Oh, no. No, she's not sick. She's more or less under doctor's care these days.
What's the matter, Jim?
Well, Bing, in a way, it's all your fault.
My fault? What's my fault? What's wrong? What do you mean?
Well, Bing, do you remember back, a couple of years ago, I was on your show, and you tried to talk me into getting married to a girl?
I remember, sure. I said a big, good-looking, easy-going guy like you should have been married a long time ago. You were a good catch, but you were afraid to pitch.
Yeah. Well, after I left you that night, I got to thinking about your advice.
Uh-huh.
And the next thing I knew, I was combing rice out of my hair in a hotel room.
Gloria with you?
Yes, it was her comb.
That was nice of you to take her on the honeymoon. That's nice.
Yeah, well, I was so excited. I didn't know what I was doing, you know. But I as I think back on it, I realized that it was the thing to do.
I remember you telling me about your honeymoon, Jim. In fact, don't you remember we did a broadcast about it?
Oh, yeah, that's right. It seems like I'm on your show every time a major event takes place in my life.
That's right. That's the way it works out, yeah.
Yeah, that's, well, here I am again.
No, real well put her there, but congratulations.
Thanks, Bang.
So that's why Gloria's under a doctor's care, huh? Tell me, how's she doing?
Oh, Gloria's fine, Bang. I don't feel so good.
Oh, you'll get over that. I know how it is. Tummy topsy-turvy in the morning.
Yeah.
Middle of the night, you wake up sometimes and you think you'll just die if you don't get a strawberry malted milk.
And a pickle.
And a pickle, yeah. I have the same thing with Gary.
Did you have terrible heartburn all the time?
Constantly, everything I ate, heartburn day and night. They say that's a sign that the baby's going to have a lot of hair.
Yes,
know.
I've heard of that.
Last few weeks, I couldn't eat a thing.
No, all that I can eat's Tums.
Well, eating a lot of them, you're eating for two, you know.
Doctor, the doctor's quite worried about me.
Your doctor?
Yes, I go for a checkup every day. Gloria drives me over.
Oh, you got it bad.
We're going to have to buy all our baby's things. I'm just too nervous to knit.
Oh, Jemsy, now come on. Relax. Yeah.
Relax. How can you stand there and be so calm about everything?
Well, I've been through it myself several times.
Yes, it's awful, Bing. I lay awake nights thinking, what will happen if Gloria suddenly says, this is it, and I rush out and the car won't start?
Oh, man. Come to think of it, when I was in your predicament, I kept the motor running day and night.
Oh, you did?
The cars and mine.
Oh, yours? Boy, I'll count 10 before this happens again.
Oh, now, Jam, don't be so bitter about it.
When Gloria wakes me up in the middle of the night, I know she'll never get me to the hospital in time.
Jam, don't be such a fraidy cat.
Oh, I can't help it, Bang. I'm the worrying sort, you know. Sometimes I wish I didn't even know about this. You know, why couldn't Gloria have just kept it a secret?
Well, in your case, it might have been more merciful. Just when did Gloria break the news to you, anyway?
Well, frankly, Gloria never exactly told me, Bang. No, I read it in Luella's column. And then I got suspicious.
Well, that's grounds for suspicion.
About a week later, I knew it was true when I went around back of the garage and I caught Gloria building a playpen.
Jimmy, you ought to just relax. I'm sure Gloria will take care of everything.
Gee, I wish she'd take care of me. I'm a wreck.
You silly. Use just your imagination, Jim. I thought the same thing, but I pulled through.
Yeah, look at you.
Well, you get this way after the baby comes. After he grows up and goes into competition with you.
No, but even so, pal, your first one was just Gary. Just one.
What are you expecting, the Andrews sister?
Not quite. Twins.
Twins?
Yes.
Twins?
Hmm? Two of them. The doctor warned me. Told me.
Oh. Was it your idea to have twins, or was it the studio's idea? Sort of a stunt for jackpot?
Oh, no.
This is serious. You're telling me.
No, I'm reminding you.
Doctor could be wrong, Jim. You know, did the twins, are they running your family?
No, as a matter of fact, children don't even run in my family.
Boy, they're running now.
Yes. Gloria's already redecorated a bedroom in the house. And pink wallpaper with little blue bunnies and little chicks on it. Mm. She's got tough teddy bears and plastic toys and rattles hanging all around, satin bows tied to the bed. Gee, it's just awful.
Awful? What do you mean? That's the way a room should be decorated for babies.
No, Jim. This is my room. The nursery's down the hall.
Now, that's foresight on Gloria's part. You see, no matter where you walk the twins at night, the decor will be appropriate.
Yeah,
See?
I suppose. Well, Bing, there are a lot more things I'd like to discuss, but it'll just have to wait. I've been standing on my feet altogether too long for a man in my condition.
You poor boy, you poor boy. How inconsiderate of me. You just rest now. Take a seat over there and puff a Chesterfield.
Thanks. I knew you'd understand.
Oh, absolutely. Now, if you feel... Say, Jim, if you feel... while you're sitting over there, Jim, if you should feel a sudden urge for a pickle, why, I think you'll find one in John Scott Trotter's picnic basket.
Is John Scott going to a picnic?
No, he's going to a restaurant, but he likes to eat on the way. I'll see you later, Jim.
Well, Bing, now that you've finished with the expectant father, don't you think I should get in here with a word about Chesterfields for the expectant smokers?
And I'll get in with you because I want to remind all you folks what Chesterfield has for you. It has mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. And now here's how to prove that. First, you make our mildness test.
Buy a pack of Chesterfields, open them, enjoy that mild, mellow aroma. Compare it, and you'll find Chesterfields are milder.
Ken's right, friends, and as tobacco growers have been saying for years, tobaccos that smell milder, smoke milder. You light up a Chesterfield and you'll see how true that is. Chesterfield smoke milder.
And with that milder smoke from Chesterfields, you get no unpleasant aftertaste. That fact has been confirmed by the country's first and only cigarette taste panel.
Well, those are the reasons you ought to get with Chesterfield. They're milder, and it's the only cigarette that has for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. You say it musically, comme ça.
Chesterfield always takes first place. That milder, mild tobacco never leaves an aftertaste.
Oh, open a pack and give 'em a smell.
Then you smoke 'em. May the good Lord bless you and keep you.
May the good Lord bless and keep you, whether near or far away. May you find that long-awaited golden day today. May your troubles all be small ones, and your fortune 10 times 10. May the good Lord bless and keep you till we meet again. May you walk with sunlight shining and a bluebird in every tree. May there be a silver lining back of every cloud you see.
Every cloud you see, fill your dreams with sweet tomorrow. Never mind what might have been.
May the good Lord bless and keep you till we meet again.
May the good Lord bless and keep you till we meet.
Till we meet I would like to thank Miss Tony Arden and Jimmy Stewart for joining us this evening.
Oh, I enjoyed having that little talk with you, Bing, and I hope you get over your cold real soon.
Thank you, Jim, and I hope you get over your trouble real soon.
I will. Who are you going to have next week, Bing?
Next week, Jimmy, we'll have Tony Arden with us again, also that great jazz band, the Firehouse 5+2, and also that great comedian, Leslie Town Hope. Of course, if he gets arrested on the way to the broadcast, he'll show up as Bing Crosby, I imagine.
Gosh, 2 Bing Crosbys. They're sure going all out for you this month.
Aren't they giving it a
Good night, Bing.
Good night, Daddy. Folks. Folks, just before shoving off here tonight, I'd like to thank the radio editors of the United States and Canada for their very kind consideration of me in the recent poll conducted by the Motion Picture Daily for Fame magazine. So I'll see you next week for Chesterfield, folks. The best cigarette for you to smoke.
The Bing Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield, was produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. Now, here's a word to all you folks who sent greetings to Mr. Music. Next week, here on the Chesterfield program, we will announce the name of the person who's been chosen for the free trip to Hollywood. Tune in next week and hear Bing and his guests, Miss Tony Arden, the Firehouse 5+2, and Bob Hope.
Running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
I'm E.G. Marshall. Of all the sounds in the universe, perhaps nothing stirs the imagination more deeply than the sounds of the sea. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Of all the sounds in the universe, perhaps nothing stirs the imagination more deeply than the sounds of the sea. People who have never crossed an ocean can still be transported in a walk along the beach, skirting the lapping tides, or standing high on the rocks with the waves crashing below. There's an eerie quality about the sea, and it conjures strange visions in any mind that is ready to receive them. Our story concerns the spell cast by the sea. Our mystery drama, What Happened to Mrs. Forbush, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elizabeth Pennell and stars Patricia Wheel and Gordon Gould. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Excuse me, madam.
Oh, I'm in an awful hurry.
I just wonder if you could answer a simple question for me.
So do I.
The question is this. What happens this time of year?
Oh, that's easy. The kids get home from camp. Goodbye.
Nope.
What do you mean, nope?
Nope.
I mean, I should know when my kids get home from camp.
Well, the answer I had in mind was a tad more general in scope.
Well, I gave my answer. Let's hear yours.
You know, I'm glad you asked.
Are you?
You see, what happens this time of year is that Buick dealers are giving particularly great deals on all their 74 Buicks. For a family woman such as yourself, I think a neat little Apollo would be just the ticket. It's small, economical, but surprisingly roomy. And it's a Buick, so it's really quite elegant.
You don't say.
Uh-huh. Now, isn't that good news?
Yes.
I mean, that you can get such a nifty deal on such a nifty small car.
To be sure it is, yes.
To be sure. By the way, where do your kids go to camp?
Guam. It's a small island in the South Pacific.
Guam.
Suburban Savings in northern New Jersey would like to set you straight on savings. Straight off, Suburban offers you the highest interest allowed by law. A big 7.90% effective annual yield on Suburban's 7.50% savings certificates. And Suburban guarantees it from 4 to 10 years. Minimum $2,500. Federal regulations allow premature withdrawals on savings certificates, provided prescribed federal penalties are adhered to. Of course, Suburban also has a whole selection of other savings plans that keep your savings headed in the right direction, straight up. Why not head straight over to your nearest Suburban savings office, conveniently located in Bayonne, Edgewater, Elmwood Park, Emerson, Hackettstown, Morris Plains, Nutley, Paramus, Sparta, and Wayne, and let them set you straight on savings.
This story takes place at Captain's Cove on the shores of New England. Bert and Marjorie Desmond are inspecting a picturesque old house on a bluff overlooking the sea. They're city people, and in the past they have spent their vacations at mountain resorts or in dry desert places considered beneficial for the health of their son. But this year it's different, and they're getting more intrigued by the minute as Mr. Smith, the rental agent, shows them around.
Oh, Bert, the view and the window seat. I haven't seen one like this since my grandmother's house when I was a child.
I'm more interested in all these carved pieces over here. What do you call this stuff?
Scrimshaw.
Oh, yes. The things sailors made when they had time on their hands.
Old Captain had quite a collection. Most of it's over to the museum.
What can you tell me about this ship model? A schooner, isn't it?
Yeah, that'd be Captain Forbush's ship, Desdemona. Sank, with all hands aboard.
Oh, Mr. Smith, is that an island I see way out there?
Nope, that's Dead Man's Rock.
Oh, what a gruesome name. Was it the scene of a shipwreck?
I understand some fella got murdered on that rock. Don't rightly know the circumstances. But there is an island further on out, known as Hiram's Hideaway. Said to be the place old Captain Forbush took himself off to when he wanted to get away from his wife. Good fishing.
I'll have to look into that.
Bert, are you sure we really want to take this house?
Let's see the rest of it.
There's a fine old staircase.
Beautiful railing. I don't think it's been dusted in years.
This house has been closed up most of the time. That's why it's such a bargain.
Is there anything wrong with it?
Nope. Tight as a drum. And a real historic monument. Now, you take this roof.
Oh, it's wonderful. I've never slept in a four-poster bed.
Oh, boy. It's a big one, too.
And this door leads to a veranda.
Oh, my. This porch goes all the way around the house.
It always does in a captain's place of residence. A trademark, you might say.
Well, sure. This is what you call a widow's walk.
No doubt Miss Forbush did her share of pacing when the captain was away.
Well, no pacing for me, thank you. My husband has a desk job. What do you think, Bert?
About the house?
Yes. In a strange way, I've fallen in love with it. But I'm wondering...
Wonder no more. We're going right into that room I already call my study and sign a lease for the summer.
Bert.
Glad you've come to life. You haven't said a word since we left the cove. I thought you were asleep.
No. I've been thinking and worrying.
Worrying?
About Robbie.
Robbie? I can hardly wait to get his reaction when he sees where he's going to spend the summer.
Bert, maybe we've made a mistake.
Oh, you're kidding.
No. That long, deserted beach and those rocks, it's a dangerous place for a boy.
You'll have a ball.
But it's not like any place we've ever stayed before. Have you forgotten how much of Robbie's life he's had to spend in bed?
I haven't forgotten. But that's all over. The doctor said so. He said it was time Robbie started doing the things boys his age like to do.
Not dangerous things. Bert, we're going to spend 3 months by the ocean.
You bet we are. And the sea air will be good for all of us.
Only, Bert, Robbie's never learned to swim.
Well, Robbie, what do you think of it?
Oh, man. This house is twice as good as you thought it was.
I didn't remember it was so musty. The place needs airing. I'm going to open some windows.
Dad, who's the old guy in the picture?
Why, that must be Hiram Forbush, the sea captain who built this house.
He sure has a lot of red whiskers.
He sure does. You know, they knew how to paint pictures back in those days. Watch this, Rob. Walk over here and see how his eyes follow you. Sort of as though he was looking at everything you did.
It's spooky. You think he's a ghost?
Oh, come on, son. You don't believe in ghosts, do you?
No.
Well, I'll let you in on a secret. I think your mother does.
Mom believes in ghosts.
Sometimes.
Oh, Pop.
What's all this about ghosts?
I'm teaching Rob to be the man of the house, so he can look after you when I'm gone.
Hey, I want to go to the beach.
Well, you can if your father goes with you.
Not right now. I have some things to do.
I'd go, only it's time to think about getting dinner ready.
I can go alone.
Sure you can.
Oh, no, Bert, not the first time.
First time for everything.
And speaking of first times, how about that?
It's so strange to hear a telephone in a house like this.
Glad there have been some improvements since the captain's day. Guess I better find out who it is.
Pop said I could go to the beach.
Now, Robbie, I want you to be very, very careful. Follow that little path and watch your step climbing down the bluff.
Mom, I'm not a baby.
And don't stay away too long. Do you have your jacket?
Oh, Mom.
I'll be watching you from this window.
Damn.
Why, what's the matter?
That phone call from the office. Wouldn't you know they're having a crisis and they want me back?
Oh, no, Bert, we just got here. You're on your vacation.
Won't be gone long. Just for the day to help get things straightened out.
But it's a 4-hour trip.
I know. I'll have to start very early tomorrow morning. And I guess I better spend tomorrow night in the city.
But you promised that first thing tomorrow you'd see about swimming lessons for Robbie. It was a part of our bargain.
I know, honey, but it's just a matter of putting it off for a day.
Oh, you said... I thought I'd asked you not to climb on those rocks unless someone...
Beach club and make arrangements for swimming lessons. And we'll meet some people so that you'll know the neighbors, and Robbie will have someone to play with.
Robbie, dear, what were you doing on those big rocks today?
Just throwing stones in the water. Mom, I can make them skip real good.
I thought I'd asked you not to climb on those rocks unless someone was with you.
I only climbed a little way.
Well, no more climbing, young man, until your father gets back.
But he's been gone for 3 whole days.
Well, he's coming tomorrow. And we're going to let him know how well we've been getting along. Go to sleep now. I'm going out on the porch to watch the moon come up.
Mommy, you promised to open the window very wide so I can hear the sound of the water?
Yes, dear. The weather's changing. I can scarcely see the beam of the lighthouse. It's getting all misty. And don't be frightened if you hear the foghorn.
I like that sound. Night.
Good night, dear. Good evening. Is someone there?
I always stroll the veranda on a foggy evening.
Well, there is someone. Who are you?
I am Lavinia Forbush, and I presume you are the lady who is staying in my house?
Why, I guess it was your house. Only I'm staying here now. My name is Marjorie Desmond.
Didn't they tell you, Mrs. Desmond, that I never left this house? It belongs to me.
Belongs to you, Mrs. Forbush. Now it belongs to a man who lives in Boston.
Ah, he thinks he owns it. No one will ever take my place in this house. Come, let's walk this way. Ah, the fog is creeping over Dead Man's Rock. Just the way it was that night.
No, I'm getting rather cold. I think I'll go inside.
Poor soul, you need a fine shawl like mine to keep you warm.
It looks like a lovely old paisley. Won't you come inside where it's warm? We could have a cup of tea.
No, indeed, Mrs. Desmond. I only set foot in my house when it becomes necessary to get something I want. I'll stay right here where I always stay, keeping my vigil.
But the fog is closing in. Really, Mrs. Forbush, I must go in.
Oh, how thoughtless of me. The damp night air must have chilled you to the bone. Here, let me put my shawl around your shoulders.
What about you?
Oh, I no longer feel the cold as I once did. My, it is grand to have a woman to talk to once more. Mrs. Desmond, my captain was a bold and adventurous man. He brought me precious gems from India, from Persia, and from China. Oh, dear Mrs. Desmond, you must not make my mistake. You must take your most cherished possessions and leave my house.
Oh, but I have no jewels, Mrs. Forbush.
Oh, dear lady, you have the greatest jewel of all, a son. How old is your boy, Mrs. Desmond?
Robbie's 9.5.
Just the age of my Jason. A most dangerous age.
I know. I worry about him.
And well, you might. What happened to me is history. And history has a way of repeating.
Really, I don't think I want to...
You will listen to me.
Please.
My Jason, oh, he was a strapping lad who helped me with the chores around the house. And when Hiram's ship was in, the boy spent hours talking to the sailors, learning how to tie knots, and carve those intricate things from bone and bits of wood.
My Robbie would like that.
And then one day, when Jason was 9 years old, his father came to me and said, "I'm taking the boy on a journey. It is time he began to learn the ways of men."
Why, Bert said something like...
Too soon, I said, too soon. But my Hiram was a very determined man, and when he made up his mind, there was no stopping him. "It's only a short journey," he told me. "We are taking the Desdemona to the Caribbees, and Jason will go with me." I watched through the spyglass until the ship was far enough at sea to hoist the big sail which caught the wind. You do know what happened, don't you, Mrs. Desmond?
Don't tell me any more.
I must, if you would save your boy. Late that evening, the fog closed in the way it has now. And then began the long days and the lonely nights. Where is your son, Mrs. Desmond?
Why, he's in bed, and I hope fast asleep.
You hear that?
Yes. Foghorn is a lonely sound.
It's a lonely sound for women like you and me when we've lost.
Stop trying to frighten me.
There's still plenty of time.
For what?
To take your son away from here. Take him away and guard him with your life.
A foghorn is a lonely sound, and a ghost-ridden house by the sea is an unsettling place for a woman who is worried about her son. Perhaps in the light of day, when her husband returns, Marjorie will be able to shake her fears. On the other hand, suppose Mrs. Forbush is really trying to tell her something. We'll find out more shortly when I return with Act 2.
There's nothing wrong with drinking Budweiser sip by sip, is there? Well, the brewers of Budweiser think there's a better way. Sipping's fine if you're drinking wine. But Bud is the king of beers, a hearty drink. Look, rinse a 10 or 12-ounce glass with cold water. Then open a can or bottle of Bud and pour it right down the middle so it kicks up a good head of foam. Now, take a big drink and then swallow big. No sips. That's how it should be done. More taste, more beer drinking enjoyment. Thanks to exclusive Beechwood aging, Budweiser has a smoothness that lets it go down especially easy. Sure, it's an expensive way to brew beer, but brewing beer right does make a difference. That's why, when you say Budweiser, you've said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Hey, Mom, what's for dinner? Hey, Mom, what you got?
What's for dinner? Your ShopRite supermarket suggests choice beef first cut chuck steaks just 59 cents a pound this week. Save, too, on smoked ham, shank portion 69 cents a pound, butt portion 79 a pound. For a quick meal, try Swanson's Frozen Hungry Man dinners, just 99 cents each. For dessert, ShopRite's produce department is featuring fresh honeydew melons, 79 cents each. They're great topped with ice cream. There's a lot more for a little less at ShopRite, so stop in soon.
She loves the family. She wants the best. She does all that she can do. She lets ShopRite do the rest. Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
This is WOR New York, your Mystery Theater station.
If you're afraid of what the future has in store, perhaps you look to the past for guidance. But Marjorie Desmond has had a strange encounter with the past, which only bolsters the fears she already has for her son. Is it possible that a ghostly presence from a former time can prevent or promote an impending disaster? Marjorie's husband has returned from his business trip, and we'll soon find out how he feels about what's going on.
Bert, it's so good to have you back.
Way longer than I expected. But I've only been gone a few days. Same old thing. You should be used to it by now.
But this time it was different. I mean, this place...
Well, now, tell me what you and Robbie have been up to.
Bert, I want to show you something.
Hey, where did you get that paisley shawl? I like it.
So do I. It has such nice mellow colors.
Where did you find it? In the old captain's sea chest?
No. It was given to me.
Well, that's a nice gift. Who's been around while I was gone?
You're not going to believe this.
Well, let me guess. It was given to you, only it wasn't really a present. You had to pay some enormous sum for it, and now you're afraid to tell me how much it cost.
No, Bert. And I know you won't believe me.
I won't believe you if you say Captain Forbush came to the door and said, "My dear Mrs. Desmond, please let me in. I've returned from a long and tiresome journey, and it would please me very much if you would cook up some bacon and eggs."
No, Bert. It wasn't Captain Forbush.
I'm happy to hear that.
It was Mrs. Forbush.
What?
You're going to laugh. I know you won't understand, and I didn't either, only it happened.
For heaven's sake, Marge, what happened?
It was a foggy night.
You sure? Spooks always come out on foggy nights. Now tell me, where did you really get that shawl?
I got it from Mrs. Forbush.
Let's not play games. I'm tired.
She was there,
She
Bert.
was where?
On the widow's
Oh,
hall.
cut it out.
I talked to her, and she told me what happened to her husband.
Sure. Mr. Smith told us that. The captain was lost at sea.
But Jason...
Who in heck is Jason?
Their son.
Oh, Marge, will you please talk sense? Now, where did you get that shawl?
I told you from Mrs. Forbush last night when we had a long talk.
Now, I've heard everything. Okay, it's a joke. And I do think it's pretty funny. We're living in a haunted house, so let's enjoy it. If you don't want to tell me where you found that thing, okay. I'll play your game. At least until tomorrow.
Don't you want to hear what she had to say?
I don't want to hear any more of this crazy story. Come to bed. And tomorrow we'll have a great big laugh over this whole thing. And maybe you'll remember where you really found that shawl.
That was the best picnic we ever had. Can we do it again tomorrow?
Well, not every day, Rob. Maybe tomorrow we'll go to the beach club.
I thought I might do some fishing.
Dad, can I go fishing with you?
Maybe we'll all go. How about it, Marge?
Count me out. You know how I feel.
I know. You like to eat the poor little critters, but it's cruel to catch them on those nasty hooks.
Well, it is.
Robbie and I may just go off and forget to come home.
Take your son away from here. Take him away and guard him with your life.
Well, honey, what's the matter? You look as if you'd seen a...
It's nothing, Bert, nothing. I just have to be alone for a minute.
Hey, Dad, what are all these things over here on the shelf?
That's called scrimshaw, Rob.
Scrim?
These are things that were made by sailors a long time ago. When they were on those sailing ships and the sea was calm, they didn't have much to do. So they carved pieces of bone or wood and painted shells.
I'll bet I could do that.
You'd have to learn how to use a knife.
Would you teach me, Dad?
It's bedtime, young man. Up the stairs.
If I was on a boat, I wouldn't be going up any old stairs.
I suppose you'd be climbing the ropes.
Or walking in the gangplank.
No, I asked that fisherman today where he slept, and he said down below.
Unless you want to sleep in the cellar, the direction is up. Get going.
Aye, Captain.
Nice day today, Marge. And I don't know when I've seen Robbie so happy.
Oh, he's certainly having a good time. And tomorrow when we go to the beach club, we can make arrangements to have him start taking swimming lessons.
I'm not sure they have regular classes.
Then we'll get him a private instructor.
Marjorie, I am perfectly capable of teaching him myself. I won a medal in college, remember?
Well, of course you're a good swimmer, Bert, and I thought... Oh, I suppose if Robbie had been well, you would have taught him long ago. But don't you think he'd learn more quickly now if an outside...
Hey, there's nothing wrong with his old man, is there, Marge?
I have to finish up the dishes. Let's talk about it when I'm through.
Robbie? Don't be frightened. I want to talk to you.
Is that you, Mom?
No, I'm the lady who lives here. My name is Mrs. Forbush.
Say, do you know the man with the red whiskers?
He is my husband.
Maybe you could tell me about that boat on the shelf downstairs and all those other things.
That ship was one of the proudest vessels to sail the seven seas, and Captain Forbush himself made that model.
Do you think it would sink if I tried to sail it?
Oh, you must never, never try.
Oh, my dad won't let me even touch that boat with the sails. But I can play with the other things. You know, the bones and the shells.
I know. And I brought you one that was a favorite of my son. He was just about your age. Now, do you have a candle I can light?
There is one over there in the bureau, but I could just turn on this light.
No need to waste electricity. I never had it in this house.
That doesn't look like a match to me.
A tinder box. Best thing in the world for striking a light. There. Now, Robbie, what do you think of this?
Wow. What a big shell.
This is for you, Robbie. To keep for Jason while he is away.
Where's he gone?
I'm hoping you will help me find him.
Oh, I'll be glad to help you. Because if he was here, we could climb the rocks together and explore that pirate's cave.
We'll look for him, Robbie. We'll look for him together. So now, if you will come with me.
I couldn't go anywhere without asking permission.
But this is my house, and I am giving you permission.
But I still couldn't go without asking.
Quickly, boy. Come on. Put on your clothes.
Mom! Dad!
What is it, Rob?
Why, Robbie, what are you doing with a candle burning? You know how dangerous.
I didn't light it, Mom. You tell them, Mrs. Where is she?
Where's who?
That lady, Mrs. Forbush. She was standing right there.
Oh, good Lord, not in here.
Rob, there's no one else in this room. You've been having a dream.
No, Dad. Honest, she was here. Look what she gave me.
Not you, too. Say, that's a very interesting shell. So where did you find it?
Dad, I didn't find it. Mrs. Forbush said it belonged to her son, and I could borrow it until he comes back.
That's a likely story. You can make up a better one than that.
But that's exactly what she said. I'm going to help her find him. And when he's here, we can play together down on the beach.
No, Robbie, dear, that's not possible.
You're both being impossible.
But the trouble is, we have to find Jason.
Oh, stop it, Robbie. I won't hear any more about this Jason. Rob, you've had a dream. It seems very real. But now it's over. And tomorrow you'll have forgotten all about it.
But, Bert, what about the candle and the shell?
Well, there must be some reasonable explanation. But let's not think about it now. I'm blowing the candle out, and Robbie's going to sleep. Good night, son. You've been playing a joke on me, and I'll admit it's been a good one. You were very clever to get Robbie to go along with you. And I must say, he played his part well. But I can think of better games for a boy his age.
This was no game, Bert.
You didn't coach him to put on that act?
Of course I didn't.
Well, if it was a nightmare and he dreamed all those things about Mrs. Forbush and her mythical son, it was only because you filled his imagination full of stories.
I have never mentioned either Mrs. Forbush or Jason to Robbie.
Then there's a book about them somewhere around the house.
Well, if there is, I haven't seen it.
You must have had one of those imaginary conversations out loud, the way you do sometimes. And Robbie overheard you when you thought he was asleep.
Oh, Bert, I don't do that anymore, and I don't see how he could possibly have been listening the night I talked to Mrs. Forbush.
Marge, there is no Mrs. Forbush.
How would you know? You weren't here.
Honey, we're taking this whole thing too seriously. Mrs. Forbush lived nearly 200 years ago, so she can't be hanging around here now.
I suppose you're right.
That's my girl. Give us a smile.
Well, I'm trying.
Now repeat after me. No more conversations with Mrs. Forbush.
No more conversations with Lavinia Forbush.
Where'd you get that kooky first name?
Well, she told me.
Okay. No more conversations with Lavinia Forbush.
And what will we tell Robbie?
Bought me. He's teaching me how to catch fish.
Oh, well, it looks as though you bought out the store. But did you get my groceries?
Yep. Groceries are all right here. But hold off on the steak. We just may come back with something very special for the frying pan.
Look, Mom, my very own rod. Did you ever see one of these? This is a reel.
Yes, dear. It looks like a very nice reel. Where will you use it? Down at the wharf?
Nope.
We're going to get Rob off to a really good start. I've rented a boat.
What kind of boat?
Oh, just a putt-putt. You know, one of those flat-bottom jobs with an outboard motor.
But you aren't going out to sea.
Sure. Well, look at it, Marge. Smooth as glass.
What do you know about the tides and the currents?
Marge, we aren't planning a trip to China.
Where are you going?
To that island. It's so clear today, you can see it from here. Don't you worry about a thing. See? I bought him a life jacket, and he's going to wear it every minute of the time. We promise, don't we, Rob?
Sure, Pop. Promise me you won't go far?
I told you, we're only going out to that island. Well, Mr. Smith said the fishing is good. What did he say the island's called?
Hiram's Hideaway.
Oh, yeah. Sorry I asked.
Have a good time.
If you stand on the porch with the binoculars, you can watch us most of the way.
Well, Mrs. Desmond, I'm sorry you did not hear my warning.
Oh, no, please don't come back.
I've not been away.
But I don't want to talk to you. It was bad enough that you upset me, but you had no right to bother my son.
It was you who interfered, Mrs. Desmond. You and your husband. You spoiled it all. I was trying to save your son before this happened.
Nothing has happened, Mrs. Probush, and I won't let you alarm me anymore.
But you are alarmed, Mrs. Desmond, and well you might be. Why did you let him go? See, they're already out of sight. And if you don't act quickly, you'll never see either your husband or your son again.
This time it seems more likely that the predictions of the ghostly Mrs. Forbush may come true. Marjorie is a worrier, but after all, Bert is not a seasoned sailor, and Robbie can't swim. No, they're not setting off for China, but they are tempting fate. And it's too late to turn back now. It is a calm and beautiful day at Captain's Cove, and it looks as though the fears of Marjorie Desmond were totally unfounded. Father and son have explored the island. A whole new world has opened up for a boy who has been housebound much of his life. And Bert is savoring the joys of feeling a new closeness to his son. It is late afternoon, and they are heading back reluctantly to the mainland.
Hey, Dad, can we do this every day? I'm going to catch a bigger one next time.
For a first try, you did very well. Maybe we can go deep sea fishing someday.
Maybe tomorrow. Could we?
Hey, we're doing all right with these smaller fellas. Flounder's good eating. You'll see.
I bet Mom will be surprised. We caught 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, Dad, remember what you promised about that rock?
Oh, it's late, Rob. I think we better not.
But you promised, Dad. Honest, it'll only take a minute.
Well, I'm not sure I can get right up to the rock. The water's starting to get a bit choppy. Where was it you saw that piece of driftwood you wanted?
Up there, see? Looks just like a couple of deer's horns.
Otherwise known as antlers.
Only I'm going to turn it into whatever that other word is. Scrim, you know. Hey, stop the boat, Dad. It's right up there.
I can't just stop the boat, Rob. There's no place to anchor.
I could almost reach it if I stood on the seat.
Get down, young man. Now, what did I tell you? There's a tricky tide around here. You'll come back some other time.
Oh, but Dad, that piece of wood will be gone. Sometimes the waves go all over those rocks. I'll never find a piece like that one.
Oh. I'll try again. It's calmer over on this side.
Slow down some more, Dad.
But there's no way to come in.
Like that flat place on the rock. You slow way down, and then I'll jump off and get it.
Is your life jacket on tight?
Sure, Dad.
Okay, then. Be very, very careful. I'll idle the motor while you jump off. Grab your piece of driftwood and jump right back.
Here I go.
Uh-oh. The motor's died, and the boat's drifting. You stay right there, Rob, while I get it started.
Yes. I want to speak to someone at the boathouse down by the pier. The place where you rent boats to go fishing. Hello? Hello, this is Mrs. Desmond. My husband and son, are they there? No, they rented a boat from you this morning to go to the island. Well, I expected them back long before this, and I was afraid something might have happened. Well, I know it isn't late, but it is beginning to look stormy, and I can't see the island anymore. Could you send someone out to look for them? The Coast Guard Patrol? How do I reach them? No, thank you. I'll go to their station down on the beach.
No use going to the Coast Guard station, Mrs. Desmond. They've taken the cutter and gone in the other direction.
But Bert and Rob, I'm afraid they're in trouble.
They are in trouble, Mrs. Desmond. Out by Dead Man's Rock.
Then we must send someone after them.
No one to send, unless we do it ourselves.
How can we?
I've done it before, and if the two of us pull together...
What are you talking about?
The rowboat over there. Can you handle an oar?
Well, once I knew how to row. I'm not sure that I...
Hurry, Mrs. Desmond. Before the storm sets in, climb aboard.
Well, an old boat. Why, it's half full of water.
No time to be choosy. You fit this oar in the lock while I shove off with the other one.
There's a hole in the bottom of this boat, Mrs. Forbush. This is madness. We'll never make it.
Pull, Mrs. Desmond. Pull.
The sea is getting rough.
Aye. A storm is brewing.
We must turn back.
Too late, Mrs. Desmond. Too late. We must fulfill our mission.
That rock seems further and further away.
Oh, Mrs. Desmond. Oh, your oar.
It's no use, Mrs. Forbush. We're going to sink.
Stay away from that warning bell.
The boat is sinking, Mrs. Forbush. It's going straight to the bottom. We'll have to swim for it. Swim for the boy.
Save yourself, Mrs. Desmond. I don't know how to swim.
I've got hold of it. Mrs. Forbush. Mrs. Forbush. Help! Help!
Stay right there, Rob, until I can get closer. I can't seem to get this darn motor started.
Hello!
Who are you?
Hiram Forbush, at your service.
Captain Forbush?
Yeah. Are you in difficulty?
I can't seem to get this stupid motor started.
Give me wind and sails any time.
But they're not going to help me now. My son and I...
Is your boy over yonder?
Yes. I should never have let him off on the rock.
Dead Man's Rock's a dangerous place to be. But one of my men will get him.
I'll be very grateful for anything you can do. We have to get home. Couldn't you put us ashore in a rowboat?
Can't spare the men to take down a long boat. And my only rowboat was most rotted away. So I left it back on the beach.
Oh, there must be some way. I'll pay you very well.
All the money I want is out where we're going. And we can't stay around here any longer. So climb aboard and...
No, I'll take my boy back in this boat, and someone else will come along, or they'll send the Coast Guard to look for us.
You won't last long in that thing. There's a storm coming up.
Then please, send up some kind of a signal, a flare, a rocket,
Shoot off a cannon and rouse the whole town? No need for that. We're not in any trouble.
But we are. My son and I. You know how it is. I believe you have a son.
I always wanted a son. Fine boy, this one. Just the right age for a first trip before the mast. Well, I'm giving you your last chance.
Captain Forbush, let's be sensible. I have obligations to meet.
Sounds to me as though you have a guilty conscience. Lively with the sheets, men. She's coming about. Up with the sails and dead ahead.
Come around to the side, Rob, and jump.
I'm scared.
Jump, Rob, jump. That's it, Rob. Hey, dog paddle. The jacket will hold you up. Here, son. Grab my fishing pole.
I got it.
Good boy. Hang on. That's it. Now, get hold of the side of the boat.
Dad, I lost my stick.
Oh, forget it. Easy now. I've got you. Are you all right?
Okay, Dad. Boy. Did you see what I was doing? I was swimming.
Not quite. Here, Rob. Here's some of these rags to dry off. I'm going to try this motor one more time.
Wow, you made it.
Everything's going to be all right.
Hey, Dad, think sometime we could get a sailboat?
I'd rather not think about this just now, Robbie. We've had a close call.
And then maybe we could sail off.
Robbie, no more. We're lucky.
Dad, I hear someone calling.
Well, let's not let our imagination get...
Over there, Dad. By that thing standing up in the water.
Good Lord. There's someone clinging to the buoy. Marge, are you warm enough?
Never felt better.
And now, Marge, if you feel up to it, will you please tell us what in the name of heaven you were trying to do?
I started out in a rowboat.
That rickety old rowboat that was down on the beach?
Oh, yes. Did you know it was there? I hadn't seen it before.
That boat must have been 100 years old. Why did you...
I can't explain what was going on in my mind. Or at least you wouldn't understand. You see, I had this awful premonition that something terrible was going to happen to both of you and that I must row out as far as that rock to save you. Well, the boat sank and mercifully there was that buoy and then you came along. Please don't ask me any more questions because now that you're both safe, all those crazy notions I had are gone forever. But something did happen, didn't it, Bert?
Something happened, all right. We were starting back when the motor conked out. And you won't believe this, Marge, but suddenly everything was deathly still. And out of nowhere came this big old ship, like the one in the model over there. That's right, isn't it, Rob?
Oh, Dad.
And over the rail leaned that face with the cold blue eyes and the bristling red beard. None other than Captain Hiram Forbush.
Oh, you're being mean, Bert, but I guess I deserve this. Go on.
You don't believe me, do you, Marge? But I tell you, there he was, big as life. I begged him to take us back to shore, but he said he was heading for the Caribbees. He had Robbie up on the deck while I was trying to start the motor. And then that sailing ship started to take off. And I looked up, and that's when I yelled to Robbie to jump.
Hey, Dad, that's the best story I ever heard. Now can I tell Mom what really happened?
What really happened?
You see, Mom, it was like this. I saw this piece of wood like antlers on that big rock. And I wanted to make something out of it. You know, some of that scrim stuff. And I begged Dad to let me get it. So he slowed down the boat and I jumped off.
Oh, that was dangerous, Rob.
Well, it would have been all right, except the motor conked out and the boat was drifting away. So I had to jump in the water, or I'd still be on that rock. And, oh, Mom, I was scared. But I almost swam.
A swimming lesson for you tomorrow, Robbie. I promise.
Mom, you tell me something, please?
Yes, dear.
What happened to Mrs. Forbush?
Well, Robbie, why do you ask a question like that?
I've been worried about her. She drowned, didn't she?
Yes, Robbie. She drowned. But that was a long, long time ago.
What happened to Mrs. Forbush was not as important as what happened to the Desmonds. A possessive mother learned she must loosen the bonds with which she held her only child, or live in an ever-present nightmare of fear. And a self-centered father discovered that if he neglected his wife and son, he ran the risk of losing them. Such lessons are learned and sometimes forgotten in strange and frightening ways. The ghost of Mrs. Forbush has been laid to rest. But the captain, since no trace of his ship was ever found, you may see the Desdemona sometime off in the mists on a foggy day. The sights and sounds of the restless ocean stir something deep within the soul. There are countless tales to be told of the sea. We'll look for some, to bring them along with other probings into those things which touch the dark and mysterious recesses of the human mind. Our cast included Patricia Wheel, Gordon Gould, Billy Lou Watt, Mary Jane Higby, and Guy Sorrell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
WR Mystery Theater has been brought to you by ShopRite Supermarkets, where you get a lot more for a little less, and by Suburban Savings, with offices throughout North Jersey. The preceding Mystery Theater program is furnished by the CBS Radio Network.
I'm Fulton Lewis in the Mutual Broadcasting System studios in Washington, D.C. Now, my commentary. President Ford, carrying through with an idea that he unveiled only days after he took over the presidency, today officially offered judicial forgiveness to thousands of Vietnam-era draft dodgers and deserters, forgiveness on one condition, namely that they reaffirm their allegiance to the United States and work for up to 24 months in public service jobs to really underscore that allegiance. The amnesty program became effective immediately today when the president signed a proclamation and 2 executive orders during a brief nationally broadcast appearance in the White House Cabinet Room. Under that program, draft evaders and military deserters who have not been convicted or punished can turn themselves in before next January 31st, reaffirm their allegiance to the nation, and agree to spend up to 2 years in approved public service jobs, such as hospital orderly. The length of service, the president explained, could be reduced for mitigating circumstances. For men already convicted or punished for desertion or draft evasion, the president established a 9-member clemency board to review their cases as equitably and as impartially as is humanly possible. Just to ensure that the cases will be heard with a very sympathetic ear, the president appointed Charles Goodell, the former Republican senator from New York, and probably the most outspoken of all Republican critics of U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War, as the new chairman of the new Clemency Review Board. A second member of the board, the Reverend Theodore Hesburgh, has spoken out in favor of unconditional amnesty, and thus will be a second sympathetic listener to clemency appeals. He is, of course, the president of Notre Dame University, and like Goodell, he was a very ardent critic of U.S. Vietnam policy. Men now in prison will have their cases reviewed first, and officials said that their confinement would be suspended as soon as possible. The president explained that in dealing with amnesty, he was following the precedents set by other presidents who faced similar post-war situations. He specifically mentioned Abraham Lincoln and Harry Truman, a Republican and a Democrat. The president added, quote, "My objective of making future penalties fit the seriousness of each individual's offense and of mitigating punishment already meted out in a spirit of equity has proved an immensely hard and complicated matter, even more difficult than I knew it would be." He recalled his own words in announcing back on August 19th that he would give the men involved a chance to, as he said then, to earn their return to the mainstream of American society. With the divisive Vietnam War over for more than a year, the president said, "I was determined then as now to do everything in my power to bind up the nation's wounds." You may be interested in some of the technical aspects of the amnesty order that was issued today by President Ford. Returning draft evaders will be required to report to U.S. attorneys within 15 days after they arrive back on American soil, while deserters will have to report to military commanders within that same grace period. Attorney General William Saxby said that he estimates that 2,500 draft resistors are going to take advantage of the conditional amnesty offer, and he said a larger number of deserters will also do so. Questioned by newsmen as he left a congressional hearing, Saxby said that the president's plan goes right down the line with recommendations submitted by both the Justice and the Defense Departments. Congressional reaction to the president's announcement was pretty mixed. Senate Republican Whip Robert Griffin of Michigan hailed the president's decision as a courageous, compassionate move, while House Republican leader John Rhodes of Arizona said that it should have broad support on Capitol Hill. Among the Democrats, House Speaker Carl Albert said that he is accepting the president's leadership, but he added, quote, "I don't know what he is going to do." Senate Majority Leader Mike Mansfield said that he will give full support to the program, but Alabama Democrat Senator James Allen seemed to be critical, saying that the action is going to be unfair to those who did serve in Vietnam. Senator Allen's view seemed to be the view of spokesman for some of the nation's veterans organizations. John Stang, the commander-in-chief of the Veterans of Foreign Wars, said here in Washington today that the president's action does a gross injustice to those who did serve honorably, those who died and received wounds, and those who were for so long imprisoned. Stang said that the veterans do not want revenge. He said all we ask for is justice. The president's program provides amnesty in exchange for the up to 2 years of alternative duty in public service jobs. Stang took issue with the idea of those public service jobs. He said, why provide jobs for those who would not serve in Vietnam when the unemployment rate for the young Vietnam veterans is now over 10%? William Houck, the national adjutant of the American Legion, said that the president's plan violates the principles for which millions served their country honorably. Thousands died in combat, and thousands more were wounded. Bus Mills, the executive director of the National League of Families of American Prisoners and Missing in Action in Southeast Asia, was equally unhappy about the president's announcement today, saying, "We are completely bewildered and disillusioned." He complained that the president announced his amnesty program before he announced any plans to obtain an acceptable accounting for the 1,300 U.S. servicemen that are still unaccounted for in Southeast Asia. On the other side of the coin, Mary Ramberg of the Mississippi chapter of the American Civil Liberties Union said that those who evaded service have committed no crimes, and yet the justice they're getting is really a mock trial outside the judicial system. Stephen Wayne Trim, a former Chatham, New York resident now living in Hamilton, Ontario, fled to Canada in 1969 after an appeals court refused to overturn his conviction on draft evasion charges. Trim, who sought exemption as a conscientious objector, was charged with bail jumping when he fled north. He said today that President Ford's plan leaves too many questions unanswered. He added, "I would have to be assured, even if I may get amnesty for the initial conviction, that I will have immunity from the bail jumping charges." As for the job program, Trim said, "It depends on the work. I have nothing against humanitarian work if it is truly humanitarian, but who knows yet what it is precisely going to be." Here are some of the statistics regarding the program that was unveiled today. Officials say that about 15,500 draft evaders are potentially eligible for the clemency. Of these, about 8,700 have already been convicted, and another 4,350 are under indictment. Of those under indictment, 4,060 are listed as fugitives, and an estimated 3,000 of them are currently in Canada. Prison sentences now are being served by 130 persons who were convicted of draft evasion. According to officials, some 500,000 incidents of desertion falling within the scope of the clemency program were recorded during the Vietnam War. They said 660 deserters now are serving prison sentences or are awaiting trial, and about 12,500 deserters are still at large, with about 1,500 of them in Canada. To be eligible for clemency, deserters would have to have committed offenses between August 4th, 1964, that is the date of the Senate's Tonkin Gulf Resolution, and March 28th, 1973, the day the last U.S. combat soldier left Vietnam. Clemency will not be considered for deserters or evaders who face other unrelated charges. The President's proclamation today did not specify the types of jobs under the alternate service program, but officials said that they would be the same as those filled by conscientious objectors in the past, and roughly half of those jobs were in hospitals or other institutions, such as homes for the elderly. The salaries would be paid by the private employers. Officials said mitigating factors include cases of extreme hardship, willfulness of the violation, and the individual's behavior during the time he was being sought. By way of comment, it seems to me that the President's action today was very much in harmony with his handling of the Richard Nixon case. In both instances, Mr. Ford apparently has tried to weigh the facts of the situation and then do what he thinks is just. In both instances, in my view, justice has been the net product. Justice, as I discussed last week, is merited reward or punishment, or so it is defined in Webster's dictionary. In the case of Richard Nixon, there has been an admission of some misconduct or at least mistakes on the part of the former president, and there has certainly been punishment, the end of a political career and perhaps even of a private business career, plus the personal anguish that has touched not only Mr. Nixon but his entire family, and of course in the Nixon case, there is also the added problem of an apparently serious illness, a very serious illness, which Mr. Ford may well have taken into consideration when he spared Richard Nixon of any prosecution for any criminal offenses which may have been committed during his presidency. In the case of the Vietnam deserters and draft dodgers, there is now the gesture of goodwill and compassion on the part of the United States government, but there is also going to be merited punishment, coming in the form of those 2 years of public service work. That, in my view, constitutes justice. Let's try to heal the wounds of both Watergate and Vietnam, and let's work quickly to make both of them chapters of ancient American history. President Ford announced today that the White House Chief of Staff Alexander Haig, Jr. is being recalled to active military duty and will soon become Supreme Commander of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization forces. In the meantime, meeting here in Washington, the Republican National Committee today unanimously approved its first woman chairman. It also heard President Ford declare the November election in a battle to elect an inflation-proof Congress. From the Mutual Studios in Washington, I'm Fulton Lewis, and that's the top of the news as it looks from here.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
We want Cantor, that's blue ribbon, blended, bring you Eddie Cantor,
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight our guest stars are Jack Benny from the Lucky Strike program, from the Dinah Shore Ford show, Peter Lind Hayes, from the Truth or Consequences show, Ralph Edwards, along with Margaret Whiting, Cookie Fairchild and his orchestra, and yours truly, Harry Von Zell, to bring you
the Eddie Cantor Patch Blue Ribbon Show.
Thank you. Hello, Harry. Hello, everybody. Eddie. All right, gang. Here's your pitch. Let's go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Eddie. Happy birthday to
What a wonderful surprise, and you did it in the key in which we rehearsed it, too. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Cookie, Harry, Margaret, and just think, Harry, at midnight tonight, I'll be 55.
55.
55, isn't it?
Yes, sir, Eddie, and all these years you've been giving the public the product of your talent. And today the product is as good as it ever was.
Thanks, Harry. The product may be as good as ever, but the package is a little frayed around the edges.
Oh, don't say that, Eddie. The sponsor seems to think you're all right. After all, he gave you that beautiful watch for your birthday.
Yeah, look at it, Harry.
I didn't see it. Hey, I never saw a watch with so many dials.
Yes. You see, this dial tells you the hour, and this dial tells you the day.
Isn't that amazing? Well, what is the other dial there for?
That tells you who's the governor of Georgia this week.
Oh, that's very nice. Say, I understand Jolson gave you a nice birthday present, Eddie.
Oh, Jolson, yeah. He didn't forget me, that sweet old man. Oh, yeah. Bless his tired old gray head. Gray. Lucky to have a head.
No. Listen, what's the trouble, Eddie? What did Jolson give you?
A convertible wheelchair.
A convertible wheelchair?
Yeah, when you put up the top, an oxygen tent. But, Harry, everybody's been grand. Just one thing spoiled it.
Oh, what was that?
I went up to NBC to ask them for a little favor on my birthday.
Yeah, well, what was the favor?
Oh, it was a little nothing. Just asked them to Turn me down. What? I just thought it would be nice on my birthday if between the programs, instead of saying, this is NBC, they should say, we want Cantor. Is that much to ask for? Is that much to ask on your birthday?
And for a little thing like that, they turn you down.
Harry Von Zell, I'm going to get even if it's the last thing I do.
What do you mean?
I've decided to go into business for myself. I'm going to have my own network.
Oh,
I am.
Well, Eddie, wait, there are a lot of things. Before you can have one radio station, even, you got to have a license from the government.
They'll give me a license. They need the taxes they'll get from my network. They have to support the Army and the Navy, and the country's got to have an Army and Navy. Otherwise, who would play against Notre Dame?
Oh, no. Eddie, owning a radio network is a very good idea, but where are you going to get all the money to finance it?
Harry, I'm forming a corporation, and all I need now is $500,000.
That's all.
And I know just the man who'll give it to me.
Who?
Jack Benny.
You expect to get Jack out of Benny?
Yeah, Harry, don't laugh. Don't laugh. On his program, he's supposed to be stingy, but he's really generous.
He is?
I'll never forget when my first daughter was born. I was so poor, Harry. You know, Ida and I, we lived up in the
I know
Bronx.
he told me.
I needed $50, and Jack loaned it to me, you know.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And as soon as I gave him back the $50, he gave me back the baby. He did.
Oh, well, I believe you. Listen, doesn't Jack Benny know that money won't go to heaven with him?
Listen, Harry, the way he's piling it up, it'll reach there before he does. Harry, maybe Jack is a little bit stingy. Did you ever notice how slowly and quietly he talked on the air?
Well, what's that?
That's not his character. He's tired, you know. Before each broadcast, he has to walk in from Glendale.
I don't understand. Jack doesn't live in Glendale.
I know, but that's the closest to the studios you can park his car free, you know.
Eddie, listen, that I refuse to believe even about Jack Benny.
Well, forget about Betty. Let's concentrate on my new NBC network. That's what I'm calling it, the NBC.
Listen, Eddie, you can't use the letters NBC. NBC stands for National Broadcasting
From now
Company.
on, it stands for nothing but Cantor. And another thing, Harry. Come in.
Hello, boys.
Hello, Jack. Jack, how are you?
My feet are killing me. You know, it's quite a hike from Glendale. Next week, I'm parking in Pasadena.
Well, Jack, Pasadena's farther than Glendale.
I know, Eddie, but it's downhill.
Jack, I can't understand you. Why don't you pay 25 cents and park your car right behind the studio? Is a quarter too much?
Oh, no, but it's such a bother making out a check each time. You know, I never carry that much cash with me, you know, with the hold-ups these days and everything.
Jack, how would you
You
like
get
to...
held up for quarters.
I know. For less, Jack.
Right.
How would you like
lose
to...
a quarter, you lose
I know, you're told me.
It isn't the money, you know.
I know it isn't.
Pardon me.
How would you like to park your car? How would you like to park your car in the NBC parking lot for nothing?
Well, I always thought a quarter was too much there. Didn't you think so, Eddie?
Jack, I can fix it so you own the parking lot and collect all the money for yourself.
You mean I can keep all those $50?
Jack, it's a quarter.
50 cents. If they don't like it, let them park in Glendale. Why are you doing all this for me?
Out of friendship, Jack. After all, we practically started the
Hate to get
radio
held up
together.
even for
I
a
know,
quarter.
Jack. You know, I remember your first radio date, Jack. You only got $25. You remember?
$30.
You got $25.
Wait here, Eddie. I'll go home and count it. I know it was $30.
Jack, look, I've got a business proposition for you. Something that will bring you a steady income and you won't have to work. After all, you're not getting any younger.
Well, you, Eddie, you're not getting any older either. You couldn't get any older.
Wait a minute, Jack. You and Al Jolson are always kidding about my age. Just how old are you?
Well, officially, I tell everyone I'm 37. Now, I can't lie to you, Eddie. I'm 32.
You look like that and you're 32?
Yes.
Jack, don't try for 64.
Never mind. Eddie, what is this proposition of yours?
Jack, how would you like to be a partner in one of the biggest radio networks?
Well.
And it only requires a very small investment on your part. $500,000. You see... Jack, speak to me. Jack, say something. His toupee turned white. Jack, say something.
Look, Dennis.
Jack, this is Eddie.
Eddie, I'm all mixed up now.
Jack, are you afraid?
Between this and getting held up.
I know, Jack. Are you afraid to invest $500,000?
Afraid to invest? I'm even afraid to say it.
But you shouldn't be that way. After all, there are other things in life besides money.
Well, sir, there's cash, annuities, bonds, but... Eddie, don't you think $500,000 is too much? I mean, can't we start smaller? We don't need a whole network right away.
Well, what'll we start with?
I don't know, a few tubes and some wire. You know, the microphone can come later, you know.
But, Jack, you need a microphone to broadcast.
Not if you have a loud voice.
Jack, don't storm me. Owning a network would be the realization of all my dreams. Let me have that $500,000, won't you, Jack?
Look, Eddie, you've been a lifelong friend of mine, and I can't say no to you. I'll tell you what, call up my business manager, Mert Blum, at the Bank of America.
And he'll give me the $500,000.
No, he'll say no to you. I haven't got the heart. So long, Eddie.
So long, Jack. Don't worry, Harry. I'll raise the money. People will invest when they realize the great entertainment I have in store for them. Singers like Margaret Whiting, an orchestra like Cookie Fairchild, doing the songs people love, the old nostalgic tunes.
Like what, Eddie?
Like this. Yes, sir, that's my baby. No, sir, don't mean maybe. Yes, sir, that's my baby now. Yes, ma'am, we've decided. No, ma'am, we won't hide it. Yes, ma'am, you're invited now. By the way, when we reach the preacher, I'll say, with feeling, yes, sir, that's my baby. No, sir, don't mean maybe. Yes, sir, that's my baby now.
Another milestone on memory lane was another baby song. Margaret will explain.
Come to me, my melancholy baby. Cuddle up and don't be blue. All your fears are foolish fancy, maybe. You know, dear, that I'm in love with you. Every cloud must have a silver lining. Wait until the sun shines through. Smile, my honey dear, while I kiss away each tear, or else I shall be melancholy too.
We can leave our audience melancholy, so Eddie, please come back and make them jolly. With yes, sir, that's my baby. No, sir, don't mean maybe.
Yes, sir, that's my baby now. By the way, when we reach the preacher, I'll say, with feeling, yes, sir, that's my baby. No, sir, don't mean maybe. Yes, sir, that's my baby now. Say, Harry.
Yes, Eddie?
In looking over the radio networks, I found a way I can save a lot of money.
How?
Instead of hiring a different announcer for each program, I know a talented fellow who can do all the announcing for all the programs. He can replace 4 announcers.
Oh, Eddie.
And here he is, Peter Lind Hayes.
Well, hello, Eddie. Hi, Harry.
So, you sound like 4 announcers rolled into one, huh?
What are you laughing at? You look like 4 announcers.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Harry. Don't be jealous. I didn't bring Pete here to replace you. I just want him to show you the type of announcers we don't want on our network. Go ahead, Pete, if you please.
Okay, Eddie. Well, let's see. First, there's the sweet, drippy type with the honeyed tones who sound something like this.
Ladies over 300 pounds, are you fat? You dear girls, when you go into a drugstore to weigh yourself, is half of you still outside? Are you afraid to wear a midriff gown because your mid hangs over your wrist? Well, ladies, why don't you just waddle to your neighborhood drugstore and purchase a box of No Fat? No Fat, the magic reducer, comes in 3 different strengths. Stout, slim, and where are you?
Well, Peter, I don't know what the network would do without that announcer, but we'd rather.
Well, Eddie, how about the announcers on the news programs who camouflages his commercial and sneaks it in like this? There's good news tonight. Yes, good news from the Philippines. Yes. Because somewhere on that tropical isle, just as somewhere in these United States, someone is munching a Glockenspiel Frankfurter. Friends, Glockenspiel Frankfurters are fresh. So fresh that you have to beat them with a stick to make them lie down in the roll. Indeed. And remember, folks, Glockenspiel Frankfurters are smoked. So if you want to enjoy a good smoke, light up a Glockenspiel Frankfurter. And now to the news. Congress is in session. And now back to Glockenspiel Frankfurter. Friends, accept no substitutes. And now back to the news. The news about Glockenspiel Frankfurters. Remember our slogan, Glockenspiel Frankfurters are manufactured unseen by human eyes, untouched by human hands, and unfit for human consumption.
Are you ready, Quartet? All right, let's go.
Drink to me, darling, not with thine eyes, but with Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. 'Cause if you toast me with Pabst Blue Ribbon, I'll know that your love's sincere.
The beer that is blended is the beer that is blended from 33 fine brews. And if you'll serve me sparkling clear Pabst, your love, dear, I can't refuse.
You can serve it with cold shots if you're too pleased. Serve it with a dab of tasting history cheese. Never food refreshing, it has no flaws. And anywhere they have the beer, Apollo is because
I'd run 1,000,000 laps for a bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon.
This you can't, that'll never do. Singing commercials are very beautiful and all, but they don't pack enough wallop, you know. Besides, what would become of me if I didn't have this to say? Yes, it's the blending of those 33 fine brews that gives Pabst Blue Ribbon always the same light, mellow taste, the same clear, appetizing color, the same real beer flavor from barrel to barrel, from bottle to bottle, from year to year. Remember, there's just one, and only one, blended Pabst Blue Ribbon.
33 fine brews blended into one great beer. 33 fine.
And Harry, when I get my network, the first thing I'm going to do is to revolutionize the daytime serial.
Well, Eddie, what type would you use on your network?
Well, all the daytime programs deal with women's problems. Mine will deal with the problems of a man. I call it Just Plain Giuseppe, the story of one man's battle against the sword. name is Giuseppe Bacigalupi. I'm a live alone with my wife and 29 kids. Come alone. We are very happy in our comfortable one-room flat until one day the landlord, he's to come, open him up my door and he say...
Giuseppe, you and your family will have to move out of this apartment immediately. You're behind 7 months' rent.
Please, Mr. Landlord, I needed the money to send my oldest boy, Junior, here through school. I'm just an electrician. All the time I'm working with electricity.
Oh, you're an electrician? Is this your oldest son?
Yeah, he's my first shot.
That's so one of my pops the joke. You've got too many people living here anyway. Giuseppe, how many children do you have?
Oh, Mr. Landlord, I got a smaller family. Wait, I checked at the latest score. I got a kid named Luke. Then there's Pix. Next comes the coronet. After her is the twins, Field and Stream. And then there's a photoplay. She's born in the lobby of Grauman's Chinese. Then comes the Cosmopolitan.
Wait a minute. How do you name your kids after magazines?
Every time I'm a turn around, a new issue. As to me, the woman's a home companion. And now I'm afraid that the face of my wife.
Why?
She's expect a little Reader's Digest in June. But I'm in love with my kids, all 29 of them. I'm never forget what everybody said when my oldest boy here was born, this one here.
Oh. My boy, what did everyone say when you were born?
That's the one of my pops, the joke.
Well, I'm sorry, Giuseppe, but I'm going to have to evict you.
Oh, please, Mr. Landlord, you not throw a veteran out of your house.
Oh, you're no veteran. You're not wearing a proud eagle on your lapel.
On my lapel, I'm wearing a tie of stock. Look, please, no making me the eviction. My wife is in the hospital right now. All day long, I'm taking care of the kids. It's a big job to give the bath to 29 kids at one time.
You bathe 29 children at one time? How do you do it?
I pile up all the kids in my car. I'm going to drive the car to the gasoline station. I'm going to say to the man, wash the car.
But how does that give your kids a bath?
I'm going to leave the windows open. But one time I have a little trouble. One of the kids, he's a hide under the car.
Well, what happened?
Before I could find him, he's got a grease job and a change of oil.
Well, I don't care about your troubles. You'll have to get out.
Oh, but my wife, she's in the maternity hospital right now. If you don't believe me, call him my doctor. His name is Wadigan.
Wadigan? What kind of a name is that?
I don't know, but every time I call him up and I say, this is Giuseppe, he say, what, again? And Harry...
Yes, Eddie?
Harry, no network would be complete without an audience participation program.
Oh, no.
And on our network, I'm having the master of them all, the star of the Truth or Consequences program, Ralph Edwards.
Truth or Consequences would like to congratulate you on your 55th birthday.
Thank you, Ralph, and I want you to know that for 35 of those years, I've been happily married to Ida, and that is the truth.
I know, Eddie. I've seen your 5 little consequences. But let's not waste time, Eddie. What kind of show do you want me to do on your new network?
Well, it's going to be just like your Truth or Consequences program, Ralph, except for one little difference. Yes. Instead of you dishing out the consequences,
yes,
you're going to get it.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Now, wait a minute.
Our first question on this revised...
Stand over here like...
Yeah, stand over like a contestant now. And our first question on this revised edition of Truth or Consequences is about water.
Yep.
Answer it truthfully, and I'll give you 10 cases of Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Oh, yes.
If you fail, Harry Von Zell is standing by to swab you down with a stream of water.
Right.
Are you ready with the seltzer, Harry?
Aye. Seltzer? What?
Now, here's your question, Ralph.
Go easy.
What device developed by the United States Navy makes it possible to look through the thick-steel hull of a battleship?
What? Radar.
No. Portholes. Swab the man down, Harry.
Wait a minute. What's going on here?
What kind of a game is that? It's cold. That's cold. Oh, it's cold. Why don't you give him the tepid one?
No, that's all right.
Wait a minute. That was a trick question. That was a trick question?
Yeah, that shouldn't count.
All right. We'll do it all over. Yeah. Ralph, that one didn't count. We'll give you another question about the Navy.
Yes.
Remember, if you fail to answer it, you'll have to pay the consequences.
Well, that's fair.
Here is your question.
Yes.
What branch of the United States Navy was not forced to shave daily during the war?
The Seabees.
No.
The Chief.
No. Officer? Nope. I'm sorry, time's up.
How'd that get in here?
The answer is the wave.
The wave?
Yeah. You missed your question, so you have to pay the consequences.
I paid the...
Wait a minute. Harry, have you got those eggs? All right. Tie them on Ralph's head.
Wait a minute.
Huh? There are 3 eggs on your head. One of them is hard-boiled and the others are soft. All you have to do is to guess which is which.
How can I guess?
Harry, have you got a hammer with you?
A hammer? She's always just happened to have things.
Take the hammer, Ralph, and just tap each egg. Naturally, the hard-boiled egg is the one that won't drip over your face, all right?
Oh, naturally.
Start tapping.
One of them is hard-boiled.
One of them is hard-boiled.
I'll try the one in the middle.
Try the one in the middle.
The one in the middle. Oh! That's the wrong one, I guess.
The wrong one.
Maybe it's the one on the right. That's a yolk, son, you know.
Oh, yeah.
How about this one here? Cantor and Edwards, ham and eggs, you know. That's it's got to be this one now.
It should be this one.
It's got to be this
it
one.
It must be this one.
One's hard-boiled. It must be there.
These are all soft-boiled eggs.
They're all...
Didn't you have any of them boiled, Hal?
Oh, the guy.
I told you to get me boiled eggs.
Yeah, well, I thought you said boiled eggs.
Terrible, Ralph.
Terrible.
I'm awfully sorry.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't worry, Eddie. I'll show you I can be as good a sport about this as the contestants on my show. As a matter of fact, to prove there's no hard feelings, I brought you this beautiful birthday cake as a present.
Oh, there you are.
Isn't that beautiful? And, Eddie, in honor of your 55th birthday, the cake is marked into 55 slices. Now, I think it'd be nice if we gave each member of the orchestra and the Blue Ribboneers, Margaret Whiting, Cookie, and everybody a piece of it, huh?
Wait a minute, Ralph. It's Eddie's birthday. I think Eddie ought to have the whole cake.
Oh, Eddie, would you like to have this whole cake?
I don't want to be selfish. Why don't you ask the cast?
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Orchestra, Blue Ribboneers, Margaret, Cookie, everybody. Do you think we ought to give Eddie Cantor the whole cake? Okay, gang. I'm going to let Cantor have it right in the...
From now on, we just call him Chief Cake in the face. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with Ralph Edwards' permission, I'm going to play Truth or Consequences with the audience here in the studio. Would you like that, folks? Okay. All right, now, here is the question. How many empty Pabst Blue Ribbon bottles have you returned to your dealer during the past week? How many? All right. Even though you've told the truth, you'll have to pay the consequences. And that goes for everybody listening in. Tomorrow morning, right after breakfast, take a bushel basket or a paper bag, go out into your pantry and down into the cellar and out in the garage, and gather up every empty Pabst Blue Ribbon bottle you can find. Now, before sunset tomorrow night, you're to return all those bottles to your dealer. Aren't we devils, dear? Now, just because you've been a mighty good sport about this, friends, your dealer is going to reward you with a handsome sum of money, the amount of the deposit on those bottles. But better than that, the chances are he'll have more Pabst Blue Ribbon stock when you ask for it in the future. For instead of sitting around and empty in people's houses, those bottles will be back at our big Pabst plants being filled with clear, mellow, sparkling Pabst Blue Ribbon. So, folks, please pitch in tomorrow, won't you? And return those empty bottles. Remember, the more bottles, the more blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon.
All day today in Hyde Park, New York, thousands of men, women, and children have filed reverently past the shrine and looked upon an inscription which reads, born January the 30th, 1882, died April the 12th, 1945. For this is the 65th anniversary of the birth date of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And this is the shrine where now he sleeps forever with the immortals. For there is another shrine where Franklin Roosevelt lives with the living, with tiny boys and girls who find in his memory and achievements the inspiration to go on and overcome the obstacles of twisted limbs. to triumph over the ravages of infantile paralysis. This shrine in Warm Springs, Georgia, and in similar places all over the country, is a testimonial to man's humanity to man. You created it, ladies and gentlemen. You, at his request, started the March of Dimes so that little children might walk. Let us dedicate ourselves to the perpetuation of that cause. Let us honor the dead by serving the living. Keep those dimes rolling. Keep our children walking. Give, and keep right on giving.
Mother, can you spare a dime?
Thank you for listening, ladies and gentlemen, and be with us again next Thursday, won't you? When our guest star will be your favorite of mine, Cary Grant. And in the following weeks, our guest will be Charles Boyer, Van Johnson, and then on February 27th, be sure and listen, because we have on one program Georgie Jessel and the one and only Al Jolson. So listen in next Thursday for Cary Grant, and in the meantime, remember, I love to spend each Thursday with you, as friend to friend. I'm sorry it's true. I'm telling you just how I feel. I hope you feel that way too. Thank you, Jack Benny, Peter Lynn Hayes, and Ralph Edwards for making this such a happy birthday for me. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming here tonight, and thank you for listening in. Hope to be with you again next Thursday night. Be sure. Good night, everybody.
This program is brought to you by the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, and with the best wishes of Pabst Blue Ribbon dealers from coast to coast. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
My Favorite Husband is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Please enjoy it.
Yes, it's the Gay Family series starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning as Liz and George Cooper. Two people who live together and like it. As we look in on the little town of Sheridan Falls, it's morning, and Iris Atterbury is coming up the walk of the Cooper home at 321 Bundy Drive. Suddenly, she gets a horrified look on her face and starts running up the steps.
Iris, what's the matter? Shut the windows. Call the police. There's a bear in your backyard. A bear? He must have escaped from the zoo. He's standing right in the middle of the yard, pawing the air.
My goodness, a bear in a... Oh, Iris! Oh, that's no bear.
It isn't?
No, football season is here. I'm airing George's raccoon coat.
What a relief. Let me sit down. Oh, I shouldn't have run so hard.
Iris, your heart?
No, I snapped a bone in my corset. But the real pain is thinking of football season and those two juvenile idiots we're married to.
Oh, I just got a mental picture of them in their official costume. Raccoon coats, rooters caps, cowbells, and ukuleles.
Please, I haven't had breakfast yet.
Well, George is going to look different this year anyway. I found something wonderful, and I'm going to go over his raccoon coat with it.
What is it?
An electric razor.
You wouldn't dare.
No, I'm yellow.
Yeah, I guess there's no fighting it, Liz. When's the homecoming football game?
This weekend.
No.
This is D-Day -3. And I have big news for you, Iris. I'm not going.
Do you realize what you're saying, girl?
I certainly do. I might endure having my feet frozen in a windy stadium, and I could possibly struggle through those stupid card stunts at halftime, but I'll be darned if I'll march in another torchlight parade wearing George's pajamas.
You should talk. How do you think I feel wearing Rudolph's nightshirt?
Well, I'm through. Let them go alone.
Gosh, Liz, do you think they would? After all, we've gone to every homecoming with them for the past 10 years.
Well, I went because I wasn't too sure some college babe wouldn't make a pass at George. But now he's gained enough weight and lost enough hair, so I don't have to worry.
It's a wonderful idea, Liz, but you know...
Look, it's their school. Let them go through this sophomoric routine by themselves.
Yeah! I'm with you, girl.
No matter how much they beg us, we won't go.
Yeah!
After all, do our husbands tell us what to do?
Yeah!
No! Okay, we'll lower the boom on them at dinner tonight.
Rickety Rex, come on, State, give him the axe. Yay!
George.
Yay!
Rudolph.
State,
George! For goodness sake, will you eat something?
Please don't interrupt us, Liz. This is a delayed locomotive.
Delayed locomotive heck. It's retarded development. Now, will you please eat something?
Oh, who cares about eating? Come on, boy. Let's get over to the piano and run over our alma mater.
That's what I'd like to do with a steamroller.
Shall we break the news to them now, Liz?
Right now. And remember, no matter how much they beg us, we're not going to that lousy homecoming with them.
Okay, boy?
Wait a minute, fellas. We have something to talk to you about.
Yes, the homecoming game this weekend.
Oh, good. We wanted to talk to you about that, too.
Yes. George and I talked it over, and we aren't taking you this year. Okay, boy? All hail to old State U.
Just a minute. What do you mean you aren't taking us?
Yeah.
But, honey, you don't want to go.
I'll tell you when I don't want to go.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are you yaying about? You hate football.
I do not. I love it.
Me too. Gosh, you don't think we'd want to miss State's big game, do you?
Well, I
Why,
certainly...
George, it's homecoming.
Now I've heard everything.
Look, Liz, every year you complain bitterly. Have you forgotten your frozen feet in that windy stadium?
Frozen? Why, what could be more invigorating than a gentle autumn breeze around my hot, stuffy legs?
Lotus Bud, you remember when State scored and the fellow in back poured coffee on your head and dropped a hot dog down your back?
Yeah, wasn't that fun?
Fun? You hated every horrible minute of it.
Wait a minute. What are you fellas up to? Why don't you want us to be there?
Yeah.
We were only thinking of you.
Believe me, Lotus Bud.
Don't Lotus Bud me. I know why you want to go alone. If I'm there, you can't ogle the co-eds.
I can, too. I mean, I don't anyway.
Not much. That's what it is, Iris. They want to look at the girls. They want to watch the co-eds shake their pom-poms.
Look, I'll tell you the truth, Liz.
Well, it's about time.
In addition to always complaining about being dragged along on homecoming week, you get on our nerves because you don't like football and you don't know anything about it.
Is that so?
Yes. So we thought everybody would be happier if you stayed home.
Gad, how well put.
Well, for your information, Buster, we know plenty about football, and we love it.
Sure. I can hardly wait to get to the game Saturday and watch that old quarterback make a home run.
Iris, no wonder they think we don't know anything about football. It's not a home run, it's a touchdown. Oh, and it isn't a quarterback, it's a second baseman.
It's a shame not to take them along, George. Wouldn't they love to see the jockey run 65 yards to a knockout? Well, I guess this settles it, Liz. You don't know the first thing about football, and you're not going with us.
But Rudolph!
And there's no use wheedling either.
Well, what if we learned all about football? Well, if we learn, will you take us?
Oh, sure.
Then we'll learn. Come on, Iris, let's get started on it right now.
Okay.
How do you learn to play football?
I don't know. Is it... Wait, I just remembered. Rudolph has a book on it.
Oh, good.
I remember seeing it in the attic years ago.
Well, let's go and get it.
All right, and get... Hey, wait a minute.
What?
I thought we didn't want to go to that game.
We don't.
Well, then what's all this fuss about?
Iris, when our husbands plan to have a good time without us, we're going to have a good time with them, even if it makes us miserable. Come on.
I think the book's over on this side of the attic in this old trunk.
Oof, how dusty.
Yeah. Here it is. Say, it's dated 1906.
Oh, that's all right. The rules never change in football.
Here. Who wrote the book, Liz? Red Grange? Ty Cobb?
No, it must be this guy who has his name on the cover, Rugby.
I think he invented the game.
Oh, well, that's wonderful. Now pay attention and I'll read it.
Go ahead, teacher.
The game is played with two teams, one against the other. Well, I already knew that.
Me too.
The standard lineup is 8 forwards, 2 halfbacks, 4 three-quarterbacks, and 1 fullback.
Gotcha.
The game begins with a scrummage.
That's scrimmage.
Look for yourself.
Scrimmage?
How do you like that? All these years, the boys have been calling it scrimmage, and they think we're dumb.
Oh, they're going to be surprised when they hear us kick these terms around. Come on.
The game starts when you get the ball out of scrum.
Ball out of scrum. Mm-hmm. Let's learn it real good. Go ahead.
Okay, the snapper back sweeps the ball between his legs to the scrum halfback, who, with the front 3 forwards, huddles together, heads down, so they can get it.
As we look in on the Coopers once again, it's 2 evenings later, and we find Liz and Iris getting ready to impress George and Mr. Atterbury with their knowledge of football. The only trouble is the girls have been studying a book on rugby by mistake.
S-T-A-G-E! Yay!
Now is the time, Iris. They're at it again.
Okay, let's go fracture them with our great knowledge of football.
Iris, do you remember all the terms?
Oh, sure. Wait a minute.
Huh?
Who's that famous player?
Rawson Robertshaw.
Oh, yeah, Rawson. Come on, let's go.
Now, in my opinion, there's no doubt about it, George. State should win easily tomorrow.
I think so.
I think so, too.
So do I.
Oh, you do. We're in, George. The girls think so, too.
Tell me, Liz, old football fan, what do you think of State's chances tomorrow?
Well, I think they should win easily. That is, if nothing happens to their star snapper back.
Well, that makes it unanimous. Barring some awful break, State's star snapper back?
Yes, star snapper back. I hope State has some good players, Liz.
So do I. Of course, we can't expect any Rawson Robertshaws.
Rawson Robertshaw. Who's he?
Ha! He was only the first 3 quarterback to disengage himself from the scrummage in order to assist the side hooker in getting the ball out of the scrum. That's all.
Well, then it's 3 cheers and a tiger for Ross and Robertshaw. And will you kindly tell me what you two are talking about?
Oh, come on, fellas. Admit it. We've learned about football.
And we know we're right because we got it out of a book.
Wait. Did you by any chance get that book out of our attic?
Yes, what?
George, these two have been learning football from a rugby manual.
Oh, no. What's the big joke?
Well, rugby is an entirely different sport than football. They don't even play rugby in American colleges.
Oh.
That was a nice try, girls.
Well, can't we go to the game anyway?
No, sorry, Liz. Besides, we only have 2 tickets, and the game's a sellout.
Is that so? Well, let me tell you, George.
Oh, no. Wait a minute. I knew how badly you girls wanted to see the game, so I arranged for 2 good seats for you. They're even better than ours.
Really? Where are they?
At our house, right in front of the television set.
Oh, you stink.
Well, let's get to bed, George. If we don't get an early start tomorrow, we might miss the first scrummage. Hold it, George. How much further up are our seats? I'm pooped. Just a little ways. Row 73. Ah, here we are. Thank goodness. Well, these aren't bad seats at all. You can practically see the field. Yeah. Yes, sir. Pardon us, please. Yes, pardon me. Pardon me. These raccoon coats are a little bulky. Pardon me. These should be our seats right here. There are 2 empty ones, but they're separated. Oh, those 2 girls must be in the wrong seat. Well, get it straightened out, boy. The game's about to start. Pardon me, miss. I think you're in the wrong seats. Would you let me see your tickets?
Oh, certainly. Here they are, seats 12 and 13.
Well, I have 11. What does yours say, Mr. Atterbury? 14. George, you idiot! Oh, gosh, I don't know how this happened.
Well, sit down, Pop. The game is starting.
Look, would you and your girlfriend move over so my friend and I can sit together?
Oh, I'm sorry, but we can't. The people sitting in front of us are nice and short. We could see if we moved.
Get down! Well, but look, never mind, George. We'll take the seats on either side of the girls. If I want to say anything to you, I'll pass you a note. Pardon me, please. Down in front! Shut up!
Well, Iris, the game will start any minute. Turn the television set on.
All right.
I wish we were there.
Good afternoon, sports fans. This is Tom Nelson bringing you today's Gridiron Classic between State U and Teachers College. It's a beautiful day, and the stadium is packed. While the teams were warming up down on the field, our cameraman picked up some local color I think you'll get a kick out of. 2 old grads up in the stands wearing raccoon coats.
Don't tell me 2 other men are big enough oaks to wear raccoon coats.
And now we swing our camera up to the stands, and there they are.
Iris! Look, those are our oaks.
It's wonderful to see the old grads out here, folks, and these 2 really seem to be having a good time.
I'll say they are. Look what's sitting between them.
I see.
George Cooper, you get out of there. Do you hear me? You get out of there.
Well, they ought to start playing here pretty quick.
Looks like they already have.
We'll swing our cameras back down to the field.
Oh, no, wait a minute. They moved the camera, Iris. It won't do you any good to stand over there and look in sideways. You can't see them. Those bums.
Well,
Well, there seems to be a delay on the field. Hey, let's go back for one more look at those two old wolves. There they are.
Those bums. Rudolph.
They certainly snagged themselves a couple of cute dolls.
Rudolph Atterbury, I'll give you 3 to get out of there. Iris, 1, 2, 3. Oh, Iris, are you all right? Yes. Well, grab your hat. We're going up there. Now we know why they wouldn't take us to that football game, those bums. Here's the window where we get the tickets, Iris. Okay, girl. I'd like 2 tickets, please.
Certainly, for next week or the week after.
What? I want them for today. What's so funny?
Today's game has been sold out for 2 weeks.
Iris, it's all sold out. But we've got to get in the stadium.
Oh, an emergency.
Yes.
A death in the family.
Let us in, and there will be.
Look, lady, I'm busy. There aren't any tickets for today.
Oh, Liz, what are we going to do? Don't worry, we'll get in some way. We've got to. But how? Wait a minute. Look over there. See all those men going in and out without tickets? But, Liz, those men are selling hot dogs and soft drinks. Well? Oh, now, Liz, you don't think that we could
Why not? Young man, you there selling hot dogs. I'd like to talk to you a minute.
That's the way, Stade. Another touchdown. Riggedy rack. That's the way to give him the act.
Gee, it's cold here. I'm freezing.
Oh, well, here, my dear. Tuck some of my raccoon coat around you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Atterbury.
Rudolph.
Oh, Rudolph.
Well, it's the least I could do. After all, George is sharing his blanket with your girlfriend.
I'm sure hungry.
You are?
Yeah, I'd like a hot dog. Oh, here comes the man up the aisle.
Oh, allow me. It's my turn to buy.
Oh, no, boy. It's my treat this time.
Well, you buy the drink. All right.
Oh, here comes somebody up the other aisle with a drink. Red hot, get your red hot. Every dog guaranteed to have a pedigree. Yeah, well, they're hot. Red hot.
Oh, no, it's Liz.
If Liz is here, can Iris be far behind?
Ice cold pop.
Oh, God.
I don't know where Mom is, but I got pop on ice. Ice cold pop.
Oh, what are they doing here?
There you are, George Cooper. We saw you on television.
Didn't want to take us to the game, huh?
Oh, Mr. Atterbury, how can we explain?
Don't try to explain. Make a run for it.
We can't. They're blocking each end of the row.
Head straight down.
But people are sitting there.
Don't be fussy, boy. Walk on their heads.
Back here, George Cooper.
Rudolph Atterbury, I want to see you.
Ladies and gentlemen, there seems to be a disturbance in the stand. Those 2 men in the raccoon coats we showed you earlier are running onto the field. And running after them in hot pursuit are 2 of the stadium vendors. Apparently some disagreement over payment for a hot dog. They're running right across the playing field, and the referee's blowing his whistle and calling timeout. The red-headed vendor steps up to tackle the blonde man in the raccoon coat. There she goes! Wow, would you look at that? That's one of the best tackles we've seen here today! Now the police are running onto the field. Spectators are coming down out of the stands. Everything is confusion. I've never seen
George, do you feel better now, George?
Oh, a little. I'd still like to know what hit me.
I tackled you.
And I thought you didn't know anything about football.
Oh, I'm sorry, baby. After you explained about the seats and all, it's my fault.
No, that's all right. I guess it serves us right for not taking you.
I'll get it. Hello? Yes? Me? What? I should say not.
Oh, who was it?
Of all the nerve. Someone who saw me selling hot dogs out there today. He offered me a job.
Selling hot dogs?
No, playing right tackle for the Los Angeles Rams.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The Mysterious Traveler is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Enjoy.
Transcribed. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler. Written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Copeland, and starring two of radio's foremost actors, Ralph Bell and Brett Morrison, in The Planet Zitius.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as I retell a story which so many listeners have asked to hear again. It's the story I call The Planet Zetius. Our story begins in a large, darkened laboratory filled with intricate machinery and instruments. A half-dozen engineers are seated before control panels which run the length of the laboratory, while two small, slender men stand in the middle of the room looking up at a large screen. A screen which reveals the celestial heavens to them. The two men follow closely, anxiously, the movement of a pinpoint light across the screen.
Signal's coming in much stronger, Commander.
Yes. The ship is approaching the stratosphere. I think that this time we've succeeded.
Let's hope it all goes well in the landing.
Yes, we've waited so long for success. Pay close attention to the controls, men. The IPX-4 will soon enter the stratosphere. Prepare to land it.
Pardon me, Commander Destro?
Yes, what is it?
My name is Vidre. I've been assigned by the Scientific Council to act as historian for the work you're engaged in.
I see. Well, you come at a most momentous time, Vidre. If you look at the screen above us, you will see history in the making. Oh, allow me to introduce Professor Capaccio, our chief scientist.
How do you do, sir?
I'm happy to meet you.
You were saying, Commander, that history was being made this very moment?
Yes. You see that small pinpoint of light on the tetral screen?
Pinpoint of light? Oh, yes, I see it.
That is the IPX-4, Interplanet Experimental Ship number 4.
This year will go down in history as an epoch-making year.
You mean that you've actually succeeded?
Excuse me. The IPX-4's entered the stratosphere. Attention, Master Control. Prepare to land the IPX-4. Switch on retarding jet number 1.
Switch on retarding jet number 1.
Switch on retarding jet number 2.
Switch on retarding jet number 2.
Instrument reading.
Speed, 1,200 miles per hour. Altitude, 60,000 feet. 900, 40,000. 700, 30,000. 500, 20,000. 300, 10,000. Speed, 100 miles per hour. Altitude, 2,000 feet.
Signal base crew to stand by.
Base crew signal to stand by.
Instrument reading.
Hovering 500 feet. 300. 100.
Flight completed.
The IPX-4 has landed, gentlemen. And with it, a new era has begun. An era in which we shall travel through the entire solar system to other planets.
You finally succeeded.
Yes.
And the crew, they came through without any injuries or ill effects?
The entire flight was controlled by us from this laboratory. The only crew we had on that ship were animals.
The animals are alive and well. The flight vision screen aboard the ship permitted us to see and hear them every moment of the flight.
Now there remains but the final step.
A flight with human beings as the crew?
Yes. We shall start to prepare for it immediately.
Ready for flight, sir. The crew are at their stations.
Thank you. Professor, why don't you show our young friend through the ship while I have a last-minute conference with my officers?
Of course, Commander. Come along, Vidre. You'll be more than interested.
Thank you. I should like to see the rest of the ship.
Well, as you probably gathered, this is the fuel room.
Mm-hmm.
While on the deck below are the nuclear propulsion engines. Watch your head.
Oh, yeah.
Now, this is the crew's quarters. And beneath it are storage quarters for ship supplies and equipment.
Strange, Professor, but from the outside, the IPX-4 seems so much larger than from in here.
Well, that's easy enough to explain, Vidre. You see, the IPX-4 is a hull within a hull, and this is the inner hull.
Oh, I see. And it's the outer hull that protects it.
Yes. To break through the field of gravitation of this planet, we must achieve a speed of 20,000 miles per hour. At that speed, friction creates great heat on the outer hull. Heat which we, fortunately, won't feel in this hull.
I understand. Is this the control room?
Yes. And don't be overawed by these hundreds of controls and instruments. In time, you'll come to understand them all.
That large screen, is that the eye of the ship?
Yes. Once we're in flight, what lies before us is projected on the screen.
Stand by, Zolf, for flight orders.
Yes, sir. Stand by for flight orders.
Well, gentlemen, the moment has arrived. Sound warning signal.
Sound warning signal.
Switch on flight vision screen.
Switch on flight vision screen.
Establish contact with base.
Establish contact with base.
Cut in nuclear jet number 1.
Cut in nuclear jet number 1.
We're taking off, Vidre.
Cut in nuclear jet number 2.
Cut in nuclear jet number 2.
Instrument reading.
Rate of flight, 500 miles per hour. Altitude, 1,000 feet. Rate of flight, 2,000 miles per hour. Altitude, 150,000 feet.
Don't worry if you start to black out, Vidre. It's to be expected. The crew is conditioned for it.
Rate of flight, 5,000 miles per hour. Altitude, 140,000 feet. Rate of flight, 10,000 miles per hour. Altitude, 300,000 feet.
This is the crucial moment, Vidre.
Rate of flight, 11,000 miles per hour. Altitude, 500,000 feet. Rate of flight, 13,000 miles per hour. Altitude, 700,000 feet.
Hear that surge, Professor? We've broken through. We're in space.
Yes.
Rate of flight, 24,000 miles per hour. Flight distance covered, 2,000 miles.
We've made it, Professor. With each minute of flight, our speed accelerates.
Yes. We should soon reach our maximum speed of 50,000 miles per hour.
Rate of flight, 30,000 miles per hour. Flight distance covered, 3,000 miles.
Take over, Zalf.
Yes, sir.
What's the matter with Vidre? Did he black out?
Yes. He wasn't conditioned for the flight.
Oh, he'll be all right in a few minutes. When he is, bring him into the chart room. I'll be plotting our course. Come in, Vidre, Professor. How do you feel, Vidre?
I'm all right now, sir.
Have a seat.
Thank you.
I've just been plotting our course to the planet Xevious.
Xevious, sir? Why Xevious? It isn't the nearest planet.
That's quite true, Vidre. But through the use of a spectrometer, we've been able to determine that Xevious can support human life. The composition of the air on that planet isn't much different from our own. The air of our planet contains 22.8% oxygen and 77% nitrogen, and traces of other gases.
And Xevious?
On Xevious, the oxygen content is 20.5%, a little less than our own. The nitrogen content is 79%. Well, we shouldn't have too much difficulty breathing on Xevious.
I'm afraid I'm not too familiar with Xevious. How does it compare with our planet in other respects?
Well, 3/4 of Xevious seems to be water. The land is divided into 2 continents.
Very much like our own planet.
Yes. The circumference is approximately 28,000 miles.
300 years ago, our astronomers noted huge explosions on Xevious. For a time, they thought it was disintegrating. But it didn't.
Yes, and since those huge explosions 300 years ago, there have been no additional ones.
Professor, do you think there might be human life on Xevious?
Oh, it's quite possible, Vidre.
We should reach Xevious in 60 days. Perhaps then, Vidre, we shall have the answer. Stand by to land on Xevious.
Attention, crew members. Stand by to land on Xevious.
We're approaching Xevious already. It's exerting a strong pull toward its surface.
Yes.
Switch on radar sender.
Switch on radar sender.
Our radar signals are reaching Xevious and being reflected back off its surface. As we get closer, the speed of the signal will accelerate.
I see.
Cut nuclear jet number 2.
Cut nuclear jet number 2.
Cut nuclear jet number 1.
Cut nuclear jet number 1.
How quiet it is. Seems strange not to hear the engines after 61 days.
Instrument reading.
Rate of descent, 500 miles per hour. Approaching stratosphere. Altitude, 400,000 feet. Rate of descent, 600 miles. Altitude, 300,000 feet.
Our speed is increasing.
Why?
We're in Xevious orbit. Gravity is pulling us down toward it.
Switch on retarding jet number 1.
Switch on retarding jet number 1.
Instrument reading.
Rate of descent, 400 miles per hour. Altitude, 200,000 feet.
Professor, look. You can clearly make out Xevious' surface now.
300 miles.
Yes.
Altitude,
We're near the coast of one of the continents. That small silvery thread is a river flowing into the sea.
100 miles per
How
hour.
green it is.
Altitude,
Xevious has plant life, just like our own planet.
Yes. That river's quite a large one. Far larger than any we have.
Hovering.
Only 50,000 feet.
Commander's
Altitude,
evidently going to land near that
1,000
mountain overlooking the river.
Rather hilly country.
Yes.
800
Too bad darkness is falling.
600. 400. 200. 100. Flight completed.
We've landed.
Cut retarding jet number 1.
Cut retarding jet number 1.
Cut radar sender.
Cut radar sender.
Well, gentlemen, we've done it. Flown 80 million miles from our own planet to Xevious.
Congratulations, Commander.
Thank you. Well, it's already grown dark. We'll wait until morning before leaving the ship. Meanwhile, Professor, I suggest you make extensive tests of the air on Xevious. We can't be too careful.
Quite agree. I'll proceed at once, Commander. You'll have a full report by morning.
Good morning, Professor.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Well, I've made a thorough analysis of the air, Commander, and it substantiates our earlier findings.
In other words, we can live out there.
Yes. Well, we may find ourselves a little short of breath now and then due to less oxygen than we're used to. It's perfectly safe.
Good. I'll give orders to have the nuclear copter assembled for flight. The 3 of us will make an exploratory trip over this area. Be prepared to leave in exactly 1 hour. We're ready for takeoff. I suggest you fasten your safety belts, gentlemen.
I'm ready.
Stand clear. We'll rise straight up and have a look around.
Look, we're high enough now to see the river. It's enormous.
Yes. I should estimate it to be at least, a mile in width. Seems to flow into that bay and then out to sea.
Professor, look. To your left, across the river.
What are you pointing to? All I see are trees and greenery.
We'll wait till we rise a little higher. Yes. That greenery is growing on top of immense ruins. You see them, don't you, Commander?
Yes, I think you're right, Betray. Apparently it's an island. Yes, it is. Let's fly over and have a look.
The island itself doesn't seem to be very large. Oh, yes, I see the ruins now. And they're barely discernible under the growth of trees and grass that covers them.
Well, where are you going to land, Commander?
We'll put down on that huge ruin directly ahead. From it, we'll have a good view of the entire island.
These ruins are truly amazing, Commander. Thousands and thousands of buildings and dwellings covered by trees and grass. These are the ruins of a great civilization.
How old would you estimate these ruins to be, Professor?
And from a rather hasty study of the plant life that's grown over it, I should say approximately, 300 years.
300 years. Do you think those huge explosions our astronomers saw on this planet 300 years ago might have wiped out this civilization?
That's quite possible, Commander. Where's Vidre gotten to? Oh, there he is. Oh, Vidre! Don't get too near the edge. You may fall over.
I'm being quite careful, Professor. I just wanted to see what was below us. This ruin we're standing on must have been a huge building leveled by some great force. If you look over the edge, you'll see that it slopes down to what seems to be streets.
Streets?
Yes, very much like those on our own planet. It would be quite possible for us to make our way down the side of this ruin to the bottom. Can't be more than 200 feet.
What do you think, Professor?
Why not? By all means, let's descend and have a look around.
Well, we only have a few more feet. Watch your footing here. These rocks keep giving way beneath me.
Yes. It'd be quite easy to break a leg here. You all right, Professor?
Yes, Commander.
Well, here we are. Oh, it seems as though we've descended 1,000 feet instead of only 200.
Yes. It's rather dark down here. Everything's in shadows.
Yes, you were quite right, Vidre. Beneath this rubble we're standing on, there seems to be a paved street.
Let's have a look around, shall we?
Look at those ruins. They seem to have been huge buildings.
Yes. If I may judge, they must have been 7, 8, perhaps 1,000 feet high.
Apparently, this civilization was almost as highly developed as ours before it was destroyed.
Yes.
Professor, do you think it's possible that there may be descendants of the people who built this civilization?
It's possible, of course, but as yet I've seen no signs of them.
Look, there's a building which hasn't been entirely destroyed. Let's have a look inside.
Yes, by all means. Perhaps we'll discover objects that will give us more information about the race that once lived here.
How huge that entrance is.
It looks quite dark in there.
Unfortunately, I have a small torch. Come along.
Look at the size of this chamber. Why, the ceiling is at least 40 feet high.
Professor, this building must have been an institution, a library. Look at the thousands of books lying on the floor, simply rotting away.
Yes, you're right.
Look at this book, Professor. It's about twice the size of our own.
Yes. It's too bad it's been exposed to the elements. Pages are yellow. The printing is all but faded.
Here's another one on the floor. It's a much larger book and bound in some sort of animal skin.
Let me see it. Yes, this is in much better condition. We shall take it back to the ship, Vidre. See if one of our scientists can decipher the language it's printed in.
Professor, would you come here for a minute?
Oh, yes, of course.
Look. These ashes on the floor. Looks like the remains of a fire.
Yes. Yes, you're right. It appears to be only a few weeks old.
A few weeks old? Then that means...
Yes. There were survivors of the Holocaust that destroyed this civilization.
Their descendants may be here, in these ruins, watching us.
That's quite possible. However, we're armed.
I wonder what they look like.
Perhaps after a time when they get used to the sight of us, they'll show themselves.
Yes.
What was that?
Sounds like a signal of some sort.
Yes, you're right. I suggest we leave, Commander.
Yes, come along.
It feels good to get out of that dark chamber. There it is again. Only much closer.
There's no need to get alarmed, Vidra.
If we only knew what they look like.
I dare say we frighten them as much as they do us.
I think we're being followed. I saw a huge figure back there slipping from one ruin to another.
Oh, nonsense, Vidra. You're imagining. Yes. Yes, I think you're right. For a moment, I caught a glimpse of someone behind us, too.
We're almost at the foot of the ruin which we descended. We haven't much further to go.
Perhaps we ought to fire our weapons as a warning.
No. They'd surely take it as a threatening gesture. We don't want to do that.
Yes, well, here we are. Let's not waste any time climbing to the top.
Yes, they still seem to be following. Now and then I can make out a shadowy figure.
It's almost impossible to tell what they look like. They cling to the shadows.
They seem enormous. Much larger than ourselves.
Mustn't let your imagination run away with you.
It's amazing how much faster we're going up than when we came down. We're almost at the top.
I have a feeling they won't try to climb this ruin after us. Evidently, they don't like daylight. Here we are.
Professor, look out!
Oh, it was close. What was it?
They threw some sort of weapon at you. Oh, it's nothing but a long, round pole with a sharp piece of metal on the end.
It's a spear. We have them in our museums. It's the weapon of a primitive tribe.
Then they must be little more than savages.
Yes. Well, I don't think they'll come after us, but I suggest we take off and return to the ship.
Ralph?
Yes, sir?
I don't expect any trouble, but turn on the radar system for protection. If anyone approaches the ship, the alarm will go off.
Yes, sir.
Why are you so fascinated by that spear, Vidra? You've been examining it for 10 minutes now.
Well, it's just that... Well, it's an enigma, Commander. We find the ruins of a great civilization. Huge buildings, dwellings, streets. A city that must have had 4 or 5 million people. What happened to them?
We can only surmise, Vidra. Perhaps it was a violent quake, a gigantic tidal wave, or some other huge force that all but wiped them out.
And this spear... Could it have been hurled by a descendant of that great race that built all that?
Yes, it's quite likely.
But look at this spear. The man who threw it was little more than a savage.
Perhaps the wheel of evolution has slowly turned to its starting point. It's difficult to say.
The alarm.
Someone's broken through the radar system.
All crew members, attention. Report to stations.
Switch on radar screen.
Switch on radar screen.
It's too bad night has fallen. Screen reveals nothing but shadowy trees.
Yes.
What's that?
Sounds very much like spears bouncing off the hull.
Yes, we're being attacked. Oh, those spears can certainly do us no harm.
Commander, look at the radar screen.
It's a huge figure. It's hard to make out. He's carrying a burning torch.
Yes. South.
Yes, sir?
If that figure carrying that torch attempts to approach, fire on him with a ray beam.
Yes, sir. Look, he's running towards us.
Yes, he's out to set the ship on fire.
Look how huge he is. He's simply gigantic.
Yes, you're right.
Salt, fire.
Yes, sir. He's down. Only a few yards from the ship.
Yes. He doesn't seem to be dead. I can see him moving.
A burst from a ray beam would have killed any of us. It only seems to have wounded him. Salt.
Yes, sir.
Order a party of 6 men to go out and bring that monster in here.
Yes, sir, at once. They're bringing him in now, Commander.
Yes. Bring him over here, man. He's much too big for the bed. All right, lie him down on the floor. Good. That's it.
He's dying. I'm afraid there's nothing we can do for him. He's trying to say something. If we only knew his language.
Professor.
He's dead.
Too bad. Sorry we had to fire on him. I was hoping we could establish friendly relations with the people of Xevious.
Look at the size of him. He's gigantic. Even larger than I thought.
Yes. He must measure at least here. Let me see.
Professor, the leather-bound book you found in the ruins. I've succeeded in deciphering the language. I've already translated the first 2 pages.
Be patient a moment, Ledro. I want to finish my examination of this man of Xevious. It's amazing. Simply amazing.
This book you found is apparently the key to their civilization. As soon as I've translated the rest of it, I'm sure we'll have a...
This man of Xevious, I should say, he weighs at least 200 pounds. And as for his height, he's at least 6 feet 1.
6 feet 1?
Why, that would make him almost twice as tall as we are.
Yes. But that isn't all. He only has 5 fingers.
5 fingers?
Are you sure?
Positive.
Please, sir, I wish you'd let me read you the translation of the book you found in the ruins.
Oh, yes, Ledro. By all means. Go ahead.
Well, I've translated only the first 2 pages. It begins this way. When God began to create the heavens and the earth was a desolate waste, with darkness covering the abyss, and a tempestuous wind raging over the surface of the waters. It's evident, sir, that this planet we know as Xevious was called Earth by the race that wrote this book.
Earth. I wonder what happened to the people of Earth that brought their civilization to an end.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our little visit to the planet Xevious, or better known to us as Earth? What's that, madam? You don't like the sort of civilization being destroyed? Well, fortunately, it doesn't have to happen. Not if we don't want it to. Oh, by the way, all names of characters in this story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons is strictly out of this world. And, oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler with Maurice Tarplin in the title role. Others in our cast were Ralph Bell, Larry Haynes, and Lawson Zerby. All characters in this story were fictitious. Any resemblance to the names of actual persons living or dead was purely coincidental. Original music composed and played by Al Finelli. Bill Tompkins speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Reynolds Aluminum Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The Reynolds Metals Company, makers of Reynolds Aluminum, presents Fibber, Magee, and Molly, transcribed with Bill Thompson, Arthur Q. Bryan, Dick LeGrand, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Keith Fowler and directed by music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. We hope you have all answered your Christmas seal letter and used those Christmas seals on all your gifts and greeting cards. This is the time to help stamp out TB. And this is the season for the Reynolds Metals Company to extend to you the very best of all good wishes. That best wish is peace on earth. Much of Reynolds' expanding aluminum production now goes to the defense of the nation, the defense of our free world. But the ultimate aim is peace always. And the great destiny of light, strong, rust-proof Reynolds aluminum lies in peaceful progress. The Reynolds Metals Company looks forward to the day when all aluminum production can be turned to constructive uses. In a future when the inspired hope of Christmas shall be realized. And on earth, peace, goodwill toward men. Well, Christmas Eve in Wistful Vista, and big plans are underway this afternoon. Because tonight, a certain lonely bachelor named Dr. Gamble is going to have a surprise party thrown at him by a couple of spreaders of Christmas cheer named Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
So I got all the other guys lined up for the party, too, Molly. I told them what to do and what to bring to Doc's house when, 7:30.
Well, good. I'm so glad we decided to give Dr. Gamble this big surprise party, dearie.
Yeah, he'll be the most surprised big party in town. You know, Doc must get pretty lonesome being a bachelor. Nothing in his stocking for Christmas but holes.
Well, you know, when I heard that his housekeeper had gone home for the holidays, I knew we had to do something.
Yeah.
We couldn't let the poor lad spend Christmas Eve alone wandering around that empty house.
Let's face it, Tootsie. No house with Doc Gamble in it is an empty house. Why, when he walks into the Elks Club, he fills the room like cigar smoke.
Well, even so.
Did you ever notice when he walked into our living room how the grand piano steps aside?
No.
Me either, but ain't it a funny idea?
Now, look, about the party tonight. What time am I supposed to call and get him away from home?
Oh, about 7 o'clock. You give him a phony name and tell him you live way out of town and you got an upset stomach. Old Doc just loves upset stomachs. He'd go 10 miles to see one if he had to crawl there on his own.
Well, I hate to fool him, but it's in a good cause. Say, did you manage to get hold of his extra door key all right?
Oh, sure. Me and Ole did that down at the Elks Club. We knew he had to get his pants off, see, so we spilled a bucket of water on him.
Well, heavenly days, wouldn't a glass of water have been enough?
You ever notice the size of Doc's britches, kid? Glass of water and them limousine-type seat covers wouldn't hardly make a wet spot. Anyhow, Ole took the pants down to the furnace room and swiped the key, see? Doc huddled around in a pair of red and white striped shorts.
It's a wonder he didn't catch cold.
Oh, you should have seen him. Or maybe you shouldn't have. From the back, he looked like a Siamese white elephant wearing peppermint bloomers. You know, he was the most fun.
Uh-oh, watch it, Magee. He's coming up the walk right now.
Oh, yeah, there he is. Good old Doc. Bless his little fat waddle. Oh, he's undocked.
Hold it. Come in. Good morning, Dr. Gamble.
Good morning, my dear. Hi, Possum Puss. Hi, Rumple Bucket. What are you doing out walking the streets? You on the lam from the medical board again?
Yes, they found out I've been your doctor all these years, and they want to arrest me for maintaining a nuisance.
Very funny, George.
You pretty busy, Doctor, the holidays and all?
Oh, yes. Christmas Eve is starting early this year, Molly. I've already had one call from an amateur Santa Claus suffering from the flu.
Yeah? How'd he catch it?
Didn't catch it. He got stuck in it. Fellow planned to surprise his children tonight, so he tried a dry run this afternoon. Drier than he thought.
Yeah. Boy, I hope you didn't try to go in after him.
Not me. I sent a bricklayer.
Yeah.
Then I've had 3 calls so far from frantic mothers complaining that their children's tongues have turned blue.
Oh, my goodness. What causes that?
Licking Christmas tree ornaments. They
Yeah.
never seem to lick the red ones. I just swab off the tongue and check the nose and ears for tinsel.
What a racket he's got, Molly. Probably calls that a tinselectomy. So he can charge $20 for it. My gosh, I don't know how
Now,
you...
McGee, don't talk like that.
Well, he upsets my stomach.
Your stomach gets upset every time you look in the mirror, Loudlip.
Well...
And I don't blame it a bit.
Well...
But I didn't come here to discuss your insides, which I hate anyhow. I came to bring a gift.
Well, where is it? Where's the gift?
Forgot and left it at the office. I'll bring it over tomorrow. So long.
So long,
Bye,
Lemonhead.
Doctor. Isn't he sweet, McGee?
Yeah, good old Doc. He's got a heart of gold way down deep inside of that tub of blubber. Someplace. Hey, did I tell you the extra present I got for him?
No, what'd you get? Something nice?
Yeah, you know when I and Doc went quail shooting?
Yes, last week.
Well, I took what Doc shot to a taxidermist and had it stuffed.
Oh, he should like that.
Yeah, he'll have the only house in Wistful Vista with a stuffed cabbage on the wall.
Oh, so that's what he hit.
That's what he hit.
I thought he... Come in. Good morning, Ollie.
Well, good morning, missus, and have one yourself, McGee.
Hi, Ole. How are you getting along with the food for Doc's party?
Oh, you stand, McGee. The missus is cooking away like 60.
Good.
I'll bring the stuff when I get there, but the missus will be a little late.
Oh, anything wrong, Ollie?
No, first she has to go to school tonight to see little Sven and little Ole in the Christmas play.
Oh, that's nice. What will they be in the play?
Angels, missus.
Oh.
But all day they act like they come from the wrong address.
They cut up a lot, do they?
McGee, they're just plain murder.
Yeah.
Their mama makes angel suits for 'em out of my old night shorts, and then she makes wings out of wire and hooks 'em on their shoulders. That's where the wings sprout from, McGee.
I know.
Well, how do I know what you know? Anyway, she hooks the wings on their shoulders, and the kids start jumping around, and the wire slips down.
Uh-oh.
You wouldn't believe where the wings sprouted from then.
I got a fair idea.
Well, I tell you, you're mighty lucky to have those children, Ollie.
Yeah.
Just think what a lonely life Dr. Gamble has, being a bachelor.
Yeah, I often think of the doctor at Christmas, missus. All by himself in that big house. No little voices on Christmas morning. No little feet running down the stairs.
You're right.
Oh, my missus. A house seemed like a home. It must seem used like heaven. I'll see you there at 7:30. So long, both of you.
Bye, Ollie. You know, I'm glad Mrs. Swenson is fixing food for the party. She's one of the best cooks in town.
Oh, no better than you are, kiddo. Maybe you don't think old Dad notices them things, but to me, you're the queen of the skillet.
Why, thank you, dearie.
There ain't many women could cook a cheap lamb shank so it tastes like the best pork ham. You buy low on the lamb and make it seem like we're eating high on the hog.
Why, McGee, you overwhelm me.
Yeah, me too.
And I love it. Because I don't get... Come in.
Hi, daughter. Hi, Johnny. Hello there, kids.
Hello, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hi, old-timer. Did you get the tree and the holly for Doc's party tonight?
All took care of, Johnny.
Good.
I was up early this morning and off to the woods at the crack of dawn with my new scout axe and my old battle axe.
Old battle axe?
My girlfriend, Bessie. I took her along to help me pick the holly.
Oh.
Bessie just loves them crazy red berries.
Is she coming to the party with you tonight?
No, she can't make it, daughter. Her sister Essie is visiting her for Christmas. She's an ostrich, Essie is.
An ostrich?
Yep, married an Austrian.
Oh.
Feller always has a glass in one hand and another glass screwed in his eye.
Yeah? He sounds like a duke or maybe a count.
Might be a duke, Johnny, but the son of a gun is no count. Borrowed $3 from Bessie yesterday just to get his spats half sold.
Well, anyhow, I hope you got a nice tree for the doctor's house, Mr. Oldtimer.
Oh, it's a beauty, daughter. And I know trees. I come from a long line of tree experts. In fact, all of Papa's folks spent most of their time hanging around big trees.
Yeah? By their necks, probably.
No, by their tails. That's my favorite joke, Johnny. I'll tell it at the party tonight.
Yeah,
So long, kids.
So long.
Billy Mills and the orchestra, and a special arrangement of some familiar Christmas melodies.
To get over to Doc's and get started putting up the tree and everything. Almost time to go, ain't it?
Pretty near.
Good.
I'm just pasting Christmas seals on his presents.
Mm-hmm.
I put the fruitcake and the root beer out in the front hall. What do you got there?
Oh, books. I've been looking through my own special treasures to see if there wasn't something else I could give old Doc for Christmas. These books he'll love.
Well, that's a generous thought.
Yeah.
What are they, dearie?
All my favorites. Here's Tarzan's Other Ape. Here's the Rover Boys with King Farouk. Here's Tom Swift and his mechanical lint picker. These are the prize books of the litter.
I've seen the way you keep your books, dearie, and litter is the word, all right. You're sweet, though. You are fond of the doctor, aren't you?
Sure, I love every ton of him. Me and old Doc hit it off the first time I looked into his eyes, and he looked down my throat.
That was a long time ago.
But I'll never forget it. It was 10 years ago or more. We just come to Wistful Vista then, and I had a backache, and I saw his sign, Dr. George Gamble. I went in and told Doc what was wrong, and he smiled a friendly smile and put a friendly hand on my shoulder, and something clicked.
Friendship.
No, my spine. He gave me a wrench that darn near busted my liliac. Cured my backache, though. So I told him just to mail me a bill, and I'd send him a check. And I will, too, one of these days. Leave me, kiddo, when I make a promise, a promise.
Hello, Molly. Hi, pal.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. It's about time you got here. We're almost ready to go to Doc's.
Did you bring the decorations, Mr. Wilcox? Where are they? Where are they?
Out in the car, Molly. Got a briefcase full.
Oh, you shouldn't put Christmas tree ornaments in a briefcase. You'll smash them.
Oh, not these, Molly. I'm going to dress up that tree and dress up the room with Reynolds wrap, that beautiful gleaming aluminum foil.
Oh, I should have bought candy cane.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Look, pal. Reynolds wrap can be used for Christmas decorations in dozens of ways. For instance, you can wrap things in it and hang them on the tree.
Yeah, what kind of things you wrap in it?
Nuts, pal.
Well, nuts to you, too, Harvey.
No. Walnuts, pal.
Yeah, I knew what you meant.
Reynolds wrap turns them into beautiful, shining ornaments.
Oh?
It's almost magical the way that gleaming foil dresses up a house at Christmas. Well, I wouldn't have a Christmas without Reynolds wrap.
Come to think of it, I guess we wouldn't either.
You can tie shining bows of it on your Christmas wreath. You can drape it over the mantel. You can spread it out under the punch bowl.
Oh, I'll take the old-fashioned Christmas for mine with Uncle Dennis spread out under the punch bowl.
Now, never mind, Uncle Dennis. I think your Reynolds wrap decorations sound lovely, Mr. Wilcox.
But you haven't heard my best idea, Molly. I'm going to build a winter scene under Doc's tree. Some artificial snow, some evergreen twigs, and a sheet of Reynolds wrap to make a sparkling lake.
No, Junior. No lake.
No lake? Why?
No like.
Oh, so there can't be a lake because you no like.
Right. A lake ain't a lake unless it's got water in it. So, no lake.
But wait a minute. A Reynolds wrap lake is better than a lake with water in it.
Why?
No leak.
Well, leak or no leak, I no like, so no lake.
Pal, I I'm going to make a Reynolds Wrap late with no leak. If you know like, you know what you can do?
What?
No look.
That's telling you, Mr. Wilcox.
I intend to make full use of Reynolds Wrap, made by the world's largest producer of aluminum foil, the Reynolds Metals Company. Everybody should get an extra supply for the holidays because...
Okay.
It was terrific.
As the farmer said to the hired man when the haystack got 10 feet tall, that's enough pitch.
Well, now you boys pack the car, and I'll call the doctor now and get him out of the house.
Yeah, you pack the car, Junior. I'll get the number for you, Mom.
Okay.
Hello, operator. Give me the residence of Dr. George Gamble, Wistful Vista 2030. Is that you, Mert?
Oh,
How's every little thing, Mert? Says, eh? What's say, Mert? Your kid brother became a pauper last week.
I didn't even know he was married.
Oh, he ain't. He just got a better job at the popcorn factory. He used to be a shucker. Now he's a popper. How's that, Mert? No, it didn't go so good here either. She's ringing, Doc, now. Grab the phone, kiddo, and do your stuff.
Okay, dearie.
Hello?
Hello. Is Dr. Gimble there?
This is Dr. Gamble.
Well, Doctor, this is Mrs. Wearywart. Would you come to my house right away? Oh, I got a misery in my stomach.
Well, where do you live, Mrs.
Wearywart.
Oh.
I'm out on the old Ox Road about 8 miles as the crow flies. If'n it's a young crow.
And your house, Mrs.
Wearywart.
Yeah.
You can't miss the house. It's brown with a hole in the roof where we used to have a lightning rod. I wish you'd hurry, Doctor. The misery in my stomach is getting, real chronic.
All right, I'll leave at once. Goodbye, Mrs.
It's still Wearywart. Goodbye, Dr. Gimble.
Well, he's leaving now, boys.
Good. Come on, Junior. Grab the root beer and let's get started for Doc's house. Now, make sure that wreath is in the center of the window there before you nail it up, Ole. Harlow, get that tinsel on the tree there, boy. Come on, old-timer, get them ornaments hung. Doc ain't here, is he?
No, dearie, relax.
Yeah.
This is a surprise party for Doc, remember?
Yeah, well, keep working, fellas. We haven't got all night.
We couldn't stood it all night. Hand me the hammer, Wilcox.
Yeah, hand him the hammer. Up there. Hey, Wimp, you can... Oh, Wimp ain't here either, is he? Doggone it, why ain't Wimp here?
Oh, you're lucky, I guess.
Maybe he couldn't get away, Johnny. Well, he better get away. We all got work to do here.
Wendy, you start doing yours, Wendy.
What do you mean? I'm working every minute, Ole. I'm thinking.
And that, Ole, is work.
Well, certainly. My gosh, somebody's got to boss this deal. Come on, you guys. Let's get this job done here.
Okay, boss. Hand me some more lights. I'll put them up.
I'll put the lights on the tree. I want it done right. Where are they?
On the floor, boss. Right behind you.
Oh, Magee, you stepped all over him.
Well, if that ain't the dad rat. What lunkhead left them Christmas tree lights on the floor?
You did, boss.
Why didn't somebody pick them up? I can't think of everything. Oh, my God.
No. Wait a minute. Take it easy, boss. We've got plenty of lights. Hey, what if Doc comes home before we're through?
Oh, I got that all covered, boy. I got Teeny, the kid down the street, watching for him. Soon as Doc's car turns down this block, she'll be...
Hey, here's Wallace Wimple.
Well.
Hello, Wallace. Hold the ladder, will you?
Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, folks. Look at the popcorn bulbs.
They're for later, Mr. Wimple.
Yeah, where you been, boy? You're late.
Well, Sweetie Face and I had a little discussion about where to hang our holly wreaths.
Oh?
I wanted to hang them in the windows, and she wanted to hang them on the door.
I suppose she won the argument.
No, we compromised.
Oh, that's fine.
She hung one on the door, and I hung one on the window, and then she hung one on me. Just looking at those popcorn balls makes me hungry.
Well, here, Mr. Wimple, no use torturing yourself.
Yeah.
I'll put them up here on the mantel where you can't see them.
Oh, thank you.
Well, come on, Wimp, get to work. Grab that last string of Christmas tree lights there, boy. Test the bulbs, will you?
All righty. I'll try a red one first.
No, not in your mouth.
I said test them.
Oh, I thought you said taste them. I didn't think it'd have much flavor to them, although I once tried a brittle Bill Flicker's egg, and it looked just like a light bulb.
How'd it taste?
Like a light bulb. I'd rather have popcorn bulbs.
Look, Vimp, you fellas cut out the yak and hand them lights up here. I just need one more spring for the top.
Oh, the tree looks just beautiful, doesn't it, Magee?
Right, thanks, missus.
All the gifts stacked under it and...
Yeah, and the beautiful Reynolds wrap, that pure aluminum foil spread out
All
there.
right, you guys, all right. Let's check this whole thing off now and be sure we haven't overlooked anything. Wilcox, all the decorations up?
Right.
Molly, all the food laid out? Root beer ready?
Right.
Old-timer, you got the ornaments and tinsel on the tree? Right. Ole, you got the lights all on the tree?
Oh, this is you silly. You're looking right at it, Magee.
Just look around this room, Molly. When I think what a wonderful thing I'm doing for old Doc for Christmas, it just gives me a warm feeling all over.
That's the way I am about popcorn balls.
Well, I tell you, the doctor will love it, dearie.
Yeah, and he ought to be here soon, oughtn't he?
Right. Now, look, here's what we do, you guys. As soon as we hear he's coming, we'll douse all the lights in here, see?
I took the bulb out of the hall light, pal.
Good. When Doc comes in and turns on the hall switch, it won't light, see? And he'll stand there muttering and stuttering to himself, and then we'll turn on the Christmas tree and we'll all holler, Merry Christmas.
Hey, Mr. Magee, he's coming.
Okay, Teeny. Okay, Teeny. You stay here now. Quick, douse the lights.
I'll stand by the tree, Magee, and turn it on when we're ready.
Yeah.
I'll stand over here.
I'll stand here by the popcorn balls.
Oh, Magee, this is so exciting. I know the doctor will just love it.
Shh. Now, quiet, everybody. Stay with me, Teeny.
People that call me out on Christmas Eve. Of all the gall. Roam around the country for 3 hours and never did
Okay,
find...
Ole, turn on the tree.
Here we go.
Merry Christmas, Doc! Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas, Doc!
Well, gee whiz, a tree. Yeah, presents. Magee and Molly and Wimp and Ole and... Oh, fellas, you shouldn't have done it. Look at that tree and all the presents.
Yeah, sure.
I gotta tell you, Doctor, the whole idea was Magee's.
Yeah.
All we did was use the little things, like doing the work, you know. Magee, he thought it all.
Yes, he did, Doctor.
Gee, I don't know how to say thanks. The little tallow head.
Well, gee, the only reason we, well, you know, us guys, well, you deserve it, Doc. You've been a sweet old slob.
Gee, it's going to be so lonely around here. This is a wonderful surprise, kids.
Yeah, and that ain't all either, Ducky. We saved the best surprise for the last. Okay, Teeny. Come on, kids.
The night before Christmas and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hope that St. Nicholas soon would be there.
The children were nestled all warm in their wee little beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their wee little heads. Mama in her kerchief and I in my cap had just settled down for a long winter's night. When out on the lawn there arose such a clatter, I sprang from my bed to see what was the matter. Away to the window I flew like a flash, tore open the shutters, threw open the sash. Then, what to my wondering eyes should appear but a miniature sleigh and a tiny reindeer with a little old driver so lively and quick that I knew right away that it must be St. Nick. All bundled in fur from his head to his foot, old Santa was covered with ashes and soot. I drew in my head and was turning around when down the chimney he came with a bow.
His eyes, how they twinkled.
chuckle and a smile. I knew all the while I had nothing to dread.
He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work and filled all the stockings.
Oh, boy.
Then turned with a jerk. Then laying a finger aside of his nose and giving a nod up the chimney he rode. He sprang to his leg, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down of a thistle. But I heard him exclaim as he drove out of sight. Merry Christmas to all, and to all, good
Is he gone?
'Tis the night after Christmas and all through the house not a creature is stirring, not even a mouse. The presents are scattered and broken, I fear, and St. Nicholas won't come again for a year. The children are nestled all warm in their wee little beds, while memories of sugar plums dance in their wee little heads. Mama in her kerchief and I in my cap are dressed for a long winter's
Preceding was transcribed. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Enter the world of Detective Noir with Philip Marlowe, up next.
A corpse that wouldn't stay dead. A pistol with a silencer on it and a fortune in a black satchel. Spelled death for the big city boys when they finally got together in Lonesome, Arizona. Population, 802.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character as CBS presents The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. And now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Lonesome Reunion.
At 8,000 feet on a clear afternoon, you can see enough Arizona real estate to become an authority on the subject. And as I huddled around a circle of window aboard an American Airlines flagship and gaped like a 2 weeks with pay vacationer at the carpet of sand, stone, and cactus unrolling a slow inch at a time below, I was impressed. Also, I was thinking about a job which was providing both the switch and scenery and 2 crisp $100 bills, less the cost of a round-trip ticket from L.A. to the capital city of Phoenix. But then, at the thought of money, I stopped sightseeing and started to think about the work ahead and how easy it had sounded that morning in my office. When Kay Gordon, who was something pretty and blonde, but slightly tarnished for 28, had hired me, all in one breath.
Marlowe, my brother Joe Gordon is in a room at the Granada Court Hotel in Phoenix, Arizona. In one hand, he no doubt has his usual smelly cigar. In the other, a small suitcase filled with a mess of papers, all legal, all proper. You fly there, pick up the suitcase, fly back. For that, $200 cash. Yes or no?
Yes, on one condition. The papers, do I get to see them? If I look, I go.
All right, you look.
Good, I go. Goodbye. That was the way it had started an hour after breakfast. Lunch was alone and at the airport. Dinner would wait until I'd seen Mr. Joe Gordon, a man who was willing to pay a lot for a little. My plane dropped out of the sky over Phoenix gently at 3. At 3:15, I was in room 111 of the Granada Hotel and only 36 smelly inches away from the usual cigar. The man behind it was heavy, pale, and maybe 40. And like his sister, Joe Gordon was overbearing in a hurry.
This, Marlowe, is the bag. These, the papers. Stocks, bonds, and mortgages. In themselves, worthless to anyone else. They're non-negotiable. But as information to my competitors, they're priceless. Satisfied?
More or less?
Meaning what?
Exactly what is your line, Mr. Gordon?
Oh, I'm a broker. One who bets on long shots. When they come in, I don't like to split with the boys who sit on their hand. Anything else?
Yeah. I've got some time to kill before I fly back. Do I take the bag now or later?
You take the bag now, Mark.
Okay.
And, don't let go of it until you're with my sister in L.A. I'm paying you money to stay away from my enemies, not to shop for trinkets. Oh, and, incidentally, my enemies also play rough. So watch your step and act smart. Real smart.
I still had 2 hours to kill when Gordon locked the bag and handed it to me after dropping the key in his pocket. So I decided to take a room there at the Granada Hotel, shave, shower, and stretch. The sleepy clerk in the lobby was not in a hurry, nor did he hear anything I said the first time. So when I finally got to my suite on the second floor, which had as much elbow room as the inside of a lifesaver, 30 of the idle minutes were already gone. I locked and bolted the door, checked all the windows carefully, and then peeled off my shirt, broke out my shave master, and reached for the knob on the bathroom door. But I never made it. Because as the door swung open, I caught a glimpse of a fist the size of a cantaloupe starting from my jaw.
Oh! Now, stay right there, Buster. The first time I swing, the second time I shoot, and I do both good.
Equal nice, huh? Everything all figured out ahead of time.
Yeah, but it ain't very hard, Marlowe. Especially when the guy you're after shouts it all to a desk clerk.
My error.
Yeah, which leaves just the three of us. Real cozy like.
3?
You, me, and 120 grand here in this bag.
You're way off base, brother. This bag's got papers in it, nothing more. They belong to a businessman. I said something?
Yes, you're very funny. Look, Buster, Joe Gordon's no more a businessman, and his real name is Joe Gordon. So after I leave, you go back to Sam Dietrich in room 111 and tell him that Marty Stopka says thanks.
For what?
For the $120,000 I've been waiting 2 long years for. And also tell him and Gigi Cantor, who might still be around, that Stopka had it all figured. Like you say, Marlowe, ahead of time.
I don't follow you, bud.
You're not supposed to. Just turn around, face the wall, and listen carefully. You tell Sam Dietrich that I knew he'd pull something like this just as soon as he got back into circulation. You got that?
Yeah. Word for word, Stopka.
Good. Now all you have to do is remember.
When Marty Stopka said remember it, he put that cantaloupe with fingers in the small of my back and shoved hard. By the time I got to my feet again, both he and the black bag were gone. That made Joe Gordon or Sam Dietrich my best bet. So I took the stairs to the ground floor fast and raced for the end of the corridor in room 111. But when I threw the unlocked door open, I found something I hadn't counted on. A curtain flapping in the breeze of an open window and nothing more. The desk drawers, the closet, the bureau empty. And on an end table next to the telephone, a bus schedule unmarked. At that, I was beginning to get very mad at a private detective with public patsy named Philip Marlowe. Then the telephone rang, and when I answered it, the operator said that she had a long-distance call for Joe Gordon. I said thanks, I'd take it. Hello?
Sam, this is Kay. Marlowe?
Yeah, honey, Joe Marlowe is in Brother Gordon, remember?
Oh, I can explain all that, Marlowe.
Oh, sure, baby, but not now, later. Later, after you've had a chance to think up a few more lies.
All right. So I didn't tell you the whole story. What's the difference? Did you get the bag?
I did, but I didn't get to keep it very long. Something ugly named Stopka wanted either it or my life, so I made a quick decision.
Stopka has the bag. Oh, that's great.
Yeah, isn't it, though?
What?
One thing, baby. I'm the decoy with suitcase for some kind of shenanigan that's wrapped around 120 grand, which you and Sam Dietrich have. And there's a trio in the act. Namely, Sam Dietrich, Marty Stopka, and one Gigi Cantor.
Gigi? Marlowe, have you seen Gigi? Have you, Marlowe?
Maybe yes, maybe no. Now, why don't you come clean? Admit you're happy that Stopka got the suitcase from me while Sam beat it out of an open window. That my part of the job is over with. Come on, baby, talk.
All right. I'll make it short and to the point. You got $200 for doing nothing. Out of that, 60-odd went for an airplane ticket. The rest is yours, right?
Go on.
There's no need to, Marlowe. I'm finished, and so are you. So why don't you just be a good fella and keep the change? So long, sucker.
When Kay Gordon hung up, I slammed the phone down, counted 10 twice, and went back to the unhappy business of getting mad at Marlowe. But again, I was interrupted. This time, it was a newspaper, the Phoenix Herald, sticking far enough out of the wastebasket under the telephone to expose the date line, which made it exactly a week old. I picked it up and saw the 2 inches of story circled in pencil and slug. 5 released from state penitentiary. Sam Dietrich, 41 of Los Angeles, who was arrested in Lonesome, Arizona for the armed robbery of a general store in February 1947, also was released today. Now everything was beginning to add, with one high-priced exception. Very few general stores in towns called Lonesome keep $120,000 in the till, even on a busy day. So I headed for the office of the Phoenix Herald and the chance that I could learn something about the cash involved from newspapers that were 2 years better than 1 week old. 30 minutes later, I was in the back shop of the Herald receiving facts willingly supplied by a sandy-haired linotype operator with a sad face who had never heard the word forget.
That's right, mister. It was the Second National Bank and Land Company here in town. Held up at 1:10 p.m., February 7, 1947, by 3 men who took $120,000 in unmarked cans, 20s, and 50s. One was badly wounded in running gunfight, but they all got away clean.
No arrests, no suspects?
Well, other than the usual rigmarole of trying to pin the job on every 2-bit stick-up man hauled in the next 6 months, no. Anything else?
No, thanks. I don't think... Say, wait a minute. Lonesome, Arizona, that unmarked bus schedule. Tell me, do you happen to know where something called Lonesome is, and if so, how a guy could get there if he doesn't have a car?
Sure. It's 87 miles west of here, and the bus will do the trick. But not anymore today.
Oh.
The only bus left an hour ago. Now, young fella, you tell me something. What in Sam Hill is Lonesome and a bus departure got to do with a bank robbery was pulled 2 years ago?
Where I stand right now, Dad, I can't say. But when I get to Lonesome, ask me again. I may have the answer for you. I was 30 minutes renting a car and an hour and 30 minutes getting to Lonesome. Population 802. I drove without seeing anything that could possibly be mistaken for Sam Dietrich. And I was about to turn back when I saw something that brought my right foot down hard on the brake. It was a brand new green Nash standing outside a motel. California license plate. I got out of my car and got a look at the registration card wrapped around the steering wheel. It said Catherine E. Gordon. The motel only had 3 cabins that showed any light. The first belonged to the manager and the second to Kay. Close to an open window, I saw the man Kay was talking to. He was an ex-convict and part-time broker named Sam Dietrich.
All right. So Marlowe knows he was set up for Marty Stopka. Who cares? We're here, and so far Stopka isn't. And if and when he does show, we'll be gone with the real black bag safe in our hands.
Yes, but what about Gigi, Sam? I told you Marlowe mentioned his name.
And I told you to forget it. Marlowe must have been swinging in the dark. Gigi can't be alive, Kay. He was badly hurt when Stopka and I got clear of the bank.
But why wasn't his body found?
I don't know, Kay. I've told you that 1,000 times. Now, look, honey, why don't you just relax and think of us a little, huh? Gigi's dead, baby. There's only you and me.
Sam, you know how I feel about that. I love Gigi. It's the only reason I'm helping you. I don't want anything to do with this money. I only want to know for sure about Gigi.
Okay. Did you get a line on Leland Mills, the name that was on that mailbox 2 years ago?
Yes. He owns the place and lives there alone. A once-upon-a-time small ranch on the last block in town, coming apart at the seams.
What about Mills himself?
He's an old duffer, maybe 50. Lives close to the fireside, day in and day out.
Good. That means I can handle him without any trouble. And now, look, baby, it's 7 now. At 9, this town will be fast asleep, and at 10, I'll take care of everything. So, why don't you just curl up there on the couch and think about nice things?
Oh, nice things like what?
Well, like the money I hid at Leland Mills' place 5 hours after the boys and I took that bank. The $120,000 that's soon going to be back here with me where it belongs. Dad, I took my cue and left because one Leland Mills was a man to be forewarned while 10 o'clock was still 3 hours away. I was 10 minutes finding his place, which was on the edge of town, and another 2 locating the doorbell, which was the kind you pull to start a bunch of jingling inside.
It was 3 pulls later before the door creaked slowly open and what had to be Leland Mills stood in front of me. He was shaggy, gray hair curling on the sides of his neck, a face with 1,000 crisscrossed wrinkles and dirty old clothes. Everything I'd expected with one exception. Gripped firmly in both hands and pointed directly at my head was a long, long rifle.
Who are you?
Mr. Mills?
Maybe.
Well, I'm a private detective named Philip Marlowe, also someone who knows that there's $120,000 in cash hidden here on your grounds.
$120,000?
To the penny, yes. 2 years ago, Mr. Mills, a Phoenix bank was robbed by 3 toughs named Dietrich, Stopka, and Gigi Cantor.
Gigi? That's a queer name.
It's not important, old man, but this is. Now, somehow or other, that stolen money was hidden here, in or around your place. And tonight, one of those men is due back to collect. That, of course, means trouble for you.
You think we should call the law?
No, not yet. If we play it smart, we can get the dough spotted first in at least one of the 3.
All right, Mr. Marlowe. If you're sure of what you're saying, I only hope you are. Oh, I'm sorry about this gun here. I don't like poachers on my land.
Yeah, we all have our pet peeves. Now, Mr. Mills, I want you to sit tight till I get back, and no matter what happens, don't open that door for anyone. Have you got that?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Where are you going?
To town. To check on the only 2 things that can possibly give us any unexpected trouble. One a nasty man named Marty Stopka, and the other a guy I've never even seen. The elusive Mr. Gigi Cantor. I left Leland Mills standing in the doorway and worried my way back to town. If Stopka and Gigi Cantor had no more trouble getting to Lonesome than I did, a reunion about as quiet as a truckload of hot dynamite was due to take place any minute. I passed the motel where Kay and Dietrich had holed up and saw that her car had been moved into the stall between cabins and draped with a blanket to hide its California plates. So they were thinking along the same line that I was. At the hub of town, I parked and started to case the lively spots on Main Street, which took me all of 10 minutes at a slow walk. But a short side-of-the-mouth conversation with a couple of resident sports revealed that the local underground stemmed from the Red Dog Cafe, a warped wood 2-story wiki-up on the one side street in town. It was operated by a hard-bitten blonde, 160 pounds of Western motif, complete with Stetson, red flannel shirt, Hickok belt, blue jeans, and the name, Flora. She sat at a table at the back of the barroom, lending a cynical ear to nobody else but my old pal, Stopka. I walked up behind him, and when he turned around, I hung one on him. A good one!
Hey! Stop me, you jackass! What do you think you're doing?
Sorry, Flora, nothing personal.
Now, that's enough! Now, stop it, you hear me? No rough hustling in my joint. Come on, handsome, I mean you.
Me? Why, Flora, how can you say that? I just came in to ask my old pal here some questions, that's all. Here we go, pal. Come on, sit up in that chair.
Okay, leave me alone.
See, Flora? It's the only way Stopka here knows how to start a conversation. Bring him another beer, will you? His old one got spilled.
Sure, bright boy. And it's either you dude tourists leave your beefs outside next time.
Now, look, Stopka, I want to know what happened 2 years ago on that highway out here. You guys split up, didn't you? You better talk, Stopka.
All right, we split up. The heat was on bad, and Gigi was half dead already from a cop slug in his back.
Dietrich had all the dough, right?
What do you think? I left him and Gigi off outside of town. I took the car to try to suck the cops away from him. We're supposed to meet later.
But you kept going to save your own hide, didn't you?
Certainly. It's going to pay off, sucker. You'll see.
Uh-huh. Since the money was never found, you figured Dietrich hid it around here, and he's coming back to dig it up. Is that it?
Keep guessing, Shamus.
Maybe we ought to loosen your jaw again. Stop
That's all, you do. Now turn loose of him, handsome, and by Sadie, I'll plug you.
Well, a real genuine 44. What museum just swiped that from, Flora?
Never mind. Got a legal right to defend the peace and quiet of my joint, and after 22 years in this dodge, I know how to do it. Now, I asked you nice once, now I'm telling you. You, get out. That back door there.
Hey, sure, I'll go, sister. Thanks for nothing.
Hey, wait a minute, Flora. Don't let that lug get away.
Shut up. Now, you sit down right there and count up to 50. Then you leave by the front, quietly.
Okay, you win. 1, 2, 3... Flora, look out, he's back.
What?
Sorry, Eddie.
You buzzard bait.
I'll leave this cannon on the back steps. So long, Flora. I beat it out the back door and into an alleyway between the shacks. Stopka was still in sight, but walking fast, and when I took after him, he saw me and started to run. There was a hard, flat sound, like someone striking wet sand with a hammer. Stopka faltered and lurched up on his toes as if he'd suddenly changed his mind about running. the same instant on a wall, even with him, I saw the shadow of a man holding a pistol with a long, awkward barrel. The hard, flat sound came again. Stopka curled up on himself and fell. And the shadow slid off the wall, disappeared. I ran for the wounded man, but by the time I got to him, there was no trace of the gunman. I rolled Stopka over. He was hit hard, slipping away fast.
Silence. Gigi always used a silencer. That punk Gigi.
He's dead, huh? You wise guys never know when to quit, do you? You're in real trouble now, handsome.
Hey, wait a minute. I didn't do this.
How come I couldn't hear the shots, the silencer?
Yeah, that's right. Trademark of a guy named Gigi Cantor. All I saw of him was his shadow on that wall there. Say, what kind of law have you got in this town, Flora?
None. Except the highway patrol, they stop in every night.
Okay, call him. Get him over here. This guy's Marty Stopka, wanted for a bank job, nearly 2 years old.
No kidding. Who are you, his trainer?
I'm a private detective who's got no business here, except I don't like to be pushed around. Now, listen, do you know Leland Mills' place at the edge of town?
Sure.
Well, you get the cops out to Mills' place by 10:30, do you understand? That's where the big attraction's going to be, if I can keep Gigi in his silencer from interfering again. Now, let me down, beautiful.
I won't let you down, handsome. For a city boy, you're all right.
I stuck to a back road and drove with my lights out until I was a good, safe distance beyond Leland Mills Ranch. Then I hid the car in a dry gully and walked back. The house was dark and still. I thought once of what might have happened to Mills if Gigi had gotten there ahead of me. I kept in the shadows and worked my way across the yard to the back door.
Who's there?
Marlowe, open up.
I was beginning to worry. It's pretty near 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I know. Seen anybody so far?
No. Nope, not a soul. Been watching close, too. Did you find them men, that G.G., that Stopka?
Yeah. Stopka's dead and his killer's due to show up here any time now.
Oh.
We're going to have our hands full. Wait a minute. Is that a car?
Sure sounds like one. Yep. There, you can just make it out. Turned in down by the culvert and stopped.
Yeah. I think a man got out. Yeah, there he goes, across the field there behind your shed. It's Dietrich. I'm going out now, Mills. You stay here.
No, I'm going too. That fellow's heading right for my water tank.
All right, he's heading for your water tank. Don't get excited. You'll tip our mitt.
Oh.
Now, get this, Mills. You've got to stay here and watch for Gigi. He's bound to show up, and when he does, you better have that rifle of yours handy, because he's a killer. Do you understand?
Yep. Sure, I understand. Don't worry, Marlowe. I'll keep my eyes open. Don't you worry about a thing.
Out of the door and started across the yard. I knew I was getting myself out on a nice, long limb. Leland Mills was about as reliable as William Tell with their hiccups, and the apple was on my head. It was too late to back up, so I skirted the barn, stayed below the crest of a low rise, and moved toward the elevated water tank until I heard a shovel biting dirt. I got a comfortable grip on my gun and headed up over the rise to where I could see. Yeah, it was Dietrich, all right. He was bent over under the tank and working on a hole as if his life depended on it. He didn't even look up until I was almost on top of him.
Who is it? Who's there? Who is it?
Me, Mr. Gordon. Marlowe.
How did you get here?
Wasn't easy, Sammy boy. But I had to come and apologize for losing your precious bag full of waste paper.
You sure picked a dangerous time to show, sucker. You were fired once. Too bad you can't take a hint.
Uh-huh. And being tagged as a patsy is lousy for my business, Dietrich. You should have thought of that. So just leave your hands on that shovel handle, Sam, and keep on digging. Maybe I'll let you take a peek at that 120 grand before I turn you both over to the police. Go on, dig!
No! Not so fast, Marlowe.
Mills, I told you to stay in the... Hey, that's quite a pistol.
Don't move. Neither one of you. I'll kill you if you move. You, Marlowe, drop your gun. Drop it. So this is where it's been all the time. $120,000. I've looked everywhere, every day, for 2 whole years, but I never thought of looking here under the water tank.
You mean you knew where the money was all the time? You lie. I'm the only one that knew that.
Oh, no. One night 2 years ago, I heard a noise in my barn. It was a man groaning. I looked in and I saw him. He was wounded. And I saw you when you come back from burying the money. I overheard the whole thing. You wouldn't tell them where you'd hidden it. You said you'd never tell anybody. But I was sure I could find it, and I looked everywhere except...
Yeah, Mills, everywhere except here, under the water tank, where you buried Gigi's body after you killed him. And with his own gun at that.
Oh, no, I didn't kill him. Dietrich here did. I only buried him so nobody would find out that him and Dietrich had stopped at my place. I almost went crazy looking for that money, but now I know where it is, and I'm going to have it.
Well, you fool. You don't think I'd come out here with nothing but a shovel, do you? A friend of mine is right behind you with a gun in her hand. So come on, drop yours, Rube. Come on, drop it. All right. Hey.
That's an old trick, Dietrich.
Let him have it. Shoot, Kay, shoot.
Didn't work, did it? I knew I'd have to kill you sometime anyway if you ever came back, so...
You fool, Mills. I suppose that makes me next.
Yep, Mr. Marlowe. I think it does.
Think again, Mr. Mills.
Who's that? Hey, you were there all the time, and Dietrich wasn't bluffing.
Oh, I love you, Kay, baby, and I'll take the gun now, Mills.
Oh.
Turn it loose. Come on, I'll break your arm. There. That's better. I'll look after this gun until the police get here.
And look after this one, too, Marlowe. I haven't got the courage to use it anyway. I couldn't even shoot Sam Dietrich with it. He's the one I wanted to use it on.
Why? Because of Gigi?
Yeah, because he killed Gigi and lied to me. I promised to help Dietrich only because I figured all three of them would show up here, Sam, Stopka, and Gigi. That way I hoped to find him again.
You were right, baby. All three of them did show up. Only this time they finished their job. For good. It was 10:30 on the nose when we got back to the house. And the highway patrol had just pulled up. So the question and answer period started, and by the time it was over, all the field work finished up. 4 hours plus had gone by. It took some fast conversation, a lot of promises to stay handy, but finally, Kay was left with me. After all, her only real mistake had been falling in love with the wrong kind of a guy. When the last patrol car drove away, the desert was suddenly very still. The stars were small and sharp in the clear sky. The air was cold. Maybe that was why Kay Gordon trembled.
Marlowe, I'm sorry about all this. I got you into it, remember?
Mm-hmm. You also got me out of it, Kay.
Well, I can forget about Gigi, now that I know for sure what happened. And all because of a jerk named Leland Mills.
No, Mills was a desperate guy, Kay. After he buried Gigi, he just about went nuts trying to find the money. When he finally realized Dietrich was the only one who could lead him to it, he shot Stopka and would have killed anybody else, keep him from interfering with Dietrich until he uncovered the hiding place.
You know, in a way, Marlowe, it was a horrible trick of fate. They both picked the same place to bury things.
Not really. Mills and Dietrich had the same jobs to do, under the same conditions. They each had to bury something in a hurry and in the dark. So both of them picked a spot where the ground was soft and one that was clearly marked at the same time, under the water tank.
Yeah. And it... Marlowe, I'm kind of scared. I don't like this place. This spooky little town. It's the end of nowhere.
Yeah. I wouldn't be caught dead here myself. Let's go, baby. I walked Kay to a car, started her safely on her way.
So long, sucker.
She waved once, then drove down the road and out of sight without looking back. Soon even the sound of the motor was gone. A long night, and a strange reunion. And now 2 lonely lights were the only sign of life in lonesome Arizona. I stood on the empty highway for a few minutes and listened to the immense quiet of the desert. Then I went back to my rented car and headed for Phoenix and a plane for home.
Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, stars Gerald Moore, and is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Donnelly, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Joan Banks, Edgar Barrier, Virginia Gregg, Jeff Chandler, Bill Boucher, and Jack Crucian. The special music is by Richard O'Runt. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
It was a weird racket that mushroomed in a world of gaudy canvas. And the man with purple hair, the inquisitive midget, and the lady with strong hands each played a part. But all that was only a sideshow when death got into the act.
Across the nation, communities and the parents of Boy Scouts are observing Boy Scout Week, agreeing with the boys themselves that adventure, that's scouting. Now stay tuned for Gangbusters, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS network stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Thing system. Thing system. Thing system. Thing system. Thing system. Thing system.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Hello, Matt. Hello, Matt. Anybody here this morning?
I'll be right in, Doc.
All right, man. As the girls grow tall in Kansas. Let's see. Poor man, he's so busy. The girls grow tall in Kansas.
That's a poor way to start the day, Doc.
And what's a poor way to start the day, then?
Why, getting up in the morning.
Well, I'm not going to talk to you. Where's Chester? I'd rather talk to him.
No, he's due back any time now.
He's due back?
He took a prisoner over to Wichita a couple of days ago.
Oh, doggone it. If I'd have known that, I'd have gone with him.
No, what for?
Oh, just to get out of Dodge for a while.
Well, you've been out of Dodge for the last 2 days.
Oh, yes. Delivering a baby in a mud dugout isn't exactly what I was thinking about, man.
I know what you were thinking about.
Morning.
You're back, Chester.
Well, how was Wichita, Chester?
A big town, Doc. Real big, but I wasn't there long.
Oh.
The Santa Fe going east got there at noon. The next one coming back here left at 2 o'clock.
Well, you could have stayed another day, you know.
Heavens, yes. Why didn't you? Oh, how often does a man get a chance to have a little fun?
Well, I would have, but the sheriff there had some news he wanted me to tell Mr. Dunn.
Oh, some news?
Yeah, it's about the Carp brothers. And the sheriff said he heard they was headed this way.
I didn't even know the Carp brothers were in Kansas. I thought they worked the Dakota territory.
Bank robbers, aren't they, man?
So I've heard, Doc, but nobody's caught them at it yet.
Well, we'll catch them if they come to Dodge.
Yeah, maybe. They could be here right now. How come the sheriff didn't send me a telegram, Chester? It'd been a little faster.
Well, I don't know. Well, by Jing, I didn't think to ask him.
I'm going to go down to the bank. I'll be back directly. Good morning, Kitty.
Oh, hello, Matt.
you're up early this morning.
Oh, I went to bed early last night.
Oh, where you headed?
Delmonico's. I heard they got some fresh eggs in.
You're a sport. But I'll go with you if you like.
As I could find, Matt.
Well, I got to see Mr. Bodkin at the bank here first. Why don't you go on ahead and I'll join you, huh?
Well, how long will you be?
Oh, just a couple of minutes.
Oh, well, then I'll wait in the bank for you.
Okay.
But if you're longer than a couple of minutes, you can find me at the restaurant. I'm feeling pretty healthy this morning.
You ought to go to bed early every night.
If I did, I couldn't afford breakfast. The place is deserted. You must be the only people up in Dodge, except for the cashier. Maybe you ought to wait till after breakfast, Matt.
No, Kitty, I'm afraid this business has waited too long as it is.
Come in. Well, Marshal Dillon, come in.
Morning, Mr. Bodkin.
You come to deposit money, Marshal, or to borrow some?
Neither. I came to protect it.
What?
Mr. Bodkin, did you ever hear of the Karp brothers?
Oh, no, Marshal, I don't believe I have.
Well, they've never been around Dodge. All I know is that they're brothers, and the older one's name is Joe.
Why are you telling me this, Marshal?
Well, I've heard they're headed for Dodge, and I've also heard that they're bank robbers.
Bank robbers?
Yeah.
Well, what do you plan to do?
Well, I can't hire deputies until after a crime's been committed, Mr. Bodkin, but if you'd like to, it might be a good idea to let a half a dozen of them loaf around here for a while.
Certainly, Marshal. I don't mind a little expense. What's that? Now, where's my gun?
Don't shoot or we kill a woman.
We're not shooting.
You've killed the cashier.
Hank, get around there and start filling that sack. Okay? All right, lady. You walk in front. Either one of you try something, she dies.
He's coming this way, Marshal. Shoot him.
Don't be a fool, Kitty's in the way. And besides, he's got a gun in her back.
They're robbing my bank.
Will you shut up?
Yeah. Well, I'll be. I caught the marshal himself, or I will have as soon as I get his gun. Now, don't move.
I'm not moving.
That was the first time I ever disarmed a lawman. Feels good.
Joe Karp?
How'd you know my name?
Well, I heard you were headed this way, Karp, but I didn't hear it in time.
You sure didn't, Marshal.
That's your brother you came in with?
What difference does it make?
Look, take your money, Karp. Take it, and I'll ride out with you. Nobody will bother you.
No, Matt.
Shut up, Kitty.
Ooh. I see.
Nobody will shoot at you if I'm along.
Not while we're in Dodge, maybe, but we'd be followed.
All right, then take me with you as far as you like.
No, Marshal. We'd be followed anyway. I got a better idea. We're taking her. Kitty.
Don't do it, Karp.
Of course I'll do it. The first sign I see we're being chased, whoever it is going to find Kitty laying right in the trail, fresh killed. And if you don't think I'll do it, I'll tell you something. First person I ever killed was a woman. So don't let nobody follow us.
Nobody else will follow you, I promise you that.
I hate to lose such a pretty girl.
Matt, it's all right.
Sure, Kitty.
Come on, Joe, let's get.
You go in that office and sit down, Marshal. Hank's got the money ready and we're leaving.
So long, Kitty.
So long.
Hey, Marshal, if I do shoot Kitty, I promise you one thing.
What?
I'll do it with your gun.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what, Chester?
You reckon they'll give her any breakfast?
I don't know, Chester.
Oh, dear.
People don't need much food, Chester. They can go for days without any at all.
I know that, Doc, but, well, Miss Kitty just ain't used to it.
It's water people need. And they'll have water.
They will if they took any with them. It's mighty dry out on the prairie this time of year.
Oh, it's not that dry. Any fool can find water sooner or later.
Sure he can if he followed the buffalo herd long enough. A week, maybe.
There's other ways, just like what? Do you ever hear of a divining rod?
Oh, what's outlaws doing with divining?
I wasn't talking about outlaws.
Well, what was
I
you
was just
talking
talking.
about?
Can a man talk?
Chester.
Yes, sir.
I guess we've waited long enough. They must have covered 3 or 4 miles by now, huh?
Yes, sir.
Everything ready?
Everything I could think of, Mr. Dillon.
Let's get going, then.
Good luck, Matt.
Oh, thanks, Doug. Keep an eye on things, huh? Maybe a long time before we get back. From the bank window, I'd watched the Carp brothers ride north out of Dodge. So Chester and I started in the same direction. And on the other side of the Arkansas, we picked up their trail and followed it easily all morning. But we were careful to stay far behind them and out of sight, although we probably could have run them down in a few hours. That was the hardest part of it, forcing ourselves to hold back and go slow.
Mr. Dillon, you think Carp would really do it?
Do what, Chester?
You know. Do you?
Chester?
Yeah?
Look up ahead there, on the ground.
Mr. Dillon.
Let's go see who it is.
It's a man, Mr. Dillon. Must be some cowboy.
Yeah, he's been shot. Bring your water bag.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he's still breathing.
Yeah.
Here, let me have that. You want a drink? You thirsty?
Drink. Some water.
Here.
Who are you?
I'm Marshal Dillon from Dodge. Tell me what happened.
Marshal? And I was right.
Right?
2 men. And that girl. Hold my head up, Winston.
Yeah. There you are. Is that better?
I'm full of blood, Marshal. They hurt me bad.
Yeah.
My name's Blaine.
Oh, what happened?
Them 2 men, Marshal. You're after them, ain't you?
I'm after him.
I seen them. And I rode up. And then I asked them who they was. They didn't like that.
No.
I knew something was wrong. That girl and all. But I ain't no gunman. They shot me right out of my saddle. Both of them at once.
We'll get them, Blaine. That's any help to you.
It don't matter. No. That girl shouldn't be with him.
Could you hear them? Did they say anything?
Something about a cabin.
A cabin? Look, Blaine, my partner here, Chester, he'll stay with you.
Sure, I will. I'll take care of you, Blaine. Thanks. Won't do no good. You better go help catch him from it.
I'll handle him. Take whatever you want off my saddle, Chester, and get a fire going here, huh?
Yes, sir.
You're going to be fine, Blaine. So long. I rode ahead, tracking slowly for a couple of hours, and then Chester caught up with me. He looked at me for a moment, and then without saying a word, we continued on the trail across the prairie. We traveled in silence until dark, and then we saw a cabin. I couldn't chance going up to it, so we unsaddled and turned our horses loose and crept into a little draw about 100 yards away and got down and waited. And we waited all night. Dawn came, and then the sun, hot as ever.
Anything never coming out of that cabin, Miss Dillon?
Sooner or later, Chester.
Look,
They got a fire going now. Smoke coming out of the chimney. Breakfast, I am so hungry.
Well, the man could get along without food, Chester, like Doc said.
Well, at least Miss Kitty's going to get something to eat.
Yeah.
Mr. Dillon, what in the world are we going to do?
Right now, there's nothing we can do but sit here and wait and keep quiet. You know what'll happen if they find out we're out here?
I know. But I ain't thinking about it.
You better get back down now. I'll stay up here where I can watch.
Yeah, but they can see you, Mr. Dillon.
No, I got a little bunch of buffalo grass in front of me. It's enough.
Yes, sir. Sure is getting hot.
Just be sure and keep your voice low.
I will. You know, if it wasn't for them in the cabin, it'd be awful peaceful out here, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would.
Mr. Dillon?
What?
Rattlesnake.
Hmm?
He's behind you on top of the hole, about 5 foot back your head.
Chester. Whatever you do, don't move.
He's a pretty big one. Maybe 3.5, 4 foot.
Now, how far are you from him?
Far enough. Unless he uncoils and moves up.
All right, just keep very still. He may go away.
He ain't about to go away.
Did you just move?
My hand, just a little.
Well, don't do it again.
Mr. Dillon, he's stretching out. He's moving.
What? Which way?
Toward you.
Steady.
He stopped. He's coiling again.
Chester?
Yeah?
If that snake strikes at me, don't yell. They'll hear you at the cabin. Just start thinking about it now. If he strikes, you close your eyes and stop breathing. Do you hear me?
Well, I'll try, Mr. Dillon.
Well, you do it, you understand?
Yes, sir. He's looking at me again.
You moved, Chester. You must have.
I got my rifle aimed at him.
Will you stop it? Will you get your finger off that trigger right now?
Well, I can't sit here and just watch that rattler
If you
strike.
shoot Kitty, you'll die. Don't you know that?
I didn't move, Mr. Dillon. Honest, I didn't.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I got an idea.
What?
Chester, you chewing?
What?
Chewing.
Chewing? Oh, tobacco?
Yeah.
Oh, sure, but I got a fairly fresh quid in my shirt pocket.
Okay, we'll chance it. Get that quid into your mouth, but do it slow and as steady as you can manage it. Once you start moving your hand, don't stop. You understand? All right, go ahead.
Okay. I already got my fingers in my pocket. There it is.
Slow and steady now.
I'm trying. Here. It's in my mouth now.
All right. Now, juice it up, huh? Get a big mouthful.
I am.
All right, Chester, I've heard you brag about how good you can spit. Can you hit that rattler from there?
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
Okay, do it.
But I only got one shot. I can't make it. I just can't do it.
Wait a minute, Chester. You got a mouthful?
Yes, sir.
All right. Take your time now. Move and make him look at you, and then you sputter him right in the eyes. Okay. Go ahead.
Snake? Hey, Snake. Look. I got him, Mr. Dillon. I got him. He's leaving. There he goes. He's gone. His word. Well, they can't stay in that cabin forever, Mr. Dillon. They'll die of the heat cooped up in there.
It's only about 10 o'clock, Chester.
Oh, my. I hope they gave Miss Kitty some breakfast.
Chester?
Mm-hmm.
Look, the door's open.
Can they come now?
Get your rifle. Take it easy now.
It's Miss Kitty.
Yeah. Joe Carp's behind her, and there's his brother.
They're all outside now. What are we going to do?
We're going to have to kill him, Chester.
You mean just shoot him down from here, cold-blooded?
Well, how would you want to do it?
I'm ready, Mr. Dillon.
All Then take the one on your side. I'll take Joe.
Miss Kitty's standing awful close to him.
Yeah, I know she is. When I say hold your breath, you do it. Then you count to yourself 1, 2, 3, and then fire.
I'm set.
All right. Hold your breath. All right, come on, let's go, Chester.
Kitty! Get back inside!
Joe Carp's still alive. Mr. Dillon, he's reaching for his gun.
Come on.
They're dead. They're both dead now.
Okay, Kitty. Are you all right, Kitty?
Good to see you, Matt. You too, Chester.
I said, are you all right?
Shot them down like dogs, didn't you?
Yeah, you bet we did.
Thank you, Matt. Matt.
Here.
She beat him, Mr. Dillon. It's a good thing you caught her.
Yeah. I'll carry her inside, Chester. Come on, we'll get some breakfast going. They probably didn't feed her after all.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jack Benny Program. Quality of product is essential to continuing success.
Let
that historic chant remind you that year in, year out, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
It takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. And
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And season after season, at market after market, independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco. Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. No doubt about it. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And fine tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed. so free and easy on the draw.
59, American.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we take you out to Jack Benny's house in Beverly Hills, where we find Jack and Rochester in the garage.
I can't understand why the car won't start. Try it again, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
Try it again, Rochester.
Okay.
Try it again, Rochester.
Wait till I put the door back on.
Okay.
Well, that's more like it.
Rochester, it didn't start.
No, but the door stayed on.
Oh, good. I can't understand what's wrong.
Maybe the motor's worn out.
Oh, no, that's impossible. The speedometer only says 8,000 miles.
Oh, come now, boss. We pushed it further than that.
Well, you better go in the house and call Mr. Harris and tell him to pick me up on his way to the studio, will you?
Oh, I did that before we came out to the garage.
Oh, then you knew there was something wrong with the... Rochester, did you use my car last night?
Well,
Rochester, I just found a bobby pin on the front seat.
A bobby pin?
Yeah. What are you laughing at?
There's only two of us here, and it ain't mine.
Well, it isn't mine either. Rochester, you used my car last night to take your girl out.
Uh-huh.
Well, how did it go?
Oh, very good, very good. Heard like a kitten.
That's funny, and today it won't even start.
Oh, you mean the car?
Yes, the car. How did it go?
Oh, fine, boss, fine. Until I lost a tire off the front wheel.
You lost a tire? Why didn't you come back home?
Well, the rim got caught in the trolley car tracks, and I had to go all the way to Pasadena before I could make a left turn.
Pasadena?
Yeah, and on the way back, we got stalled right in the middle of the Santa Claus Lane parade.
You and your girl, huh? What happened?
Nothing. We prefer Mulholland Drive.
Well, Roch, in the future, when you want to go out joyriding, borrow your friend's car. You know who I mean, Sam. He loaned it to you once before.
Well, Sam ain't got that car anymore. He's got 2 motorcycles now.
Oh. Traded his car in, eh?
No, he backed into a buzzsaw.
Oh, my goodness. Did Sam get hurt?
No, but if he hadn't leaned over to put down the window, he'd have been twins.
Well, look, Rochester, there's no use working with this any longer.
Okay, Jackson, I'm here.
Be right with you, Phil. So long, Rochester. I'll see you after the broadcast.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to take you out of your way, Phil, but I couldn't get my car started.
You know, Jackson, when you bought that car, it's too bad you didn't wait just one more year. They came out with a wonderful improvement.
Yeah? What was it?
The Pony Express.
All right. Come on, let's get to the studio. Say, this car really runs nice.
Well, you know me, Jackson. Nothing but the best for Harris.
Oh, boy, what a fancy dashboard. What are all those buttons for?
Well, that's a radio. I push this button and get Australia. I push this button and get London. This button, China. This button, France. And on up to 8 countries.
Gee, my radio, I've only got 3 buttons. Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga. I can only get Anaheim when I'm in Azusa.
How do you get Cucamonga?
Short wave. They got a wonderful program from there, too. John's Other Smudge Pot. I never miss it, you know. Oh, boy. Phil, this is really a swell car. How much did it cost, Phil?
$3,500.
$3,500. Gee, I wish I had 2 shows. Hey, Phil, the traffic light is changing.
I see it.
Watch it, will you, kid?
Oh, Martha, look who's sitting in that car. Jack Benny.
Well, isn't that a coincidence? 3 weeks ago we were standing here, and he drove by then, too.
Yes. Isn't he handsome? Martha, what are you crying about?
Well, I can't help it. When Mr. Benny was in vaudeville, he was my husband's favorite comedian.
Well, that's nothing to cry about.
I was thinking of my husband. He's been dead for 40 years.
Oh, say, Martha, I've just noticed who's sitting next to Mr. Benny.
Who?
Look.
Well, box back my coat and button my shoes if it isn't ham hocks and turnip greens.
What a thrill. Let's go over to the car and ask them for their autographs.
Oh, no, Emily. They'll think we're trying to pick them up.
Oh, yeah.
Gee, those 2 old ladies are sweet. You know, Phil, I saw them at the football game yesterday.
Oh, did you go, Jackson? There was such a mob out there. How'd you ever park your car?
Oh, I didn't take my car. It was such a nice day, I decided to swim. Fortunately, it was downstream, you know.
It's a pity to say goodnight played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen...
Okay, Don, okay, we're here. I'm sorry we were late, but I couldn't get my car started, and then we got held up in traffic.
Well, that's all right, Jack. We filled in with a couple of orchestra numbers.
Good, Don. But who led the band?
Frankie.
Frankie? What does he know about music?
Are you kidding, Jackson? Frankie's a natural. He was born with a banjo on his knee.
He was?
Yeah, they had to operate on him before they could get his pants on. Keep that up and you'll be another Carmen Lombardo, Philsy.
I'll settle for anybody. Now, Don, Mary is still in Palm Springs, so when we do our play tonight, we'll have to...
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Phil.
Hiya, kid.
Hello, Don.
Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mary. I guess she's mad at me.
Dennis, she's not mad at you. Mary isn't here. She's in Palm Springs.
Oh.
Now, Don...
Well, if she isn't mad, why doesn't she call me up?
She has no reason to call. Dennis, take my word for it. If Mary were here, she'd say hello to you.
Oh, yeah? Well, I wouldn't even answer her.
All right. Don't answer her. Now, Don.
Yes, Jack.
As you know, 2 weeks ago, we were going to do our version of The Killers, but we had to postpone it until tonight.
Who does she think she is, anyway?
Dennis, I told you Mary's in Palm Springs. Now, will you please forget it?
Okay.
Oh, say, Jack, before you tell me about the play tonight, do you mind if I talk to you about a very delicate subject?
Delicate subject? What is it, Don?
The quartet is here, ready to do the commercial.
Don, look, Don, I want to talk to you a minute. Not in anger. Look, kid. Look, Don, just a nice, friendly chat. Sit down, Don.
Well, there isn't any chair here.
Well, sit on the quartet. Go ahead. Get up, you're hurting them. Now, Don, let's get one thing straight. The quartet is through. Finished.
Listen, Jack, give them one more chance, and if you don't like what they've prepared for today, I'll never bother you again.
Don, look.
Come on, boys, Il Trovatore.
I don't want Il Trovatore.
LSMFT, LSMFT.
Don, Il
Lucky
Trovatore.
Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Don, Il Trovatore is not for...
Il son della Pregi, solenni funeste, e vivono che Harvey, LSMFT.
Don, that doesn't fit. Look.
LSM, LSN, LSO, LSP.
Don. Don. Boys. Don. Fellas. Boys. Don. Look, Don, this doesn't...
Fine tobacco, yes, fine tobacco.
Don, look at that. It's no good, believe me.
Quality of product is essential. So, LSMFT, LSMFT, MFT, LSMFT,
Don.
LSMFT, LSMFT,
Did you hear that applause, Jack? They were sensational.
Don, I don't care if they applaud all night. Opera has no place on this program.
All right, Jack, then listen to this.
Don, I've
Take
had
it, boys. Holiday for Strange.
Holiday for...
LSMFT, MIOCUNRAILOVEU, I do. RSCPDQ, MIOK for you, babe.
Babe. Wait a minute. Fellas, wait a minute.
RSCPDQ.
Wait a minute! Don, I've had enough. I can't stand it any longer. Where's that contract? Here it is. There. That settles that.
Jack, I don't blame you if you feel that way about the quartet. That's the best thing to do. Tear up the contract.
Their contract, that was yours.
What?
Hey, Dennis, I guess that'll hold him for a while. was For You, For Me, Forevermore, sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis.
Hello, Mary.
What was that?
I'm giving her one more chance.
Oh, go sit down.
Okay.
Tonight, for our Not on the Quartet. Find a chair. I wish Mary was here and I was in Palm Springs. And now...
I wouldn't say hello to you either.
Oh, quiet. And now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight, as our feature attraction, we're going to do our version of Mark Hellinger's thrilling, exciting, Universal International picture, the famous Hemingway story, The Killers.
This is the story of two gunmen who walk into a little lunchroom looking for a guy called the Swede. It's midnight, and the lunchroom is deserted, except for one lonely customer.
Well, I think I'll have a bite to eat and then go home.
Yeah, I wish I could close up and go home myself. This place is quieter than a coal mine. Kind of a dreary night, too.
Yeah. Say, Charlie, don't the Swede usually drop in about this time?
Uh-huh. Hasn't been in now for 2 or 3 weeks. Understand he's sick in bed.
Oh, a Democrat, huh?
Yeah. I miss him, too. Used to stay here for hours, just sitting by the jukebox, listening to the Missouri Waltz. Now, what do you have to eat?
Oh, I don't know.
How'd you like some squaw baked in wine?
Nah. You got any ham hock stewed in bourbon?
Now, we're all out of ham hocks.
Good. Just bring me the juice.
Okay. Say, Curly, next week when you come here, you won't know this joint. It's going to be real ritzy. New curtains and drapes and rugs on the floor. Nice new lampshades and everything. This lunchroom is going to be beautiful.
Well, it's about time. This joint looks like the sweat band out of the Brown Derby.
Well, don't worry. I'm going to fix everything. In fact, I've already hired the interior decorators. Say, Curly, hurry up and finish eating, will you? It's such a nasty night. I want to close up and go home.
I'll be through in a minute. How about a napkin?
Use the drapes. I'm getting new ones. Yes, sir, I can just see the way this place is gonna...
What's the matter, Charlie?
Look out the window. 2 guys just stepped off the curb and are crossing the street. I never seen them before.
Yeah. They look kind of tough. Hey, I'm getting out of here.
No, don't go. I don't want to be here alone. One of them guys looks like Edward G. Robinson. Hey, look, they're coming this way. Yeah. What'll it be, gentlemen? I say, what'll it be, gentlemen? Gentlemen, what'll it be?
What are you shaking for, Blue Eyes? It ain't cold in here.
I'm getting ready to close up, gentlemen, so if you want something to eat, you better order it.
Hey, Slugger.
What is it, Eddie?
Blue Eyes is in a hurry. Maybe we ought to slow him down.
Yeah, down.
Now, look, gentlemen, I don't want no trouble. What'll you have? You can have some ham and eggs or some corned beef hash or a mixed green salad. Ouch!
I don't like salad.
Now, look, mister, I want to close up this joint, so you better order or get out of here, because if you don't, I'll call the police.
Well, did you hear that, Slugger? Blue Eyes is going to call the police.
Yes, I am.
Well, one move out of you, and I'll fill you so full of holes you look like a Chiswee sandwich.
That's Swiss cheese.
Don't tell me how to get a laugh.
What?
It amuses Slugger.
Yeah.
Now, see here, mister. I want to ask you a question. Would you fellas...
Now, look, bright boy, I ask the questions around here, see? You just answer them and do as I tell you, see? If not, you'll get hurt, see? Now, get me something to eat, see?
And be quick about it. Look.
Look.
Where?
Oh, shut up.
Now, wait a minute. I don't have to stand for this. I'm a citizen. I pay my taxes. I got my rights, and you can't come in here and push me around.
Oh, we can't, huh?
No, you... Wait a minute. What are you reaching in your back pocket for?
Just my handkerchief.
Your handkerchief?
Yeah.
You must have a bad cold.
Yeah. I just took those shots for it. Keep that up and you'll be another Phil Harris.
Now, look, will you fellas... Wait a minute. Now I know who you guys are. You're the killers. You're looking for the Swede.
You hear that, Slugger? Bright boy thinks we're looking for the Swede.
Well, ain't we been looking for no Swede?
Now, Bright boy, we ain't looking for no Swede. We came in here to talk to you.
Me?
Yeah, you. We heard you're going to get this dump redecorated.
Yes, I am, but what's that got to do with you?
Well, we want to know something.
What?
Who are you getting your chins from?
Chins?
Yeah. And the silk lining for your drapes.
I'm not going to have them lined.
You hear that? Now, listen, bright boy. You're going to have drapes, and you're going to have them lined. You're getting them from us, see?
I can't get them from you. I'm buying all my curtains and drapes from Johnson and Company, right on the corner.
Johnson ain't there anymore.
You mean to say that... What's that?
Johnson, he just passed by.
Gee, rumors are flying, and so is Johnson.
Well, you guys can't frighten me. I'm buying my curtains, drapes, and chins from anybody I like, see? And that gun in your hand ain't scaring me either, see? I don't even think you can shoot straight.
Oh, I can't, huh? See that row of plates up there?
Yeah?
Well, watch this. And the plate next to it. And the plate on the other side.
Ha ha! You missed!
I put a curve on that one.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm not afraid of you now. You took 3 shots before and 3 shots now. You're out of bullets.
No, I ain't, bright boy. This is a never-sharp gun. It's got a 6-month supply of lead.
I should have known with that deep pocket clip. Hey, you know, the gun I have only shoots 6 times. Look. Here, I'll show you. See?
Hey, that's a pretty nice gun you got there.
You're darn right it is. Now, come on now. Up with your hands, both of you.
Oh, you want to shoot it out, huh?
Well, take that. Ha, ha, ha. You missed me twice. Now, you take this. Oh!
Oh, you got me, Slugger. You got me. I'm dying, Slugger. I knew the day would come. I knew I couldn't get away with it. Everything's getting dark. I can't see. I'm dying, Slugger. They finally got me. Me, Little Caesar. Goodbye, Slugger. I'm dying. I'm dying. Dying.
Well, fall down, you big ham.
quartet. Come on, Pearlie, let's go home.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here is my good friend, Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs.
Common sense will tell you, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Mr. George Alfred Webster, independent tobacco warehouseman of Durham, North Carolina, has seen millions of pounds of tobacco bought and sold at auction, and he said,
At market after market, at auction after auction, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine tobacco. Tobacco that makes one grand smoke. I've smoked Lucky's myself for 29 years.
Year in, year out, independent tobacco experts like Mr. Webster, men who spend their lives buying, selling, and handling tobacco, can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So remember...
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And fine tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Edward G. Robinson for appearing with us tonight through the courtesy of the Thalia Productions, producers of that soon-to-be-released picture, The Red House. We'll be with you next Sunday at the same time. Good night, Mary.
Good night, Mary.
Good night, Herman.
Herman?
I'm mad at Mary.
Oh, yes, I forgot. Good night.
The portrait on our show is called The Portrait.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Okay. One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Norma Shearer, Walter Pidgeon, and Adolphe Menjou in The Last of Mrs. Cheney. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to tell you that tonight's Lux Radio broadcast, as well as those in weeks to come, will be heard by American armed forces throughout the world, by shortwave and other special facilities. I'm not a superstitious man, but I haven't been walking under any ladders lately either. In fact, I've got my fingers crossed right now, because every time Norma Shearer has been scheduled to appear at this microphone for the last 6 years, something has happened to cancel the date. But all things come to him who waits, if he waits long enough. So this week, we borrowed Norma from the cast of the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, Her Cardboard Lover, along with Walter Pidgeon from the same studios, Mrs. Miniver. And if nothing happens between now and curtain time, you'll hear them starring with Adolphe Menjou in The Last of Mrs. Cheney. Our play packed in the customers for a solid season on Broadway, and Hollywood, on 2 different occasions, found material for a hit in this brilliant comedy. Norma Shearer starred in one of the picture versions herself. Tonight, as Mrs. Cheney, she has a part made to order for an actress of beauty, wit, and charm. And that, of course, is Norma Shearer. For this hour each week, we like to think that we're helping a whole nation forget the problems of the moment and relax in another world, the world of the theater, to laugh a little, to thrill to fine drama, and tomorrow to return to the task at hand with new determination. That's the job of this Lux Radio Theater, which Lux Toilet Soap brings you each Monday night. We're all hurrying along these days because we all have something important to do.
If Americans had less native stamina, we might see smiles disappearing. But not here. We thrive on hard work. The men are more cheerful, and the ladies, unless my eyes deceive me, look lovelier than ever. And as most of you know, Lux toilet soap helps to put that smiling complexion on the situation. Here's the curtain going up now for Act 1 of The Last of Mrs. Cheney, starring Norma Shearer as Mrs. Cheney, Walter Pidgeon as Lord Arthur Dilling, and Adolphe Monjou as Charles.
All ashore, the Johnny Shore. All ashore, the Johnny Shore.
A few short years ago, when the oceans of the world were calm and untroubled, a luxury liner left its berth in New York Harbor and turned its mighty prow to the open sea. As usual, on the first day out, there was great speculation among the passengers about the identity of their shipmates. As usual, there was one person who stole the lion's share of the comment. She was young, lovely, beautiful, and so far as the rest of the ship was concerned, nameless.
Did you ring for me, sir?
Yes, come in, Stewart. I'd like some information about a passenger.
Yes, sir. What is the passenger's name, sir?
That's what I want you to tell me.
Will you describe the passenger, sir?
Well, now, let me see. She's rather beautiful, I'd say, and she's sort of...
Oh, you don't mean the lady with that, that look, sir. And she has a way of, it's
That's
rather...
the woman. Who is she?
Her name is Cheney. Mrs. Fay Cheney.
Mrs.?
Sorry, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, too. Go on, Stewart.
What else do you wish to know, sir?
Oh, just break down, Stewart. Here. Will a pound note help you to remember?
Oh, thank you, sir. She's American, a widow traveling alone. Has 7 or 8 trunks, no pets. She has a deluxe suite, comes from Minneapolis, Minnesota, and you're the 5th gentleman who's asked about her in the last 2 hours.
You've quite a fund of information. And what do you know about me?
You, sir, are Lord Arthur Dilling, first son of the Earl, traveling to England with a party of friends.
Good.
You were recently sued for breach of promise by a young lady you met on the 5th Avenue bus. And
That's enough. I don't want to know too much about myself. Good morning. Mrs. Cheney, I believe. Mrs. Fay Cheney?
Yes. Why do you ask?
I just wanted to be sure. It seems to me...
No, we haven't.
Haven't what?
We've never met. I've never seen you before in my life. And if you don't leave me alone, Lord Dilling, I'll have to call the steward.
At least you know my name. May I call you Fay?
Please don't.
Oh. Lovely morning, though, isn't it? Huh?
I'm trying to enjoy it. Steward?
Yes, madam.
Will you please...
Ah, Stewart. Will you be good enough to get us a couple of deck chairs?
Right away, sir.
Fine.
Do you behave like this with every woman you meet? Or do you only reserve it for those you try to pick up?
I'm glad you asked me that question. You know, I was afraid you were going to snub me.
I believe I have met you after all. You're that well-known type of man who thinks he can foist his company on any woman who happens to attract him.
I'm sorry. I suppose I owe you an apology. You see, I merely did it to win a bet. Do you know Willie Winton? Oh, no, of course you don't. But Willie bet me 30 pounds you wouldn't dine at our table tonight.
That, of course, is a lie.
Of course. But will you?
No, thanks. I've been warned about you, Lord Dilling.
Have my friends been talking again?
No, the newspapers.
Oh.
Oh, well, there you are, Arthur. Lovely morning.
Oh, hello.
I beg your pardon, but you know this young man?
Why, yes, of course.
Then will you be good enough to tell him to leave me alone?
Oh, I say, Arthur, again.
Again, old man. Sorry.
May I see you to your stateroom, madam?
Well, I'm not that crushed, but I would like a walk around the deck.
Oh, of course.
Bye.
I do hope Arthur wasn't annoying you.
Oh, but he was.
Oh, I'm frightfully sorry. You see, he's a sort of vague relation of mine, and I feel rather responsible.
Oh, I shouldn't.
You mustn't judge all of us by Arthur. We're rather nice, really.
I'm sure you are.
Perhaps you dine at our table tonight and discover us for yourself.
Thank you. I'd be delighted, but won't your friends think it's rather sudden?
Oh, no. I'll simply introduce you as
Mrs. Cheney.
Mrs. Cheney, whom I met in...
Minnesota.
Minnesota? Oh, precisely. Why not?
I think you're very kind, Mr.
Francis Kelton.
Oh, Lord Francis Kelton?
Why, yes. How nice that you should know. Mrs. Cheney, my dear, whom I met in Minnesota. Mrs. Cheney, Lady Winton.
How do you do? I hope I'm not intruding, Lady Winton.
My dear Mrs. Cheney, you're a perfect godsend. Here am I, a lone woman with 3 dreadful men. Are you going to London, Mrs. Cheney?
Yes, I am.
Planning to stay long?
Yes, I'm taking a house there.
How nice.
Hello, Kitty. Am I late for dinner again?
Yes, Billy, you are. This is my husband, Mrs. Cheney, an old friend of Francis's.
How do you do, Mrs. Cheney? This is a pleasant surprise.
Sit down, Willie. Where's Arthur?
Oh, he's coming. Here he is.
Evening, Kitty. Sorry I'm late. Oh, good evening.
Mrs. Cheney, may I present Lord Arthur Dilling?
How do you do?
Oh, we've met. Don't you remember? I'm the fellow who lies.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Oh, Willie.
Yes, old man?
You owe me 30 pounds.
So I do.
Mrs. Cheney requests the pleasure of your company at a charity concert to be held at her home on the afternoon of April the 6th. R.S.V.P.
Oh, Charles.
Yes, my lord.
How long is that going to go on out there? Any idea?
Well, I believe it's the last selection, my lord.
Good. Whiskey and soda, please.
Yes, my lord.
By the way, Charles.
My lord.
I can't help thinking I've seen you somewhere before.
Indeed, sir.
Where have we met?
We have never met, my lord.
I assure you we have. I was educated, I was at Oxford and...
I once passed through Oxford on a train, my lord.
Your manner suggests to me you might have got out and stayed there for some years.
Well, I had no idea Oxford had a school for butlers, my lord.
Mrs. Cheney seems to have a high regard for you, Charles.
Well, I've served the family a long time, my lord.
And naturally you know Mrs. Cheney's likes and dislikes, her whims.
A good servant, my lord, always tries to sense the mood of his employer.
Then, what is her private opinion of all this?
This, my lord?
Yes, London, all her new friends, myself, for instance.
Well, I couldn't say, my lord. Mrs. Cheney would never think of discussing her private affairs with servants.
I accept the rebuke.
There was none meant, my lord.
Nevertheless, Charles, I still think we've met before.
Perhaps it only seems so, my lord.
Perhaps.
Darling, beautiful. Thank you. Goodbye, Maria. Shelton, are you driving me?
Yes, of course. Goodbye, Mrs. Cheney. It's been delightful.
Lord Kelton, I ought to scold you. You really shouldn't have bid so much for that doll.
Oh, it wasn't for the doll, exactly. It was more for you, Mrs. Cheney.
Oh, bidding for me?
Oh, no. I mean, well, I shouldn't.
I know. And thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye, my dear.
Hey, will you dine with me Saturday?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I promised the weekend to the Duchess of Ebley.
The Duchess? Oh, you lucky beast. Well, do get her to show you the Ebley pearls, my dear. They're fantastic.
The Ebley pearls?
But don't ask her how she got them. That's rather fantastic, too. Bye, dear.
Goodbye. Oh, George.
Yes, madam?
Will you clear away the garden furniture, please, and have William bring the car around? I'll be out for dinner.
Yes, madam.
Oh, where is Charles?
I believe he's in the drawing room, madam. Shall I tell him?
No, I'll find him. Charles, I'd like to see you a moment.
Yes, madam.
Hello. Join me in a whiskey and soda?
Arthur, I thought you'd gone.
Why?
Well, all the others have.
I'm waiting for my man with the car.
Your man has been waiting for some time, my lord.
Has he? Well, it's a lovely afternoon, Charles. Tell him to wait a little longer.
Yes, my lord.
Hello.
Hello.
I rang you up 5 times this week, and each time I was told you were out.
What a shame.
Were you out?
No. Each time I was in.
I thought so.
Twice I answered it myself and told you I was out.
Now, may I ask why?
Certainly. I don't care to be alone with you, even on a telephone.
Why not?
It's my only way of paying tribute to your reputation.
Oh, don't tell me it frightens you.
You have the great distinction, Arthur, dear, of being one of the few men in the world I'm not frightened of. And I feel I ought to be.
Really? Why?
Well, you're not bad-looking, exquisitely indifferent, even rude to people. A great sense of humor, brilliant, and...
What else?
That's the trouble. Nothing else.
Tell me, did you learn the art of rebuking people so charmingly from your butler, or did he learn it from you?
I wonder.
I like that fellow.
You mean my butler?
Yes, I like his insolence.
Was Charles rude to you?
Oh, no, the reverse. I have often been told to go to blazes, but never so pleasantly as he told me a few minutes ago.
How stupid of Charles. He should know you'd already gone.
Now, who told you that?
Oh, some of the women who went part of the way with you.
You appear to have rather a low opinion of me.
Shall we say I haven't a very high one?
Really?
Have you of yourself?
Not at the moment.
Then there's hope.
I want you to like me. You've got to like me. Now, what can I do about it?
Heaps.
For instance?
Live up to the reputation you have for possessing a sense of humor.
Go on.
Stop living on the glory of your ancestors.
Anything else?
And tell me exactly why you remained here today after the others had gone.
I wanted to be alone with you.
Yes?
And tell you you're the most attractive woman I ever knew.
Oh, and then?
If that went well, I proposed to suggest a little dinner at my flat.
I see. And if that went well?
Then I'd be experienced enough not to say another word till after the dessert. In the future, I shall never dream of asking you to dine with me without a couple of bishops.
But why, Arthur?
You've depressed me. I don't feel half the fellow I thought I was, and, well, it's a bore.
You're no end of a fellow, if you only knew it.
Nonetheless, I feel now that I have been talking to an entirely good woman. You are, aren't you?
Why do you want to know?
Because I should feel such a fool if you weren't.
I am.
But still willing to throw yourself at a man like Kelton?
Throw myself?
Well, that's what I'd call it.
I wouldn't.
And why shouldn't you? He's rich, he's solid, he's reliable, and, oh, something of a fool.
Arthur, dear, ring the bell, will you?
Certainly. What for?
Charles knows where your hat is.
Oh. Do you mind if I finish my drink?
You don't drink with your meals, do you?
Certainly. Why?
Because you drink so much between them.
May I offer you one?
Thank you. You know I don't drink.
Cigarette, then.
And you know I don't smoke.
I suppose you'll despise me if I finish this?
No. I should like you all the more if you didn't, that's all.
Very well. For today, I'm a teetotaler. Goodbye, Faye.
Angry, Arthur?
No, just defeated.
New experience for you, isn't it?
Look, you didn't mean all those things you said to me just now, did you?
I meant every one. I like you so much.
You know, I've never kissed a woman's hand before. That's a new experience, too.
What does it mean, Arthur?
My complete and absolute respect. Goodbye.
Your hat, my lord.
Oh, thank you, Charles.
Stand by the window, Charles. Let me know when he's gone.
Yes, darling. Debussy, isn't it, darling?
Yes.
Very lovely. He's getting into his car now.
Ask George and William to come in, Charles.
They'll be here, darling. Don't worry. Come in, George.
Oh, my blasted feet are murdering me.
Sit down, George.
You're jolly well right, I'll sit down. Oh!
Did you ring, madam?
It's quite all right, William. Everyone's gone.
Oh. This blasted collar's been choking me all day. Here, how much longer do we keep up this servant act, Charles? I'm clean wore out.
You have to play that stuff, Faye. Give us something lively, will you?
What a pretty lot of pets you look.
Oh, thank you, darling.
Well, I've got the invitation.
Where?
The Duchess of Ebley. I'm asked to stay as an honored guest.
Good girl.
Wonderful, Faye.
Yes, not too bad for the 5 and 10 cent store girl from Minnesota.
The Duchess' pearls are worth at least 20,000 pounds.
20,000. This time next week, I'll be taking my ease on the deck of a boat pointed for Canada.
England suits me. Follow the races and live like a lord. That's my motto.
20,000 quid cut 4 ways. When do you blow, Faye?
Blow where?
To the Duchess's.
The invitation is for Friday weekend. But it doesn't mean I have to accept it. I haven't decided yet.
What? What do you mean, Faye?
Yes, darling. What do you mean?
I said I haven't decided, Charles.
Look here, my girl. We pitched in every quid we got to rent this house, to buy you clothes, an ocean trip, while we even...
Control yourself, William. Now, Faye, suppose you explain.
You see, Charles, the idea of persuading perfectly charming people into inviting you into their house for the purpose of robbing them isn't pleasing me at all.
You never talked like this before.
I've never met them before.
If you're going to try any tricks, my girl, you won't find it very healthy.
Quiet, please. I see her point of view.
Oh, you do?
I'll tell you what it is. She's got her eye on Kelton. The old cove's always hanging around.
Oh.
I suppose you fellows clear out. I'd like to have a quiet little chat with Faye alone.
If it's a showdown, we'll be in on it.
Leave her to Charles. He can handle her.
Well, no half measures, mind.
Yeah, tell her ladyship where she gets off.
Well, Faye, if you want to chuck it, you can.
Don't be absurd. I only wanted to make them mad, to see them exactly as they are. You know I'm going to see it through. You don't think I'd let you down, Charles?
You've never let anyone down. That's the point.
Very well, then.
Faye, at times you make me think.
Without my influence, you never would have chosen this noble profession, and it's a precarious one, with the end usually at the beginning. Could it be I'm getting a conscience fade?
What do you mean, Charles?
What I say. You don't have to tell me you like these new friends of yours. I can see that for myself.
You're as bad as George. You think I'm chasing the elderly noble lord.
I wasn't thinking of the elderly noble lord. I was thinking of a rather young one.
You needn't. And you needn't worry about your pearls either. I'll get them for you, Charles. Friday weekend.
In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Norma Shearer, Walter Pidgeon, and Adolphe Marjoux, will return in Act 2 of The Last of Mrs. Cheney. You know, sometimes when the doorbell rings, it has a very exciting sound. And if you're a pretty young lady, you hurry to answer.
Special delivery, miss.
Thank you. Oh, it's from Bill. Dear Mary, I've got leave for the weekend, and I'm not taking any chances on finding you dated Saturday. How's for some dancing and such?
Bill's got the right idea. He knows it's smart to date Mary up ahead of time. He knows girls with complexions that are fresh and smooth as a new-cut rose are pretty sure to be popular. Yes, there's something about soft, lovely skin that just seems to say romance. You want the kind of skin that wins, a smooth, romance complexion. So why not let Hollywood's famous beauty care, Lux Toilet Soap, help you have it? Screen stars depend on their daily active lather facials with this gentle soap. They say the lather's so rich and creamy it feels as though they were smoothing beauty in. Yet Lux Toilet Soap's active lather is thorough, too. It removes stale cosmetics, every trace of dust and dirt from the skin. Here's all you do to take a Lux Soap Beauty Facial. Pat the fine, rich lather lightly in. Rinse with warm water, then with cool. Then pat your face with a soft towel to dry. Now touch your skin. It feels exquisitely fresh. And it is. Just try this simple facial every day for 30 days. Discover for yourself what a wonderful beauty aid this Hollywood care can be. How soft and smooth Lux Toilet Soap helps you keep your skin. Get 3 cakes of this luxurious soap tomorrow. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille. Act 2 of The Last of Mrs. Cheney, starring Norma Shearer as Mrs. Cheney, Walter Pidgeon as Lord Arthur Dilling, and Adolphe Marjoux as Charles. It's Sunday evening of the weekend party at the Duchess of Ebley's, and Fay has still not stolen the pearls. The party has now reached the parlor game stage, in which the guests squirm uncomfortably on the edge of their chairs, for the game is truth. Willie Winton has the floor, cross-examining his wife's cousin.
But you must answer John and the truth, remember?
Go on, John.
Go on.
What was the question, Willie?
Well, I asked you where you got those onyx cufflinks you're wearing.
Why, I really don't remember.
There's only one solution, of course.
What's that, Maria?
Why, your wife must have given them to him.
Kitty, did you?
Yes, Willie, for Christmas. I knew you wouldn't mind.
Oh, no, of course not.
Is the game over?
Oh, no, Fay. We're just beginning.
I believe it's our hostess' turn to make us all squirm now. Oh, do try and be bright, Elizabeth.
Very well, my dears. I'll start with Willie. Willie, what is your private opinion of me as a hostess?
Oh, I say.
I consider the question answered. Kitty, dear.
Yes?
Kitty, how many cousins have you?
Oh, heaps and heaps.
I asked how many.
I'm not good at figures. Quite a few, I imagine.
Enough to keep Willie out of cufflinks?
Maria, I'm asking the question.
Oh, of course, dear.
Where's Kelton? Oh, there.
Oh, I'm really not playing the game. I'm a sort of spectator, as it were.
Kelton, answer me.
Oh, well, all right.
Kelton, are you really fool enough to think of marrying at your age?
Why, say, look here.
Yes or no?
Well, now, that's really much too personal.
The 4th Earl of Kelton is about to pay a forfeit.
Well, I prefer to pay it rather than answer such a question in public.
I shall think of something quite drastic. And now, Maria, I've always wanted to know your real age. What is it?
26, dear. What forfeit would you like me to pay?
Go up to your mirror and sit in front of it for half an hour.
Oh, Cat.
And now, just one more. Arthur, dear.
Ready, Aunt Elizabeth.
Arthur, is it true, as I've heard, that you're in love, really in love?
Hopelessly, desperately, and finally.
With whom?
Like Kelton, I refuse to make an answer which is already obvious to everybody.
I think you'd all better pay a forfeit. I suggest for a change we retire early and stop boring each other.
Good night, dear.
Good night, Kitty.
Well, it looks as if I get off scot-free.
Not quite, Fay. When Arthur proposes to you, will you accept him?
But he hasn't proposed. And I really haven't thought about it.
Nonsense. You like him, don't you?
Everybody does.
Oh, Arthur has his good points, you know.
He's charming.
I can't stand sentiment, but I really like you. And it isn't every woman I'd urge to enter the family.
That's the sweetest thing one woman could ever say to another. Thank you. I really should go in, Lord Kelton. We were all supposed to retire early, you know.
Oh, do you find me dull?
Oh, not at all, Lord Kelton.
Francis, please.
Francis.
Fay, I must speak to you.
Yes?
Fay, I've got a townhouse in London, a country seat in Kent, a shooting box in Scotland, 50,000 acres. Am I getting too intimate?
Not too intimate.
Well, what I mean is, it's awfully difficult for me to go on, you know.
Maybe you'd better not try any more tonight.
Well, I feel like a coward. You see, the thing I'm trying to say to you should be so simple. I've written it on paper a dozen times. Tore it up, naturally.
Naturally.
Mrs. Cheney, ma'am, is that you?
Yes?
You're wanted on the phone, ma'am. London is calling.
London? Excuse me, Francis.
You can take it in your room if you wish.
Thank you.
Don't hurry. It's a fake.
What?
Your call from London. A fake. I wanted to talk to you.
You mean no one wants me?
No one. Except me, Fay.
Oh.
And I want you terribly.
Really, Arthur, I'm in no mood
No, don't misunderstand me. I love you, Fay. Will you marry me?
Please, Arthur, I'm going to my room.
You didn't accept Kelton, did you?
What makes you think he asked me?
Did you refuse him?
No.
You will.
Can't we discuss this some other time? I'm rather tired, Arthur.
You're going to marry me, Fay. The Bishop of Broadminster is an old friend of mine, less than a couple of miles from here. I've already telephoned him to expect us the first thing in the morning.
You're terribly sure of yourself.
On the contrary, I'm frightened to death.
I don't believe it.
It's true. Feel my hand.
Why, you're trembling.
You won't disappoint the bishop, will you?
You're very sweet.
I love you, Fay.
You do, don't you?
When I'm not with you, I walk around in a little private fog of my own. I cut my friends and greet my enemies. I hear music in the streets and see flowers growing in the gutter. I'm responsive to beggars and comb my hair continually. In fact, let's face it, I've got it worse than any of heaven's creatures ever had it before.
Good night, Arthur.
Good night, Fay.
Don't bother to switch on the lights, darling.
Charles, is that you?
Surprised, dear?
Are you mad coming here? How did you get in my room?
I climbed the ivy. I'm very athletic.
Charles, this isn't safe.
Certainly not. That's why I'm enjoying it. Why didn't you wire me?
I had nothing to say.
She got the pearls here in the house?
Yes.
You're sure?
Yes, I tell you.
You know where they're located?
They're in her room. A wall safe.
What about the combination? Well, I'd hate to have to blow it. It's crude.
You won't have to blow it. I know the combination.
What have you been waiting for? Hey, what's the trouble? You're not going through, is that it?
I'm a welcher. An awful welcher,
Oh,
Charles.
no, you're not. You won't back out. Not now. It's too late.
I won't do it. I won't.
Now, one moment, Fay. A few days ago, I gave you your chance. The cage was wide open. I could have handled the others then. We can't fool them now. We're both in up to our necks, and it's too risky not to go through with it.
Are the plans still the same?
The same. I'll be waiting in the garden. At 2 o'clock, you're to get the pearls from the safe and bring them here. When you turn your light on and off twice, you drop the pearls beneath the window.
Yes.
At 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
Hello up there. I say, Fay.
Who is it?
Arthur, come down into the garden.
Oh, don't be a fool, Arthur. It's 1 o'clock.
I know it. Would you like me to sing to you?
Anything but that.
You may not know it, but I have a rather pleasing baritone voice.
I'm sure you have, but I'm just going to bed.
Oh, how absurd. It's beautiful out here. Why don't you come on down?
Do you suggest I jump?
No, climb down the ivy. Apparently somebody tried to climb up. Look, it's all torn away from the wall.
Really?
Who do you suppose it was? Kelton?
Perhaps. You'd better leave before someone thinks it's you. Good night.
I say, Fay, wait. Ah, there. What the...
Oh, I'm sorry, my lord.
Well, Charles.
Yes, my lord. Good evening, Lord Dilling.
Good evening. Aren't you a long way from home, Charles?
Yes, my lord.
What brings you to Ebbly so late?
A cablegram, my lord, for Mrs. Cheney. It arrived at 8 o'clock. There was a train at 9:15, and thinking it might be important, I took the liberty of...
I see. Your devotion to duty and Mrs. Cheney is really quite touching.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Most butlers would have telephoned.
Well, that occurred to me, my lord, but it would have necessitated my opening the cablegram and reading it to Mrs. Cheney. Of course, that would be unthinkable.
You delivered it in person?
Mrs. Cheney had retired. I gave it to the housekeeper. Good night, my lord.
Just a moment. We can put you up here for the night. You can catch a train in the morning.
Well, you're very kind, sir, but there's a local leaving at 1:55, and I have many things to attend to in the morning.
Then at least we can do is have you driven to the station.
Well, your lordship's thoughtfulness is most considerate, but I shall enjoy the exercise.
It's 6 miles to the station, Charles.
Is it really? Well, it seemed less when I walked here. Good night, my lord, and thank you.
It's very funny, Charles, but every time I see you, I have a definite feeling we've met somewhere before. You even look more familiar with a hat on.
Oh, I beg your pardon, my lord. How careless of me. I should have taken it off immediately. Good night, my lord.
Good night.
Right. 4 left. 33 right.
Hello. Shall I turn on the light for you? That's better, isn't it? Go ahead. Don't let me disturb you.
I won't need the light, thank you.
Oh, yes. You already have the pearls, haven't you? May I see them? Thank you. Beautiful, aren't they? You're surprised to see me? I persuaded the Duchess to change rooms with me for the night.
Did you tell her why?
No, she'll probably ask me in the morning.
Oh, what will you say?
I'm not sure. I suppose Charles was going to pick the pearls up?
That's it?
And all this business, Kelton and me, all part of the game?
Certainly.
I see. The job in hand, then, was merely the pearls.
Exactly.
For Charles and you.
For Charles and me.
Cigarette?
Thank you.
Oh, I just remembered. I thought you didn't smoke.
You also thought I was honest.
Very true.
By the way, what made you suspicious?
I suddenly recognize your Yes, what is Charles to you, by the way?
My butler.
I mean in his spare time.
A friend. How did you recognize him?
I wasn't sure until I saw him with his hat on. Then I remembered 3 years ago I was in Biarritz when he was nearly caught. I gave him a sporting chance. Sent them running in the wrong direction. You see, I really saved him for you.
You couldn't see your way to making a habit of it.
I've always had a horror of doing the same thing twice.
What terribly nice cigarettes.
Oh, I'll send you some.
That's sweet of you. I'll give you my address tomorrow when I know it.
Are you thinking of changing your present one?
I have an idea you'll make it difficult for me to keep it.
You've really made such fools of all of us, it seems a pity not to allow you to complete it.
It has been quite amusing.
Splendid, and we'll keep it that way. Amusing. Suppose we sit down comfortably and discuss, shall we say, my price.
What are you doing?
Locking the door.
I see. So we revert to type.
We do indeed.
If I agree to stay here, you say nothing?
Nothing.
And if I don't?
Oh, come. Now, why be squeamish? Let's play the little farce to the end.
As crooks go, do you know the difference between you and Charles?
No.
Well, Charles robs with a charm of manner, and you rob with violence.
Very neat.
If I refuse to stay here, what would you do?
You can't refuse me.
I wonder if it would interest you to know that as a woman who has done nearly everything there is to do in this world, this is one of the things that I have never done. Why do you smile?
I thought we had done with posing.
You don't believe me?
What a fool you'd think me if I did.
But it happens to be true. I wonder how I can prove it to you.
You couldn't. It's too difficult.
I can quite understand you're not believing me. And I'm sorry, because you happen to be the one person in the world I would like to have believe me. But as you don't, I will do the next best thing.
And what does that mean?
That means if you don't believe that I have never done this before, you will at all events know that I am not going to do it now.
Just as you like.
Ring that night bell, and when they come, tell the Duchess who I am, or unlock that door and let me go.
You're hardly in a position to dictate terms. That night bell is really an alarm, you know, a police alarm.
You can't keep me here against my will.
I intend to.
Do you? Well, I prefer that they should know what is true about me. Then you should believe what isn't. Open that door, or I'll ring the bell myself.
Are you trying to persuade me that you'd really do it?
Unless you open the door.
Why the bluff, Fay, dear? It's meaningless. Now, you're much too sensible to take the risk of doing 5 years in Holloway.
5 years in jail wouldn't be nearly as long as the next 5 hours with you.
Get away from that bell. Get... Do you realize what you've done?
Perfectly.
They'll come rushing into this room, the whole crowd of them.
I know it.
Then why did you do it?
To give you an opportunity to tell them the truth about me.
Little fool.
I say, what's wrong in there?
Willie, what is it?
You'd better let them in.
What's the matter?
Open the door! Open the door!
Well, Arthur?
I say, Arthur!
I'm coming just a moment.
Arthur, is anything the matter?
Well, look here. It's Mrs. Cheney.
Hey, my dear, just what is all this?
Lord Dilling has something to tell you.
Well, Arthur?
What is it?
Perhaps you'd prefer that I tell them.
Speak up, Arthur. What is all this about?
Well, I persuaded Mrs. Cheney to come into this room by false pretenses. In the presence of you all, I humbly tell Mrs. Cheney I've behaved like a cad.
A cad? You're the lowest thing I've ever known.
I don't know what to say to you, Arthur. I suppose because she had sense enough to reject you, you decided she wasn't a lady.
I believe that sums it up.
Dilling, I for one will, and I hope every decent person in this world will cut you.
Everybody should, except the insurance company. They should love him.
What do you mean?
Lord Dilling, will you give the Duchess her pearls, please?
Night pearls? What is the meaning of this?
It means I came here to, well, I like them as much as you do.
What?
Oh, but I see. You mean you were going to...
Yes, I tried to steal them.
Yes, but there must be some mistake.
None.
Well, I'm not feeling very well. I think I'll retire.
I believe I will, too. I give you my word, Your Grace, that I won't try to escape.
I invited you into my home. I thought you were... Oh, it's hard to believe. I've never been wrong about a person before.
Console yourself. You weren't so wrong. You thought I was a respectable woman with the soul of an adventuress, whereas I'm really an adventuress with the soul of a respectable woman.
Wait, please. Just for the record, you didn't fool me for a moment. There's no such place as Minnesota, is there?
No. I made it up. Good night.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Norma Shearer, Walter Pidgeon, and Adolphe Marlowe in Act 3 of The Last of Mrs. Cheney. And now, quiet, please. A conspiracy is going on in a little house on Vine Street.
Hurry up, kids. Light the candles before she gets downstairs. She's coming. All together now.
Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday, Mom! Surprise! Surprise!
And now, darling, here's to the most wonderful wife in the world. And the prettiest.
Well, there's a compliment to make any woman happy. A compliment deserved by all those busy wives and mothers who try always to look their best for those who love them, who try to keep the charm of fresh, youthful skin, the kind of skin that makes people say, no matter what a woman's age, lovely, isn't she? Now, here's what a famous screen star, Irene Dunn, says.
There's always romance in soft, smooth skin. I never neglect my daily care with Lux toilet soap. Here in Hollywood, we've used this gentle soap for years.
Yes, Lux toilet soap is as fine, as luxurious a soap as you can buy. When you unwrap a cake, notice how satin smooth it is to the touch. Then discover what wonderful rich lather it gives. Lather that's thorough, but very gentle, too. No wonder this exquisite white soap is the choice of 9 out of 10 famous screen stars, of lovely women everywhere. Use Lux toilet soap regularly. Let it help you win new loveliness. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
The curtain rises on the third act of The Last of Mrs. Cheney, starring Norma Shearer, Walter Pidgeon, and Adolphe Marlowe. house has quieted down for a few hours of restless slumber. But Fay, alone in her room, walks the floor nervously. Suddenly, the door is opened, and Arthur slips in silently.
Have you been set to guard me? If so, you can take up your position outside the door.
We've got to act quickly. I've a car at the gate, and the back door is clear. Are you ready?
For what?
I intend to get you out of this.
And what will the price be this time?
Now, you're not going to be a fool again.
Not in the least. Nor have I the remotest intention of running away. Least of all with you.
There's someone at that window.
Charles, I imagine. Come in, Charles.
What's the matter? I've been waiting since I can't...
Charles, we have company.
Oh, good evening, my lord.
Evening, Charles.
It's no good, Charles. Lord Dilling knows. I've bungled the whole job.
I see.
I'm sorry.
Well, it's all in the luck of the game. And his lordship?
He caught me, quite cleverly. They've put in a call for Scotland Yard. Inspector Witherspoon will be here in the morning.
Witherspoon.
Know him, Charles?
Slightly. Lord Dilling, I presume you've gathered my position in this matter.
Quite.
But I'm afraid I don't quite follow yours.
All I want is for Mrs. Cheney to get out of here right away.
Very generous, if I may say so. But if you feel like that, why, capture the lady.
Charles, have you never heard of anglers who catch little fish and then fling them back again?
Fay, dear, you're being unsociable. If his lordship wishes you to escape, then
Charles,
perhaps...
You've got to get out of here as soon as you can. I intend to remain for reasons of my own.
What reason?
Well, that's my business.
Then I'll remain, too.
Don't you understand? Where could I go? It would only be a question of hours or days at the most. I'm not going through life always hunted.
Well, it's really not bad when you get used to it.
Not for me, thank you.
So be it, then. We remain.
That's only what she deserves. Pass the toast, Willie.
Is she still in her room?
Ames reports she'll be down for breakfast at 9.
The cheek of her.
How many years will she get, Willa?
Oh, I should think that'll depend on the age of the judge.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning, Kelton.
Good morning.
I heard what you said. You're not really going to arrest her, are you?
Certainly we are. The inspector's on his way now. Have some breakfast?
When I think of her, the most modest, the most simple. No, I can't believe it. Where are the eggs?
Kelton, are you persisting in your doddering fancy for this adventuress?
Well, I thought we could send her away, perhaps to America.
You didn't really propose to her, did you?
Of course he did. She's just the type that cautious rich men wait 50 years for.
Look here. We've got to stop it.
Quite right, Kelton. But I think you'd better tell why. Good morning, everybody.
What do you mean, Arthur?
Well, it seems Kelton has proposed to Mrs. Cheney.
I knew it.
Oh, but that's not all. He did it in writing.
What? Sweet mercy.
He didn't. Oh, Kelton, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Oh!
The moving picture rights to it alone are worth £10,000. Just coffee, please.
Kelton, when did you write this letter?
Last night. We'd been walking in the garden, and, well, oh, dear, well, later on I slipped it under her door.
Oh, Kelton, you poor fool.
Arthur, did she show you the letter?
Oh, yes.
That's worse than being a thief.
But I must defend her. She omitted the emotional passages.
Arthur, go back there at once and get that letter.
It's her own property. The fact that she has tried to appropriate ours does not permit us to retaliate.
Don't be silly. The police know how to do these things.
Quite. In that case, the letter would be read in court.
No.
I'm afraid you'll have to buy the letter, Kelton.
Cost you plenty too, old man.
Oh, you think it's funny, do you? Well, you'll change your minds when you know what's in that letter. I kept a copy of it, my first draft. And every one of you is in it.
Every one of us? What do you mean?
I mean, you're all in it.
You mean you dared to mention our names in a letter that might become public?
What have you said about us?
In that letter, I wrote my private opinion of you all. It seemed to me the proper thing to do.
The rattle of skeletons falling out of closets will be deafening.
Yes. I conceived it to be a duty to my future wife to define the people she should or should not know, as the case might be.
Was I a not?
Definitely.
Am I?
All of you.
Including you, my dear aunt. For instance, it may not be true that Willie got kicked out of the Grenadier Guards.
What?
I won't hear a word of it.
Sit down, Kitty. I think we'd all better know the worst.
What have you said about my wife?
Well, I said that it was evident to me that she prefers always to be with one of her many cousins rather than her husband. And though I could understand it, I could not condone it. That's all I said.
That's all you said. That's all he said.
Pass the letter to Maria. Top paragraph on third page. Interesting, Maria, and probably very true, eh?
Good heavens.
Oh, no, don't upset yourself.
myself, you beast, you can't.
But I only
don't
said...
repeat it. Oh, you...
Gently, Maria, gently. It's not kind to me either. Auntie dear, suppose you look it over. Right there, I believe. The history of all your mistakes in a nutshell.
So, Kelton, you've raked that up, have you? Seemed such fun at the time, but I must say it looks awful in black and white.
I tried to whitewash you quite a bit.
In other words, ladies and gentlemen, if this letter is placed as evidence at the Old Bailey, Mrs. Cheney and Charles will be condemned as criminals, but the rest of us will envy them the comparative purity of their reputation.
Oh, what are we going to do with this woman?
Let us be accurate. What is this woman going to do with us?
Well, my view is this. We should not for a moment let her think the letter is important. We should offer her her passage back to America, and in consideration of her returning the letter, the matter is at an end. Otherwise, she goes to jail.
I think it's right. No, Arthur, you handle this affair. That ass has made mess enough of things already.
Good morning.
Ah, Mrs. Cheney.
Good morning.
Won't you take a chair?
Thank you. And as Charles was born a gentleman, mayn't he sit too?
Certainly. Charles.
No, thanks. I prefer to stand.
Very well. Mrs. Cheney, you have acknowledged frankly that in accepting the Duchess of Ebbley's invitation to stay here, it was for the purpose of taking her pearls.
Yes. We planned it for months.
That is very frank. The penalty for such things is considerable.
Very considerable.
Yes. Charles and I think that with the charm of manner, we may get off with 3 years.
Exactly. Now, we have no wish that this should happen to you. Lord Kelton feels very strongly that if you had once asked a woman to be your wife, it would be ungenerous to treat her so drastically.
Thank you, Lord Kelton.
Not at all.
So, Lord Kelton has a proposition to make to you.
Oh, yes?
Go on, Kelton.
Now, if you will accept your ticket and a small sum, say £100, in return for the letter I sent you, we are prepared to consider the matter closed.
Oh, is it my turn now?
If you will be so kind, Mrs. Cheney.
I'm very sorry that I cannot accept Lord Kelton's kind offer. But Charles and I have decided we must go to jail. Is that right, Charles?
Quite right.
No, but I don't understand.
Mrs. Cheney.
What are you talking about?
Look here, this is nonsense, Mrs. Cheney. You never succeeded in getting the pearls.
Precisely. We failed. And that is why we should go to jail. If we had got them, we should have succeeded. A crime for which no one ever goes to jail.
You put it charmingly, Fay, dear.
My dear young woman, you don't understand us. We don't want you to go to jail.
Then equally, Duchess, you don't understand us. We do.
But good heavens, woman, you can't be serious.
Isn't it sad, Charles? They don't understand us.
Tragic. It makes me blush for them.
Charles and I, in our humble way, have tried to live up to the highest tradition of our profession. And that tradition is never to be found out. But if you are, I say if you are, be prepared to pay the price.
I beg your pardon, Your Grace.
Yes?
The police inspector is here.
Tell him to wait.
Yes, madam.
You see, Mrs. Cheney, we are terribly serious.
It is your duty to be, my dear Duchess.
You're very stupid not to accept a good offer instead of being taken away by that horrid policeman.
Not at all. He may be charming. Are you ready, Charles?
Almost eager.
As I shall never see any of you again, I want you to know how much I've enjoyed knowing you all, and how sorry I am to lose such nice friends. Goodbye, Lord Kelton. It was sweet of you to ask me to be your wife. Ready, Charles?
Oh, Mrs. Cheney, now, wait.
Yes?
I think that Lord Kelton, with his customary munificence, desires to make you a further offer.
Yes, I am prepared to pay £500 for the return of that letter.
Which I call very generous.
I prize the letter so much that I don't think I would part with it for any money you could offer me.
What about 1,000?
But this is amazing.
Oh, come, young woman. What is your usual charge for the return of letters?
There never have been any letters. But if there had been, my charge would have depended entirely on the position and the manners of the people mentioned in them. And as I don't propose to sit here and be insulted, I will, with your permission, say goodbye.
You are perfectly right, Fay, darling. And if I had known they were the type of people they are, I would never have allowed you to come and stop with them. Come along, dear.
No, please, I agree. Maria was very, very hasty, and I'm sorry. Now, please sit down.
When she has apologized, I will.
Maria, say at once that you are sorry.
Heaven give me strength. I'm sorry.
Granted.
Sit down, Mrs. Cheney. Now, where were we?
Well, we had reached the point where £1,000 was bid for the letter.
Which was refused.
Mrs. Cheney, what will you take for it?
What do you think, Charles?
Well, I offer 5,000.
You be quiet.
I'll be nothing of the sort. My money is as good as yours.
Mrs. Cheney, will you please answer my question?
If I sell the letter, I will do so not in the sense of blackmail, but more in the spirit of breach of promise for £10,000.
Good heavens, Fay. It's giving it away. That's what it is.
10,000? No, I refuse.
I'm so glad, because I'd so much rather keep the letter.
Kelton, you have no alternative but to pay.
And I have no sympathy for you.
But Mrs. Cheney, surely the...
£10,000, Lord
Oh,
Kelton.
it's terrible, terrible.
Oh, terrible be blowed. I'll give you 11 for it.
No. I'll pay. I'll write you out a check.
Thank you, Lord Kelton.
10,000. What do you charge for a course of 12 lessons, Charles?
Well, I never charge, milady. I'm a man who just loves his work.
Would you like me to write that check for you, Kelton?
Thank you. I'm quite capable. £10,000. Here you are. And now, the letter, please, Mrs. Cheney.
Oh, yes, the letter. Here it is, Lord Kelton. I hope you will find all the pieces.
What?
She's torn it up.
I don't understand.
Mrs. Cheney, do you mean to say that you destroyed the letter?
Yes, I tore it up. Just like I'll tear your check, Lord Kelton.
Hey, don't. Hey! £10,000 gone down the drain. And I've tried so hard to make her a crook.
Mrs. Cheney, why did you tear that check?
I don't know. Even a thief may have a sense of decency.
You're a grand woman, Fay. A grand woman.
Mrs. Cheney, there is one question I would like to ask. Why are you a thief?
Well, I wanted to improve my social position. You see, I was a shop girl.
In a 10-cent store.
Where Charles found me. I wanted to share the beautiful things in life. And I'm not a modern woman. Well, if one is not a modern woman and one has no money, there are only two ways of getting it. Marry it or steal it. I'm afraid I preferred stealing it.
The best pupil I ever had.
By gad, I sympathize with her. Mrs. Cheney, do you know what I'll do? I'll set you up in a little moody shop all your own in appreciation.
Sort of a memorial, eh, Kelton?
Lord Kelton, you're very kind.
It's divine of him. I'll be one of your customers.
I, too. Well, I must go. Oh, Charles, if you ever need a pupil, you'll find me in the telephone book.
Well, I shall never want a pupil, milady, but I'm glad to know I'll find you in the telephone book.
If you'll call me in town, Mrs. Cheney, we'll make all the necessary arrangements for your little business.
Mrs. Cheney has changed her mind, Kelton. She doesn't need any bribe for doing something that came quite spontaneously.
Lord Dilling is right, but thank you all the same.
Oh, well, just as you say, but I shall be very glad to help you in any way I can. Charles, I wonder if an introduction to the president of a bank would be of service.
Well, thank you, Lord Kelton.
We'll see. Goodbye.
I'll see you off, Kelton.
Bye, all.
We're coming too. Goodbye, Mrs. Cheney.
Goodbye. Nice people, aren't they, Charles?
Most of us are, Fay.
What made you take up this job, Charles? With your brains, it seems a pity you haven't used them to better purposes.
One of His Majesty's judges may use those exact words one of these days. I found out at an early age what most men find out in an old one. Life is very dull, my lord.
I agree.
So I decided to take it into my two hands. I began it as a blackmailer, but that was too easy. I went for higher and greater things. Oh, will you take this, Lord Dilling?
What is it?
I hate parting with it, because being the first I ever took, I treasure it. This is your gold watch I stole from you on Derby Day 5 years ago.
My dear Charles, I've always wanted to meet the man who took it. And I hope you will do me a favor. Keep it.
May I?
I'd like you to.
That is very nice of you. I will. So long, Dilling.
So long, Charles.
Goodbye, Fay.
What do you mean, goodbye?
What it means is, I have decided to take a little trip round the world.
You're not going to leave me, do you understand?
I am, and now.
But I don't want you to.
I must.
Why?
Whenever you come into a person's life, come into it instantaneously. When you go out of it even quicker.
Charles, I'm going to cry.
Don't do that, my sweet. But I would be terribly sorry if you didn't want to.
Are you going around the world for pleasure, Charles?
Mixed with business, my lord.
Fay, I'm going to ask you a question, but you needn't answer it if you don't want to.
I'll answer it with pleasure. If you hadn't come into my room last night, I would have taken the pearl.
You mean that?
Yes. But no one in the world could have been so glad to see you in that bedroom as I was last night.
It's an extraordinary thing. But the most difficult question in the world to ask a woman is a nice one.
What sort of a question were you going to ask me?
You remember my mentioning a certain bishop who lives close by?
Very distinctly, Arthur.
While you were changing your clothes this morning, I jumped into the car and had a bite of breakfast with him.
How surprised he must have been to see you at that hour.
Oh, he's a delightful old soul, so sympathetic. I told him of a little trouble I was in. He said, bring her here at 11 and I'll fix it up for you.
What was he to fix?
That I could have breakfast with you every morning.
But I never eat any.
I told him there was a possibility of that.
Did you tell him anything else?
Mm-hmm. That I love you.
Did you tell him anything about me?
Everything. He said, get her. You'll never get another like her.
He sounds like a darling. I'd like to meet him.
He asks us to be punctual.
So he thinks I'll come.
He's more certain of it than I am. He says you love me.
I wonder what makes him think that.
Well, he has sort of an idea you'd never have rung that bell last night if you didn't.
I'm sure I shall like him. Do you think he'll like me?
He'll adore you.
Do you?
Terribly. What is more important? Do you?
Much more terribly. I only wish I hadn't.
You can't talk and kiss me at the same time. There. That will do it.
What's that?
That's the last of Mrs. Cheney. And this?
What's that?
The beginning of Lady Dilling.
That's the last of Mrs. Cheney. But your applause for tonight's performance calls our stars back to the footlights. And here are Norma Shearer, Walter Pidgeon, and Adolphe Mongeau.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. It's a great pleasure to be here for the first time. You really made me feel so much at home.
Now that we've finally broken the ice, Norma, I hope you'll make it a habit.
Well, that's a very nice habit to get, Norma. CB is an excellent host.
Although I came very close to losing my welcome here once, Adolphe.
Well, Walter can't forget that.
What happened?
Well, I'd been talking to CP before rehearsal one day, and I thought he'd walked away. So I turned to somebody else and said, the old boy certainly looks great, doesn't he? But the old boy was standing right behind me.
I thought it was a great compliment. I hadn't been called a boy in 40 years.
Well, you see, that's one way to his heart, Norma.
I'll bet I can think of another, Adolphe. In 2 words, Lux soap. You know, I'm rather a stranger in this theater, Mr. DeMille, but not to Lux soap. I've used it for years, so I know what a fine complexion care it really is.
For further comment on Lux soap, I refer our audience to a close-up of Norma Shearer on the screen or off.
What about next week, CB? Have you picked a play yet?
Yes, Adolphe. A play with the true spirit of America in it. The RKO motion picture drama, A Man to Remember. And our stars will be Lionel Barrymore, Anita Louise, and Glenn Ford. A Man to Remember is the story of a country doctor, a story of heroism and courage to inspire the nation in these or any other times. So next Monday night is a night to remember. Lionel Barrymore, Anita Louise, and Glenn Ford in A Man to Remember.
I know we'll all enjoy that, Mr. DeMille. Good night.
Good night, CB.
Good night. Good night. Players like you make good plays better. Ladies and gentlemen, some very pleasant news has come to us from the editors of Movie Radio Guide. For the 7th consecutive year, the Lux Radio Theater has been selected as radio's leading dramatic program by the readers of Movie Radio Guide in its annual Star of Stars poll. This is a high honor. We're grateful to all who participated and to you, our audience, who helped us win it. To those of our Canadian audience who are tonight gathered at the Canadian premiere of Reap the Wild Wind in Alberta, Canada, in Calgary, my sincere greetings, and I'm sorry I can't be there. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Lionel Barrymore, Anita Louise, and Glenn Ford in A Man to Remember. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Adolph Marlowe is currently starring in the 20th Century Fox picture Roxy Hart. Heard in tonight's play were Frederick Warlock as Lord Kelton, Keith Hitchcock as Willie, Winifred Harris as the Duchess, Jill Esmond as Kitty, Claire Videra as Maria, and John Abbott, Eric Snowden, Pax Walker, Charles Seal, and Ann James. Tune in next Monday night to hear Lionel Barrymore, Anita Louise, and Glenn Ford in A Man to Remember. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Night Beat is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio shows.
NBC presents Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Yep, I cover the night. My beat is about 8 square miles of darkness, and mister, that's a lot of night. Every evening I start walking into it and let it swirl around me and let it swallow me up. Part of me relaxes, part of me becomes tense and wary. Like a hunter coming back to the jungle, I feel at home, but I know that there's danger. For the night is filled with its own brand of people. The lonely, lost, screwy, mixed-up people of the night, drifting out of the darkness like fragments of a nightmare.
Mister, you look like a decent sort. You don't want a poor, suffering human being to go hungry for want of a dime.
Yeah, a disembodied hand stretched out for that ever-loving coin to buy just another whiff of that fine old anesthetic named muscatel. Or a brittle laugh of a painted Tootsie rising out of the night, proving to the world she doesn't care, laughing until the tears come. Or a flurry of footsteps rushing by, a muffled conversation deciding life or death or tonight's movie. An ambulance racing past on its way to General Hospital, its red warning light flashing on and off quickly, like the frenzied pulse beat of the poor devil inside.
Randy Stone, Demon Reporter. Hiya, R.S. How's the old Crusader?
Night is for the phony, too, like this character coming toward me while I was grabbing a bite in the little restaurant next to the radio and TV studios. The actor, on stage 24 hours a day.
You mind if I sit down next to you, baby? Yeah. What do you say? How's the kid, huh?
Oh, the kid's fine. Teething like mad. Nothing serious.
Barrel of laughs, this character. Real sense of humor. You know, I love that column of yours, baby. With me, it's like a shot of Vincentry.
Oh.
The only lack I find in it is that I never see any mention of, guess whom?
Whom?
John Bruce, the world's greatest thespian. Also available for wakes, weddings, and beer busts.
You couldn't see your way clear to letting go of my sleeve so I can finish my coffee.
How do you like this, citizen? He can insult you till you curl up and die, and you still love him. Look, I know the minute I'm out of your sight, you're going to forget me, so I'm going to give you this little postcard to hang on to. If your show could stand a boost, ask for the lad they call John Bruce. Well, it rhymes, anyway.
Yeah, I gotta be going now.
Remember, baby, I don't mind what you say as long as you say something, huh?
Yeah.
That's Bruce spelled with a B.
I know it's spelled with a B. A great, big, beautiful hunk of zero. The sincere brown eyes continually shifting, sizing you up and figuring you out. A friendly smile so phony you look for the safety pins holding it in place. Ah, relax. It's a big night. You walk half a block and John Bruce is lost forever. Because there's always something waiting up ahead. I just turned down Grand Avenue. Oh, now there's one of the night's chilly little sounds for you, a burglar alarm shattering the quiet. I looked down the dark, empty street trying to figure out which store, and I saw a child come darting out of a doorway and began racing the other way. A child. Hey, stop! Stop! I tried racing after it, but there wasn't a chance. I went back to the store. It was a sporting goods place. One window smashed and blood splattered on the glass like the kid had used his naked fist to get to the display of guns and knives inside. After the cops came and I told them what I knew, I continued my wanderings. Down through the Lincoln Park district and up through Honky Tonk Road. The wild neon signs making the night bleed red and green and purple. And then the little jazz combos beating their brains out. And the barkers, their gold teeth flashing as they bang their canes against the sidewalk and shout about the 12 dancing girls waiting just for you. And they all gent hawking popcorn and hot tamales in a little child's wagon. And George, the 35-inch dwarf who sold newspapers with Clark and Knight. Evening, Georgie. How's it going?
Fine and dandy. Better than good. Always A1 for little Georgie.
Give me the Sun-Times. Always good to see what the competition's up to.
There you are. Paper, read all about it. Get your paper.
Oh, that's a lovely headline.
Paper.
One of those
Read
silly
all
jerks
about
going to wake up.
Get the evening's paper.
Hey, George.
Yeah.
Maybe the way things are in the world, this is a good idea, but since when have they started printing the paper in blood?
Huh? What are you talking about?
Look for yourself, smeared all over.
That's the way I got it. Here, I'll give you another.
Thank you.
Now, let go of my hand.
It's soaking through the bandage, George.
I cut myself in a can opener.
Oh, I hope you went to a doctor.
Doctor?
You've got to get all the glass out.
I got all it. I told you it was a can opener.
All I saw in that window was guns and knives. I thought it was a kid.
Okay. So you got yourself a story. Get on the phone. Call the cops. What are you waiting for?
Waiting for you to start telling me why a sweet guy is acting like such a dope. What is it, Georgie?
Almost 1 o'clock. A little more than an hour, and she'll be here. Go on. Call the cops. Call the cops. You'll be doing me a favor. If you don't, I'll kill him. I swear I'll kill him.
She'll show up in an hour, and you'll kill him. Kid, you lost me.
All right, Mr. Stone. You're a good guy. You're entitled to a laugh. Come on. Follow me.
He dumped his papers onto the stand and started across the street. 35 inches of desperate humanity. I followed him around back and down the stairs of an old tenement. He stopped at a basement door to fish out a key. I followed him inside a dark, dank hole. He flicked a switch. Fluorescent lights hissed on, throwing a cold white glow over walls draped in black velvet. There were dark booths and a small bar. It was empty, deathly quiet. I knew the establishment, an after-hours joint. When all the legitimate bars closed, those who still sought refuge from the night come to places like this. George headed straight for the only bit of brightness in the room, a gleaming aluminum jukebox in the corner. In the center of the jukebox was a neon mouth, and within the mouth, a microphone. Other neons spelled out the message, "Ask your tune." It operated like your telephone. Somewhere a girl sat at a switchboard connected to 50 such jukeboxes and taverns all over the city. George stood glaring at his tiny reflection in the jukebox shiny chrome.
I hate it. I'd like to smash it to pieces.
What, the jukebox?
The owner of this joint, he gave me a key so I could come in and get warm on cold nights.
Yeah?
Only you can see for yourself when you're alone. This place can give you the creeps. I thought maybe a tune would cheer me up, so I started horsing around with this jukebox, feeding it my loose nickels, like this. And then her talking to me.
What tune would you like?
It's me, Julie.
Oh, hello, darling.
Darling?
I'm so excited. George, just one more hour. So help me, I've got goose pimples.
Yeah. Me too, Julie.
We'll do it just like we planned. I certainly can't understand your feelings, and I admire you for them. Say, before the boss catches me spooning, I better play a record.
Not a record, Julie. The record.
The record, George.
Okay, you can start laughing any time you want, Mr. Stone.
What's this all about, George?
10 seconds of conversation with every record. It started as a gag, me playing the big lover because she couldn't see she was talking to a dwarf. It's a big joke, huh? On me. Because talking to her every night, I don't know. Something started happening to me inside. Happening to both of us because she felt it too. She really did, Mr. Stone. I mean, an understanding. I don't know the word. But she felt it too. And then he had to ruin it, destroy it.
Yes, it was soap opera at its sudsiest. The little dwarf and his love affair with Julie the jukebox girl. So help me, Georgie even invented an invalid wife. That was his reason why he and Julie could never meet except through the jukebox. But like all little melodramas taken from life, there was also a villain. One of the men who worked in this joint happened to overhear George spilling his heart out. And as a gag, when George wasn't around, he told Julie that the poor guy was dying to meet her in person. That they should get together at least once. And that's what's scheduled for 2 a.m., huh, this meeting?
Yeah. It was Julie's idea. I mean, the way it's going to be. The record made her think of it.
The record?
Yeah, it's from Tchaikovsky. Is that what they call him?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Well, he and his Baroness, some fancy lady, they had a friendship through letters, and they felt that they had to meet at least once. So one day they passed each other in carriages and nodded, without a word, and went on. Never saw each other again.
And what's good enough for Tchaikovsky is good enough for Georgie and Julie, huh?
Yeah. She'll be wearing a green hat and a sprig of violets. I'll be wearing a red flower. Well, you think she'll be a little surprised at what she's going to see, Mr. Stone? Isn't it a joke? Yeah, it's okay for you to laugh. Go on, laugh, Mr. Stone. Laugh!
I turned. He was a big, paunchy, bald-headed gent, standing in the doorway, having himself a wonderful time. It was right out of Mac's Senate, a barrel of laughs. George, the dwarf, charging right into the big guy, who merely lifted him up, shrugged his shoulder, and sent the little fellow flying across the room, crashing into a wall.
What a character that little monkey is, huh? Did he tell you about his romance?
So you're Cupid.
That's me. I'm even willing to stake him to that rose for his lapel. Nothing's too good for Loverboy. What a line he's got. You gotta hear it to believe it.
Hey, George! The knife in George's hand would have looked much better back in that sporting goods window. He moved out of the shadows. He moved toward the big guy. A trickle of blood ran down George's mouth, but he didn't know anything about that.
Put that knife away or I'll shove it down your throat.
But George kept coming. The smile on the big man's face took a leave of absence.
Hey, come on now, George. What's the matter? Can't you take a joke?
A bead of sweat started zigzagging down his face, mixing with the talcum powder. His lips continued to work, but now no words came out. Because this thing coming towards him, this wasn't a comical little dwarf. This was death.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Enjoy the very best in radio. Be sure that you dial it right. Seems like the very best in radio. Morning, noon, and night is from this station. Morning, noon, and night.
And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
George the dwarf was passing in front of me on his way to the big guy who'd loused up his romance with Julie the jukebox girl. The knife glinted in his hand, and he didn't even know that I was there. The only other person in all the world existed for him at that moment was a heavily perspiring fat man. Then as George came just a little closer, I lunged.
Let me go! Let
twisted his arm back until the knife clattered to the floor. And I reached down for it as George tore loose and ran out of the door.
How do you like that little character trying to knife me? I'm going to call the cops so fast.
Wouldn't that be a little awkward, seeing how the joint here is slightly illegal?
Huh? Well, one thing I'm going to do, I'm going to tell this Jane on the jukebox who she's dealing with. I'm going to tell her this crazy punk liable...
Mister,
Huh?
you even say howdy to that girl, and I might decide to find George and give him back this knife. I found George all right, slumped against his newsstand, all through wanting to kill anybody. I told him I'd see the cops, and maybe they'd say it was okay if George paid for all the damage to that sports store and behave himself from now on. That didn't make him feel much better because it was getting awfully close to 2 o'clock in his meeting with Julie. I told him that I'd call Julie and inform her that he'd suddenly come down with a slight case of bubonic plague or something. I got the name of the company off the jukebox in the after-hours joint, the Acme Music Company. I found a phone booth, reached for a coin, and instead came up with a card that said, "If your show can stand a boost, ask for the lad they call John Bruce." And John's beautiful, phony face smiling up at me. All of a sudden, I was looking for the phone number at the bottom of the card, and then I began dialing like mad. That's got to be her.
Which one?
Coming down the street. The green hat, the sprig of violets. Yep.
Wow. This is going to be a distinct pleasure, baby.
Just remember what you're supposed to do, baby. You walk past, you nod, and you keep walking.
What's the mystery all about? You can level with Brucey, boy.
$10, no questions asked. That was the agreement.
Can I at least mumble some quote about...
You open your mouth for anything but breathing.
Okay.
She's almost reached the corner. Move. I stepped back to the paper stand where George was waiting. Together we watched Julie and John Bruce approach each other. Mr. Tchaikovsky never had it so good. She was really something out of body beautiful. As the two approached, George's hand unconsciously fastened on my arm. Now Julie and John were passing each other, their eyes meeting. George's hand began to tighten.
Julie. Oh, how beautiful. How beautiful.
Julie nodded to John Bruce, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw little George nod in return. For one sickening moment, I thought Bruce was going to open his mouth and go into a monologue, but somehow he controlled himself. They passed each other and went on. I looked down at George. His eyes were shining.
It was me. What I said to her, pouring out my heart, that brought her here tonight.
Sure it did.
Yeah. But why couldn't it really have been me? Why couldn't it have been me, Mr. Stone?
Ask the stars. Maybe they had an answer for you, Georgie. Me, I had work to do. I still had my story to find. Somewhere among the waiters, folding their tuxedos away, yawning as they changed into their street clothes. Somewhere among the jazz musicians, their faces waxen with fatigue, their shirt collars soaked in sweat, but still reaching for that beautiful, pure note. Somewhere in the police wagons, screaming insanely down the street. Somewhere in the yellow lights of the general hospital, the mile of empty warehouses, the strip of greasy piers, a desolate park, in an alley, on a street corner. Somewhere in the night, my story was waiting for me. And now, that was all that mattered. By morning, I'd forgotten all about George and Julie and John Bruce. I'd finished my column, and I'd gone home to snooze. Only my saga of the jukebox wasn't ended. It had only just begun. Yeah.
Hiya. That wake you up? It's after 10 a.m.
Well, what do you know? What do you want, Bruce?
I do okay?
Oh, you are magnificent. I'll see you around.
Oh, wait a minute, Randy.
Yeah.
The broad.
Yeah?
Friend of yours?
No.
Well, then what was that routine? You got old Johnny Boy guessing.
Well, good for Johnny Boy. See you around.
Randy, look, as long as she's not a friend, like they say, where can I locate this kid? Maybe we'll have a couple of laughs together. No kidding, baby. Where can I find her?
Goodbye now. Yeah, when you're in my racket, when you deal with these characters on the night beat, brother, you've got to be prepared for the totally unexpected. Johnny Boy had fallen for the lady of the jukebox like a ton of bricks. Of course, he couldn't come right out and say it plain and simple. He had to ham it right up to the hilt. But I knew the score. And from then on, he haunted me night and day.
Come on, Randy. Who is she? Where can I find her? Give the girl a break, huh?
He'd corner me on the street, at the newspaper, at my home.
Who is she, Randy? Come on, be a pal. What's wrong with me looking her up and giving her a little attention?
Day after day after day.
Where can I find her, Randy? What's the big mystery?
For a while, I even enjoyed it. He was sweating, and on him it looked good. But I guess this morning I just wasn't in the mood. I'd come down to the office around 5 a.m. And any newspaper office that time of day is a pretty sad affair. Cleaning women sloshing their way up and down the aisle, the gray, listless dawn flat against the windows, the empty desks, and me with one of those real sour little tales to write about a bum they'd found behind some garbage cans on Skid Row. A bum with a Distinguished Service Cross pinned to the pocket of his filthy shirt. One of those gallant young gods that we swore we'd never forget. Yeah, I was feeling Jim Dandy as I sat down to my typewriter, and I whipped a hunk of paper into the roller. And then I saw John Bruce standing in the shadows across the room from me.
Hello, Randy.
Look, friend, I'm not in the mood this morning. I've got work to do.
Randy, you've got to listen to me.
They found him a little after midnight behind a wine shop.
Randy, you've got to tell me where I can find him.
Just another bum. Sleeping it off.
Randy, listen to me. You got to tell me what...
Look, Buster, I'm telling you nothing. You understand that? One dame is going to escape the famed John Bruce charm. It's a very small tragedy. Now, clear out of it.
If you'll only listen to me, please.
I'm slightly bored with listening to you, Mr. Bruce. I'm even more bored with looking at you, Mr. Bruce. You're so phony it sticks out like measles, Mr. Bruce, from your crisp, curly hair right down to your beautifully polished shoes. If this comes as a great surprise...
No great surprise, Randy. Since when can a guy keep that kind of news from himself?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm pretty tired.
I don't know what it is. I won't even try to explain it. I can't explain it to myself. It's that success bug. It's dog eat dog. Anything goes as long as you make it. And why do you have to make it? Does it say so in the Constitution?
Look.
But about her, I'm not putting on any act about her, Randy. I'm a big boy now. Love at first sight. Am I kidding? Listen, Randy. We just exchanged a look, maybe 5 seconds. And until the day I die, I won't be able to forget it. I guess that sounds like some more of Johnny Boy's routine, huh?
No. Go on.
Go on? What can I tell you? How do you explain it? But in those few seconds, I saw something I've been looking for all my life, Randy. Something genuine. Something real. Something... Well, maybe I saw my own salvation, Randy. And maybe I was just kidding myself, selling myself a bill of goods. But I got to find out. I got to see her again, talk to her. Maybe the minute she opens her mouth, the dream will come tumbling down like Humpty Dumpty. I don't know.
I don't think so.
Now, where is she, Randy?
The Acme Music Company. Only take your time. She doesn't show up until night. I don't know why I did it. Maybe it was something I saw in John Bruce's eyes that made me feel if I didn't tell him, well, it would have been a bum deal for Julie. I wanted to reach George right away, try to explain what I'd done, but I didn't know where to look for him except at his newsstand. In my world of the night, all you ever know about anyone is where they are right now. I didn't sleep much that day. Making George understand wasn't going to be any cinch. But he had to know that this had been a sick thing that could only hurt him in the end. That night, I hurried right onto his newsstand, only he wasn't around. I started worrying, and on a hunch, I went across the street to the after-hours joint. The door was ajar. I went in. He was there, squatting in front of the jukebox, listening to his song. His back was to me. The song ended, and I searched my mind like crazy for the right words. He was fumbling with some coins, and he slipped one of them into the jukebox.
Like it, darling?
Oh, you know I do. Every time I hear it, I see you again. So beautiful.
You're pretty beautiful yourself, mister.
Julie, it's wonderful to hear you say that.
I backed out quick. I didn't get it. Why hadn't she gone with John Bruce? I hopped a cab for the Acme Music Company, a dilapidated office in a loft on Huron Street. Front door was open, so I went on inside. An empty desk with papers scattered all over, but nobody around. I went into a dark hallway marked No Admittance. Ahead of me was a lighted glass door with the word Studio painted on it. I started for it when someone came running up behind me.
Hey, you, can't you read the sign? No admittance. I thought that was very clear.
Well, there wasn't anybody at the desk.
You're telling me something I don't know? Quitting without a minute's notice. That's a fine thing, huh?
Mister.
But wait, that's Sally. She'll want a reference someday. I'll give her a reference, all right. Now, come on.
Sally, is she the one who quit?
Without a minute's notice. A jerk comes popping in. I was working in bank. Next thing you know, she's waltzing out of here with him. But that's okay. Someday she'll want a reference.
Sally is a dark-haired girl, beautifully built.
So she's beautifully built. Big deal. Come on, mister. I got 50 things to do.
Then that would be Julie working in the studio up ahead.
So?
Well, do you mind if I peek in through the door, and then I'll go?
If you want to peek, all right, peek. With Julie, I'm not worried about her running off. With Julie, I'm safe.
Yes, he was safe with Julie. As I looked through the glass door, I thought, sure, it figures. Two can play the same game. The dwarf had his John Bruce, and Julie had her Sally. Julie couldn't have shown up for a meeting with George even if she wanted to, because I very much doubt that Julie could have lifted her 350 pounds out of that chair. Huge, sprawling Julie, working like mad at her switchboard with its flashing lights from jukeboxes all over the city. And then while I watched as she answered one call, something happened. Her eyes lit up in a strange and wonderful way. And then she flicked a switch that played a certain record for a certain jukebox, and her eyes became even more bright. I didn't have to hear the rest of the record. She was playing their song for her guide, George. And all of a sudden, I realized how right George was. Julie was beautiful. Yeah, that's how it is when you walk the night beat. You always know that if you walk far enough and long enough, and if you keep your eyes open and you listen very carefully, sooner or later in the darkness, you'll find the city's heart. Yeah. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's story was written by Larry Marcus, with music by Robert Armbruster. The part of John Bruce was played by Bill Conrad. Jeff Corey was George. Others in tonight's cast were Betty Lou Gerson, Ray Hartman, and Eddie Fields. Frank Lovejoy can currently be seen co-starring with Joan Crawford and Robert Young in Warner Brothers' Goodbye, My Fancy. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood.
Enjoy the very best in radio. Be sure that you dial it right. Seems like the very best in radio. Morning, noon, and night is from this station. Morning, noon, and night, NBC.
Join Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment tonight on NBC.
Get ready to laugh with Our Miss Brooks, which is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Most teachers take a pretty active interest in their school's various athletic teams. But our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, could never get too enthusiastic about the baseball team.
That is, until Mr. Boynton, Madison's bashful biologist, took over the coaching job. Then I watched every game with avid interest. I even studied up on baseball terms, until by the third game on Madison's schedule, I could accurately describe every play in every chukker. And I even knew the names of the pitchers warming up in the bullpen. Last Thursday morning, I really looked forward to picking up some first-hand knowledge of the game. Walter Denton, the manager of the team, and Stretch Snodgrass, its star player, were to pick me up and drive me to school. I had asked my landlady, Mrs. Davis, to wake me promptly at 7:30.
Oh, Connie. Get up, Connie.
You want me to pinch hit? What's the matter? Oh, it's you, Mrs. Davis.
I do hope you're safe, Connie.
Oh, safe? Safe where?
From the looks of your bed sheets, you just slid into home plate. Now get up here. Walter and Stretch should be here soon.
Oh, that's right. The Rover boys are picking me up today, aren't they?
They're a grand couple of kids, Connie, and they're always together. I've never seen two people so inseparable.
Just like Mr. Boynton and myself, except that we're separable. I'd like to wear something sporty today. Let's see now, what do I have that looks real baseballish?
How about your gray dress with the wide-spreading sleeves?
No, not today. Although it does make me look a little like a bat.
How about your seersucker house dress?
No, too formal. Oh, I know. A light green gabardine suit with a smart cardigan jacket.
Perfect. I'll get it for you right away, Connie.
Well, thanks a lot, Mrs. Davis.
Where is it?
In Sherry's department store. It'll cost you $110.
There you go, teasing me again. Oh, by the way, the boys weren't together last night. I wonder why. I ran into Stretch at the movies. He was sitting with a girl.
That's why. Who was the girl?
Harriet Conklin.
Harriet Conklin? But she's Walter's girl.
Oh, then maybe that's why Stretch cornered me in the lobby and asked me not to breathe a word of it to a living soul.
What does that make me? Oh, I know. It just slipped out. But whatever you do, Mrs. Davis, don't let it slip out in front of Walter. Don't even bring up the subject of movies.
Oh, I won't, Connie. I know how awful it is when somebody comes between two people who belong together.
Me too, Mrs. Davis. I've learned that little lesson the hard way through my association with Mr. Boynton.
But who comes between you and Mr. Boynton?
Mr. Boynton. I'll get it. Hello, boys. Come in.
Hello, Miss Brooks.
Well, how are Damon and Pythias today?
Damon who?
Damon and Pythias. They were good friends, Stretch, like you and Walter.
Oh, did they go to Madison?
Well, if they did, it was before my time.
No, Miss Brooks was just acknowledging the fact that we're pals, Stretch. You know, like Lenny and George in Of Mice and Men.
Oh, I like that.
Stretch, don't tell me you read Of Mice and Men.
No, Walter read it to me. I like the part where George tells Lenny about the rabbits. You got to read that to me again sometime, Walter.
I will, Stretch.
You know, in a lot of ways, you two are just like Lenny and George. Especially Lenny.
Gee, I don't. How could Walter get to be manager of the baseball team if that's all the smart he was?
Walter wasn't my candidate for Lenny.
Oh, hello, boys.
Hello, Mrs. Davis.
How are you this morning?
Oh, we're fine, Mrs. Davis.
Sounds like the world's smallest choir.
I think it's wonderful the way you two boys stick together, sharing all your experiences. Why, you even share...
It's getting late, Mrs. Davis. We've got to run along now.
Yeah, run along now.
I almost let the cat out, didn't I? What cat?
Our cat, Minerva. She almost slipped out between Mrs. Davis and the kitchen door.
Yeah, the kitchen door.
That's right, Walter. I'm getting so absent-minded lately. Can't even remember what I did one day ago. Of course, I remember going to the movies last night. That's where I saw... Oops. You saw what?
Oops, it's an Eskimo movie. Starring Ingrid Eek. Come on, boys, we'll be late for school. Be careful, Stretch. You just missed that other car by inches.
What other car?
Oh. Walter, maybe you ought to drive.
Oh, don't be nervous, Miss Brooks. Stretch is a natural-born athlete. He's going to make a swell driver.
He's going to make a swell driver. Stretch, how long have you been driving an automobile?
There's absolutely nothing to worry about, Miss Brooks. I've been driving for days.
For days? How many days?
8. Well, 9 if you want to count the day I learned how.
I use a cinch to get it down pat, Miss Brooks. He remembers everything I taught him, don't you, Stretch?
I sure do, Walter. First, I gently depress the clutch pedal. Then I gently shift into first. Then I gently let the clutch up.
And then you gently pluck the pedestrians off the bumper. And Stretch, if you're going to pass another vehicle, please pass him on the... Oh!
You're just teasing me, Miss Brooks. We were miles away from that Bantam Roadster.
Bantam Roadster? That was a moving van. If you look in the rearview mirror, you'll see the driver kneeling on the floor of the cab with his hands clasped.
Better cut down your speed a little, Stretch.
Sure, pal.
Attaboy. You know, Miss Brooks, Stretch and I have been pals ever since the day we met in your third-term English class.
I remember. That was 2 years ago, and we've all been together ever since. But it's nice that you're such good pals.
We sure are, Miss Brooks. There isn't anything that could make me feel any differently toward old Stretch here.
I hope not, Walter.
There's just one thing I got to straighten him out about, Miss Brooks. That's girls. I got to take old Stretch in hand.
You better use 2 hands.
Yeah, he's altogether too shy and retiring when it comes to the fair sex.
Oh, I am not.
You're too.
Oh, I am not.
You're too.
I'm laying 8 to 5 myself. Not to change the subject too obviously, but what are we doing on this street? Is this a shortcut to school?
Oh, no, Miss Brooks. I told him to go this way. We're going to pick up my girl. You know, Harriet Conklin. Take it easy now, Stretch. Harriet lives right down this block here.
Yeah, I know.
What's that?
He said, whoa to that horse. He almost ran away.
What horse?
Yeah, what horse?
How do you like that? He did run away. Well, here's the Conklin homestead, and there's Harriet right at the curb. We can pick her up and keep right on going to school. Please, Stretch. I didn't mean for you to pick her up on the fender.
Hello, Miss Brooks. Hi, Walter.
Good morning, Harriet. Welcome aboard.
I'll hold the door for you, Harriet. Get in back with me.
Thanks, Walter. Hello, Stretch.
Hi. Well, let's go.
Notice how much wider the back seat is, Harriet?
Why, yes, it does seem roomy for a convertible. How did you get that effect?
The right side fell off yesterday. I got it in my garage, though.
That's what I like about a convertible. In wet weather, you can always put the sides on.
How's the driving coming along, Stretch?
Fine.
You're not very talkative today, are you?
He's concentrating, Harriet. Keep it up, Stretch, old boy, old boy. Oh, say, Harriet, about last night. I'm sorry I couldn't take you to the movies, but I had to work on the baseball schedule.
Oh, I wouldn't want you to overlook the schedule, Walter. Don't worry about me. I had a thoroughly wonderful evening.
Oh, did you go to the movies anyway?
Of course.
With who?
With whom, Walter? You see, after the word with, which is a preposition.
Brooks. With whom did you go with, Harriet?
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Boy, I'm sure glad baseball season is here. Boy, I sure like baseball, boy. Don't you, Miss Brooks?
And how, boy? I sure like baseball, boy. Don't you, Harriet, old boy?
Personally, I think there's nothing like a real romantic movie, provided, of course, you're seeing it with the right party.
Me too. But like I just asked you, who are you with?
Whom? And I think I can answer that question, Walter. Mr. Boynton and I saw the same movie that Harriet saw.
Oh, what did y'all see?
Oh, it was the ideal picture for Mr. Boynton and myself. John Garfield and Jennifer Jones in We Were Strangers.
But, Miss Brooks, I didn't see you there. Did you, Stretch?
Stretch? Well, how could he have seen anybody at the movies? He had to help his dad at the pet shop. At least, that's what he told me he had to do last night.
Sure, Walter. That's what I did have to do at the time when you asked me.
Well, here's the school. Good old Madison. Put the brake on, Stretch.
Where's the school, Miss Brooks?
Just one block back, Stretch. You'll have to sharpen your reflexes a little. Don't bother backing up. The walk will do us good.
Okay. If you'll all get out here, I'll find a place to park.
You wait a minute. I want to get something settled. Did you go to the movies last night, Stretch?
Sure, pal. My dad decided to close early, and I got 50 cents for helping out. So I just up and went.
And I guess you just up and ran into Harriet, huh?
Well, we did sit together, Walter, but...
My girl. My best girl and my best pal. Seeing movies behind my back.
How long have you been showing movies on your back? Oh, really, Walter? You're taking this much too seriously.
Please, Miss Brooks. I'll handle this in my own way. Stretch, you've made a fool out of me.
How could I, Walter?
Good question.
There's only one way to settle this thing. Meet me behind the handball court after school.
But, Walter, you can't mean you want to fight.
I must get satisfaction.
Satisfaction? You'll get fractured. Now, let's discuss this thing calmly.
There's nothing more to discuss. I'll see you after school, you false friend.
Walter, wait, I'm going with you. I want to talk to you.
Go ahead, Harriet. Tell him that we just...
See you later, Stretch. Goodbye, Miss Brooks.
Goodbye, Harriet.
Oh, this is awful. What'll I do, Miss Brooks? I just bumped into Harriet accidentally, and she insisted that we sit together. I can't fight Walter. I'm almost a foot taller than him. And besides, I ain't mad.
Well, just relax, Stretch. I think there's a way out of this impending duel. You see, inasmuch as he challenged you, you've got the choice of weapons.
I have?
Certainly. And I think I know a way you two can battle without anyone getting hurt a bit.
How's that, Miss Brooks?
You'll fight a battle of wits.
Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith. Here's wonderful news, ladies. Wonderful, wonderful news. Now there's something thrillingly new in Palmolive Soap's famous beauty lather. Yes, something thrillingly new. Palmolive's famous beauty lather now brings you new fragrance, new charm, new allure.
Millions of women will prefer Beauty Lather Palmolive over all other leading toilet soaps the minute they try it. For Palmolive Soap's famous Beauty Lather now has a new, clean, flower-fresh fragrance for new allure, new charm.
So, ladies, forget all other beauty care and use Palmolive soap the way doctors advised for a lovelier complexion. Just stop improper cleansing and instead wash your face with Palmolive soap 3 times a day, massaging Palmolive's wonderful beauty lather onto your skin for 60 seconds each time to get its full beautifying effect. And then rinse. That's all. All types of skin, young, older, oily, respond to it quickly. Don't wait another day to try Palmolive's Beauty Lather. You'll be thrilled by its new fragrance, new charm, new allure. Thrilled again by the fresher, brighter complexion doctors prove may soon be yours.
For new loveliness all over, use big, bath-size Palmolive in tub or shower.
Well, by lunchtime, the news of the impending grudge match between Walter and Stretch had spread throughout the school. Interest was at fever pitch. In fact, you'd think that Joe Louis had just announced that he was going to fight again. Still determined to stop this one-sided brawl between 6'5" Stretch and 5'6" Walter, I went right to the source of the trouble and had a heart-to-heart with Harriet Conklin. It's up to you to prevent this fight, Harriet. You've got to tell Walter that your meeting with Stretch was accidental.
But it isn't just last night, Miss Brooks. Walter knows that for weeks now, Stretch hasn't been able to keep his eyes off me.
How does Walter know that?
I reminded him. Besides, they won't really hurt each other, Miss Brooks. And it'll do Walter a lot of good to fight. Win or lose, it'll make a bigger man out of him.
I agree, Harriet, but only until the swelling goes down.
Darling Miss Brooks, think of the romance of it. 2 knights of old jousting for their ladies fair. I'll bet you'd like it if Mr. Boynton was fighting for your favor.
Mr. Boynton?
Well, yes. Can't you just picture Mr. Boynton in a suit of armor? Can't you just see him riding forth to do battle?
Yes, I can, Harriet. Mounted on a big, fiery frog. No, I don't think Mr. Boynton would. Or would he?
But don't you see, Miss Brooks? I've got to make myself more desirable to Walter because of Daddy's feelings toward him.
What are Daddy's feelings toward him?
Loathing, mostly. You should have heard how Daddy described Walter the other day when he drove me home from school. Right to his face, he called him a teenage waste of time on wheels.
Well, I didn't know your father had it in him. But I've got to stop this fight whether you like it or not, Harriet. And your mentioning Mr. Boynton has given me a good idea. In fact, it's given me a couple of good ideas, but that one will have to wait.
Come in. Well, it's Miss Brooks.
Hello, Mr. Boynton. I missed you in the cafeteria today.
Oh, I didn't go to the cafeteria today, Miss Brooks.
Oh, I guess that's why I missed you in the cafeteria today.
I brought some sandwiches with me from home so I could have lunch with McDougal here. You remember Mac, my pet frog?
Of course. Hi, Mac. He sounds like he enjoyed his sandwich. Mr. Boynton, the reason I came into the laboratory was to... Say, what's that scent in here?
Oh, that's a new deodorant, Miss Brooks. It's called Sweet Air. Pretty fancy, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. Makes the white mice smell like mink. But as I started to say, Mr. Boynton, I stopped in here to ask you to do something for me.
Anything, Miss Brooks?
Well, Did you say anything, Mr. Boynton?
Yes, I did.
Then, Mr. Boynton... Now, cut it out, Connie, one thing at a time. Mr. Boynton, I came here to ask you to stop a fight.
A fight? Oh, you mean between Stretch Snodgrass and Walter Denton?
You know about it?
Oh, the whole school knows about it. But I'm afraid it's too late to stop it, Miss Brooks. In fact, I've arranged to get the boxing gloves and have a temporary ring built in the gym during the next period.
A ring? Why, then you're actually promoting this ridiculous...
Well, now, take it easy, Miss Brooks. It's better than having them fight in the street with their fists. This way, they'll get it all out of their systems and be better friends afterwards.
But they're the best of friends now. Up to this morning, anyway. Why, Stretch worships Walter Denton.
Well, a few rounds of boxing won't change that. In fact, after the fight, Stretch will be closer to Walter than ever before.
Only if he acts as a pallbearer. Stretch is almost a foot taller than Walter, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, that's nothing. It just means that Walter will have to get in close under his opponent's guard. Well, I remember when I was in grade school, a great big fella picked a fight with me. He must have been 8 inches taller than I was. But I remembered what I'd learned in gym about the smaller fella getting in close. Well, the fight didn't take very long. One punch and it was all over.
Really, Mr. Boynton?
Yes, I didn't get in close enough. But I had lots of fights after that.
You did? Tell me, Mr. Boynton, in these boyhood fights of yours, were there any girls involved?
Gosh, no, Miss Brooks. I wouldn't hit a girl.
Well, bravo for you. Well, what I mean is, take now, for instance. If you walked into a movie some night and saw me with another man, what would you say to him?
Do I know the man?
Certainly not.
Well, I wouldn't say anything to him. I don't believe in talking to strangers. Of course, if you introduced me to him,
It just happens that this man picked me up in front of the movies.
Oh, that isn't very nice. The least he could have done was pick you up at home.
Let me paint another picture for you, Sir Galahad. You and I have a dinner date. As we're going through the door of the restaurant, a tall, dark man with a big black mustache purposely jostles me. What do you do, Mr. Boynton?
Are we going into the restaurant or coming out of the restaurant?
I've got one more picture to paint, and then I'm going to throw away my easel. You and I are seated in a parked car on Lakeview Drive. All of a sudden, a man's face appears on your side of the car.
I know. He's a cop. He's holding a flashlight on us, and he says, "What are you two doing in there?" And then I say, "Nothing, officer." And he says, "Then you get out and hold the flashlight." Isn't it?
Well? Now that you've defended me with your last drop of blood, Ronald, let's leave this tropical paradise and return to Liverpool. I'm sure Papa will give you your old job back.
My old job?
Yes, measuring orange rind in his marmalade factory. There's a hot one you can kick around for a while. Now, I'm going down to Mr. Conklin's office. He'll put a stop to this fighting nonsense.
Oh, but, Miss Brooks...
Goodbye, Mr. Boynton. Then you get out and hold the flashlight. Oh, fine. He just got it. Mr. Conklin, how do you feel about prize fighting?
Well, I'm a little out of condition, but I... Oh, you mean in general?
I mean here at Madison. I think you should know that there's a so-called grudge match going to be fought this afternoon between two of our students.
A grudge match? Where?
In the gym. They're even building a temporary ring for it.
I forbid it. Personal combat is no longer the civilized way to settle personal differences.
Oh, good for you, Mr. Conklin. I was hoping you'd react that way, especially since the fight is over your own daughter, Harriet.
Harriet? What has she got to do with this?
Well, you see, Harriet was at a movie last night with Stretch Snodgrass.
Stretch Snodgrass? Madison star athlete? Is he sweet on Harriet?
Only from a distance, Mr. Conklin. But she's been going around with Walter Denton steadily. And when he found out...
Walter Denton? Why, he's nothing but a
teenage waste of time on wheels.
Brilliantly put, Miss Brooks. Although a little reminiscent.
But about this fight, Mr. Conklin. Stretch is so much taller than Walter, he has every advantage.
Yes, he has, hasn't he? What time is this fight going to be held, Miss Brooks?
But, Mr. Conklin, aren't you going to stop it?
Stop it? I'm going to referee it. Attention, please. Quiet, please. Quiet. Miss Brooks, if you'll just ring the bell for me, please.
Yes, Mr. Conklin.
Now, as you all know, this is a grudge fight between two members of our undergraduate body. On my left, wearing purple trunks and weighing 128, I give you Madison's outstanding athlete, a four-letter man of whom any school should justly be proud. Stretch Snodgrass. And on my right, wearing black trunks and a catcher's mask, I give... Take that mask off, Denton. I give you Walter Denton. I will referee the bout while counting for the knockdowns. We will have our Miss Brooks. Now, inasmuch as many of you couldn't get close enough to this temporary ring to see the contest, Miss Brooks will also officiate at the PA system to bring you a blow-by-blow account of the proceedings. Are you all ready, Miss Brooks?
1, 2, 3. Woof, woof. Testing. Woof.
Then if you boys will join me in the center of the ring, I'll give you your final instructions.
As the fighters go to the center of the ring, just a word of reminder. Boys, if, like Walter Denton, you're about to get your head knocked off, why not put an Adam's hat on it first? And now let's listen to the referee's instructions.
Marshals of Queensbury rules. I am here for one reason and one reason only, to see that fair play is strictly observed. You will at all times be honestly and impartially judged. Now then, Stretch. Yes, Mr. Conklin? I want you to be sure and go to a neutral corner every time Denton is on the floor. And you, Denton?
Yes, sir?
Where do you want your body? Oh, well, I have... Now then, you two, I want a good, clean fight, and may the better man win. And win quickly, Stretch. Go to your corners. Come out fighting.
There goes the bell, folks. Oh, Walter's down. Fell over his shoelace. Now it's tied, and the two men meet in the center of the ring. They're cautious at first. Walter is dancing lightly around, left arm extended. Stretch is dancing around. Now they're dancing around together. Mr. Conklin breaks them, and once more they circle around carefully. Now, here it is, the first exchange.
Oh, come on, Stretch.
Why don't you throw a punch?
Oh, I don't want to hit you first, Walter. You hit me first.
No. You hit me first.
No, you hit me first.
They're going at it hammer and tong. Mostly tong.
Come on, fight.
I ain't mad at you, Walter.
Come on, man, mix it up, mix it up. This crowd came here to see a fight.
Oh, gosh, Miss Brooks. It looks like they're really going to start hitting each other.
Not while I'm at the bell. And there's the end of round one. Walter Denton is in the corner right above us. How do you feel, Walter?
He didn't lay a glove on me.
I know. Let's see how Stretch is doing over in his corner. His seconds are just giving him a good gargle. He can use it. He was pretty eloquent in that last round. Now he's on his feet, and Mr. Conklin is motioning for the second round to begin. There they go again. Both men still pretty fresh and ready for each other's best dialogue.
Listen, you two. You've got to do some fighting this round.
Yes, sir. Come on, Walter. Take a poke at me.
No, Stretch. You take a poke at me.
I can't. Not while I'm looking at you.
Me. We'll just close our eyes and swing, and then the crowd will think we're really fighting. Come on. He's out cold. Gosh, Miss Brooks, I didn't mean to do it.
He'll be all right in a minute, Walter. And you mustn't feel badly about it. This is the way the crowd wanted it to end. You heard them cheering, didn't you?
But I don't care about the crowd, Miss Brooks. I just care about my pal, Stretch.
He's perfectly all right. Stretch. Come on, Stretch. Tell Walter you're all right.
Yeah, sure. I'm okay, Walter. Let's shake hands.
You bet, pal.
And now that you and the students have had complete satisfaction, there's one thing I'd like you to do for me.
Sure, Miss Brooks. What is it?
Well, while he's still out, you two had better carry Mr. Conklin down to his office.
Our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Daumit's magic formula blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Gives loveliness lather even in hardest water. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Luster Cream. Not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen. Soft, manageable. Gives new beauty to all hairdos or permanents. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, either tubes or jars. Tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo and be a...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, we took Mr. Conklin back to his office, and it didn't take long for him to come to.
Where am I? What happened?
It was an accident, Mr. Conklin.
Denton, you struck me.
But he didn't mean it, Mr. Conklin.
Didn't mean it. I saw him winding up.
But it was an accident, Mr. Conklin. All Walter did was close his eyes like this, then pull his arm back like this, and then swing like this.
Well, Madison isn't the only high school you boys can attend.
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, Your Beauty Hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written and directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch. Men, here is actual, factual proof of more comfortable, actually smoother shave by using Palmolive Lather Shaving Cream. 1,251 men tried the Palmolive Lather way to shave described on the tube. And no matter how they had shaved before, 3 out of 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves. Try Palmolive Lather Shaving Cream. See if you don't get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive Lather Shaving Cream way. For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evenings over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. Stay tuned now for Life with Luigi, which follows over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
One of the most acclaimed shows of all time, Orson Welles' Mercury Theater of the Air, is up next.
The makers of Campbell Soups present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Hollywood is where the movies come from. And relevant to tonight's broadcast, nobody's had more fun poking fun at Hollywood than George Kaufman. I have reference not only to Merton of the movies and Once in a Lifetime, but also to the whole legend of things George Kaufman has said about the movies. I Lost My Girlish Laughter is the name of tonight's broadcast, and it's a bestseller which it deserves to be. And tonight, besides Mr. Kaufman, other guests on the Campbell Playhouse are Ilka Chase, who's been very important in The Animal Kingdom, The Women, and a dozen other Broadway hits, and Tamara Jeva, who is a graduate of Ziegfield's Whoopee, Gordon's Three's a Crowd, Wyman's On Your Toes, and just last season, the extremely successful London production of Idiot's Delight. There's also Frank Reddick, Agnes Moorehead, Myron McCormick, Ray Collins, and finally, our author herself. But just now, I'd like you to hear a word from Ernest Chappell.
Each Friday evening since the new Campbell Playhouse broadcast began, I've been talking to you about Campbell's chicken soup. Tonight I want to tell you some things about the most popular soup in all the world, Campbell's tomato soup. Year by year, day in and day out, this one soup is served more often than any other. If you and I could sweep across the country looking in at dining room windows any noon or any night, we'd see again and again people drawing up their chairs to bright, steaming plates of Campbell's tomato soup. These are facts. You can check them with your own grocer and among your friends. Why is this one soup so often eaten by so many people? One reason is that mothers like to serve it to their families, particularly their children, because it provides the nourishment of fresh, sun-ripened tomatoes. Then people are captivated by its inviting color and its delightful smoothness. But the reason most folks like to have it is its flavor. It's a magic flavor created by an exclusive recipe of superb, luscious tomatoes, fine table butter, and delicate seasoning. People say the flavor of Campbell's tomato soup cannot be matched, and indeed it has something about it that folks never tire of, that young and old enjoy again and again, each time it's served, each spoonful they sip. Are you at your house enjoying Campbell's tomato soup often these days? And now for tonight's story. Orson Welles, in his own radio arrangement of the bestseller, I Lost My Girlish Laughter, with Ilka Chase, Tamara Jeva, and the distinguished American playwright George Kaufman, making his debut on the air tonight as an actor.
Good evening, Mr. Tussler.
Take your coat, Mr. Tussler.
How are you feeling tonight, Mr. Tussler?
Oh, fine, thanks. Fine. Say, has Mr. Anders come in yet?
I didn't see him, Mr. Tussler. Jim, have you seen Mr. Anders tonight?
No, I haven't seen him yet, Mr. Tussler.
Oh, say, what time is it, Jimmy?
It's 20 to 12, Mr. Tussler.
Oh, you mind if I turn on your radio, Jimmy? There's something I want to catch.
You sure can, Mr.
In
Tussler.
one of the
most
spectacular openings of the season. And so it's another smash hit for Sidney Brand of Silver Hills, as Man on the Beach stood up cheering in the aisles of the Carpe Circle in Hollywood tonight.
Oh, that's something about a
and
movie.
right here on 52nd Street, New York City,
Ah,
the
that's
first
better.
dramatic hit of the season opens tonight at the Theater Guild.
Now, that's your play, Mr. Tussler.
And Bruce Bender, leading man of the play, Citizen Asylum. which sets a
Good.
new high.
I think they liked it all right.
This way, sir.
Thanks.
Well,
Hello,
congratulations, Mr. Tussler.
Thank you, Agnes. Thank you.
Good work, John.
That's right. And hamburger 21, please.
Hey, Tussler.
Leland, I thought you were in Hollywood.
Yeah, flew in this morning. Well, you did it again, John. This is the best play you've ever written.
I'm glad you liked it, Leland.
Oh, John, I want you to meet Sawyer Tarn. Sawyer, this is John Tussler. He wrote the play we saw tonight.
How do you do, Miss Tarn?
How do you do?
Sawyer's flying to Hollywood in the morning. I just signed her with Sidney Brand.
Well, ever been in pictures before, Miss Brandt?
Oh, yes. I have worked with the finest directors, Sapolsky, Schneiderman, Plum.
Hello,
all of them.
Anders. Well, won't you join us?
Thanks.
Anders, I want you to meet Miss Sawyer Tarn.
How do you do?
And Leland Hayward. You know Leland.
Oh, I saw you in the play tonight, Anders. Fine performance. Better hold on to him, John. Hollywood's crazy with for a leading man. How about lunch sometime?
Well, I'd be delighted to see you.
How about you, John? When are you going to give up?
You mean go to Hollywood?
Sure.
Oh, no. I'd rather stay here and work on my own stuff.
You know, they might buy Sinners in Asylum. You can't tell. Then you can work on your own stuff out there.
No, it's not that kind of a play, Leland. No plot for a picture.
What do you know about it? There ought to be a story in it somewhere. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm calling Sidney Brand in the morning. I'll tell him all about it.
All right.
Come on, Sawyer. We better be going. We've got to get up early and catch that plane. Goodbye, Mr. Anders. See you soon.
Bye. Goodbye, Miss Tom. Good luck.
Thank you.
Goodbye, Leland.
Sidney, will you get my car?
Yes, Mr. Hayward. Right away, Mr. Hayward.
Well, there they go, off for the west. You're next, Anders.
What, me?
Yes, there's nobody left in New York now. They've torn down the 6th Avenue L. The subway is going next week. Why, look at this place. Empty. Hey, say, can I get a soda, for God's sake?
Research Department.
Mr. Brand will look at those down-on-the-plane brushes at 11 o'clock.
Research Department.
Mr. Brand thinks he left his pills on the table this morning. Please send them up to the office immediately.
Research Department.
Mr. Brand will look at the pencils for front page sheet at 11:25.
Research Department.
Baby Department, please. Hello. This is Mr. Brand's secretary speaking. Will you send samples of bassinets and nursery wallpaper out to Mrs. Brand's residence, please? What's that? Yes, most any day now.
Research Department calling for Mr. Brand. Check on jokes to be used in Russian barbershop before the revolution.
Superfilm Studios, good morning. I'm sorry, Mr. Brand can't be disturbed. He's in conference.
Now then, boys, everybody here?
Everybody here, Mr. Brand.
Thanks, Roy. Boys, Superfilms is about to embark on the most important picture in its history.
You're just the man to do it, Mr. Brand.
Thanks, Roy. And it's my single privilege to announce to you that Superfilms has just signed a 5-year contract with Europe's most glamorous actress, Sawyer Tarn.
Boss, that's terrific.
Thanks, Roy. Palmer, Miss Tarn's American debut must be the most significant event in the history of motion pictures. It must be the most exciting event in the history of motion pictures. Also profitable. Palmer, I sent you a message to find writers for Miss Tarn. Where are they? I don't see them.
But, Mr. Brand...
What about stories? Why the New York office suggestions?
That's a great idea, boss.
Thanks, Roy. And what about the new Theater Guild play, Palmer? I hear Metro and Warner's are bidding heavily for it. I haven't heard there was a Theater Guild play, but I've got a scenario department. What's that
Mr.
for?
Brand, I sent you a copy of that play 6 weeks ago, Sinners in Asylum.
Oh, yes,
remember?
I remember. Get me a copy of that play. What's the name of it?
It's called Sinners in Asylum,
Sinners,
Mr. Brand. What's that red-bound script under your telephone there?
Oh, this? Sinners in Asylum. Oh, it's quite a play. Quite a play, Roy.
Yes, boss?
Call up our New York office and authorize them to offer the Theater Guild $100,000 for Sinners in Asylum. Tell them to get it at once.
Right, boss.
And $1,000 a week for the author. That's plenty.
It sure is, boss.
Thanks, Roy. All right, boys. That's all for this morning. We'll pick it again after lunch.
Right after lunch, boss.
Thanks, Roy. Make that call right away.
Sure thing, boss.
Hello, Mr. Brand's office. Miss Lawrence speaking. One moment, please. It's New York office calling, Mr. Brand.
Hello, Francis. Why'd you get that play for me? What? What's that? They turned us down there. What? The robbers. Who's the agent? Leland Hayward, huh? I might have known it. Well, how much do you want? 200,000. 2,000 a week for the author, the robber. Close the deal. 200,000 and 200 a week for the author. I mean 2,000. $200,000 for a stage play and 2,000. Can you imagine that? Well, let's get back to work. Check with the costume department. The costume's on Lovers All.
Yes, Mr. Brand. Oh, Mr. Brand.
Yeah, what is it, Madge?
Shall I notify Palmer about Sinners in Asylum?
What Sinners in Asylum?
Well, that's the picture you're producing, Mr. Brand. You just bought it for $200,000.
Oh, yes, that's right. All right, check with Palmer on the banner line, the transcript. Sawyer Tarn's American debut in this season's greatest play, Sinners in Asylum, by America's outstanding playwright, Tussler,
Mr. Brand. John Tussler.
Tussler.
Say, the lines West Uncle Spoolie Biggie is having trouble aplenty with the Hayes office because of vital changes they demand in a play that cost them $200,000. The rumor is that he's doing a burn because he didn't take time out to read it first. Blank. The Hayes office and Sidney Brand of Superfilm have kissed and made up. The heroine of Sinners in Asylum is being changed to Phoenix.
Sidney Brand, Superfilms, Hollywood, California.
Sidney Brand, Superfilms, Hollywood, California. What do you mean you're making her standing? Stop. The whole point of the play will be lost. Stop. We'll not be party to any such low commercialism. Stop. My play goes on as is or else. Signed, John Tussler.
My goodness. John Tussler, Theater Guild, New York City. For $2,000 weekly, you should be willing to serve pallbearers at your own funeral. Stop. Expect you soon. Stop. Is it my fault if Hayes' office won't let me be artistic? Stop. Best wishes. Signed, Sidney Brand.
Yes?
Is this Mr. Brand's office?
Yes.
I wonder if I could see Mr. Brand.
Well, I'm sorry. Mr. Brand is in conference.
Oh, well, should I wait, do you think?
Well, I wouldn't if I were you.
Thank you.
Would you mind very much telling me your name?
No, I wouldn't mind. My name is Tussler, John Tussler.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'll tell Mr. Brand you're here.
Do you think he'll be glad?
Yes, what is it?
Mr. Tussler's here, Mr. Brand.
Tussler.
Yes, Mr.
I
Brand.
can't see him. I'm in conference.
Mr. Brand.
Yes, what is it?
Mr. Tussler is the author of Sinners in Asylum.
Well, why did you say so? Send him in.
You can go right in, Mr. Tussler.
Thank you.
Good luck.
You think I'll need it?
Mr. Tussler?
Yes, this is
in
Mr.
here.
Tussler. Thanks.
Mr. Tussler?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Tussler?
I'm looking for...
Mr. Tussler?
I had an appointment. I beg your pardon. I'm looking...
Oh, Tussler. Glad to have you with us, Tussler. Did you have a nice trip out? What
yes,
were you
it was
saying?
very nice. It was very... I said I had a very nice trip.
Speaking to Roy here.
I beg your pardon.
Roy.
Yeah, Chief.
Oh, Tussler, yeah. We're going to do big things for this play of yours, Tussler. It'll cost $1 million before you can get on the set. And what a cast I'm giving you. Sayatan, Europe's most glamorous star, Tussler. And I'm working on a deal for Tyrone Power.
Tyrone Power? Gee, Chief, he'll be perfect.
Thanks, Roy. Boys, this is Tussler. Tussler, meet Mr. Fay. He's going to direct your picture.
His picture?
Well, he wrote the play, you know.
Oh, he wrote the play.
Tussler, meet Skinner. He's doing the adaptation of your play. Skinner.
How are you? I'm pretty well, thank you, except
And
for a slight
this
touch
is
of the right.
Roy, my brother-in-law. He's my assistant.
Oh, very happy to meet you, Mr. Tussler.
All right, now let's get down to business. Now, boys, the important thing is to stick as close as possible to the original play. After all, there are a lot of people in New York who paid good money to see this play, so it must have something. But, of course, we have to remember the Hayes office. Now, I gave them my solemn word of honor that when they saw my script, it'd be in my usual good taste, finesse, and delicacy. They said to me, okay, Brand, we trust you to do the right thing. Now, boys, I can't let them down.
Yeah, you know what, Chief? We never let you down yet.
Thanks, Roy. And, Roy, be sure to get down every word we say. It's very important.
Yeah, okay, boy.
Of course, we're changing the theme of the play. You understand that, don't you, Tussler?
Well, Mr. Brand.
Yes, Tussler?
I just, well, let it go. It's not
Now,
important.
don't be bashful, Tussler. We're all a big family here. Now, Skinner.
Yes, boss.
We're paying Tussler a fortune to write this adaptation. All right, so he's one of the 3 greatest American playwrights. But has he ever written for the screen? No. What are his screen credits? None. But you, Skinner, you know what it's all about, and I'm depending on you for the finest screenplay of the year. You never know. We might even win the Academy Award.
You're due for one, Chief. That was a rotten deal you got last year.
You're right. Thank you, Roy. Roy, you're sure you're getting everything down?
Oh, yes, Chief. Every word.
Good. Now, Skinner, this is just a suggestion, but bear it in mind while you're writing. This is the first time Sayatan has been presented to the American public. She's got to be a sympathetic character. Now, the dame in your play, Mr. Tussler, is not a sympathetic character, so we've got to make Tan more sympathetic.
Mr. Brandt, may I point out that the girl is not supposed to be particularly sympathetic? The whole play happens to be based on the premise that it takes
just
two
leave
people...
everything to me, Tussler. Now, here's this girl of yours. Yes, she is. She lived all her life on an island off the African coast. Africa?
Gee, Chief.
Africa. Are you by any chance referring to my play, Sinners in Asylum,
Certainly,
Mr. Brandt?
Tussler. Your play. Now, this here girl has never known a mother's love, and her old man was killed with her mother when she was a baby. The only love she has known is from animals and the kindly natives of the village. So she is naive. But on the inside, there is a roaring volcano. Her mother's Spanish blood.
I get what you mean, Chief. I get it.
Now, good, Skinner. Now, here in this primitive background, Fay, I'll let you have some camera angles, but no 57 takes. I don't need a 57 takes to know what's good. I've got an instinct for this kind of thing.
You bet you have, Chief.
Thanks, Roy. Now,
say, Chief, maybe we could save some dough by picking up some stock shots from Bring It Back Alive.
Thanks, Roy. Hey, what do you mean, stock shots? This is a major super film, but on the other hand, that might not be a bad idea. See what you can pick up, Roy.
Mrs. Brand, I'm worried.
I don't see where Sawyer Tarn has the fire for this role.
Hey, I'll see to it that she gives you plenty of fire. Boy, I can just see her when all the Spanish in her breaks loose. Like an animal, she scratches back when she comes face to face with an artificial civilization. She's got to be tamed. She's a wild thing with bars around her. She's caged. Say, wait a minute. What a title. Lady in a Cage.
Gosh, what a title.
Thanks, Roy.
Lady in a Cage.
Yeah, great, ain't
Beauty
it?
was sold for an old man's gold.
What's the matter, Tussler?
Oh, nothing. Go right ahead.
Tussler, I'm beginning to wonder.
Boss!
You really have...
I just thought of an angle on the love interest that's
Yeah?
terrific.
Yeah?
Listen. You have a dame living on the outpost of civilization.
Yeah.
She's beautiful.
Yeah.
She's luscious. She's primeval.
Yeah.
She's everything to drive a man crazy.
Absolutely.
Now, this is my idea. There's a shipwreck, and Tyrone Power is washed up on the shore.
Have you got this down?
He wakes up to find this gorgeous creature looking down at him. There's a passion flower in her hair.
That's symbolic.
He stares at her. She runs away, frightened. He follows.
Gentlemen, may I point out for the last time that was not my idea when I wrote...
Just a minute, Mr. Tussler, and you too, Fay. This girl wouldn't run away. She wouldn't be afraid. Now, remember, she may be naive, but inside her is this flame. This Spanish blood.
No, I still think she'd run away.
Fay, why should we argue about female psychology when the man who wrote the play is right here in this room? Let's ask Tussler what she would do. Now, Tussler, listen to Mr. Fay carefully.
Yes, sir.
It's moonlight, Tussler.
Got that?
We have a long shot of the jungle and the jungle moon hanging low. Into the camera comes Sawyer Tarn, chanting a native love song.
Very good.
Camera follows her as she dances into the waves. Suddenly she sees something. Stops. The camera follows her, and in a beautiful two-shot we see Sawyer Tarn looking down at Tyrone Power's face.
Terrific.
He opens his eyes. Blindly, he raises up his hand and touches her.
Got that, Tussler?
I've got it.
She's warm, alive. He leaps to his feet.
Good.
Mind you, Tyrone Power is the first white man Tarn has ever seen. All the dormant woman in her comes to life. He makes a grab for her. Now, Tussler, if you were that girl, if you were there on that tropical beach with Tyrone Power, what would you do?
Well, I'll
Now, remember,
tell you.
she's Spanish.
Yes, I'm
The first
remembering
white man.
that.
Tyrone Power?
Yes, I'll tell you.
Go on.
I feel this way. In a situation of that kind, I'm not sure the public has been quite
You see, what did I
educated-
tell you? That proves my point. Well, boys, that's enough for today. We've gone a long way on Tussler. It's been great having you here. You were invaluable. And now I've got to get home. My wife's going to have a baby.
Nurse, where's Mr. Brand? I'm Miss Lawrence.
Yes, Miss Lawrence. We've been expecting you. Come this way, please.
Oh, Mr. Brand, what are you doing in the hospital? What's happened? Why,
Come in, Madge. What's happened? Baby's due any minute now. That's what's happened.
Oh.
Why didn't somebody tell me having a baby was like this? Sit down, Madge. Here. My hand, hold it.
Oh.
Nurse, get me another sedative and send me the chief of staff. I'm getting weak. Yes. Madge, what are you doing here?
You sent for me, Mr. Brand.
Oh, yes, we've got to get to work. Get me the wardrobe department. Call off my luncheon appointments.
Yes,
Tell your
Mr.
time. Get me Cohan long distance. Find
Yes,
a room where I
Mr.
can work. Find a room where you can
Hello.
work. Get a room where
Get me the
Tussler and
wardrobe
Skinner can work. I want him here. Get the art
And
department
Mr.
here
Brand
with
wants
sketches
the
and see
sketches
if
for the
Palmer's
Sawyer
here.
Tarn
Fay and
film.
Roy,
Go over
Cook
to
and Beck and
Bristol
Maloney.
Hospital immediately.
And who's
Here's
that?
your breakfast, Mr.
Would you
All
put it
right,
down
I'll
there?
put it over
Hey,
there.
doctor, the floors out there in the hall are too slippery. Why don't you have carpets? What if a nurse fell out there while carrying an infant?
Hospitals must be antiseptic, Mr. Brand.
Doctor, I think you ought to...
Brand, now eat your
ham and
breakfast.
eggs. I can't eat that stuff. Take it away. Call the Brown Derby and have him send up a mushroom omelet. Remember to tell him it's for Brand.
Yes, Mr. Brand.
Who's that?
Come in. Yes, what is it?
Brand.
Show him in.
All right, show them in.
You can come in.
Come in, boys. Come on in. Come on.
Hello, boy.
Hello.
What happened? Anything?
Oh, not a thing, Roy. Not a thing.
Roy's here with the costumes boss, and the property department's brought over a few items to be approved for the voodoo
Send them in.
scene.
Send them all in.
Okay, boss.
Now, sit down, boys. Make yourself home.
Thanks, boss.
You sure look comfortable there, boss.
Yes. Do you think you'll pull through, Mr. Brown?
Now, what's the matter with you fellows? Can't a guy go to the hospital for a day without a lot of cheap wisecracks? If I drop dead, would I get any sympathy? No, all you'd say is poor Brand. It's too bad he had to work so hard.
Gee, boss, the studio would go to pieces without you.
Oh, thanks, Roy. All right, Raleigh, let's see those sketches.
Hey, boss.
I don't like them. Do them over. Badge, telephone the fifth floor and see how Mrs. Brand is. This jungle set?
Yes.
I don't like it. Do it over.
That scene was shot this
I
morning.
still don't like it.
How long you think you'll be tied up in the hospital, boss?
Well, I tell you, Roy, you can't tell about these things, Roy. I ought to stay around for Mrs. Brand's sake at such a time. Besides, it's nice and quiet here. Maybe we can get some script written. Hey, Roy, get the name of that nurse who just passed by.
Okay,
Good
Chief.
type of pictures. Now then, boys, how's my script coming?
Well, we're all set to go into dialogue. We've broken down the storyline.
They've broken down the storyline.
Excuse me, Tussler. Palmer, have you written the announcements for the baby yet?
How about this, boss?
A blank was born this morning to Mrs. Selma Brand, wife of the eminent producer Sidney Brand of Superfilm.
That's good.
Mother and child are reported resting nicely at the Vista Memorial Hospital in Hollywood. Though in the midst of an important production, Lady in a Cage, which will launch Sayatan, the new foreign import, Mr. Brand has taken a suite at the hospital to be with his little family.
Listen, couldn't we get a little more human interest in there? Maybe about the weight of the baby, things like that. You know, people like to read human items about famous people, and gives Hollywood a good name.
Well,
you know.
sure, boss, I can, but
don't
hadn't
think
we
so,
better
Ron?
wait until we know exactly what happens? It might be twins. Think of the human interest you can get out of twins.
How's it go, Jim? Let's hear it again.
A blank was born this morning to Mrs. Selma Brand, wife of the eminent producer Sidney Brand of Superfilm.
Take that, man.
Mother and child are reported resting nicely at the Vista Memorial Hospital in Hollywood.
Yes, one
No,
moment,
in the
please.
midst of an important production,
Mr. Palmer, please, I beg your pardon, just a moment. Mr. Brand.
Yes?
It's the studio. There's a wire from New York, from Leland Hayward.
What does he want?
He says he understands it's a boy.
Check that report. Go on, Palmer.
A blank was born this morning.
Oh, Mr. Brand.
To Mrs. Selma Brand of Superfilm.
Miss Sayatan is downstairs.
Sayatan?
Yes, she wants to see you.
Sayatan?
She says if she doesn't see you, she'll scream the place down.
My gosh, can't a man have a baby in peace?
What'll I tell her?
Send her up. Boys, that'll be all for today. Palmer, you'd better stay here and work on that announcement.
Okay, boss.
Goodbye, fellas. Tussler.
Yes, Mr. Brand.
I've got an idea for you for a play. Remind me to tell you about it sometime. Terrific.
I can hardly wait. Thank you.
Madge.
Yes, Mr. Brand.
I don't want to be disturbed, I understand.
Yes, Mr. Brand.
All right.
Come in, Miss Hahn. Mr. Brand's expecting you. Sidney.
Hello, Saya.
Dear Sidney.
Dear Saya. Saya.
I'm not well, dear Sidney. Not well at all. I'm treat. So treat.
Why, Saya, that's too bad. I'm sorry.
I'm worried, Sidney, about this picture I'm making for you.
Well, worried, Saya? Oh, for heaven's sake, what's the matter?
I'm so worried, Sidney, dear. I cannot sleep anymore because of this worry. Sidney, dear, where is my leading man?
Oh, now then, Saya, how many times must I tell you? I'm getting Tyrone Power for you. Tyrone Power. What more do you want?
But, Sidney, I've read in the papers that you can't get Tyrone Power.
Saya, do you believe what you read in the papers? Saya, you have the thing to worry about. I've got Tyrone Power eating out of the palm of my hand. I assure you, Saya, that everything will be all right.
Reassure me, dear Sidney.
All right. I'll reassure you, Saya.
Then I shan't worry anymore. Oh, dear Sidney.
No, dear Saya, you mustn't worry anymore.
Goodbye, dear Sidney.
Goodbye, dear Saya.
Oh, Mr. Brand. Mr.
Madge,
Brand.
have you got your book?
But, Mr. Brand.
Take a letter.
Yes, Mr. Brand.
Mr. George Ogle, The Louse, Zeus, Modern Studios, Hollywood. Dear George, regarding Tyrone Power, I'm not only disappointed, I am hurt. I can't believe that you would let me down the way you have. I don't like the idea of playing on our friendship, but you know that if you were in a spot and asked me to help you out, I'd do it. You know I would. And last night I was talking over my problem with my wife, and it is her distinct recollection that you committed Tyrone Power to me. So I have a witness. Let me hear from you. Sincerely, regards, Sidney Brand.
Mr. Brand.
I'll take a wire to New York office.
Yes, Mr. Brand,
Silver Films, New York City. Prospects of Tyrone Power still alive. However, I don't trust those rats at Zeus Modern to do the right thing. Stop. Want you to line up possible substitutes. Suggest you make screen tests of all available young leading men in New York. Scenes from play, preferably love scenes. Guys immediately when possibly becomes really exciting. Regards, Brand. Get it? Palmer, let's hear that announcement.
A blank was born this morning to Mr. and Mrs.
Mr. Brand.
Yes,
Mr. Brand.
Yes. What is it?
Leland Hayward was right, Mr. Brand. It is a boy.
A blank was born
Wake up, Palmer. It's a boy.
A boy was born this morning to Mrs. Selma Brand, wife of the eminent producer, Sidney Brand of Superfilm.
All right. Get him quiet. Yes, Mr. Frank. Quiet! Well, Mr. Brand, here we go. Ready to shoot.
Boys, this occasion is a great occasion. Right, Tussler?
Quite an occasion.
All right, let's make it. All set, Larry? There you go, Mr. Frame. Ready, wind? Okay. Lights. Lights! Lights! Stand that hammering!
Turn him over.
Rolling. Up to speed.
Lady in a Cage, scene one. Direct the fade, camera mirror, take one.
Where's Ton? Why doesn't Ton come through that door? Where the blazes is Ton? All right, cut. Cut! Still light! Where is Miss Ton?
Here she is in the bedroom.
Maybe she's tired.
She should sleep on her own time. The money I pay her, wake her up.
I'll wake up. Miss Ton. Miss Town!
Yes, Mr. Fay?
Miss Town, will you please cooperate?
Cooperate?
Now, Miss Town, we will take this scene again.
What scene, Mr. Fay?
The storm scene, Miss Town. Your great scene. Now, listen, Miss Town. In this scene, you are standing at the window, you understand? Gazing out over the ocean. You are waiting for your dream lover. You are longing for him.
And who is going to play my dream lover?
We're doing our best to get her own power, Miss Town.
Ah, but you're not sure.
Well, if we don't get him, Miss Town, we'll get somebody else.
But how can I long for a man when I don't know who he is? If I knew who he was, I'm sure I could long much better.
Miss Town, what difference does it make who the man... The man does not appear in the scene. Do you understand? He does not appear. Nobody appears in the scene except you, Miss Town.
For years, Mr. Fay, I worked in Europe with the greatest directors. Kripowski, Weihnachten, Klaus.
Yes, I believe you. I believe you, Miss Town. Now, come over here and we'll take it again. You come in through the door. You go to the window. You gaze out over the ocean. There is yearning in your eyes. You're waiting for your dream lover. You long for him. You are alone in your hut. Suddenly, you hear the door open behind you. You turn, and you see an arm coming through the crack of the door, a hairy arm. You scream.
And then?
Never mind, Miss Todd. We'll explain that in the next scene. Now then, are you ready?
I suppose so.
All right, get him quiet.
Quiet.
Quiet!
Go that very tactfully.
How's that? Oh, yes, very tactfully, very. As a matter of fact, I was afraid
All right,
for...
quiet, please. This will take.
Right. Ready, Wayne?
Okay.
Turn him over.
Rolling. Up the stairs.
Lady in the cage, scene one. Direct the fade, camera mirror, take two.
Well, she's there all right this time, isn't she?
Yeah.
Here she comes now. Good. When she gets to the window, give the signal for the door to open. Now the arm. There. Good. Now she turns and sees it. She turns and sees it.
We're picking up on sound, Mr. Fay.
All right, start it over. Quiet!
You want to cut?
No, keep it rolling.
All right.
Scream! Cut. Okay, Miss Todd. Okay. Cut.
Good. Still right.
Okay, Miss Todd, you can rest now.
Well, Mr. Bland, how did you like it? Fay, it was magnificent. That's all I can say, Fay. You know, stage, Mr. Tussler, on the stage, you couldn't possibly do a scene like this.
Not possibly, Mr. Brand.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of I Lost My Girlish Laughter. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In just a moment, we'll return you to Orson Welles, George S. Kaufman, Ilka Chase, and Tamara Jiva in I Lost My Girlish Laughter. But first, a question. What do you get hungry for when the January weather turns cold and you come home shivering all through? I call it soup weather. It's time for warming, comforting platefuls of the best-liked soup of all, Campbell's tomato soup. If ever its bright color and its savory steam were inviting, it's on days like these. The rich, racy taste of your first spoonful seems to hit the spot, and by the time your plate is empty, Campbell's tomato soup has revived you and fortified you. No other soup in all the world has quite the keen, lively flavor that this one has. No other soup is such a worldwide favorite. Especially right now, Campbell's tomato soup is a wholesome, sustaining dish to have often. Enjoy it for lunch or supper, or as a first course for family dinner. And serve it sometimes as cream of tomato, adding milk instead of water. Cold days are soup days. Time for Campbell's tomato soup. And now, back to the Campbell Playhouse.
Hello, Mr. Brand's office. One moment, please. Mr. Brand.
Yeah, what is it?
Leland Haywood calling you.
All right, I'll take it. Hello, Leland. How are you? Yeah, it feels great. What's on your mind, Leland? What's that? Oh, Bruce Sanders? Who's he? Now, listen, Haywood, I'm up to your tricks. Sanders hasn't got an agent. This is just one time you won't be able to horn in on a good thing. I don't know. The New York office may have offered him $300. What? Sure, I read the papers. What? What's that? What? $1,500? 15? Don't make me laugh. Ha, ha. Who told you I needed him bad? Anyway, I tell you, Anders is dealing direct with our New York office. He's going to sign with us for... Hello, Leela. So now he has to hang up on me. Madge.
Yes, Mr. Brand.
Take a wire. Two films, New York. Leland Haywood advises he is agent for Anders. Is this true? Stop. He refuses terms offered, and I don't dare repeat the price he wants. It'll make you sick. Stop. Don't let Haywood talk you into anything. Stop. Why does it have to be Haywood? Aren't there any other agents in the business? Stop. Regards, Sydney.
They are having plenty of grief at the Theater Guild, trying to replace Bruce Sanders, who has been signed by Sidney Brand to play opposite Talia Khan in Sinners in Asylum, now called Lady in a Cage. Salary is said to be $1,500 weekly. And we can believe this because Anders' agent is none other than Leland Haywood.
Madge.
Yes, Mr. Brand?
Madge. Farmer out there and Skinner.
Yes, sir.
And Tussler.
Yes, Mr. Brand.
Send him in. You come in, too.
Yes, Mr. Brand. Gentlemen, the master will confer with you.
It goes without saying it's important.
He wants me, too.
He always does. After you, gentlemen.
Now, boys, I want you all to hear this. Take a seat. Madge, take it down. Gentlemen, we've just signed Bruce Sanders. Now, we've got to have a new angle on this Bruce Sanders.
Bruce Sanders? When did he get here?
On the new plane. Roy's meeting him. Royal welcome. Photographers, reporters, all around.
Good. Now then, why shouldn't we build up a new type leading man? For $1,500 a week, we should do something with him. Leland Haywood, that rough. Well, I was talking to my wife at dinner last night about the cycles of movie heroes. Now, Selma's very intelligent about such historical matters. She has a fine memory, too. And once she sees a face, she never forgets it. You know what I mean? I can't even remember her names. What were we talking about, anyway?
Cycles, Mr. Brand.
Cycles.
Cycles of movie heroes.
Oh,
you know,
right,
first came the Latin type and Spanish shawl, then the fresh guy who slapped the girl down, then the whimsy boys, the screwball boys.
Did I get that far?
Those were your very words.
And now we've reached the tail end of the cycle. Of course, you'll say the things do start all over again at the beginning, but that's obvious. No, a new vogue of leading man must be created, a new type.
I see, Mr. Brand. Any particular type in mind?
There's something in what you say, Tussler. Now, yes, it must be a particular type. What women want today is the romantic, gallant, gentle, passionate, but manly. What women want today is Bruce Sanders.
Hello, Mr. Brand's secretary. One moment, please. Mr. Ogle at Zeus Modern calling, Mr. Brand.
I'll take it, yeah. What is it? Now, look here, Ogle. I've had just about enough double-crossing out of you. What? Yeah? Oh. You mean it? You really mean... Georgie. Oh, Georgie, I knew I could count on you. What a friend, Georgie. What a friend.
What is it, boss? What's happened?
Boys, we've got Tyrone Power.
Tyrone Power?
Madge, get back in the legal department to draw up contracts immediately before they change their minds. Jim, give me the clues to the transcript, but hold him off a few days. Madge, telephone Saya. She'll be dizzy with joy. Now we're going to have a picture.
But what about Bruce Sanders, Mr. Brand?
Yeah, what about the romantic cycle?
I forgot all about Anders. What do we do? I'll get rid of him.
He'll be here any minute
now.
now,
We'll
boss.
do something. Stop him. Palmer, you've got to keep Anders' picture out of the papers. I don't want a word about him printed, and I want to see him, and I don't want to hear from him. We've got to get rid of him somehow.
Oh, gee, Mr. Brand, isn't that kind of tough?
Oh, I know. We'll give him the doghouse. We'll make it so unpleasant for him he'll break his own contracts. We'll make a test of him that'll frighten his own mother.
He may be a romantic gallant, but it's strictly a raw deal.
All right, Tussler, all right. Can I help it? This business is full of heartaches, and I've got show profits. Now, get busy, everybody.
Okay,
get busy.
yes, sir.
And Madge,
Yes,
Madge,
Mr.
get
Brand.
my wife on the phone. I've got to tell her the good news. This will make the day for Selma.
Yes, Mr. Brand.
Can you imagine that? We got power. Come on, Palmer.
Phew. Well, it may make the day for Selma, but what about Bruce Sanders? He's a friend of yours, isn't he?
Yeah. You know, sometimes I wonder how men like Brand can sleep at night.
Boy, he's sure got the stuff. Ought to knock him for a loop.
Who? Who are you talking about, Roy?
That leading man the boss hired from New York. He's the nuts.
Who's the nuts?
Bruce Sanders. He arrived. He's right outside. Boy, can the boss pick him.
Yeah, well, calm down, Roy. Anders won't need that build-up now.
Oh, what do you mean?
There's been a slight change of plan, Roy.
Yeah?
Yeah, we've got Tyrone Power.
Tyrone Power? Oh, boy, can the boss pick him. Hey, Madge, what are we going to do with Anders?
What would you do with him, Roy?
Well, gee, I don't know. Now that we got Tyrone Power.
Send Mr. Anders in, Roy.
Sure thing, Madge. Oh, Mr. Anders, will you step in here, please? Thank you. So long, Madge.
Hello, Anders. How are you?
Why, Mr. Tussler, hello. Nice to see you. How's your picture coming along?
Surprisingly. Oh, this is Miss Lawrence, Mr. Anders. She's Almost human.
I'm sure she is.
How do you do, Mr. Anders?
I suppose I ought to say hello to Mr. Brand.
Oh, well, Mr. Anders, I'm afraid I must apologize for Mr. Brand. He's out of town today, but he left word for us to do anything we could for you to help you get settled, and, the car's here to take you to your hotel.
Ah, well, how nice everybody is, aren't they, Mr. Tussler?
Yes, everybody's just wonderful, Anders.
Have you ever been out here before, Mr. Anders?
Oh, I haven't. You know, I've always been kind of scared and suspicious about Hollywood. But, you know, back in New York, we think Mr. Brand's the only man out here with vision and integrity. Don't we, Mr. Tussler?
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Well, you'll let me know what happens to me next, won't you, Miss Lawrence?
Mr. Brand will tell you very soon, I'm sure, Mr. Anders.
Yes, something tells me I'm about to beat Mr. Brand to it, Miss Lawrence. What would you say to a little lunch, Anders?
I'd say swell.
Oh, Mr. Tussler, I don't think I would if I were you.
Don't give it another thought, Miss Lawrence. By the way, you don't know anything about this lunch. Don't forget.
Me? I haven't heard a word, Mr. Tussler.
Ah, I knew you were that kind of girl. Come along, Anders.
Blank! Leland Hayward, socialite access manager and amateur aviator, took off from Roosevelt Field, New York, at 2 a.m. today in his own plane in an attempt to break the existing cross-country record. He's expected in Hollywood sometime this morning.
Brand in?
Mr. Brand left orders not to be disturbed.
Oh, asleep?
Mr. Brand's been in his office all morning following Leland Hayward's flight on the radio. He's bet everybody around here that he'd break the record.
Oh, he won. I did.
Oh, good heavens. Are you Mr. Hayward?
I am.
Oh, well, just a minute, Mr. Hayward.
Oh, don't bother to announce me. I want to surprise old Sidney.
He'll be surprised, all right.
Oh, hello, Sidney. How are you? How's the baby? I broke the record. I want a drink. Well, say, by the way, what the deuce do you think you're trying to pull off with Anders? Oh,
that was a great flight, Leland. A great flight. I was betting on you all the way, Leland.
Say, but I haven't much time, Sidney.
Yeah, what's wrong, Leland?
Oh, it's a mere trifle, Sidney. Just a misunderstanding, I'm sure. I hear you're planning to put power in Anders' part, after all.
Now, look here, Leland.
Oh, I'm not quarreling about power, but why do you have to put Anders on the spot?
I
He gives
know.
up a Broadway success to come out here, and you're trying to get him to break his contract. So what? The picture business will think he flopped, and I can't sell him. Now, Sidney, is that kind?
I'm a businessman, Leland, not a humanitarian.
In this case, Sidney, you're going to be a humanitarian and like it. I don't know how carefully you read Anders' contract, Sidney. In case your mind isn't fresh on the thing, let me recall to you Clause C, Section B. And Bruce Anders' full recompense shall be the salary specified and the prestige of playing the leading role in said Sidney Brand production. You get it, Sidney? The salary and the privilege of playing the leading role. Get it?
What have I got a legal department for?
To improve your golf game, no doubt. Well, it's been pleasant seeing you, Sidney. Give my regards to Selma and the baby. I got an opening in New York tonight. Goodbye, Sidney.
Madge!
Yes, Mr. Brand.
Get Oglet's Deuce Modern.
Yes, Mr. Brand. What'll I tell him?
Tell him I wouldn't have wanted Tyrone Power in the first place.
All right, David, that's fine.
Okay, Mr. Spade. All right, David.
Quiet.
Quiet!
Now, Miss Town. Miss Town?
You called, Mrs. Hay?
Yeah. We're ready to take the beach scene now. You got it all straight?
I think so, Mrs. Hay. I come up the beach
No, you
here
don't.
and...
You come down from the jungle over there. The drums are beating, throbbing in your blood. Quiet! You're happy as the day is long. You try not to stumble over the mangrove roots. Quiet! On the beach, you see this man. That's Mr. Anders. Mr. Anders, Miss Tarn.
We've met before.
How did you?
He's the first white man you've ever seen in your life. He's lying there. You see him. You stop. You take a step towards him. He moves. He reaches up. You scream. He opens his eyes. He says, "Where am I?" You say, "Who are you?" He says, "I'm Leith Hutcherson of Virginia." Then you say, "My name Tahini." He says, "Tahini, you are beautiful." You say, "White man, no. White man, I like you." You stay many moon with Tahini? No. You get it?
Yes.
Now, let me do the rest in close-up. All right, let's make it. Miss Tarn on the set, please. Mr. Anders, will you get down there on the beach?
Yes, Mr. Fay.
All ready, Mr. Fane.
All right, how about you? Sound effects, wind, waves, all that stuff. You ready with that?
Yes.
You fellows back there in the jungle, give me something. Give me all you've got. You're savages. Savages, you hear?
Savages? Okay, Mr. Fay.
All right, let's make it. Quiet! Turn him over.
Rolling. Up to speed.
Lady in a Cage. Jungle scene. Ton and Anders. Fair director. Merit camera. Take one.
Where am I?
Who are you?
I'm Lee Hutchinson of Virginia.
My name is Tahini.
Tahini, you all are beautiful.
White man, I like you. You stay many moons with Tahini. Hmm?
All right, cut. Cut. Fibber. Miss Todd.
Yes?
We're going to make it again.
Again?
Yes, again and again and again and again. Until you get it right.
Mr. Fay, you will not speak to me this way. It's not my fault that Mr. Anders cannot act.
Anders can't act.
Yes. And you can't direct.
Now listen, Tom. I've been taking this from you for weeks.
You have been taking? In Europe, I worked with the greatest directors. Real artists. Krapowski, Schneiderman, Klump. Oh, not for a minute longer will I work on this set. I shall go now to Mr. Sidney Brand, and to Mr. Sidney Brand I shall say... Dear Sidney.
Yes, sire?
Sidney, I will not work on your picture for 1 minute longer.
Oh, now, why, sire? What's trouble?
Sidney, it's impossible. I'm an artist, and your director is a butcher.
Oh, now, wait a minute, sire.
The leading man you gave me is a sack of potatoes. The electrician, well, they will not like me. The hairdresser is insolent. It is a conspiracy again.
Sire, please. The picture's more than half shot, sire.
Oh, I don't care how much is shot. It's your picture. Rather than work under such conditions, well, I'll kill myself.
No, sire, now, don't do that, sire.
I'm an artist.
I know.
In Europe, I work with the greatest directors.
I know you have,
Real
sire.
artists. Klump.
I know.
Schneiderman.
And I'll have Fay down here, sir. I'll make him apologize, sire.
Butcher.
I know. I'll fire him. That's what I'll do. I'll fire him. What does he think he is? I'll show him who's boss around here. Now, sire, please. For my sake, sire, will you finish this picture, sire?
Dear Sidney.
Yeah, sire.
Sidney, you're so good to me.
Sire, you're tired. That's what it is, sire. And when this picture's over, you must go away and have a nice rest.
To go away, dear Sidney? But it's so tree.
I know.
So lonely.
I'll find... we'll get somebody to go with you, and maybe I'll go along myself. Sire, will you finish the picture?
Dear Sidney, you're so kind. So sympathetic.
Well, that's settled then. That's settled. You go back on the picture.
Yes, I'll go back. Oh, dear Sidney, for you, I'll go back.
To all department heads, to Sidney Brand, subject Lady in a Cage, this is to advise you that Lady in a Cage, formerly Sinners in Asylum, goes back for retakes. An unfortunate audience reaction at the sneak preview makes revisions imperative. These things sometimes happen. P.S. Sayatan is awful. The Fred Cook from Sidney Brand, subject Lady in a Cage. Lineup list of all top-notch writers in Hollywood whom I can hire or borrow to do and to rewrite Sinners. We're making drastic story changes, throwing emphasis to Bruce Anders and retitling the picture That Gentleman from the South. That Gentleman from the South is the title. P.S. Bruce Anders is terrific. To Jim Palmer from Sidney Brand, subject Bruce Anders. You are hereby ordered to spare no expense or cunning in persuading the newspapers that the only important news personality of the day is Bruce Anders. If anyone asks you questions about Sayatan, you don't know who she is. You might also release the news that Fay will direct. He has been re-engaged as Super at a terrific boost in money. There's no time to lose. Madge!
Madge isn't here, boss. Hey, boss.
Where is she?
I don't know, boss. Oh, Mr. Brand.
Yes, what is it?
Mr. Palmer's out here to see you.
Send him in.
Yes, Mr. Brand.
Come in, Palmer.
What's the matter, Mr. Brand?
What's the matter? You asked me what's the matter. Here I've got one of the ranking stars in the industry. Bruce Anders, a new type of romantic gallant. The biggest thing since Valentino. What do I find? I've got no writers. For what do I pay a scenario department? For what do I pay a New York office? For that matter...
Mr. Brand.
Yes, Palmer, what is it?
Mr. Brand, I've got an idea.
Yes, that'll be good.
Mr. Brand is a writer employed by Super Films who's drawing a salary and doing nothing. His name is Tussler, John Tussler. He's the author of a successful play for which you paid $200,000. You may remember it. Sinners in Asylum, otherwise known as Lady in a Cage.
otherwise known as that gentleman from the South.
Sure.
Now, isn't it just possible that Mr. Tussler may be of some assistance to you in your present predicament?
You know, that's not a bad idea at all, not at all. Where's that script? You know, the one, the red cover, the one that's under the telephone.
It's still there.
Yeah, it's quite a play. It's quite a play. There it is, right on the phone. Hey, Roy.
Yes, boss?
Get Tussler on the phone right away.
Tussler? Hey, boss, don't you remember you released Tussler from his contract last night? He left this morning on the chief.
He left. I'll get him back right away. Call him up. Send him a wire on the train right away, quick. John Tussler, Chief, Oro, Chicago. Just read your play. Stop. I like it, and I understand it. Stop. On your return, we'll have new contract. Stop. Take plane. Regards. Signed, Sidney Brand.
Sidney Brand, Superfilms, Hollywood, California. Collect. Don't jest with me, Stop. I know you can't read. Signed, Tussler.
John Tussler, Chief, Oro, Chicago. I'm hurt. You left without consulting me. Stop. Return immediately. Stop. Your presence absolutely necessary. Stop. Regards. Signed, Sidney Brand.
Sidney Brand, Superfilms, Hollywood. Collect. I am sorry I hurt you. Stop. It seems all things are possible, even that. I will not come back. Stop. I will not come back. Stop. I will never come back. Affectionately. Signed, John Tussler.
John Tussler, Chief Oro, Chicago. You're missing the opportunity of a lifetime. Stop. I'll give you sole screen credit. Stop. No man could ask for more. Stop. Take plane to Kansas City. Stop. Expect you. Regards. Signed, Sidney Brand.
Sidney Brand, Superfilms, Hollywood. Collect. I am the happiest man in the world. Stop. There is a lovely lady just opposite me. She hates pictures. Stop. And you offer me a sole screen credit. Well, well. Signed, Tussler.
John Tussler on board the Chief. I give you one more chance. Stop. Either you return immediately, or I blacklist you in Hollywood. Stop. Which means you'll never be able to have another job here. Stop. What do you think? Question mark. Signed, Sidney Brand.
Sidney Brand, Superfilms, Hollywood. Still collect. What do I think? Stop. Who told you I could think? Stop. You never thought of that yourself, but if you must know what I think, I'll be glad to tell you, and it won't cost you a penny. Stop. Boo! Exclamation mark. I think you're a nasty man. Signed, Tussler. P.S. The name of the lady just opposite is Madge Tussler, nay, Madge Lawrence. We were married last night. Signed, John Tussler.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're speaking to you from the foyer of the Cafe Circle Theater in Hollywood, California, where the world premiere of the super film production, That Gentleman from the South, will be seen by Hollywood's great and famous for the first time tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, the movie fans have turned out to watch the celebrities arrive, and as you can tell, excitement is very
Good evening, Mr. Tussler. Nice to see you back in New York.
Take your coat, Mr. Tussler.
Hollywood, Mr. Tussler.
Hi, fine. My wife come in yet?
I haven't seen her, Jimmy. Have you seen Mrs. Tussler tonight?
No, I haven't seen her yet, Mr. Tussler.
Oh, what time is it, Jimmy?
It's 20 to 12, Mr. Tussler.
20 to 12. Say, do you mind if I turn on your radio, Jimmy? Something I want to catch.
Sure you can.
It's the opening of what used to be a play about social conditions in the South. It was called Sinners in Asylum.
To tell you a little about the great range in human emotions portrayed in this latest super film success, That Gentleman from the South. Starring
That's it.
Bruce Sanders and Talia Khan. Tears, laughter, pathos, humor, sophistication, terror. Oh, why go on?
Here you are, ma'am.
Mrs. Tussler's just come in, sir.
Oh, hello, Madge.
I'm sorry I'm late, John. I had to go by the house. Here's a telegram. Leland Haywood sent it over.
Oh, read it, will you, darling?
John Tussler, 34 East 61st Street, New York City. Starting on new picture. Super Films offers $50,000 for John Tussler. Signed, Sidney Brand. Any answer, dear?
You bet there's an answer. Take the wire, Madge. Mr. Sidney Brand, Hollywood, California. John Tussler offers $50,000 for Super Films. Signed, John Tussler.
Films will not let you down in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, one and all, far and wide, I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brand.
You have just heard I Lost My Girlish Laughter, starring our producer, Wells, as the producer, Sidney Brand. And here he is, Orson Welles. Ladies and gentlemen, I've asked our announcer, Ernest Chappell, to allow me to interrupt him for a moment to invite you to join George Kaufman, Ilka Chase, Tamara Jeva, and Jane Allen, the originator of tonight's story, in a somewhat peculiar little ceremony we are holding tonight in the latter's honor. You see, it's this way. Right now, all that any of us on the Campbell Playhouse know for certain about Jane Allen, the author of tonight's story, is that Jane Allen is not the author of tonight's story. Jane Allen is a phony. I mean, the name Jane Allen is a phony.
The real name of the perpetrator of I Lost My Girlish Laughter is a well-kept secret with its publishers, who have promised to present our authoress tonight and think they can do it without revealing her identity or his identity or their identity, whatever it may be. This is a good trick if Random House Incorporated can do it. But George Kaufman, Ilka Chase, Tamara Javen, and myself think they can't. Now, in just 1 minute, Jane Allen is actually going to pay us a visit. We calculate that between us we can expose her or him or them or it, and we'd like you to help. So consider yourself, please, for tonight, a full member of our special Secret Service, sworn to unmask all authors and authoresses to the last poison pen name, and stand by for orders.
When talking about Campbell's tomato soup a while ago, I pointed out that it has a flavor people never seem to tire of. That is so. From the first taste, it wins you completely. And then as long as you know it, as many times as you have it, your pleasure in it continues. Perhaps it's the fresh taste of sun-ripened tomatoes or the table butter that enriches it or the delicacy of the seasoning. I think it's all of these that account for the always welcome flavor of Campbell's tomato soup. And I do urge you to have it often, as the mainstay of the day's lighter meal, as a pleasant start for dinner. And sometimes, too, have it as cream of tomato with milk added instead of water. But is it on your Saturday shopping list? Put it down, won't you? Campbell's tomato soup, several cans. And now, here's Orson Welles.
Yes, Ernest Chappell, but where is Jane Allen?
Well, I'm sorry, Orson. I haven't the slightest idea.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have every reason to believe that Mr. Chappell speaks the truth because, as I think I've already told you, nobody on this program has the slightest idea who the author of this story really is. We only know that I Lost My Girlish Laughter was credited on its title page to somebody who calls herself, or himself or themselves, Jane Allen.
Well, I think I can tell you this much, Orson. In checking the channel to Columbia's private studio, we've heard Miss Allen on the microphone, and she is certainly a lady.
Well, that's very nice of you, and it's very nice to hear. Let's see now. We know that our author is connected in some capacity with the motion picture industry, and perhaps, too, for even more interesting reasons, she has insisted on an absolutely all-around anonymity. And now we know something more about her. We know she isn't a man, and that's something.
Secret Agent H204, George Kaufman, reporting for service.
Yes, H204.
Orson, if Jane Allen is actually secreted someplace in the Columbia Broadcasting System, why can't we trace her just that way?
Sorry, George, but the rules don't permit it. If we knew where Jane Allen was going to broadcast from, we could simply surround whatever place it is with inquisitive friends of ours, and the game would be up.
Oh, all right.
Secret Operator Ilka Chase reporting for duty, and I have a theory.
Yes, Operator Chase?
My hunch is that this Allen woman is a collector of eccentric stories about Hollywood, and that I Lost My Girlish Laughter is simply her collection. I agree.
Very well, Inspector Tamara Javer. And now I think it's about time that we put the whole thing squarely up to its originator. Commissioner Ernest Chappell, are you ready with Secret Studio X?
Yes, Inspector, here we are. Are you ready, Miss Allen? Are you ready, Miss Allen?
Ready for anything.
Is your name Jane Allen?
Yes, Mr. Kaufman, for want of a better.
Animal, vegetable, or mineral?
If Inspector Kaufman will have the goodness to stop grilling our guest of honor, I'd like to preserve the amenities and present her to you.
Thank you, Orson Welles, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, Miss Allen, I'd like to ask you a question. I must warn you that anything you say will be used by Inspectors Kaufman, Javer, and Chase, besides your audience and myself, in our unrelenting efforts to unmask you. Miss Allen, how did you come to write I Lost My Girlish Laughter?
Because I got cheated out of a permanent.
Commissioner Chappell, did you hear what I heard?
Well, it sounded like the lady said she was cheated out of a permanent.
Now, look here, Miss Allen. I've never been to Hollywood. I mean to Hollywood to make a picture. Could you please clarify that last statement in words of one syllable?
Well, it seems that a writer came into our office. The boss was in conference.
That would be Sidney Brand.
The boss was in conference. So this writer approaches me at the desk. Do you know something he says to me? I ask him, do I know what? You're a rat caught in a trap, he says to me. Outside, the sun is shining, bright golden rays of sheer joy, and you sit here, chained to your desk. Well, to make a long story short, he sells me, and before I know it, he's parted me from the $5 I've saved for a permanent.
I see.
Well, that just sort of got me to thinking about writers and about books. I thought how nice it would be to be a successful writer, to sell a couple of million copies, to sell the movie rights, the stage rights, the television rights, the submarine rights, to make $1 million without having to punch a time clock every day to collect your salary.
Miss Allen, did you make $1 million? How?
No, I did not, Mr. Kaufman, but there are other compensations.
Yes?
Well, here am I, and there you are, and there's Orson Welles and Ilka Chase and Tamara Javer. What I mean to say is you certainly meet some interesting people, even though you don't get to see them.
And Miss Allen, did all those things you wrote about really happen to you?
Miss Chase, I Lost My Girlish Laughter is a novel, and a novel is fiction.
Oh, by the way, Miss Allen, I don't know why I'm asking this, but have you seen any good plays lately?
Oh, yes, Mr. Kaufman. I saw the opening of your new play, The American Way, last week.
You don't say.
And may I say, it is one of the most moving and memorable evenings I've ever spent in your theater.
Inspector Kaufman, can you tell me why you asked that last question?
Elementary, my dear. Well, elementary. The mere child's play of deduction. That proves to us that Jane Allen is in New York.
Among other things. Now, tell me, Jane, if I may call you Jane, and I might just well call you Jane as anything else, are you planning to write another book?
I'm afraid I've exhausted Hollywood for the time being, and now I'm looking for a new field.
Oh, good.
And you know, Mr. Wells, I've always been curious about radio. And from what I can gather from this broadcast, it looks like a very unusual subject matter.
Yes, Jane. Just what are you getting at?
Mr. Wells, would you care to hire a secretary?
Thank you, Mr. Herman, for covering my confusion with a little music. And thank you, Jane Allen, whoever you are, wherever you are. It's been very nice meeting you, very nice telling your story, and very nice trying to find you out. My special operatives, Mr. Kaufman, Miss Java, Miss Chase, Mr. Chappell, will all write what they think your name is on a small slip of white paper, which I will immediately burn to a crisp. The whole thing has been very pleasant, and when you've written your next book, the book about radio and the wild men from Borneo who put on radio shows, please, Jane, let us put it into a radio show. Until then, the Campbell Playhouse, as always, remains obediently yours, and you, Miss Allen, I promise you, will remain shrouded in the deepest pseudonymity. And now, Ernest Chappell, would you please divulge the real names of the people who played with us tonight? I lost my girlish laughter.
Well, to begin with, Orson Welles was Sidney Brand, George Kaufman was Tussler, Ilka Chase was Madge Lawrence, and Tamara Jiva was Saria Tarn. Fay was played by Ray Collins, Palmer by Frank Reddick, Roy by Everett Sloan. Edgar Barrier played the part of Bruce Anders. Myron McCormick impersonated Leland Hayward. The part of Francis Smith was played by Agnes Moorhead, Raleigh by Joseph Cotton. William Allen was the assistant director, and the music for the Campbell Playhouse was conducted by Bernard Herrmann. And now, Orson, will you tell us about next week's story?
Next week, the American nation observes the president's birthday by aiding him in his fight against infantile paralysis, by dancing so that others may walk. And next week, we bring you one of America's foremost actresses in a story by one of America's foremost authors, and a story that has been of immeasurable importance in bringing home to the American people the necessity for an organized fight against disease. Ladies and gentlemen, next week's broadcast will be an adaptation of Aerosmith by Sinclair Lewis, and our guest will be Helen Hayes. Until next Friday night, until Aerosmith, my sponsor, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us in the Campbell Playhouse remain obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us at the Campbell Playhouse next Friday evening to hear Aerosmith, starring Miss Helen Hayes. Meanwhile, if you have enjoyed tonight's Campbell Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's tomato soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Well, Silver, wait those daring days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next. Hail, Silver, away!
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. It was he, more than any other man, who made the wagon trail safe for the pioneers and drove the outlaws from the new territory. No greater champion of justice can be found in the pages of history. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Snake Creek. There's going to be trouble. Hello, Silver! Away!
A thick cloud of dust rose above the ramshackle desert town of Snake Creek. Milling horses hitched to prairie schooners stamped their hoofs, eager to take the bits in their teeth and head out of town. The men and women seated in the wagons were eager, too. They listened impatiently to the man who was trying to prevent their leaving.
Hey, just hold them reins tight. I tell you folks you're making a mistake.
Oh, hush your jaw, Travis. We ain't waiting.
Yeah, we got itching feet and we're meaning to travel.
Adios to Snake Creek. We're heading out. Don't listen to Travis.
Now hold your spurs, sir. Wait up. I want you to listen.
All right, quiet. Hush up, everybody. Go on, Travis. Say it and say it pronto. We ain't got all day.
Well, I said it before and I say it again. Why don't you stay here in Snake Creek? What's wrong with it here? There's plenty of good land.
Now, that's enough, Travis. There's a plenty wrong with it. And it all boils down to you.
Really, I don't know what
all us folks come out here because you painted such a pretty picture. You said Snake Creek was a second Garden Eden. Well, it ain't, savvy. All it's got is dust and cactus and no water. And as for the Garden Eden, the only resemblance is it's got plenty of snakes.
Yeah, and Travis is the worst.
The only reason you want us to stay is on account of you run the store and you run the gambling hall. You figure you can charge us high prices for supplies and take what money we got left over your gambling tables. Well, we had our fill, Travis. We're heading far out of here. Adios to you and farewell.
Yeah, let's get moving.
They're speaking out, Henry. Get the brakes off your wagons. We're heading out.
Line them schooners out. We're heading for greener pastures. Come on, you horses. Lean into the traces. Come on, you leaders. Swing in. Come on.
I think they're pretty smart, don't they? Leaving me in the lurch, huh? Sebastian.
Yes, Senor Travis. You wish something?
Yeah. I want you to get word to the boys.
Si.
That wagon train's got to be took care of, savvy? Tell the boys to be in my store tomorrow noon.
What's that town below us in the valley, Tonto? That Snake Creek? Not very big, is it? I wonder if the rumors we've heard about this man Travis have any truth behind them. Snake Creek doesn't show many signs of life, Kemosabe. It's empty. From here, it looks almost like a ghost town. Except for those few horses hitched to the rail in front of the general store. That Travis store. You've noticed these signs along the trail, Tonto? It's wagon train. Yes, a wagon train. Must have left Snake Creek sometime yesterday. Probably in the morning. The tracks appear to be about a day old. That's right. Tonto, I think you'd better go into Snake Creek. Huh? Go to the general store and get some supplies. We not need supplies? Well, that's just an excuse, Kemosabe. I'd go myself, but my mask would arouse suspicion. You can enter the town and the store without comment. Me do it. I want to see if you can learn what Travis is planning. Maybe nothing. And those horses tied at the hitching rail in front of his store might mean nothing, Tonto. But we've heard rumors, and we might as well make sure. Go ahead. Me go. Get him up, Scout. I'll wait here for you. You ought to reach the store a little afternoon.
I sent Sebastian out to get you fellas so as I could talk to you straight. You all heard about some of the folks here pulling up snakes and heading back where they come from?
Yeah, Travis.
You gents all work for me. You don't pay for me and you're
Yeah,
going to...
Travis. You've been paying us wages for 3 months now, me and Shorty and Gunsight and the others. Yet we ain't done a lick of work.
You'll do it now. You'll do plenty. You're all gun-toters, quick on the trigger and sure shots.
What for you give us orders to stay away from Snake Creek and keep to the hills?
Because I didn't want anybody to see you around town, savvy.
Huh?
Now, look at you, gents. I've been getting folks to come to this town. I had agents planted back at the fort where the pioneers who head west start from.
Sure. You had men steer 'em this way.
Right. The more folks come here, the more money I could stick 'em from for this store. And the more I could steal from 'em gambling.
Reckon if them folks get back to the fort, you're going to have mighty slim pickings from now on.
Them folks ain't getting back.
Huh?
You heard me, Trigger. They ain't getting back to the fort.
Oh, I begin to savvy.
Yeah. That's what I brung you fellas in for. I want that wagon train wiped out.
We're listening.
It's more than 150 miles to the fort. It'll take that wagon train more than a week.
Yeah?
It's been going a day and a half now. You gents hit the trail now, and you ought to catch up with them in 2, maybe 3 days.
Senor Travis.
Yeah?
Needle Pass said he's very good place for the ambush, no?
Needle Pass is right where it's going to happen, Sebastian. Trigger, if you and the boys take that wagon by surprise, there won't be nobody left to get to that fort.
Suppose we don't take him by surprise, Travis. Suppose they have time to pull the wagons into a circle.
Needle passes now. They can't form a circle. You'll be able to pick them off easy.
That is correct. Besides, his wagon train will not be expecting any attack. They will not be ready.
Yeah. It'll be like apples falling off the tree.
Well, I reckon we better start soon.
The sooner you start, the sooner you'll be waiting for the wagon train at Needle Pass. I got plenty of bullets for you. Come here and load up.
Yes, here is for you, Trigger.
Yeah.
It is for you, Short.
On second thought, I reckon I'd better go along with you, Trigger.
Sure. You're a good hand with the rifle, Travis.
Sebastian will stay behind and look after things in Snake Creek. He's... Hey, what's eating you, Sebastian?
Senor, I see someone.
Yeah?
Do not make a move, not yet. But there is someone over in the shadow behind the force.
Yeah, I see him. Sebastian, keep handing out them bullets. Trigger.
Huh?
Sebastian spotted a jet watching us. Must have sneaked into the store while we was gabbing. He's over behind the furs.
Yeah.
Start loading a gun, innocent-like. We'll wander over that way. When I give the word, jump him.
Keno, Travis.
Now, who is next? These bullets, they're plenty good.
Like I was saying, Trigger, we'll head up the trail until we get to...
Now, grab him. Stand still, hombre. We got you. What's wrong? You let go.
Well, I'll be it. It's an Injun.
Sneaking in, huh? Me come to buy food, supplies. Why, you
ain't fooling nobody, Injun. You come spying on us.
You not let me go, then I go anyway.
Yeah, just try it.
Watch out! Now me got you.
Grab him. He's getting away.
Quick, head for door.
Ah, you don't, Injun. Oh!
Nice work, Trigger. You sure hit him a clot with your gun butt.
You're almost a redskin. You get away,
Yeah. Reckon I'll have a jaw ache for a couple of days. Pretty slippery, that hombre.
He ain't slippery now, Travis. He's lying on the floor, cold in a mackerel. What are you going to do with him?
You and me and the rest of the boys better get traveling. You all set?
Yeah, let's get going.
We unhitch our horses?
Yep. Heading for Needle Pass in the wagon train.
And he's a redskin, eh?
Lock him in the back room, Sebastian. You'll be here to guard him.
Hey, how you feel, Redskin?
You open door.
Open door? Oh, no. Hey, Sebastian leave door so unchained. This way you no can get away.
Tonto get way.
Hey, that's very funny. Travis, he leave me here. He go with hombres already 1 hour. He say keep you locked up in back room. Maybe, Sebastian, I got other idea, eh?
Huh?
How you like for me to shoot you, Redskin, eh?
You not try that.
For why not? You sabi here, I got gun right here. It's very easy for to aim gun through little space here and pull trigger, eh?
You not try.
So, Redskin, I try right now. You watch, I bring hammer of gun back. So, now one little squeeze of the finger, eh? I aim the gun so, and... What?
The gun stays there on the floor.
Who are you? You hit gun from hand. You wear the mask.
Open that door.
No,
Open it.
Oh, Diablo. Mister, you draw gun like fast lightning. See, I open door, see.
Tonto know you come, Kimosabe. I saw Travis and the others leave, Tonto. You get inside.
Huh?
Inside. Put the chain on it, Tonto. Lock it. Hurry, the horses are outside. Travis, an ambush. You heard? Me hear plenty. The wagon train? That's right. They go for Needle Pass. And we've got to catch that wagon train. We've got to warn them. Steady, Silver. Oh, Scout. You can tell me all about it as we go, Kimosabe. We've got to travel. Come on, Silver. Up the trail. Get 'em up, Scout. Hello, Silver. Away!
Well, I reckon we're moving right along with this here wagon train.
What's that there up ahead, Hanley?
Needle Pass, Miss Perkins. calculate we'll be going through it pretty soon now.
Figure the folks will be glad to get back to the fort.
Certain sure. Main thing, though, is getting away from Snake Creek. That skunk Travis ain't the kind of hombre I like to have around.
I guess this time folks will be a mite more careful who they pay heed to.
Yeah.
Sure is peaceful-looking country, ain't it?
I'll feel better when we get to the fort.
What's to stop us?
Well, nothing much, I reckon, only...
They are.
Oh, leave it pass, ma'am.
Are you fretting about Travis?
He's crooked as a curling snake. But we best forget him. Pardon me, ma'am. Hey, you drivers. Better start stringing out these wagons. The trail gets narrow when we go through Needle Pass. Ain't room for more than one in line. You better drop in right behind me, Miss Perkins.
Yeah, sure ain't much room up yonder.
Wagon train, stop!
Good lady.
Who's them fellers?
They come ducking out into that brush alongside the rock.
Hold up this wagon train. Tonto, grab the lead rein. Help me get him. Whoa up.
What tarnation? Mister, tell that redskin to leave go my horse.
Stop the wagon train.
Henley, he's wearing a mask.
A mask? Where's my gun?
No gun. Save your bullets. You may need them soon enough.
Mister, what are you driving there?
Tonto and I may have been here sooner, but this country isn't known to us. We missed the trail once and took us a while to get back on. I get these wagons back away from the pass.
Now, hold
There's
on,
no
you.
time. You're heading straight for an ambush.
Ambush? Did you hear that, masked fella? He's loco.
Mister, I don't know what kind of trick
I
this
tell you,
is.
there's an ambush ready in Needle Pass. Travis's gunmen hidden there for you. That's right. Unless you get back and form a circle, you won't have a chance to defend yourselves.
A shot.
And that's the beginning. You men, there's no time to head back now. Get busy. Bring these wagons into a circle. Tonto, swing that lead team. Let me do it. Swing your wagons. There it comes. We're in for a siege.
Hombre, give him warning. They formed a circle.
They'd have gone another 100 feet, we'd have had them easy.
Yeah, we'd have...
Look out! I seen that engine draw a bead on you. Sure come close. What are we going to do, Travis?
Figure we're going to stay right here. We got the advantage on them. Sure, they formed a circle. They got that masked man in the engine, too. We're looking down on them, and we got them surrounded. We're going to keep pouring lead till there ain't a one of them left alive, savvy? Not one.
Curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Just as the wagon train was about to enter Needle Pass, the Lone Ranger halted it. Shots rang out from the heights above the trail, and the siege was on. Later that night...
Don't fire, Tonto. No use wasting bullets.
It's plenty dark.
It must be past midnight. Travis and his gang are still all around the wagon train.
It's plenty good we get here.
Yes, at least Hanley had time to form his wagons into a great circle. Travis will have a hard time closing in. But the situation is still bad, Kimasabi. Very bad. While Travis can't attack, he can make certain the wagon train doesn't move. And in a few days...
What matter?
Water, Tonto.
Water?
The wagon train has made a dry camp, Tonto. The only water here is in the barrels in the wagons.
Oh, not bad.
Travis needn't worry about water. He's free. He can send men out. He controls the water hole. The water's being used up. Not only that, but several bullets aimed at these people hit the water casks. Precious water was lost.
What we do? Oh, look.
What is it? What? Mrs. Perkins.
Is something wrong?
You're lighting a fire. Give me that torch. Don't you realize the fire only gives Travis something to shoot at?
Oh, land of Goshen, mister, I didn't think. I reckon the last box out for sure. I just wasn't thinking, that's all.
That's all right.
In a spot like this, it's hard to keep your wits about you.
You sure done us a service, mister. If you and the engine hadn't have warned us, we'd all...
We won't talk about that.
Well, what's to be done? Travis got us right proper. All he needs is time.
Mrs. Perkins, I want you to make sure that the water is used as sparingly as possible. Don't worry about those shots. They're shooting in the dark. It's only to keep us busy.
Yeah, we're saying about the water?
We've got to be careful with it.
You mean we're going to be here for days?
Just be sure it isn't wasted. Where's Hanley?
Well,
Yes?
he ain't here.
Not here? Where'd he go?
He snuck out of camp a little while ago. He's trying to get through Travis' gang so he can maybe ride out to the fort and bring help.
He's trying to get through Needle Pass? He'll run right into them.
Not so many shots, Trigger.
Just keeping them nervous like you figured, Travis. Say, I was just wondering.
Yeah.
Supposing one of them tries to slip through to the fort for help.
Let him try. First off, I got men posted all around.
Yeah?
Anyone tries to slip through won't get far. But then I got more than that. It's more than 100 miles to the fort, and I got the trail guarded.
You mean you got men posted to the fort?
Yep, got a pair every 20 miles. You see, I figure things out ahead of time. I don't miss it. Trig, what's that?
Sounds like a horse.
Yeah, somebody trying to get out of the wagons like you said. All right, mister, you're asking for it.
Get out of the way, I'm coming through.
Let him have it, Trigger.
I see him, there he is. Oh, my arm. Oh, steady, boy. Steady there.
I'm shooting, Trigger.
He's heading back for the wagon train. Turn around, horse, turn around. I gotta get through it.
Tonto, it's the horse. Oh, him right this way. Quick, grab his reins. Oh, now this way, between those two wagons, inside the circle.
Mister, that there's Hanley.
I'm all right.
You hurt?
Ain't nothing, mister. Got my arm scratched, and the doggone horse run for it. Run me back to the wagons when I wanted to go the other way.
What's up? Something happened? Hanley, you all right?
He's been shot.
What are you men doing here? Get back to your posts. We'll look after Hanley. Get back. You want Travis to walk in without firing a shot?
Reckon I tried something that can't be done, mister.
I'll tend to this arm of yours, Hanley.
We gotta do something, mister. We gotta.
Yes, Hanley, we do. Pass is guarded.
Close.
Yet unless help is brought from the fort, Travis is certain to wear us out.
Just a question of time till the water gives out.
Tonto, you check the water? How long will it last?
5-day Kimosabi. 5, maybe 6.
5 days. And the fort 100 miles away. You couldn't have done it in time anyway, Hanley.
Yeah, not to the fort and back.
Your horse couldn't cover that 100 miles fast enough. But perhaps Silver can.
What?
Here, Silver. Where's my saddle? Tonto, take a look at Silver's hoofs.
Me do it.
But, mister, you can't get through.
I can try.
100 miles and back? There ain't no horse can do that. No horse.
How are Silver's shoes, Tonto?
Them all right.
And then we're all set.
Mister, wait.
There's little time, Hanley.
I know this here horse of yours is good. It's the best horse I ever seen. But it's plumb loco.
You can hold Travis off for 5 days.
Sure. But don't do it, mister. Don't try it. Travis is one plenty smart hombre. First off, you won't get through the pass.
Ready, Silver?
And even if you do, Travis must have men lined up all the way to the fort. They'll be waiting for you, waiting.
And they won't be disappointed. Tonto.
We keep Travis off.
Take care of the water. Look out for night attacks.
You be careful.
Now, Silver, we're going to bring help, or we're not getting through at all. It's up to you, old fellow.
Adios.
Good luck, mister.
Suicide. He can't do it. He can't.
Slow and easy, Silver. Our first job is to get past Travis.
Trigger, listen.
It's another horse.
Coming this way.
We'll give him the same medicine the other fella got.
You're heading for trouble, mister.
Now, Silver, fast!
Look out!
Shoot!
Ride them down, Silver!
Look out for their hooves!
Did you see that? He got away.
White horse. It's a masked man.
We missed him. He's through the pass.
Yeah, but it's a long way to the fort. The boys are waiting. He won't get through, not a chance.
Come on, Silver, old boy. Stretch those legs. We're through Needle Pass. Now on, Silver. It's a long way to the fort. Come on, Silver!
On and on raced the great white stallion, his silver hoofs spurning the ground, the masked rider leaning forward, aiding him with all the skill at his command. On through the night, streaking like a silver bullet out of Needle Pass. Over sliding shale and hard-baked clay, through sand and gravel, his speed never faltered. On and on. Then, as the first rays of the morning sun spread light across the plain...
There you go. What's that? Look at that horse come. Quick, grab your guns. Heading for Needle Pass. Travis told us to stop anybody who... Look out! Come on, Silver. Right through the campfire. Come on, Silver. Keep traveling. Hello, Silver. Away!
Back in the circle, made by the wagon train, Tonto led the defense against the outlaws.
You know, seems like ever since that masked fella rode out of here, I keep hearing that horse of his. I keep hearing them hoofs a-pounding and pounding.
There's one of the skulking rats. That masked fella got through Travis's gang. That was something.
Him get through.
It's been half the night and all day since he went. I keep hearing them hoofs.
Thinking of it so much, I reckon.
Yeah. If we don't get help, we're done for.
You watch water.
I keep hearing them hoofs pounding and pounding.
Me hear 'em, too. Me hear 'em in mine.
On and on across the plains, down steep banks and through swift-running streams.
Down, Silver!
Great legs churning the water, shining silver in the afternoon sun. A great heart fighting up broken, rocky slopes.
Up, Silver! Keep your feet, old boy! Come on, Silver!
Racing toward the distant fort, charging against natural obstacles and human ones, too.
Stop or we shoot you down!
At them, Silver!
Look at that horse! Look at him go!
We're halfway there, Silver! On, Silver, on!
While back at Needle Pass, Travis urged his outlaws to the attack.
Keep up and let at that wagon train. Don't let up.
We got him, Travis. They can't get away.
Don't give them a chance to rest. We'll keep shooting till the water's gone, then we'll get them for sure. Keep pouring lead into that circle.
Riding, swift hoofs cutting into the miles, faster and faster. The evening shadows stretched longer and longer. The day darkened, and still the Lone Ranger urged the great stallion on.
Good horse, Silver. We've got to bring help from the forts. Keep those hoofs pounding.
On and on, faster and even faster into the night.
Hail, Silver, away!
On and on and on. The days dragged by at Needle Pass. 3, 4, 5, and then...
This is the last water cask.
And him gone long time now.
Get the lid off.
Empty. Nary a drop of water left in the wagon train.
No water left.
My throat's drier than tinder.
No water.
I tell you there no water. We tap cask. We know that.
We're done for, Injun. Done for.
Yeah, no water.
5 days now.
5 days, yeah. Look at us. Our tongues is beginning to swell. Look at them fellas aiming their rifles out between the spokes of the wagons. They're so weak, it's a wonder they don't fall on their faces.
Well, this time tomorrow, Travis will close in. His men will come shooting.
We fight.
We won't be able to stop. We're weak, wore out. Travis knows it. Hear them shots? He's doing more shooting even now. Maybe this time he's coming. We ain't got a chance.
Maybe so.
Injun, your pard must have been killed.
No.
He must have been killed. He could never have got to the fort in the first place.
We're licked, Injun. Plumb licked.
And more shots.
Get ready. It sound bad.
Reckon Travis ain't waiting no longer.
It come from this way.
From Needle Pass. Call the boys.
Fellas, you men come here. It's the attack. Never mind that side. Come here. It's coming from this way.
I'm out of bullets.
Can't fight without water. Ain't no use.
You might as well.
Hey, what's that?
A bugle.
It's a soldier.
It comes from the fort.
Where's my horse?
Come on, Silver! Come on! That's friend!
We're saved. It's the masked man.
They brought help from the fort. Come on, you fellas. Get your horses. We're going out to join in the fight. Come on!
Mister, how you done it is a miracle. You brung the cavalry all the way from the fort.
200 miles. 200 miles, and that horse of yours done it.
There's the signal, Hanley. The cavalry's escorting your wagon train to the fort.
Yeah, and they're taking Travis and his men back for trial. Every last one of them.
Adios, masked man. Come on, Miss Perkins.
I'm coming.
We go now, Kemosabe?
Yes, Tonto. Steady, Silver.
Oh, Scout. Silver, plenty good horse.
Yes, Tonto. There's no other horse in the world like Silver.
Oh, Silver, away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated.
Up next on Nightly Old-Time Radio Shows, enjoy the adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by the three great Linex home brighteners: Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure:
Murder in the Night. Or Nick Carter and the mystery of the milkman's discovery.
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter solved the mystery of the murder in the night. But before we do, listen to this. Homemaking is an art. And as a successful homemaker, you know that the real achievement is keeping your home attractive. That's why you use Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, to give your walls renewed loveliness. Now, to keep floors, woodwork, and furniture at their shining best, it's the three great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss, the durable super varnish that dries to an elastic, transparent surface which protects all wood and linoleum in your home. Linex Cream Polish, which cleans as it polishes, leaving no oily film on your furniture. And Linex Self-Polishing Wax, which beautifies your floors with a satiny yet tough, non-skid finish that resists wear, water, and dirt. Get the three great Linex home brighteners at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. Nick and Patsy are spending a short vacation at the home of Walter Summers, sheriff of a small county in upper New York State. Peace reigns supreme over the Summers household as our story opens. A peace which, unfortunately, is rudely shattered by
All right. Just a minute. Sheriff Summers speaking.
Sheriff, this is Jed Peters.
Yes, Jed. Well, what do you want at this hour of the morning?
Sheriff, I'm at the Parsons place, out on the edge of town.
Yes, I know. What's the matter?
Well, I stopped in here a while back to deliver the Parsons their milk like I always do. And when I got here, I found Laura, Mrs. Parsons, all tied up to a chair. Well, I asked her what had happened. She couldn't talk much, but she said something about a man killing her husband and tying her up.
What?
I looked, and sure enough, Mr. Parsons is dead. Shot through the head. You better get out here right away.
Mr. Parsons murdered?
Yes, Sheriff. And Laura, Mrs. Parsons, is in pretty bad shape. You better hurry up.
All right, Jed. I'll be right over as soon as I can. Now, don't touch a thing, and don't let nobody else touch nothing.
I won't.
Goodbye.
Hey, what's all that about, Walt?
Oh, I waked you up, didn't I? I'm sorry. No, I ain't neither, because I'd had to wake you anyhow.
What, so early in the morning? It can't be more than 6 o'clock.
Just 6:45. Oh. But murderers don't care what time it is.
Murderer?
Yeah.
Oh, don't tell me somebody killed somebody way up here in the country.
Yes, darn it. First time in 16 years of being sheriff I ever had a murder in this county. I'm sure glad you're here.
Oh, now look here, Walt. I came up here for a rest, not to chase down a murderer. You're a good chap. You don't need me.
Maybe not, but you're coming along just the same.
Oh, no.
Get up now before I pull the clothes off the bed and pour this pitcher of water over you.
All right. I suppose there's no way out. But you're to be in charge.
Well, if that's the way you want it, that's all right with me. Now hurry up and get some clothes on, while I tell the medical examiner to meet me at the Parsons place in 15 minutes. I'm surprised Patsy didn't want to get up and come along.
Well, when I asked her, she just said she'd see us later. Said she wanted to get all the beauty sleep she could first.
Looks as if she was going to get the vacation, not you.
Don't fool yourself. I'm going to see that this killing is solved in record time. If I have to prove I did it myself. Anything for peace and quiet.
You know what's funny about the Parsonses? Young Henry Parsons and his wife, a right pretty little girl she is, too. They come to town about 2 years ago. Stayed at the hotel till they found a house that they liked. It's a little bungalow, built right smack on the edge of the cliff overlooking the river. The fellow that owns the bungalow, he sort of took a liking to Henry and got him a job in the lumber mill. He's been there ever since. Good steady worker, they tell me.
Did they have any enemies?
Oh, not so far as I know. They never went out much, but everybody liked him. He was a real nice fellow. And if ever I saw two people in love with each other, it was them two. Yeah, they was more lovers than married folks. Leastways, more than most married folks that I've seen.
This is going to be pretty bad for her, then. Losing the man she loved.
Yes, you're right. There, that's the house. The gray one with the smoke coming out of the chimney. Oh, I tell you, it's going to be terrible, Nick. I'm dreading having to ask her any questions about it. You wouldn't want to...
Oh, no, not much I wouldn't. I'm just a private in the rear rank today.
I thought you wouldn't. Well, this is it. Might as well get it over with as soon as I can. Come on, let's go in. Door's probably open. Yes, it is. Doc Winslow ought to be here in just a few minutes now. He only lives a few miles further from here than I do.
Morning, Sheriff.
What? Doc, you here already? You must have flew over.
Well, I left soon as I got your message.
Well, good for you. Meet Mr. Nick Carter, a friend of mine.
Hello, Mr. Carter.
Morning, Doctor.
Parsons is dead, all right. Shot right through the head. He's there in the dining room.
Miss Parsons taking it pretty hard, is she?
Terrible hard, Sheriff. I put her to bed in the spare room. Somebody gave her a real good sock in the jaw, judging by the looks. I'd like to give her a sedative, but I knew you'd want to talk to her first, so I've been waiting till you got through.
Oh, thanks, Doc. I knew I could count on you. Say, where's Jed? I don't see him around.
Well, Jed felt that babies had to have their milk, murder or no murder. So I told him to go ahead, but to come back soon as he could, and I told him not to tell a soul what happened here.
Well, that's something anyway. I hope he minds what you told him.
Now, look, Sheriff, you going to question Mrs. Parsons now, or ain't you?
Yes, right now, Doc. Come on, then. Come on, Nick.
Right with you, Walt.
Morning, Miss Parsons. I'm terrible sorry to hear about Henry. Now, can you tell me what happened?
I'll do my best, Sheriff.
Good girl. Now, suppose you start right at the beginning and just tell us whatever you can.
Well, I was asleep when I heard a loud noise. It woke me up.
What kind of a noise?
I don't know, just a loud noise. Like an explosion. Like...
All right. We know what you mean. And then what?
I woke up. found that Henry wasn't in bed beside me. That scared me, so I called him. He didn't answer, and I started to get out of bed. And I saw...
Yes, Miss Parsons. What was it you saw?
Henry on the floor, dead.
All right, steady now. Take it easy. And what did you do then?
I screamed. A man hit me on the chin, that's all.
Mrs. Parsons, did you get a look at this man who hit you? Could you tell us what he looked like?
He's about medium size, stocky, and on old clothes he hadn't shaved for several days. There was a scar across his forehead and down over his cheek.
Did you ever see him before?
No, never.
Well, now suppose you go on with your story.
When I became conscious again, I was gagged and tied up in one of the kitchen chairs. The man said he was sorry he had to kill me, but he couldn't take any chances on my telling the cops about it.
Did he have a gun, Mrs. Parsons?
Yes, I could see it in his pocket. He said he couldn't shoot a woman. He knew a better way to do it.
And what did he do?
He turned on the gas. He said that was an easy way to die. And he left me.
Where'd he go then?
I heard him moving around in the dining room. And I heard him climb out the window and shut it.
And he left the gas turned on?
Yes, I almost died before Jed got here and turned it off.
And then Jed cut you loose.
Yes, it seemed hours later.
Well, that's about all she can tell us, Walt. You better let her get
Yeah. Well, thanks, Miss Parsons. That'll be all for now. We'll let you know if we want to know anything else. I'll send the doc in.
Thank you.
Doc, you can put her to sleep now. We're through with it.
About time, too. Poor kid, she's pretty near all in.
Nick, you heard her describe that man that done it.
Why, yes. Why?
I know him.
You know him?
Not personally, I don't mean, but I know who he is. Been hanging around town for over a week now. There's been 2 burglaries while he's been here, too. I've been going to arrest him on suspicion, but now, by gosh, I got a real reason to arrest him.
Yes. Looks that way. Well, let's take a look at the body.
Yeah, Doc said it was here in the dining room.
Oh, yes, there it is. Mm-hmm. He must have just been coming out of the bedroom when he was shot.
Yeah, never knew what hit him, seems like.
Now, look there, Walt. The center window.
What? Oh, the catch is smashed. So that's how he got in.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Henry must have heard him in here, got up to see what was going on, and the burglar shot him.
Footprints here on the windowsill, too. And I can see some prints down in the garden under the window. Well, sir, that settles it. I'm going to find that tramp, and I'm going to get a confession out
Now,
of
wait,
him.
Walt, wait. You have to have more evidence than a footprint to convict a man of murder.
But Miss Parsons can identify him easy, because she saw him.
Well, suppose you go after him. I'll stay here and see what else I can dig up in the way of evidence.
You don't want to go with me?
No, it's better if we each work on a separate angle. Get results quicker that way.
Okay, Nick. I'll get hold of my deputy, and we'll find that murdering tramp in short order.
Oh, just a minute, Walt, just a minute. Thought I heard someone just outside this door.
You mean somebody's listening?
I think so. Let me open the door.
Well, Jed, what are you doing here?
Nothing.
Well, Jed, you hear anything worth listening to?
I wasn't listening. I just happened to be standing here.
Well, if you wasn't listening, I don't know
All
what
right,
you...
Walt, let me handle this.
Well,
How does it happen you're back so soon, Jed? Got your milk all delivered?
Well, just took the milk to houses where they got babies, and I came back just like Doc told me to.
Of course. You tell anybody about the murder?
No, Doc said not to.
Mm-hmm. Jed, what time was it when you first heard Mrs. Parsons moaning?
When I set her milk on the back porch, about 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock, huh?
Yeah.
But you didn't phone the sheriff until after 5:30. What delayed you?
Why, I was untying Laura, Mrs. Parsons, and trying to get her to tell me what had happened.
I see. Did you break in the front door or the back when you came in?
Neither one. The back door was unlocked.
Oh, the back door was unlocked. So you just came in that way.
Why, sure I did. So what are you trying to do, get me balled up?
I'm not trying to do anything to you, Jed. I just want to get all the facts straight.
Okay, what else you want to know?
Suppose you tell us just what happened when you came in the back door.
Well, Laura, Mrs. Parsons, was tied up in one of the chairs near the gas stove. I smelled gas, and she said whoever it was had turned it on to suffocate her. So I turned it off. Gosh, she was almost out. Then I cut the ropes that were holding her, and I let her loose.
What else did she say?
She didn't say nothing much. She was just about unconscious when I found her. She talked about a man coming in and killing her husband and some other stuff I didn't get.
I see. And what did you do then?
Why, I took her into the spare room, and I put her on the bed. Then I called the sheriff. That's all.
Jed, I notice you're pretty friendly with Mrs. Parsons.
What do you mean by that?
Why, the way you call her Laura, that's all.
Oh. Well, you see, she's been giving me grammar lessons for about an hour every day after my milk's delivered, so I got to know her kind of well.
Mrs. Parsons is very pretty, isn't she?
You're darn right she is. Swellest looker on the whole route.
You like her very much, don't you?
Sure I do. She's been awful good to me, and I just like her.
You in love with her, Jed?
In love with her? Of course not. She's married.
You weren't so much in love with her that you'd be jealous of her husband and want him out of the way, perhaps?
Hey, look here, you. If you're trying to say that I killed Mr. Parsons, you can darn...
Shut up, Jed. Nick's doing the talking here. You're just answering questions.
Well, he didn't think he can come around here making cracks like that.
I don't know if I'd call that a crack. There's been considerable talk around town about how much time you've been spending with Miss Parsons. I never took no stock in it before, but now...
I tell you, there's nothing to it, Sheriff. We was just good friends, that's all.
All right, Jed. That's all for now. But don't go anywhere.
But I ain't finished delivering my milk yet.
Listen, if Nick says wait, you wait. I'll tell you when you can go. Murder's a serious thing.
Of all the thick-headed dumb clucks I ever saw.
You think Jed really had anything to do with it, Nick?
He certainly had the motive and the opportunity. Can't afford to overlook any angle until we're sure. For the present, I suspect everyone.
What in heaven's name is that?
That's Mrs. Parsons. There may be more trouble. Come on, come on.
What new development is this? Has something happened to Mrs. Parsons as well as her husband? We'll see in just a moment. Nothing adds more to any room than a floor that's bright and shining and sparkling clean. And that's just the way all your floors look when you protect them with Linex Clear Gloss Varnish. For Linex Clear Gloss, the durable super varnish gives a beautiful transparent gloss that keeps its beauty a long, long time because it wears and wears. Linex Clear Gloss is easy to apply, drying without brush marks. And it protects your floors, protects every wood and linoleum surface in your home against damage by hot grease, boiling water, perfume, fruit acid, even alcohol. What's more, Linex Clear Gloss is easy to keep clean, for it keeps dirt on the surface where you can wipe it away in a jiffy. Yes, Linex Clear Gloss is the finest protective finish you can use to keep your home looking lovely. That's why thousands of American homemakers depend on it. Ask for it by name. Linex, Lin-X, Linex Clear Gloss Varnish. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the Miracle Wall Finish, at paint, hardware, and department stores everywhere. We left Nick and the sheriff racing down the hall toward the room where Mrs. Parsons had been sleeping in the effort to find out why she was screaming.
Bad, Nick.
Please, Mrs. Parsons, take this. You must.
What's the trouble, Doc?
She's having hysterics. I didn't give her a big enough dose before, I guess. Now she won't take nothing.
Here, let me hold her. All right, now put the glass to her lips. Maybe she'll take it.
Yeah. That did it. That'll keep her quiet.
Gosh, I thought she was being killed from the noise she was making.
You fellas find anything?
Yes, sir. We found the marks where the killer, that is, the fellow we think must have killed him, broke in through the window in the dining room. I'm going out after him now. Where'll you be, Nick?
If I'm not here, I'll be at your place. I'm going back and get Patsy as soon as I'm through here. We came up here for a vacation, you know.
All right, Nick. I'll be seeing you.
Good luck with your hunting.
Well, Nick, how does it look so far?
We know that a burglar entered the Parsons house last night and stole some silverware.
Uh-huh.
When I went back to look after Walt left, I found the sideboard in the dining room was cleaned out. He may have shot Parsons when Parsons surprised him taking the stuff.
What about Jed?
Well, he certainly had the motive. He loved Mrs. Parsons, and he had the opportunity, that of being on the spot at practically the same time the murder took place.
Do you know when that was?
Well, we got there about 6. He'd been dead roughly about an hour then.
Well, which one of the two do you think did it?
I'm not ready to answer that yet, Patsy.
Oh.
While I was looking over the scene of the crime after Walt left, I found several little things that indicate there may be a third party involved.
A third party? Well, what do you mean?
Look out for that kid on that bike, Patsy. Pull over, pull over.
Phew. Gosh, that was too close.
Yes.
These kids would learn to watch where they're going when they're on the main highway.
Well, we missed him.
Yeah.
So it's all right this time.
Can you see the Parsons house from this road, Nick?
No, the cliff's too steep.
How are you going to know where to look, then?
Before I left the house, I hung one of my handkerchiefs on the clothesline right at the edge of the cliff.
Oh, that's good.
I think we can see it from here. Should be just ahead. Now watch for it. Ah, yes, there it is. Slow down a little.
Okay.
Now stop. Right here.
Right. Good thing you hung that handkerchief up there. You'd never know there was a house there.
Now you know what you're looking for, don't you?
Yes. You don't think it could have gone across the road, do you?
I doubt it, Patsy. Take a trained baseball player to throw it that far. No, it's somewhere between the road and the bottom of the cliff. Now you look from here up that way, and I'll look from here down. We've got to find it if it's here. We can't give up until we do.
Careful, Pete. We don't want to warn him we're here, because he's a desperate character.
Good thing those kids seen him coming this way, Sheriff. Saves us a lot of hunting around. See anything in that shack they told us about yet?
No, but it should be just ahead. Take it easy now.
There it is. Right there.
All right. Now listen, Pete. You stay out here in front. Keep behind that big tree and fire your gun over the shack once in a while to keep his attention on you. I'm going round back and creep up on him from that side. Then I'll get him before he knows I'm there, see? But keep hid. I don't want to lose deputy.
Okay, Sheriff, I'll watch him. Want me to start firing now?
No, let me get a head start so he won't see me. And then start firing. I'll signal you when.
Okay, good luck. And there's a signal. Here goes.
Get your hands up. We got you surrounded. You can't get away.
Got him, Sheriff. You got him?
Dog nabbit. There ain't nobody here.
Has he been living there, Sheriff?
Yeah, he's been here all right. But he must have cleared out right after the murder. Must have got scared and run for it.
Well, look, Sheriff.
Huh?
Here's a fork under this old piece of carpet. Got a big initial P on it.
Uh-huh. One of Parsons is likely. Oh, this our man, all right.
What now, Sheriff?
We're going back to the office and send out an alarm for him. He won't get fur before he's nabbed. I'll see to that. But where are you now, Nick?
At your house, Walt. We found the gun. You got the man you went after?
We sure did.
Good.
Got him and the stuff he stole, too. He was caught in the next town trying to pawn some of that silver. My deputy just brought him in.
What does he have to say?
Oh, he says he found the silver in the woods near his shack. Says he never was near the parson's house. Well, we'll change his mind for him when we show him what we know.
Mm-hmm. Well, Walt, after I started thinking things over, I went back to Parsons' place. Found a couple of very interesting bits of evidence that I'd overlooked before. Suppose you take the burglar out there. I want Mrs. Parsons to identify him. I'll meet you there in 15 minutes.
Okay, Nick, we'll be there.
Good. I want to get back to my vacation. Well, now that we're all here, Doc, will you ask Mrs. Parsons to join us? I want her to identify this man.
She's feeling a little quieter now. I'll get her.
Have I got to stick around here forever, Sheriff? I got a job to do. If I don't get back, I'll be fired.
If you don't stay where you are, there'll be trouble. Now you sit down.
But I got to get back.
Sit down. There's some things I want to ask you as soon as Mrs. Parsons gets here. Oh, Walt, take your prisoner over to the other side of the room so she won't see him when she first comes in.
All right, Nick. Come on, you. Come on.
All right, quit shoving. I'm coming.
Mr. Carter, won't you make this as quick as you can? I don't feel I can stand much of this questioning.
We'll spare you all we can, Mrs. Parsons, but there are certain things we have to know. Won't you sit down here next to Patsy?
Yes, here, Mrs. Parsons. Let me help you.
All right, but I... Ah! There! That's the man! He did it! He hit me and tied me up!
Ah, you're nuts. I may have sucked you, but I never touched your old man.
Well, looks as if that settled it. If you're the one that hit her, you're the one that killed Henry. We found you with the silverware on you, and Miss Parsons here identifies you. Now, you going to admit that you did it?
No, because I didn't. I swiped the stuff maybe, but I didn't croak nobody. I just gave her a clout on the jaw to keep her quiet.
Uh-huh. Well, Nick, what you got to say now? You satisfied?
No, Walt, I'm not. There's several things that don't match up here.
No, I don't know what's the matter with you, Nick. But I know you'll do it the way you want to anyway, so go ahead.
Now, you. What time did you break into this house?
About 2 o'clock.
Did you see either Mr. or Mrs. Parsons?
I looked in. They were both asleep. I didn't wake them up.
You did. You woke Henry and...
Please, Mrs. Parsons, please be quiet. Nick knows what he's doing.
You just took what silver you could find and went out again, huh?
Yeah. The woman woke up and was going to stop me, so I had to sock her one to keep her quiet. And then I ducked out. And that's all.
He's a lying, thieving, murdering...
I don't think so, Walt.
But, Nick, listen...
let me finish, please. Jed, what was Mrs. Parsons wearing when you found her this morning?
Why, she had a pink sort of housecoat, lots of lace on it.
Yes. Did she look pretty in it?
She sure did. But that don't mean I had...
Just answer my questions, please. Mrs. Parsons, did you ever see this gun before?
No, I never saw it before.
You sleep on 2 pillows, don't you?
Why, yes.
And you never saw this gun before?
No, I didn't.
That's peculiar. When I lifted the top pillow off your bed this morning, I found a little hollow on the top of the bottom one, and this gun just fits it.
That's a lie.
Mrs. Parsons, you like Jed.
He's a nice boy, but
You liked your husband better.
Of course. I loved Henry.
Yes. You loved him so much you couldn't bear to have him leave you. Isn't that true?
I don't...
What are you getting at, Nick? I don't get this.
Walt, Mrs. Parsons killed her husband.
I didn't. I didn't. It was that man.
You're nuts. Are you crazy, Nick?
What makes you think she did it, Nick?
I know she did it. As I see it, she woke up and heard the burglar in the dining room. She'd already decided to kill Henry, but hadn't decided how to do it. And now the thought came to her that she could kill Henry and blame it on the burglar. She'd undoubtedly seen the man around town and knew exactly what he looked like. Remember that very excellent description she gave us, Walt?
Well, sure, but
Well, she never saw him that clearly by flashlight.
You're lying. You can't prove any of
About
this.
5 o'clock, she got up, took a gun from under her pillow, went into the dining room, and called Henry very excitedly. When he rushed out of bed to see what was the matter, she waited for him at the dining room door and shot him as he came through. Then she took off her nightdress and put on the pink housecoat. I found the nightdress with some spots of blood on it under the mattress on her bed.
You're lying. I wore that housecoat to bed last night. I was cold.
Jed. Was that housecoat rumpled up when you saw it this morning?
Why... Well, gosh, it looked like new to me.
I thought so. Mrs. Parsons, you went to the kitchen. Waited until a few minutes before you knew Jed was due to arrive. Then you turned on the gas, tied yourself in the chair as best you could, and waited for Jed. You knew there was no danger of your suffocating before Jed arrived, and you knew that Jed was half in love with you already, and that when he found you in that very feminine and attractive garment, he'd never noticed that the knots which bound you were tied very clumsily and not very secure.
Well, that's a lie. She was all tied up good and tight.
That's what she wanted you to think.
Well, why should she do it, Nick?
Yes, Nick. What earthly reason would she have to do it?
I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
Walt.
Huh?
Remember when we approached the house this morning, we saw smoke coming out of the chimney?
Well, yes.
Well, and I remembered that smoke a little while ago. I went down to have a look at the furnace. I was curious where there should be a fire going on a warm day like this. And I found this. A letter from Henry's real wife in the city, saying that she was happy he had at last decided to return to her and his son, from whom he'd run away when he came here with Laura. And there was the motive, plain enough. Laura couldn't bear the thought of his leaving her. It was a blow to her pride that he was tired of her. So she killed him. Her fingerprints are on this gun we found, if you want definite proof.
All right, I killed him. And I'm glad. He couldn't treat me that way. But I'll never go to the chair. I'll kill myself first.
Better take her away, Walt. And keep your eye on her. Murder demands that the murderer pay the penalty for his crime.
Gosh, Nick, I still can't believe it. She was such a darn nice little girl.
Why, Nick, if she hadn't tried to burn that letter, she might have gotten away with it.
Yes, Patsy. That was what first led me to think she did it. Until I found that letter, I could find no motive for her killing him. And without the motive, nothing made sense. But the furnace was so choked with the ashes that the papers she tried to burn just smoldered. And where there's smoke, you know.
Yes, I know. Where there's smoke, Nick Carter solves the case with it.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. A home that's truly lovely is a place folks want to be. A place where there's fun and relaxation and real joy of living. Your whole family takes pride in your home when you keep it looking attractive with the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex Cream Polish, for instance, which cleans as it polishes, gives your fine furniture a handsome luster, drying to a hard surface that leaves no oily film to attract more dust, to make more work. Yes, in one quick, easy application, Linex Cream Polish actually removes the cloudy accumulation of previous polish and dust, banishes messy fingerprints, and helps conceal ugly scratches. For Linex Cream Polish cleans as it polishes, without tiresome rubbing, saving one whole step in your cleaning day routine. So depend on this modern, easy shortcut to furniture beauty. Get all 3 great Linex home brighteners at your dealers now. Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. In case your dealer hasn't received his supply of the 3 great Linex home brighteners, he'll have them soon. Ask him to save one or all of them for you. Acme will see that he gets them and you get them as quickly as possible. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. How about next week's story, Nick? Can you give us a hint?
In spite of the fact that the doctor said it was heart failure, a young man felt so sure that his uncle had been murdered that he arranged a midnight seance with a famous medium.
And had everyone who could have committed the murder there to see what went on.
And did the medium succeed in contacting the dead uncle?
Well, she claimed she did. Everyone there thought they recognized his voice.
And did he accuse anyone of murdering him?
That's where the story starts, Ken. And that's where it's going to end for now.
Yes, no more until next week. So long.
So long, everybody.
And so long to you, Nick and Patsy. We'll be looking forward to seeing you again next week. Next week at this time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
Unexpected Death. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Seance Murderer.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is a copyright feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. It is presented at this same time and over these same stations by the three great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. In the Nick Carter Adventures, Lon Clark is starred as Nick. Helen Choate is featured as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White. The programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.
Organized crime doesn't stand a chance against the gangbusters who are up next.
WBBM FM, Chicago.
And now, in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States, Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment, Gangbusters! For chewing enjoyment plus long-lasting refreshment, treat yourself to Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, full-bodied flavor cools your mouth and freshens your taste. The pleasant chewing helps keep your throat moist and adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. So always keep a package of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. Enjoy it often, every day, as millions do. Gangbusters has asked Captain Carl B. Shoemaker, Deputy Chief in charge of Criminal Investigation Division, Portland, Oregon Bureau of Police, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Chief Shoemaker.
Thank you. And good evening, Gangbusters listeners. Not far from the picturesque town of Oceanside, Oregon, a small park overlooks the blue waters of the Pacific Ocean. This is a peaceful place, where a man's thoughts might be pleasant and good. Only the thoughts of two young men in bathing trunks didn't fit the countryside at all.
Red?
Yeah?
I was just thinking. Guess a day like this makes you think, huh? Lying out here, looking up at those clouds.
Hey, where's Carol, Bert?
Oh, it's still down swimming, I guess. She'll be back. Like I was saying, I've been thinking about your idea.
Hmm?
You sure will work, huh, Red?
Oh, now look. Nobody's sure of anything. All I know is, Bert, I just got a peculiar habit, see? I like dough. I like lots of it.
Anybody does.
Yeah, I like what you can get with that dough. Swell clothes, a big car with a top down. Dames.
Yeah.
You know something funny about me, Bert?
What?
I like throwing money around on women.
Yeah, sure. Who don't, huh?
You killed me, Bert. All right, now, are you in or out? I'm pulling out of here in the morning.
Hey, you guys gonna take a dip?
Oh, hold it, will you, Red? Here's Carol. We're hungry.
Ooh, that water's sure cold, but it peps you up.
you know?
Hey, boy, you look good in a bathing suit, Carol.
Oh, you see, Bert? Other guys know how to say nice things.
Ah, now, I always thought you looked good, honey. You know that.
Well, time to head back?
So soon? I thought we could stay all afternoon.
Oh, I got things to do. Did Bert tell you? I'm pulling out in the morning.
You are? Well, gee, we'll miss you, Red. Won't we, Bert?
Huh?
Well, will you, Bert? Go on, answer the girl.
Well, we'll talk about that later, huh?
Talk about what? What goes?
Well, Carol, look, me and Red... Well, that is...
I'm going to get me some dough starting tomorrow. A lot of dough. And I asked Bert if he wants in.
Get dough how?
Oh, I got ways. It's going to take time, though. It's going to take maybe a month, maybe longer. What's the answer, Bert? You got to make up your mind.
Well, I want to. Red, you know that.
Oh, then we pull out in the morning. Agreed?
Yeah, I guess so.
Bert,
Yeah, honey.
you're leaving? You just get out of Quinton and leaving again?
Well, I need money, too, Carol. How can we have any fun if I'm broke all the time?
Answer my question. I hang around waiting for you. Now you're pulling out on me?
This and that, honey. I just...
Answer me.
Well, answer the lady, Bert.
Yeah, I guess I am, Carol. Honey? Say something, Carol.
You dirty, stinking rat.
Now get this, all of you. First jerk that makes a move gets a slug. You got that? Nobody moves.
Come on.
Okay, Bert, get it moved. Roll, I said. One of those punks pulled the alarm.
I am.
Come on faster, you dope. Think that's a squad car pulling out behind us.
Can't go any faster. Red, there's a lot of traffic here.
Hey, it is a squad car. Move this thing, will you?
Are they coming?
Keep going.
If we can get to the highway...
Look out, there's a car!
Hey, Red!
Just a side swipe. Now go on, pull back, keep rolling.
Right.
Come on, move it, I tell you. That's the boy. Now you're learning.
That car we hit there looked bad, Red.
Never mind what we hit. We're moving, ain't we?
What about squad car?
Nah, forget it. We got open road up ahead. Now go!
Two stools right here at the bar, fellas.
Oh, thank you. Hey, this is all right, you know, Red. Look at the way it's fixed up. Like Hawaii, huh?
Yeah.
Music sounds good, huh?
It's okay.
What'll it be, fellas? Beer?
Now, rye here. Water on the side.
I'll have a beer.
Yes, sir. Beer and a rye. Dixie special, all right, sir?
Huh?
House rye. It's excellent, sir.
Anything.
Hey, you know something? It's funny, sort of.
Yeah, what is?
Well, I mean, they call this place the Dixie Belle. Ain't that right, Red? Ain't that the name of the place there?
Well, so what?
Yeah, but inside it's Hawaiian. You get it? Should be southern, sort of, huh?
In Portland, Oregon?
I guess I never thought about that.
A rye and a water wash and a beer. Well, you fellas from out of town?
Yeah.
First visit to Portland?
Sure, yeah.
Oh, great city, great. Lived here all my life. You like that rye okay?
It'll do.
Excellent rye. Yes, sir, great little city. Here on business, are you?
Yeah.
Well, anything you boys want Alice to play, just write it on one of those slips. Great little trio, Alice's.
Yeah, it sounds nice.
Plays Hawaiian, you know. I guess you can hear. Aloha, songs like that.
Yeah, sure.
Here on business, he said. Well, you'll like it. Yes, sir, Portland is just about everything. And it's yours for the asking.
6 o'clock, folks. Afraid I gotta lock up now. Well, that side door's locked, Mrs. Hensel. Use the front way out, please, huh? Thank you. Good night. Well, sir, I guess you're the last one.
Me? Yeah, I am.
Glad you came in. My name's Pearlie. I guess you know that. Saw the sign outside.
Yeah.
Pearlie Brothers Supermarket.
Yeah, I saw it, yeah.
Let's see. Bananas. I was going to weigh those. Or did I? Oh, let me see now.
Never mind.
Oh, gotta weigh 'em, mister. Wouldn't want to cheat a new customer.
I said never mind.
What's that? What are you? Oh, no.
Come on, move.
Don't get nervous now. Whatever you do, don't get excited and shoot.
Nobody's excited. Just do like I say.
Yes, of course, anything. Just be careful with that gun, that's all. You want the money? Here it is, right in the register.
Walk back to the office and back. Go on, fast.
In the back office? Sure I will. I'll do whatever you say. Just be careful now. Huh?
You be careful. All right, open the door. Go in.
In? Yes, sir. Right now.
Okay out front?
Yeah, so far.
There's two of you.
Yeah, we're friends, Pop. All right, now. Get going on the safe.
The safe?
What's the matter? You deaf? Open it up.
I can't. Honest, that's the truth. Time lock's set. Won't open now until morning.
Yeah. Any dough out front?
Yes, money in the register.
I told him that. I told him to take it.
All right, go on out and get it. When you're ready, call.
All right.
Oh, wait a second.
Well, you told me to get the money.
Yeah, I know what I told you. Pop.
Yes?
Give him your apron.
My apron?
Don't make me say everything twice. Take it off.
Yes, sir, I will. Here, take it.
What for?
Well, put it on, you jerk. Anybody looks in the window, it'll seem like you work here.
Yeah, I never thought of it.
Yeah, well, I did. Now get going.
This won't take a minute.
Oh, put the dough in a shopping bag and stick some groceries on top of it.
Yeah, sure.
You sure about that safe?
It's honest. My brother and me, we set it that way. Once you set it, you can't open it without calling the protection people.
Yeah, what's the matter? Don't you and your brother trust each other?
Well, me and Ed, it ain't that. We just have to call...
Okay. No kidding. You expecting a call?
Well, it's just my wife. She always calls at closing time to see if I'm going to be late.
All right, let it ring.
I got the dough.
All right, stay there. If you're lying about that safe...
Oh, I'm not. Honest, I'm not. My wife will be worried.
I call her back. Only for now, just don't do nothing. You got that? Just stand here.
Whatever you say.
Just stand still.
Yeah.
That's it, Pop. Nice and still.
I got the dough in the bag like you said, Red.
Yeah, I can see that. All right, let's go.
Ella, call the police. Never mind what happened. Hang up, Ella, and call the police.
Friends, next time you chew a stick of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, notice how cool and fresh it makes your mouth feel. That's because Wrigley's Spearmint Gum has lots of lively, refreshing flavor in every stick. The minute you sink your teeth in, that cooling flavor begins to freshen your taste and relieve that hot, dry feeling in your throat. It sweetens the breath, too. Millions of people carry Wrigley's Spearmint Gum with them wherever they go for quick, long-lasting refreshment and for real chewing enjoyment. Next time you're at the store, get some Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Enjoy its refreshing flavor and good, pleasant chewing often, every day. Remember, that's Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Now, back to Gangbusters and Captain Carl B. Shoemaker, Deputy Police Chief, Portland, Oregon.
In the language of a professional thief, Gangbusters listeners, a score is the amount of cash realized in a robbery. And the score in the Portland supermarket robbery was unusually good. An hour later, locked in their hotel room, Red and his pal counted over $1,300 in cash. Back at Pearlie Brothers Supermarket, Detective Sergeant Myron Warren and Detective Robert Shaler were at work on the case.
Now, if you're ready, Mr. Pearlie, we'd like you to ride down to headquarters with us.
Oh, tonight?
It'd help, Mr. Pearlie. We'd like to have you look at the photographs in the file.
Well, if it'll help, I will. Just a second while I lock up and back. Don't know why, though. Nothing to lock up now. took all the money.
Take your time. Any ideas, Bob? Might tie up to those teletypes. Yeah, I thought of them, too. How many? You remember?
At least 7. The job in Sacramento was a supermarket.
Yeah, so are a couple of others. And day by day, they get closer to Portland.
Maybe something will turn up in the mugshots.
Maybe. I think we better have a plan if Pearlie can't pick them out, though.
The roadblock's all set up.
Good. What about that motel out on the south end?
You know, the report on the 2 guys? I just called in to get a check. Negative.
Oh.
Looked good for a minute or 2. 2 guys and 2 dames killing a case of beer. Not our pigeons, though. They established alibis in a bar out there.
So that leaves us where? Where would you go?
Me?
If you just stuck up this place and scored more than 1,300.
Mexico. Winter's coming.
Maybe you got a point.
Mexico?
The spree.
Oh.
Bob, I've seen quite a few of these jobs. 9 times out of 10, they get their hands on big money, they start spending it.
Sounds reasonable.
Let's try it, okay? After we're through with Pearlie, let's look the town over. Maybe run into a couple of real smart boys out spending their dough.
I'm ready, officers. I phoned Ella, told her not to wait.
Good, Mr. Pearlie. We're ready, too.
You want a drink, Jim?
Hey, you kill me, you know it, Lester? 10 times a night you ask me if I want a drink. The answer is no, not when I'm working.
I just thought you looked pooped.
Well, I am. This is no picnic, Lester. On the force all day. In Dublin here tonight.
Well, I keep wondering why the boss thinks he needs you. Excuse me. Yes, sir, gentlemen?
A rye. Water on the side.
I'll have a beer.
Right, a water chaser and a beer. Yes, sir. Say, weren't you fellas in last night?
Yeah, sure.
I'll get the drinks, will you?
Never forget a face. Glad to see you again. If you want Alice to play a request, just write it on one of those slips.
Yeah, you told us. Now get the drinks.
Yes, sir. Coming up.
What do you mean, Les? You wonder why the boss needs a security man.
Hey, just a second while I serve these drinks, Jim.
Okay.
Rye, water on the side, and a beer.
Hey, she'll play requests there?
Alice? Yeah, that's what she's here for.
Well, ask her to play that one she just finished, huh?
Oh, you like that song?
Yeah.
So do I. Alice plays it swell. Yes, sir, you just listen. Repeat number 1, Alice.
That's it.
Say, Les.
I didn't mean anything, Jim, but this is a respectable place. Why keep you hanging around?
Now, look, it's okay with the department if we take part-time jobs off duty. It ought to be okay with you.
Oh, it is, Jim. Sure it is. It's just that this is a respectable place. Nothing ever happens here at all.
Hey, you like that song, Red? She can play that swell,
Oh,
huh?
look, will you request something else? That's about the 10th time.
Oh, I think that's pretty. Don't you, Red? You know, someday, maybe me and Carol could go to Hawaii, huh? You know, eat that pooey stuff or whatever they... Red?
Bert.
What?
You know that guy sitting over there, the one the bartender keeps yakking to?
Him? No, why?
I'll bet he owns this trap.
You think so? Why?
Why? Oh, you sound like a kid. Because he ain't drinking. Because he's been sitting there all night.
I never would have thought of that.
Well, I didn't. I got another thought, too. Boy, this would be an awful easy touch.
Here? Now? Oh, Red, now you said we were going to have a ball.
So we didn't find any dames, did we? Why not touch the lousy joint?
I don't want to, Red. I'm having fun.
Who cares what you want? Look, there he goes into the lobby. Ooh, and there ain't a soul around. Be right back, Les.
Yeah, okay, Jim.
Here, this one's gonna be easy.
Hey, Red, wait.
You wait. Right there.
Another drink, fellas?
Give him a real drink, pal. Maybe give him some guts.
I'll have another beer.
Looking for the restroom? It's right over there. Do you... Oh, I see. Yeah, you see good, pal. Where's the office? Up those stairs?
No use going up there. The owner went home hours ago.
All right, start up the stairs. Now, come on, fast. Don't you know a gun in your back when you feel one?
I know a gun, all right.
Now, move.
Whatever you say. Only there's nothing up there. I know.
keep going. Don't stop looking around.
Oh, I'm going, friend. Going.
Red, don't stand there. Let's go.
Stop! Both of you, stop!
Jim, you hurt?
Phone in, Lister. I'm going after them. Stop!
They're outside, Jim. Look, on the street.
Yeah, I see them. They haven't got a chance. Stop!
Peters.
What? Oh, Sergeant Warrant. It's a stick-up. Those two guys in the corner. Come on.
Bob, head them off at the intersection.
Right. Watch it. One of them's armed.
There they go into the alley. Come on.
Sergeant, we're splitting up. One of them's heading south.
Head them off. Come on, Jim. We'll get the other one.
Look. He stopped, Sergeant. Should I fire?
Hold it. All right, you're boxed in. Throw down your gun and walk toward us. Now, look, we won't fool around. Now, don't shoot. I'll come out.
Watch him. He's the one who tried the stick-up.
In the Dixie?
That's right.
Bob and I were just coming in to case it. All right, don't shoot. Don't shoot. All right, just stand perfectly still. Keep your arms on your head. Bob.
Sorry, Myron. I lost the other one.
Yeah.
I got his gun, Sergeant.
Where's your pal heading? Come on, talk to me.
Him? Wouldn't you guys like to know?
Carol, honey, am I glad to see you.
You are?
Oh, you got my telegram, didn't you? You knew I was coming, huh?
Oh, I knew, Bert.
Did I have a time getting here, baby? They got red. Did you know that?
You don't say.
Sure, up in Portland. We were... What's the matter, Carol? You sore about something?
Me? Why should I be, Bert? I wait for you all the while you're in Quinton, then you get out, say hello, and walk out on me. Why should I be sore?
I didn't walk out on you, Carol, honest.
I got news for you, Bertie boy. Nobody walks out on Carol.
But, baby...
Now I got more news for you.
News? What news, baby?
You asked, did I know you were coming?
Yeah.
Turn around and open the door, Bert.
Huh?
Go ahead. Who knows? Maybe I baked a cake.
This door?
Open it, lover.
What? Sure.
Hello, Bert.
Carol.
We're grateful to your girlfriend, Bert. Back in Portland, we've been looking for you.
Carol, why? Why, honey?
I don't like being walked out on, Bert. Like I think I said before. You dirty, stinking rat.
I'm glad to report, Gangbusters listeners, that in the circuit court in Portland, both these men received long sentences, which they are now serving in the state penitentiary in Salem.
Thank you, Captain Carl V. Shoemaker, Deputy Chief, Portland, Oregon, Bureau of Police. In just a moment, Gangbusters Nationwide Clues. Friends, Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum is a refreshing, delicious treat you can enjoy even while you're working, driving your car, or busy doing other things. Just slip a stick into your mouth and chew it as long as you like. The pleasant chewing will make the time pass more pleasantly for you, and you'll enjoy that cooling, refreshing flavor. It'll help keep your mouth and throat moist. A real help on warm summer days. Keep a package or two of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy all the time. Chew and enjoy it often, as millions do. That's Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. And now, Gangbusters Nationwide Clues, broadcast every week to assist American police in their war against the underworld. Attention all citizens. Be vigilant for Charles Ray Downing, wanted by the FBI for unlawful flight to avoid prosecution for murder. His official description.
Charles Ray Downing, alias Chuck, age 30, 5 feet 10, 175 pounds, medium build, brown hair, maybe dyed black, blue eyes, ruddy complexion, may seek work as a farmer, salesman, or cook.
This man's nose is twisted to one side. He has 2 tattoos. Heart and arrow with name Mickey on left forearm. Eagle with word liberty on right forearm. His fingers are drawn and upper arms underdeveloped, reportedly as a result of polio.
Caution, Downing may be armed and should be considered extremely dangerous. If you have any information concerning this clue, notify your local police, the nearest office of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or gangbusters at once. Tonight's Gangbusters case was dramatized by Robert J. Shaw and directed by Leonard L. Bass, with Charles Chuck Webster, William Frederick Zuckert, and Lawson Zerby in leading roles. The entire production was supervised for CBS Radio by John Ives. Gaylord Avery speaking. Gangbusters, a production of CBS Radio in cooperation with Phillips H. Lord, is brought to you each week, same time, same station, by Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat you can enjoy even while you're busy. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Have you heard the Monday through Friday mystery series over WBBM lately? If you haven't, start tonight beginning at 9. It's thrills and excitement every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday when it's time for Boston Blackie.
Have Gun, Will Travel is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
This man has owed a debt to society for 15 years. If you take him now, a child may die. Surely a few days more won't make any difference. Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Paladin.
Afternoon. Any messages for me?
Yes, a telegraph came a few minutes ago. I was going to send it up to you. Here you are, sir.
Thank you. Huh. Clerk, would you tell Hey Boy I'll be up in my room? I'd like to see him.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Paladin.
Oh, Hey Boy, you're just the one I wanted to see.
Oh, yes, sir. You enjoy your afternoon walk?
I did. Hey Boy, do you have time to come up and help me pack my gear?
Oh, yes, sir. Hey, you go away again?
I have to make a trip to Fort Larson in Arizona.
Arizona?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Mr. Paladin, you must be very careful when travel in Arizona.
Why?
Maybe you meet Daddy-Eye Dick.
Daddy-Eye Dick?
Oh, yes, sir. Daddy-Eye Dick is very bad man.
Hey Boy, have you been reading Ned Buntline again?
You watch out for that bad man, Mr. Paladin.
Hey, boy, Dead-Eye Dick isn't real. He lives only in Mr. Buntline's imagination.
Oh, no, sir. He really lives in Arizona, really.
Oh, well, all right. Have it your way. Now, I'll tell you what. If I see Dead-Eye riding down the street with his 6 guns blazing, I'll run into the nearest saloon and hide under the table.
Yes, sir. You do that.
I was carrying a message to the commanding officer at Fort Larson. It was a personal message, but not urgent, fortunately. I'd been riding for many hours through a hot, desolate stretch of the Arizona desert. My horse and I both needed water. So when I saw a wagon road leading to a ranch, I turned off to follow it. The ranch house was about 2 miles from the trail, set in a sparse grove of cottonwoods. When I rode into the yard, I found a young woman trying awkwardly and without much success to hitch a horse to a spring wagon. She didn't seem to hear me as I pulled up and dismounted.
Oh, wait. No.
Need a hand, ma'am?
Huh?
Oh, here now, please, ma'am. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to startle you.
No, don't. Thank God for you. That's what I've been hoping and praying somebody'd come along to help me.
Well, look, you come over here in the shade while I do that.
I'm sorry. You don't know how awful to feel so helpless.
No, that's no job for a woman.
My husband and the man have been gone a week driving some stuff to San Carlos. I can manage all right alone. Only my baby.
Your baby?
My little boy. He's sick. He's terrible sick. I got to get him to a doctor.
Where do you have to go?
Cottonwillow. That's about 20 miles south.
And there isn't a doctor closer?
Oh, I guess Dr. Murphy's the only one for hundreds of miles hereabouts. Thank the good Lord for him. And thank the good Lord for sending you along to help me, mister.
I'm glad he did. My name is Paladin.
Oh, I'm Elizabeth Higgins. I never figured myself wanting to go to pieces like this, but I was scared. That poor little Pikey.
Now, look, Mrs. Higgins, you go get the little boy ready to travel while I finish this hitching job. I'll drive you to Cottonwillow.
Oh, I'm mighty grateful. I can't understand it, Mr. Paladin. I can't understand why the doctor's office is all closed up like that.
He's probably out on a call.
Well, always when he has to go out, he leaves a note on the door saying where he is and when he'll be back.
Ooh, now. Now, you wait in the wagon. I'll go into the sheriff's office here. Maybe he'll know where we can find him. How's the boy?
Well, he's quiet now. He's worn out from all that fretting, I guess. Oh, he's so feverish. Dr. Murphy will know what to do.
Well, we'll find him. Try not to worry, Mrs. Higgins. Sheriff?
Yes, sir? What can I do for you?
Sheriff, my name is Paladin. I'm looking for Dr. Murphy, and Mrs. Higgins is out there in the wagon. She has a very sick baby.
Oh, Elizabeth Higgins?
Yes, I drove her in from the ranch. Where can we find the doctor?
I'm afraid you can't.
Well, why not?
Took him this morning on a warrant.
You took him on a warrant? Well, what are you talking about?
No, not me. A deputy marshal showed up here yesterday with a warrant for the doctor. Nothing I could do. Papers was in order. I had to honor him.
What was he wanted for?
Oh, a killing in Missouri. Happened a long time ago. But a murder warrant never runs out.
But what about Mrs. Higgins' baby? That child needs a doctor.
Oh, I'd take Elizabeth and the boy over to my place. The wife's pretty good with folks that's ailing. Ain't another doctor in 200 miles.
200 miles? Sheriff, I've got to catch up with Dr. Murphy. When did they leave?
About noon.
They're headed east?
Yeah.
Do you know who the deputy marshal is that's taking him in?
Yeah. Name is Leo Grange.
Leo Grange?
Yeah.
Why, he's nothing but a rotten bounty hunter.
So I've heard, but he had a commission. I made him show it to me.
Sure, he takes a deputy commission any place he can wangle one. Grange has been in the business of collecting reward money a long time, and it seldom happens that a man in his custody is ever delivered alive.
What do you mean?
Well, it cuts down on his profits to transport a live prisoner.
Well, you don't think...
Sheriff, I'm going after them and bring that doctor back. That baby needs him.
Constipation is something people don't talk about much, but it can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Well, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say.
A laxative should be effective, gentle, close to natural acting. A medicine that can be used with complete confidence.
Now, X-Lax has been popular with many doctors and millions of people over the years because pleasant-tasting chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is so gentle, so close to natural acting, there's no upset. That's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity gently, overnight.
Leo Grange and his prisoner had a good 4-hour start on me, and they were traveling fast. When I finally caught up with them, they were making camp for the night. I dismounted and walked toward their campfire.
All right. What do you want?
Put the gun back, Grange.
Paladin.
Now, since you remember me, maybe you'll remember you were smart enough to back down the last time we met, so put the gun back, Grange. Do it.
What are you doing here?
I want your prisoner.
What?
Dr. Murphy?
Yes?
I've been chasing you all the way from Cotton Willow. There's a little boy who needs you. He is desperately sick.
Well, who is it?
The Higgins baby.
Why, I brought that boy into this world.
If we leave right now and ride as fast as we can, we might get there in time.
It's really serious?
Yes, it is. Let's go.
Look, there's $1,000 on his head. You're not taking that away from me, Paladin. Didn't you hear him? The child may be dying. I must go. It's my duty as a doctor. Never mind. You're a prisoner. Mr. Grange, this debt society is so bent on collecting, I've owed for 15 years. Now, surely a few days more won't make any difference. You move and I shoot.
Don't you draw that gun, Grange.
I'm not taking anything from you, Paladin. I'm an officer of the law.
Don't waste that on me, Grange. I know all about you and your commissions.
The fact remains that I am a deputy marshal. This is my prisoner. If he moves against my orders, it's attempted escape, and I have a right to shoot.
Sure, that's the way you usually manage to work things out, isn't it?
All right. So it'd be an easy way to make my 1,000. If both of you keep that in mind. I'm the law, Paladin. This is a prisoner. And you're butting in.
Well, let me put you straight. If I have to kill you to save that boy's life, I'll do it.
You're trying to do me out of that 1,000. And you ain't going to get away with it. Why, you...
You're just lucky to have a doctor right here who can take care of that hand for you.
You're interfering with the law. Assaulting a deputy marshal. Paladin, you're under arrest.
You make me sick.
You take him back to that town, I'll swear out charges against you.
Dr. Murphy, do what you can for his hand, and we'll get started.
Yes, we're wasting valuable time. You ain't getting away from me. You wait, I'll show you. I ain't leaving you out of my sight, not for a minute, either of you.
All right, you go on in, Doctor. I'll take care of the horses.
No, you don't. You're staying together. So I can keep an eye on both of you. We can't waste time arguing. The horse will have to wait, Paladin. Hello, Clem.
Oh, Doc, thank heaven you got here. Come on in. Come on in.
Where is he, Clem? Now, wait a minute. Sheriff Fuller, this man Paladin here is under arrest, and I want him jailed. Oh, please, Mr. Green. He's under arrest for interfering with the law and assaulting an officer. Now, take him over to the jail and lock him up. Lock him up? Please, gentlemen, there's no time for this. Well, there's gotta be. Fuller, do the job you're paid to do, or I'll see that you lose that badge.
What about this, Paladin?
I guess he's within his rights, Sheriff.
Well, all right, Grange, all right. Can it wait till morning? I'll be responsible for him. Huh?
Take his gun.
Yeah. Here, Sheriff. I agree with the doctor. We're wasting time.
Where is he, Clem? Where's the boy?
Oh, he's right in there. Right in there. The wife finally got Elizabeth to lay down. She's upstairs sleeping. First sleep she's had.
Oh, bring me a basin of water and a towel, will you, Clem?
All right.
I'll have a look at him. Well, now, hold it. I'm going along. Come on, Paladin, you too.
What are you talking about?
I meant it. till I see you behind bars, you ain't getting out of my sight.
Don't be a fool, Grange.
You understand, I may not be able to make an immediate diagnosis.
You just go on, do what you have to do. And when I get Paladin put away, we'll get on with our business.
Change to Camel. The Camel blend of costly tobaccos has never been equaled for real smoking satisfaction. Have a real cigarette.
Have a Camel.
Start to really enjoy smoking again.
It wasn't important to take issue with Leo Grange. All that mattered was the child. So we sat silently through the night while the doctor kept his vigil at the bedside of the little boy. He was grave and concerned. Then finally, toward morning, he got up and walked to the window. It's almost daylight, Doctor.
Yeah? Well, that means you're practically on your way to jail, Paladin. And Murphy and I can start out again. Now that the doc's done his duty, I'm going to do mine.
Doctor, you said you'd know by morning.
I do. All night long, I've been hoping that what I suspected wasn't true. Paladin, have you been vaccinated?
Oh, yes.
You, Mr. Grange, you've been vaccinated?
That hocus pocus. I'd just as soon have an Indian medicine man doing his jig around me.
Well, Mr. Grange, you'd better get in touch with your medicine man. This baby has smallpox.
Smallpox?
As far as I know, this is the first case in the area. I'll have to start vaccination. Everyone in town, the surrounding country. We can't let this spread.
You mean vaccine?
Yeah. The nearest supply I know of is at Fort Larson.
Oh, well, I have business there. I'll get it for you. I'll start now.
Paladin, you ain't starting no place except to jail.
Grange, I can abide a stubborn man, but not a stupid one. Don't you realize how serious this is?
Look here, you've pushed me just as far as you're going to.
Now, Mr. Grange, you'd better think about saving yourself. Unless we get some vaccine and fast, I can just about promise you you're a dead man.
Now, that might scare me if I believed you. But it's a trick. You're stalling for time. I'll get the sheriff.
Sheriff? Sure, I couldn't sleep. Been sitting out there all night.
Well, how is he, Doc? Smallpox.
Oh, no.
I need a supply of vaccine from Fort Larson right away.
Can I go after it?
Have you been vaccinated?
No.
Well, then you can't go. Paladin's a logical man.
Paladin is under arrest.
Oh, now, Grange, in this
Sheriff,
case,
the law's the law. That badge says you're supposed to enforce the law, and you don't alter the law to suit your convenience.
Come here, Grange. Come here. You look at that child. Look at him. That's smallpox. We don't have a cure for it. Sure as God made little apples, your turn with it is coming.
No, not me.
We can't cure it. We can prevent it with vaccination. When there's been exposure, you, the sheriff, the people in this house, we can, if we work fast enough, ensure a mild attack with vaccination. Nothing can save this baby now but prayer. I don't think anybody's going to pray over you, Grange. So if you're interested in saving your skin, get some sense.
I think maybe you mean that.
Doctor, I guess Mr. Grange is ready to alter the law.
Yeah, see now. Today we got the Allen Ranch, the Daly Ranch, and the Glenville School. That ought to about do it.
I guess you've got the whole county vaccinated, Doctor. It's been quite a battle, hasn't it?
Yeah. We didn't have to fight ignorance and superstition. How much easier a doctor's job would be. Oh! Well, might as well look in on the folks here at the sheriff's place.
Hey. Look there.
Dr. Murphy, just a minute. I want to talk to you.
Yes, Mr. Grange?
I want to say so long.
Where are you going?
I'm riding on.
Sure you feel well enough to travel?
Sure. And I want to thank you, Doc, for pulling me through the way you did.
I was doing my job, Grange.
I know how hard you worked. I'm glad the little fella made it.
Well, we can thank the good Lord for that.
Here, Paladin.
What's that?
My deputy commission. Expired 3 weeks ago while I was sick. Well, so long. Thanks again, Doc.
Amazing what a little fear of the devil will do to a man.
Yeah. Doggone it anyway.
What's the matter?
Well, this may mean that old warrant for my arrest will just be forgotten.
Well, that's good.
No, it isn't. 15 years ago, I was accused of killing a man. There's written proof of my innocence. But I ran from the charge because somebody who didn't deserve it would have been hurt if the truth were known. 10 years ago, that somebody died, and I've been trying ever since to get back to Missouri to clear my name. But every time I get ready to leave, somebody fractures a bone or decides to have a baby or breaks out in spots. Paladin, would you like a job?
Well, sure. What is it?
Bounty hunter.
A bounty hunter?
Well, a philanthropic bounty hunter. You take me back to Missouri, turn me in, collect that $1,000 on my head.
What?
Think of the nice little hospital I could set up for the folks in this county with that money.
Oh, I see. Dr. Murphy, you have just made a bargain.
Here, coffee, Mr. Paladin.
Thank you, hey boy.
Oh, my. Glad to see you home, safe and sound, Mr. Paladin. Hey, you run into a bad killer there in Arizona?
As a matter of fact, I did.
Oh, did I, Dickie? You fix him, I bet.
No, hey boy, the killer wasn't Dead-Eye Dick. It was smallpox. And I didn't have to fix him. Another man did that quite a few years ago. His name was Edward Jenner, and he discovered vaccine.
It's a simple fact that 70% of all mentally ill can be helped to find the way back to normal life. But, and it's a big but, we are not realizing that goal. The reason? It takes more trained doctors and nurses, more facilities and equipment than there are. That's a terrible truth, especially if yours is a family compelled to face it personally. But help is within reach. Money can buy it. We all must help through generous contributions to our local mental health association or to mental health in care of your post office. Give when a mental health bell ringer comes to your door or to mental health care of your post office. Make it soon, so all 70% may be helped. Make it soon so that new hospitals, new clinics, trained doctors, nurses, and technicians can be rushed into this vital battle for the mental health of the nation. The address again, Mental Health, care of your post office, or your own front door when a mental health bell ringer arrives. Have Gun Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, he is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun Will Travel by Ann Dowd. Featured in the cast were Frank Cady, Vic Perrin, Lawrence Dobkin, and Virginia Gregg. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun Will Travel.
Hop Along with Along Cassidy, up next.
With action and suspense out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The ring of the silver spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West. Along Cassidy, the same Hoppy you cheer in motion pictures, and the same California you've laughed at a million times. Raw courage and quick shooting have built a legend around this famous hero. Hopalong is a name to be feared, respected, and admired, for this great cowboy rides the trails of adventure and excitement. William Boyd as Hopalong Cassidy, and Andy Clyde as California. Well, Hoppy, what about our story?
It's one about a man named Satan Blue, and we met him at a town called, oddly enough, Paradise. Paradise, New Mexico, a thriving cow town squatting on the Santa Fe Trail to California. So we titled this one, A Jailer Named Satan. We were on our way back to the Bar 20, and as we entered the outskirts of the town, California and I had no problems on our mind but the New Mexico heat.
Well, look. We are now riding into Paradise. I never thought I'd make it.
Population 4,022. Not much of a town.
No, it ain't, but it's peaceful and quiet.
Yeah, just like a graveyard in the making.
Buckles! Save me! Don't let that devil take me.
Well, what particular devil did you mean, Pat?
Sure, and I meant Satan, that's who. And my name's Brian. Brian Gehagen it is. Now, you will save me, won't you, Mr.
Their name's Cassidy. Hop along, Cassidy. This is California Carlson, my partner.
Cassidy? Oh, the saints be praised. I'm safe.
Sure, Brian, sure. Now, tell me, what form is Satan taking these days? And what bottle did you find him in?
A bottle, you say? A bottle. I wish he was in a bottle. Ah, here he comes. 'Tis a surprise he'll be getting meeting two of the Irish, especially one with guns.
Oh, you decided to give up, you dead-blasted varmint?
Shoot him, lad. Shoot the blatherskate.
Easy, Brian, easy now. Who are you, sir?
Who is he? He's Satan, that's who.
Satan Blues, my moniker, stranger. Now, Gehagen, off to jail with you before I part your hair with my gun barrel.
Hold on. I take it you're the sheriff, but what's this man done?
What's he done? Hey, just wrecked the Longhorn Saloon, busted the bartender's jaw, knocked out 2 dealers and a cowpoke, 3 railroad workers, a Wells Fargo agent, and a deputy. To say nothing about the ones he only bruised up.
Well, those I hit while I was off balance. You wouldn't hold that against a poor man now, would you? And I remember hitting no deputy. Hoppy, do you think he did all of that?
Brian, I guess you owe the sheriff a little time. Now, you better go along.
No, please. You'll not let him take me. Not him.
Do you trot peaceful, or do I drag your carcass?
No, I won't let you. I'll kill you first.
Oh, no, it ain't. No.
Oh, Hoppy, he's got my gun.
Put that down, you wall-eyed galoot. I'm the sheriff.
You're not taking Brian Gehagen to die for you. I'm going to go out in a blaze of glory like my mother always wanted.
Brian.
Yeah, 'tis home I'm sending ye, Satan. I'll be... Ooh, me hand. You've shut me hand off.
I only creased it, Brian. I had to make you drop the gun.
Oh, and to think of Cassidy would do this to a Gehagen. Oh, 'tis a foul black day for the Irish.
Cassidy, eh? Well, I'm thanking you. Now, Gehagen, I've had enough trouble today.
Hey, what?
Well, drop Consign your draft. Got a skull just like pig iron, this critter.
That wasn't necessary, Sheriff. He wasn't...
Now, you just let me tend to my own arresting, Cassidy. Good day to you.
Well, bust my galluses. Hoppy, that's some tough lawman. No wonder Gahagan didn't want to go with him.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
Hoppy, watch that curiosity of yours.
Gahagan's been in jail for fighting before this. That's a cinch. Now, how come it suddenly scares him so much that rather than go to this particular jail, he'd commit murder?
Now, back to Hopalong Cassidy and our story. A jailer named Satan. Hoppy in California's entry into Paradise, New Mexico, was stopped when a big man named Brian Gahagan begged him to save him from jail and Sheriff Satan Blue. Gahagan is stopped from killing the sheriff only by Hoppy's quick shooting. Now, Hoppy puzzles Gahagan's strange fear of Satan Blue.
It doesn't set right, California. I could see an Irish railroad hand getting into a scrap. But to try and kill the sheriff rather than pay a fine or spend a few days in jail, no.
Well, here's the Longhorn Saloon where Gahagan had his fight.
Yeah, let's try it. Satan Blue. Odd nickname.
Makes a right purty combination. But the sheriff sure didn't look like no Satan. More, I'd say, like a dirt farmer.
Don't make any mistake of underestimating that hombre. Those cold eyes of his belong to a gun hawk, not to a dirt farmer.
Gun hawk? Oh, now, Hoppy.
Bartender. Did you see the way he poleaxed Gahagan? No amateur ever swung a six-gun like that.
Howdy, strangers. Bartender's laid up. I'm the owner, Jake Loomis, and what'll you have, 40 rod or beer? And please no fighting, as you can see what happened.
Hey, whoa, slow down to a walk.
Hoppy, I think this hombre slipped his tonsil.
Yeah, maybe we can get some information.
This I got. Jake Loomis knows everything that goes on in Paradise. What's your particular hankering?
Sheriff Satan Blue, his brand, and maybe...
Satan! Mister, get out. I like being healthy.
Hoppy, he's scared stiff.
Uh-huh. Why, Loomis?
You two don't hear good. Loomis said get out.
Mr. Callender, I didn't tell him anything.
Shut up, you chattering old weasel.
California, what would you say he is? Snake or skunk?
Well, Hoppy, from his smell, I'd say...
It's been a long time since I shot a cowpoke, but... Oh, you bastard!
I'm still trying to warn you, Callender. I'd hate to have to stitch a couple of new buttonholes in that pretty shirt.
Why, you slick tongue.
Hold it. I'm not wasting another punch.
You beat me to the draw. Well, I'll kill you for this.
Yeah?
Callender, if I was you, I'd pull my freight fast. Hoppy's guns are hair trigger, and if he accidentally had to sneeze...
I'm going.
Well, I saw it, but I don't believe it. You beat Wes Callender to the draw. Why, he didn't even clear either. But you hombres better scat. He's Satan's foreman.
Foreman of what? The jail?
Don't ask about Satan, I told you. Ain't nobody in Paradise who'll talk about him.
I contradict. My goodness, yes. I, Anthony Sidwell, will talk about Satan. It's not a worldly Satan that I fear. Peanuts.
You've lost me, friend. Peanuts?
Well, Satan eats peanuts. Disappointing devil. But a big man in these parts, sir. Owns a whole desert north of town. I'm a big man, too. Own the hotel, 2 stores.
How come a brave man would be scared to go to Satan's jail?
I'm afraid it's you that's lost me. But the answers might be intriguing. My goodness, yes. Interesting. Why don't you ask Satan? He'd know.
Uh-huh. Why not? Come on, California. We're going to jail.
So, you want to see Brian Gahagan, huh?
Yeah, for one thing, Sheriff.
Just call me Satan. Everybody does.
I'll bet that ain't all.
That's darn possible, Dad. Blast me if it ain't. Sorry you can't see no prisoner. Rule of my jail.
What? But every jail permits visitors.
I got a special jail. You want to know why it's so special? It's 'cause I run it. Me. I'm the reason.
Well, I'll be hornswoggled.
Nah, not here, please. I'd have to plug you.
Who's judge of this town's court?
Well, I reckon that'd be me.
You? Well, maybe I should see the mayor if there is one.
Sure. Take a good squint. He's in my boots.
Doggone. Is there anything you ain't?
Now, let's see. Wishy Perkins is dog catcher, but I reckon I'm the boss politician here, so the both of you get out. Before I jail you for...
Look out! Hit the floor!
I'll get him.
Now, let's take a look.
Sure, but there ain't no hurry. I didn't miss that blasted ambusher.
You sure didn't miss. He's just a boy.
Well, he's old enough to trigger a 6-gun. Pedro Morales. Yeah, regular criminal.
You don't look like no criminal to me.
I don't recognize you, Sonny. But I arrested his brother Felipe just a month ago. Hold him still for a couple of offenses. Bad blood there, yep.
You're holding his brother. That wouldn't be why he wanted to take a shot at you, would it?
You better just take warning. No one crosses Satan Blue and lives. You savvy?
Hoppy, we oughtn't to be looking over Satan's land like this. Let's ride on, huh?
Oh, I feel a little responsible for Brian Gahagan, and I don't like the way Satan tried to run us out. Funny, this is all desert. Too bad it's so far to those hills. The Puerca River runs through them.
I'll bet that's it. He figures to get that water.
Hardly. That's 20 miles away. It'd cost a fortune to dig an irrigation system that far.
Yeah, that would be a powerful lot of digging.
Well, let's cut down the other side of this rise and head... California, take a look.
Well, doggone my Sunday britches. Man, a whole crew of them digging. Hoppy, them must be the...
prisoners from Satan's jail. No wonder we couldn't get to see Brian. I'll bet he's on his way out here.
Some dirty polecat trick. Making them hombres work in this blazing sun. Why it ain't legal.
I wonder. It's sure a low bit of business, but I have a feeling Satan has protected himself by some legality. Yeah, but we're not protected. We're trespassing.
Trespassing? We ain't hurting nothing.
State's gonna be awful mad if he finds us nosing around out here, though. So mad I've a hunch our lives wouldn't be worth a plug peso. Uh-oh, let's go. Rider's coming.
Satan's crew!
We're in leather. Faster.
You think I'm dragging my feet? I'm scared stiff.
We got to get to town before they... California.
More men ahead of us, and on both sides, Hoppy. We're trapped.
Now, back to Along Cassidy and our story. A jailer named Satan. In the course of investigating the strange jailer Satan Blue's desert lands, Hoppy in California found he was using prisoners from his jail to dig irrigation trenches. Then, as they start back to paradise, Hoppy and California are trapped by Satan's men. A few hours later, they're in Satan's jail in paradise.
Well. You boys did a nice job catching these here two, Calendar. Have a drink of red liquor, Cassidy?
Oh, thanks, but we'd like to leave. What are we charged with? Trespassing? What's the fine?
Charges, huh? Let me see. Trespassing, obstructing justice, resisting arrest, disturbing the peace.
Wait, we didn't say...
Shut up! That's another offense. Condemned to this here court. Well, I'd say 90 days was about fair to start.
90 days?
That's my verdict. Now you can spend it in the fresh air, which is mighty nice of me. Yes, sir. You can do the full 90 days digging on my ranch.
I'd rather be in a cell, but this is ridiculous. Those charges are false, and you know it.
Well, sure I do. I made them up, didn't I? But your problem is who's going to believe you. You ain't seeing nobody until sentence is up. And that may be longer than you think.
Hoppy, let's
get back. Good. I'd just as soon bust a cap your way as not. Now, I'm going to make it legal and proper, so if you two will just sign these papers.
Nothing doing.
Please, Cassidy. They're only statements of voluntary request for work on the prison farm. Of course, that's my ranch, naturally.
We'll sign nothing.
Now, let's see. I'm sure going to hate to do this, but I reckon I'll just have to sacrifice one of you. Sign it, Cassidy. I plugged the old waddy.
Why, Henry, no good.
California, don't. All right, Satan. We'll both sign. You win this hand.
This hand? Cassidy, here's a bit of information. Satan wins every hand, bar none.
Hayden, this is the slickest scheme yet. The rate we're going, we'll have this irrigation system done inside a year.
Yep, this land will be worth 1,000 times what I paid for it. And it's costing me nary a red cent. When this land has water on it, I'll sell it to 100 new ranchers. Why, paradise will be, paradise.
Especially for barkeeps and store owners.
Yeah. Makes me feel kind of choked up being such a big help to progress.
Yeah.
Hey, Thompson! Hey! Don't let them rest on their shovels! Make them dig, man!
I'll give them a little encouragement.
Do that! But I got to get back to town. I just can't stand to see these poor critters working in this sun. It seems such a shame that men can't stay on the straight and narrow. Adios.
All right, you prisoners, put your backs in those shovels. Gahagan, speed it up.
Would you like now for me to use 2 shovels at once, Mr. Callum?
Never mind the jokes, bend to it. Well, Cassidy, you don't seem so tough swinging a shovel.
Just stay around, Calendar. We'll have words when I get through with this crooked sentence.
It's going to be some while. Haven't you asked around?
What you talking about?
Talk to old Frank. He started with a 30-day sentence. That was, I guess that was 4 months ago. He's only got 60 days more to go. Seems when it's time to let him go, he gets into trouble, and Satan has to tack on a little extra.
You mean no one finishes here until the job is finished?
Smart man. All right, you've had your conversation. Now dig.
Sure. But what about Pedro Morales' brother there, Felipe? He can't take much more of this sun.
So what? He can die for all of me. Dig, I said. Dig!
This heat is getting worse.
Yeah. I'll see. What day is it? I just lost track of time.
Yeah, we've been doing this for 4 days.
Say, Buckles, take a look at Felipe.
He looks like he's ready to... Gahagan, he's collapsing.
Yeah, I'll see to him.
Calendar, Felipe's ill. Bring water.
Faith, he was such a young lad.
Was. He's...
The sun was too much for him.
All right. Back to work. I'll take care of the kid.
Then you must be an undertaker as well as a skunk. The lad's gone.
What? But... he's only been working a month.
Well, at least he's where you can't touch him, Calendar.
Sure. But you're not.
Oh, you black-hearted.
Hey, pick up, Gahagan, or I'll blast your head off. Thompson, make him do extra work. We've lost a man. If they try to rest, use your rifle butt. That'll give them energy.
How's the noggin, Cassidy?
Full of jumping hop toads. You know, I was thinking, a few more days in the sun like today.
And we'll be joining poor Felipe Morales. Tis a fact. But if it's escape you're thinking of, don't forget the 5 who've tried it. 3 shot like dogs, rest their souls.
Yeah, and the other 2 beaten to a pulp by Calendar.
Bad cess to that man.
Still, I have an idea how one of us may get away. Brian, how'd you like a good fight?
A fight, is it? Well, I'm a peaceful man, but...
If I could get away in the confusion of a brawl, I may be able to lick this Satan and his whole setup.
With a brawl, I can start. But how do you plan to escape?
The guards will come in to break it up, leaving the outside clear for a moment. Now, if by accident you could toss that table against the thin planks of the bunkhouse wall,
And so hard that one of the planks broke open enough for me to...
It will be. But you'll have to slip through fast. It won't take 'em long to spot a hole.
When you lift the table, I'll be starting.
Good luck to you. I'm off to indulge me favorite sport.
Hoppy, are you sure you can get help for us?
Any chance is better than dying like poor Felipe.
There you spell fiends. You'll hit Brian Gehagen, will you? Now, come on, the lucky.
Brian's picking up the table. So long, California. I'll be back for you.
Good luck, Hoppy. I think I'll join the fight.
Whoa! Bring this fight up! And you vermin, fight like men! Use your rifle butts! Get that Gehagen! Get away from me, you murderer!
Good work, Walt. Now, into your bunks, all of you. Toss Gehagen into his bunk, Walter. Wait, one of the prisoners is missing. Cassidy. He can't have gotten far. Let's get him. But Satan, I didn't know Gehagen was going to start a fight.
Shut up! You're a fool, Calder. The first thing we got to do is repair the damage that you let happen.
All right. Pipe down, you hombres. Satan's got a word for you.
Yeah, bunch of smart critters you be. Well, here's a present.
Hoppy's hat. Brian, it's Hoppy's hat.
That's right. His body's buzzard bait on the hill. Took us 2 days to catch him, but we did. Now, maybe this will teach you scoundrels to stop trying to escape. Ain't nobody escaping from Satan Blue.
'Tis a devil you be, Satan. I don't see how the real one can stand the competition.
Calendar, if that hombre talks again, slap a slug in his mouth. Now listen close. That jailbreak night before last busted my patience. I've been kind to you up till now.
Yeah, maybe that's what poor Felipe died of, your kindness.
Sure. Now, I'm making an example of you, Carlson. You're gonna be just as dead as Cassidy.
That's not very dead, Satan. You've been fibbing to the boys.
What? Hoppy! Oh, I'm glad to see you. Where's the army?
Right here. Satan, meet a lawyer friend, Joe Wilson.
Never mind, Cassidy. From what we overheard, the only place I want to meet him is in court.
So, you were listening.
Enough to hear you admit responsibility for Felipe Morales' death and plan the murder of that man there, California Carlson.
I reckon so. Cover them.
Hey, guns. Why, what's the meaning of this, Sheriff?
Just call me Satan. Cassidy, I thought you had better sense than to think that this well-fed lawyer'd protect you.
Well, you always did like things legal, Satan.
Sure. As judge and jury, I hereby sentence you to die. Now get over against that wall.
Why, but this is crazy. You can't just sentence a man to...
Oh, I almost forgot you. Get over there with him.
Why?
Come on, get.
So you went for help. There's a fine lot of help.
Oh, Hoppy, we needed guns, not a lawyer.
Shut up there. Calendar, you ready? We ain't got no rope to hang 'em proper, so you best plug 'em.
I'm ready, Satan. Give the word.
Any last words from you fellas before execution?
I think there's been enough talk, Satan.
So do I. Finish 'em off, Calendar.
Now, back to Hopalong Cassidy.
Easy, folks. We're all right. Thanks for downing Calendar, Loomis. You townspeople heard enough?
Well, I'll say, thanks you posting us outside. Okay, fellas, take Satan to jail.
Better take his partner, too. No, hold it, Sidwell.
Sidwell? What?
Satan had the power, but there had to be money behind him. Only one man in paradise wasn't afraid of Satan. And somehow he didn't strike me as that brave. Sidwell.
Oh, this is preposterous. The man's crazy.
There's plenty of evidence in the land records. I stopped and checked them. Sidwell owns half this desert land. I don't imagine Satan wants Sidwell to go free anyhow. How about it, Satan?
Don't say anything. Don't tell them anything. I'll pay.
Oh, shut your trap, Sidwell, you dad-blasted old woman. We're caught square to the mark. Take it like the man that you ain't.
That's it. Take them both, men. Lock them up tight. You can't do this to me. Let me go. I'm a good man. Don't do it.
Well, that ends that. California, Brian,
The rest of the Paradise people going home?
Yeah, Hoppy. But would you kindly tell me how you got him here in the first place?
And who the devil is this Joe Wilson?
After I escaped, I knew the only way to beat Satan was to get into town and take away his power. So I rode out, got Wilson, and brought him to Paradise. After a town meeting with him backing me, we all came out to set the trap for Satan.
Well, it made a big difference knowing Governor Joe Wilson was riding with us, Hoppy. Satan had us all pretty scared, but when the governor himself...
Loomis, I'm sorry to have tricked you. But this Joe Wilson isn't the Governor Joe Wilson.
What's that? Why, but he said... we thought... Well, who is he?
A friend of mine. Part-time lawyer, part-time cook. Works on a ranch east of here. I knew I didn't have time to get to Santa Fe and back to get the real governor, so I drafted this Joe Wilson and hoped no one in Paradise knew what the governor looked like.
Well, I'll be darned. A two-bit lawyer, and we thought he was...
That's all you needed, Loomis. To think the governor was riding with you. It gave you the courage. But I've a hunch you'll never let a man like Satan ride herd on your town again.
Yeah, it's mighty fine to be free again, regardless. And tonight, Brian Gehagen's going to have the sweetest fight you ever seen in New Mexico.
I doubt it, Brian. Loomis here was elected temporary sheriff. You wrecked his saloon, remember?
Right.
And from the look in his eye, I'd say you were due to spend the next 30 days in jail.
Oh, no!
Hoppy does it again. The terror-stricken townspeople of Paradise were able to fight Satan with his own weapons when they thought the governor was riding with Hoppy to their rescue. In Hoppy's next story, he finds himself up against a ruthless outlaw who manages to keep his identity well hidden as the man in the yellow mask. Don't miss this next adventure with Along Cassidy. Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. A Jailer Named Satan was written by Herb Purdom with original music under the personal direction of Albert Glasser. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
The Adventures of Philo Vance are up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
When a man is wealthy, a widower without children, it's possible for some dishonest person to try and get his money away from him. When the widower lost his only child in a drowning some 9 years ago, the most logical way to get the money, since the body of the drowned child was never recovered, would be to pretend to be the dead girl. Hello, creeps. This is T4Y, opening the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Tonight we celebrate the return of the master of them all, the inimitable Philo Vance. The story, the case of the girl who came back. About 10 minutes ago, in Philo Vance's apartment, the eminent detective has just finished luncheon, alone. Now, however, he has a guest, and she is very much at home, even with his servant, Curry.
Lay out Mr. Vance's water wings, will you, Curry? We're going swimming.
We are not. Mr. Vance.
Vance, really, it's a terrific day. I phoned Washington, and there isn't any detecting for me to do. Please take me swimming.
It's on the island, no doubt, along with 7 million others who've got the same idea.
It'd be fun.
Mr. Vance. It would be a nightmare. I loathe floundering about in the water like a canned salmon. What is it, Curry?
You are a canned salmon.
This gentleman, Mr. Vance, remember he's been waiting for you to finish lunch?
The one in the hall? He was sitting there when I came in.
Tell him to come in, Curry.
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute. What's his name?
Martin, Mr. Vance. John Martin.
Maybe he'll take me swimming.
You can dream, can't you? Mr. Martin? Mr. Martin, come in, please.
Thank you. You're Mr. Philo Vance?
I am. This is Miss Randall, my swimming instructor.
I beg your pardon?
How do you do, Mr. Martin?
You're probably wondering why I'm here, Mr. Vance. I just had to come to you. This thing is so unbelievable, so fantastic.
Let's hear it, Mr. Martin.
I beg your pardon?
Miss Randall, I ought to say, is a detective, Mr. Martin. In a manner of speaking.
Oh, I see.
Thanks for the manner of speaking.
Don't mention it. Just what is your story, Mr. Martin? Perhaps I can suggest someone who'll be glad to help.
It's horrible, Mr. Vance. You see, I live out on Long Island, Great Neck, Long Island. I have a home there on the water.
I know the section.
I'm alone now. My wife died 6 years ago.
I see.
You may remember, it was in the papers. Our only child was drowned on our beach when she was 11.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It was a great tragedy, Miss Randall. Mrs. Martin never really got over it.
Oh, then this wasn't recent.
Oh, no. No, Jean was drowned 9 years ago, Mr. Vance.
1936?
Yes, that's right. My wife died 3 years later. The child and I were swimming together. I can remember it so plainly. She ventured out too far while I was on shore, and she was caught in a riptide.
How horrible.
I heard her scream, but I couldn't reach her. I saw her body carried out to sea, Mr. Vance. I saw it myself.
It was recovered?
Never. No, from that day to this. Her body was never found. Oh, I spent thousands, Mr. Vance, just to give her poor mother that much peace of mind. But her body was never washed in.
Well, I am sorry, Mr. Martin. I can understand a tragedy like that. But I don't quite see...
Yesterday, Mr. Vance, Jean came home.
What?
Yes, I didn't quite get that myself.
This girl, this fraud, Mr. Vance, this cunning little imposter, she came to my home yesterday and tried to tell me she's my own daughter.
What in the...
But, Mr. Martin, surely you can tell.
Why, of course I can tell. She's a scheming little cheat, Mr. Vance. She's no more my Jean than this lady is.
I hardly see that it's anything to worry about, Mr. Martin. Why not phone the police?
I wanted to at once. But my law firm bears my name, you see. Unpleasant publicity of that sort, notoriety. No, I owe it to my associates to keep it out of the papers.
But obviously, if the girl is an imposter, you can make short work of her. Trip her up on some simple little reference to her past, to her mother. Well, it seems easy, Mr. Martin.
That's just it. This girl knows more about me than I do myself. Terrifying, Mr. Vance. She knows the house, the grounds, the countryside, and she swears she's my daughter.
I don't mean to be simple, but where does she say she's been all this time?
Oh, she has a story for that, too. Says that she was washed up on shore, a complete victim of amnesia.
Oh.
Yes, the gall of it. Tried to tell me she's been without memory for 9 years and came out of it this week in a fall down the stairs.
She sounds clever.
You don't recognize her, of course.
I'm sure she's not my daughter, Mr. Vance. Definitely sure.
Well, she would change, naturally. She was 11 when she was drowned, 20 now. Yes, she changed a great deal.
Oh, not that much, Vance.
Yet you say she seems well acquainted with her alleged home, Mr. Martin.
It's amazing. That's why I can't call the police. Her story is just convincing enough. They'd drag it through the papers for weeks.
She's working with someone, of course. Someone who's told her the right answers. Right, Vance?
You know, I'd like to meet a girl who would plan a game like this. I really would.
Then you'll help me, Mr. Vance? You'll expose her?
Still sold on that swim lane?
Now? Not while you cavort with a 20-year-old ghost, darling. I'll stick with you.
And this brings us back to the library, Mr. Vance. Now you've seen the whole estate.
Well, I see you're a camera enthusiast, Mr. Martin.
Huh? Oh, those enlargements. Yes, I dabble in it. When the war broke out, my doctors told me to do something to quiet my nerves, so I took up photography.
Some of these are excellent.
I have a darkroom downstairs. I'll open it up if you like.
I'd enjoy it. And now if you'll send the young lady in, please.
I'll tell you how grateful I am, Mr. Vance. It's been a terrible strain. Mr. Vance wants to see you.
What about?
Come in, Miss...
Miss Martin. Jean Martin.
Yes, so we've heard. Sit down, Miss Martin. If you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
I suppose he hired you.
On the contrary, I should have paid to meet you. I admire your courage.
You're very funny.
You contend you've been an amnesia victim for 9 years. Is that right?
That's right.
But surely you know where you've been.
I remember falling. I must have hit my head because there's a bump on it. And that's all.
That's all?
When I came to, I was about a block from here. That was last night.
You mean you don't know where you've been for 9 years?
You heard me.
Oh, your language, chum. Doesn't quite go with the detour around here.
Okay, so maybe the last 9 years weren't so good. How do I know?
Well, that lane puts you in the well-known place.
Listen, mister, I'm Gene Martin, and you and nobody else can prove any different. So let's get down to terms.
Terms? What kind of terms?
Oh, he didn't tell you that, huh? Well, listen, my grandfather was stinking rich. He was lousy with it, see? And it all came to me. Only my father was to get it if I died.
And now you've come back for the money that's rightfully yours. Is that it?
You think I'm going to let him keep it? He won't even listen to me.
Imagine being so mean.
You keep out of this.
Careful, girls. You did miss up on one small detail, you know. Jean Martin had a scar on her right wrist. A rather prominent scar. And you haven't.
A scar can heal, can't it? I had the scar. It's gone now. It's been gone for years.
Oh, brother, you're really good.
Listen, you...
Wait a minute. Keep talking, Lane.
What?
There's someone listening at the door. Say anything.
Oh, I know what I'd like to say. A nice afternoon like this, and we come all the way out here to...
Care to join us?
Come in. Hey, let go of me.
Gladly. And who, might I ask, are you?
A long-lost brother, no doubt.
Well,
I work here. I'm the chauffeur.
That's right, he is. Bill and I used to play together when we were kids.
Would you say that slowly, honey? I'm a little sick today.
His father worked here for us before. Bill was brought up on the estate. We used to play together all the time.
That right, Bill?
I never saw her before in my life.
Why, you...
But you did live here. You did play with the real Jean Martin.
Sure. She was a great little kid. I taught her to swim.
You remember a scar on her wrist, of course?
Sure I do. Right here. About 1.5 inches. She got it cutting a watermelon at a picnic out on the lawn. Heck, I went with her when my dad drove her into town to the doctor.
I see. Well, you've been a great help, Bill. You'll be around if I need you again.
Yeah. I'll be around.
Thank you.
Listen, he's lying. I tell you, he remembers me. He must.
Sure, honey. We all do.
Will you ask your papa to come in here, Jean?
Listen, you can stop cracking, both of you, because I'm Gene Martin, brother, and that sticks.
Ask him to come in, please.
Sure. Go ahead. Play detective all you like. Hey, Daddy.
You're through, Mr. Vance?
Well, it wasn't much effort, Mr. Martin. The local police could have handled the situation nicely. Let's all sit down a moment.
Sure, I got all the time in the world.
You scheming little...
Take it easy, Daddy.
On the way out here, young lady, Mr. Martin explained that you're unusually well acquainted with this house. In short, that you can answer questions an outsider wouldn't know.
I told you I used to live here. Remember?
You knew, for instance, that your mother played the piano. That the rose garden was once to the north, rather than where it is now. That the roof on the east wing is new.
Yes, there was a great deal more, Mr. Vance. It's uncanny.
Well, obviously the girl's been well coached. Is Bill in on the deal, Jean?
What? My chauffeur, Bill?
We've met him, Mr. Martin.
Why, that's absurd. I practically raised the boy myself. His father died right here in my employ.
Try again, Mr. Detective.
Suppose we try money, Jean. That interest you?
Sure it does. If the money belongs to me. Don't forget I'm Gene Martin.
You know, Mr. Martin, the girl might be telling the truth.
Oh, Vance.
Why, that's ridiculous, Mr. Vance. I'm surprised you mentioned such a thing.
Stranger things have happened, you know. And the girl is right. Childhood scars do disappear in time.
But
As for her amnesia, that's entirely possible, too.
Now you're doing okay.
Vance, what in the
My suggestion, Mr. Martin, is that we settle this some way now, right here in this room.
I think I'll have a drink.
Well, perhaps that would help us all. Lane?
You sound like you've had 10, Vance. Why, any fool.
Later, pets. When we're alone.
There's only scotch here in the library, if you...
Well, that will do nicely, thanks.
Let me pour the drink. I'm the daughter, you know. You want one, too?
Oh, I might as well. I feel it already.
Here you are, Mr. Vance.
Thank you. Now then, let's drink to the success of our bargaining. How's that? To the success of what we'll accomplish here.
Mr. Vance, wait.
What, Miss Martin?
Vance, no, don't drink that. It's poison, Vance. That glass is full of poison.
Vance!
Well, I seem to have spilled my drink.
Vance, you didn't drink it.
Thanks, Mr. Martin. No.
Well, I'm sorry I had to knock it out of your hand, Mr. Vance. You devil.
Why, listen.
Smell that, Mr. Vance? Why, I know that odor anywhere. It's the emulsion I used in my dark room downstairs. You little fiend. You knew I kept chemicals in there. Then, when Mr. Vance was going to expose you, you decided to poison him.
Good Lord.
I am grateful to you, Mr. Martin. It seems I almost drank a developer highball.
You're off the beam, all of you. Why,
You keep quiet. I've had enough out of you. Well, Mr. Vance, shall I call the police?
It won't be necessary, Mr. Martin. Miss Randall and I are driving into town. We'll take our young friend with us.
Why, you chump.
Oh, and I'd like to take Bill, too, Mr. Martin. I'm not entirely sure he isn't mixed up in this.
Take them all. I just want this woman out of my house.
I assure you, Mr. Martin, you've seen the last of her. think not, Curry. I'll call if I need you.
Yes.
Oh, Vance, dear.
Yes, Lane?
Is it fair if I ask just one little question?
By all means.
What in the name of what are we doing here in your apartment? Let's take these two down to the district attorney's office and be done with it.
Look, Mr. Vance, you got me all wrong. I never saw this dame before until last night.
Oh, yes, you did, Billy. Yes, you did.
All right, kids. I think the show's gone far enough. You can take that layer of skin off your wrist, Jean.
Vance, what in the world is...
This is what I mean, Jean. Let me have your wrist a moment.
Get away from her.
All right, Bill. I'm quite convinced she is Jean Martin. See? Just an ordinary skin patch, isn't it, Jean? And very neatly applied, too.
She's got the scar.
She has. Miss Martin, Miss Randall.
How do you do?
You win, Mr. Vance.
You found her, of course, Bill?
Yes, sir. I never gave up looking for Jean.
The amnesia story is true, then?
Quite true, Mr. Vance. I came to on the beach about 6 miles from our house. On the day I was supposed to be drowned, I mean. I was 11 years old.
The doctors figured a wave threw her up against a log or something in the water, Mr. Vance. Her head was cut.
And then, Jean?
Well, I couldn't remember anything, Mr. Vance. For days I'd walked around in a kind of a dream, and then finally I was taken to the Good Shepherd Orphanage. Well, you can phone them and check if you like. I've been working there for my boarding room.
Go on.
Well, just as Bill said, he's always looked for me. He never believed I was drowned.
I couldn't afford to hire detectives or advertise, Mr. Vance, especially working right there in the Martin home. I'd just ask questions and write letters. Then, when a reply sounded worthwhile, well, I'd investigate in my time off.
And one letter came to the Good Shepherd asking about an amnesia case in 1936. And so they told Bill about me. Bill came up to see me, and well, here we are.
I see. Well, that clears up a great deal.
Vance, you're out of your mind. Why, those two are bigger phonies than I thought.
Why, Lane?
Well, for one thing, why did our hero here keep all this from the girl's father? Why not let him spend his money looking for his own daughter?
He thought she was dead.
Oh, and you knew better, I suppose.
Mr. Martin was careful that there was almost no publicity at the time of the drowning, Miss Randall. Just a little too careful. Why did he want to keep it quiet when the body wasn't found?
Okay, we'll skip that for a minute. Suppose you are Jean Martin. Why the mystery? Why cover up the one scar that proves it? Why play the tough little mole with us all afternoon? And you, Bill, you pretended you didn't even know her. What goes on here?
Fair question, Lane. Going to answer, Jean?
Well, you're convinced that I am Jean Martin, Mr. Vance.
Beyond a doubt, Jean. Even without the scar. I knew it before we left your home.
All right, then I'll tell you. My father tried to murder me. What? Yes, I know that sounds strange, but that's true. I wasn't carried away by the tide that day. And he wasn't on the shore, as he said.
He held her head underwater, Mr. Vance. Held her and pushed her out to sea.
And when I got back, I knew if I proved I was Jean right away, he'd try to murder me again. And if I went to the police, he'd call me an imposter. He'd even lie about my scar. So the only thing to do was to throw him off his guard by convincing him that I was a fake.
You see, we hoped we could find a way to trick him into admitting he tried to kill her. We planned it together, Mr. Vance. And when Mr. Martin called you in, we didn't know what to do.
You see, Lane?
Oh, just skip me, Vance. I'm so dizzy now, just let me sit here and spin.
Well, it's quite simple, really. Martin called me in to bolster his own case. Now I think we'll unbolster it a little.
But how, Mr. Vance? What can we do now? He's got all Jean's money, everything.
Jean, I told you once today you've got nerve. Think you can use it again?
I can try, Mr. Vance.
Good. Now, here's exactly what I want you to do.
Mr. Martin, sir.
Yes, Bill?
That boat's loose again, sir. I'm afraid it's been damaged hitting against the dock.
Confound it. Can't you keep that boat tied up properly?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Martin. I wasn't here this afternoon, you know.
Oh, yes, that's true. I'm glad you came out clean in that nasty mess, Bill. Mr. Vance called and told me the police are convinced that you had nothing to do with that girl.
Yes, sir.
Well, we'll just forget the whole incident, son. Boat damaged, you say?
Yes, sir. I wish you'd go down and look for yourself, Mr. Martin, and you can tell me what's to be done.
All right, I will. Nice night like this, I ought to be outside. Yes, go along, son. I'll look at it directly.
Yes, sir. I'll be in my quarters if you want me.
Thank you, Bill. Beautiful night. Really beautiful. I ought to get the camera. Moon like that, I might get a good shot without a light at all. Good boy, Bill. Comes of good solid stock. Well, I just told him to turn on the floodlights down here. How does he think I can inspect the boat without lights? My, what a wonderful night. What? I could have sworn I... That song. Jane!
Recognize the song, Daddy. Sounds lullaby. Lullaby. And good night.
I must be asleep. Stop that. Stop that singing.
You used to sing it to me when I was a little girl. You and Mother would come into my room at night, and you'd sing it to me. Remember, Daddy?
Stop it, I say. Who are you?
Look at my wrist. See the scar on my wrist? The scar I got cutting the melon on the lawn? You remember, Daddy. Mother was there. Aunt Ada was there. Remember?
Jane.
I was 10 when I got that scar. And when I was 11...
Shut up. Shut up, I say.
When I was 11, we went swimming one afternoon right here, Daddy, right here at this pier. You remember the day I mean, don't you? You let me hold onto your back while we swam way out, Daddy. Way out where the water's deep and cold. And then you took hold of my neck, remember? You held me and you pushed me down into the water. Remember how I tried to scream? Remember how I felt struggling in your arms? Do you?
You didn't die.
You tried to murder me in this water. You held me down until you thought I was dead. But I didn't drown, Daddy. You see, I'm here. Now I'm right here in front of you.
You fool. You think you could come back now? Did you think I'd let you come back after all I did? That money's mine, and it's going to stay mine. I thought I murdered you once. This time I'll do it right. Oh, you little fool. Oh, it's the same water again. Well, you'll see, you little idiot. You'll find out.
Martin. And don't move, please. I have a gun.
Ben, where'd you come from?
From under the pier, in a word. Oh, Bill, lights, please.
Right, Mr. Vance.
Did it work?
Beautifully, Lane. He tried to drown her just as I said he would. You all right, Jean? Get up on the pier, Martin. Watch him, Bill. I'll help Jean.
Jean. Oh, Jean, darling. It worked. I heard the whole thing.
Yes, sir, it worked.
You take this revolver, please, and escort Mr. Martin up to my car. You'll find Curry and some officers waiting.
Yes, sir. Come on, Martin. This is the end of the line.
Well, do you by any chance have a spare towel, Lane? The bottom rung of that ladder down there was just a little wet.
Vance, tell me something before I bust.
Burst.
Oh, don't be stuffy. Why were you sure Jean was Jean? Because you saw the fake scar tissue on her wrist?
Well, that helped, Lane. But I wasn't sure until Martin tried to make it look as if she'd poisoned my drink.
But...
Elementary, as that man would say. Martin told me he installed his photographic room after the market crash in 1939. Remember?
Yes, of course, but I still don't...
But, darling. When he turned on Jean and accused her of stealing chemicals from it for my drink, he said she knew the darkroom was there. Well, now, she couldn't have if she were his daughter. He drowned her 3 years before it was put in, and if she was a phony, she was too well coached to betray herself that way. And finally, Pet, the darkroom was locked. Martin said as much himself.
You know, Vance, in a way, you're rather hot stuff.
Cold and wet at the moment. Well, give me that towel. Oh, what's so funny?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking. You really got that swim after all.
Thank you, Philo Vance, for the case of the girl who came back. Now it's getting early again. This is T4Y, closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Oh, yeah. I almost forgot. Good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
And now you will hear the rest of the story with Paul Harvey up next.
Al Woodall made it. Swimmer Al Woodall had had a goal for 28 years. And finally, he reached that objective. He has swum from the East 9th Street Pier on Lake Erie across the inner channel to the breakwater, some 600 yards away. Al had tried it countless times. At last he made it. How he made it is the rest of the story. Al Woodall loved Lake Erie. There was a time when I was infatuated with Lake Erie and its islands, but Alfonso Woodall loved that lake. He'd go down to the Cleveland Pier at the end of East 9th Street. He'd stand there for hours, just feasting his eyes on that beautiful waterscape. For 28 years that I know of, Al has watched over and boated on and swum in his lake. Al was a good swimmer. Over the years, he became increasingly challenged to swim all the way across the inner channel. And time and again, he attempted it. When he'd run out of steam, the Coast Guard would catch up and pull him aboard. But one day, Al vowed he'd make it from the pier to the breakwater wall. Once Al got somebody with a powerboat to tow him across on water skis beneath a huge kite. He was aloft only briefly. That effort ended with a couple of broken legs. But do you know his legs were still in casts? The winter day, he sighted a duck hunter whose boat had capsized, clinging to floating ice. Al, his legs in casts, swam out and rescued him. The Carnegie Heroes Fund honored him with a medal for that mission. But for all of the people he pulled out, that was the only real recognition he ever got. And as the years piled on, the distance seemed farther from the pier to the breakwater wall, and yet Al never stopped trying. More than 20 times by the best Coast Guard count. And then one day, the temptation to try again was unresistible. The lake and the sky were azure blue with only the gentlest swells, and at the age of 64, he's running out of years. He could not resist. He peeled off his shirt. He kicked off his shoes. He dived in, and he headed for the wall. When the Coast Guard got word from a boat in the harbor that somebody was in the water swimming east to west, appeared to be struggling, Seaman Jim Bodine got the call. He didn't have to ask. That would be Al. A 41-foot Coast Guard boat was dispatched. As the boat neared Al and the crew tossed a life ring for him to grab onto, Al shook his head negatively and kept swimming toward the breakwater wall. But he was growing conspicuously weaker. The ring was swung toward him again. He pushed it aside and kept swimming. Finally, it was decided to put a rescue swimmer over the side. Well, when Al saw that the other fellow was swimming toward him, he realized that if he were ever to reach his breakwater wall objective, he must now not only go the distance, he must win the race, must somehow elude his well-intentioned pursuer. So Al, exhausted and full of determination, took a deep breath, submerged, began swimming toward the wall underwater, invisible to those on the surface. You'll never find it in an official record book of the great swimmers and their accomplishments, but Al Woodall reached the wall. He made it. After 28 years of trying, he attained his goal. October 2 of last year, a 21-gun salute Coast Guard ceremony celebrated Al's victory. A memorial service, wherein Al's cremated remains, his ashes, were taken by the Coast Guard patrol boat and in the presence of Al's family sifted into the water of his lake alongside the breakwater wall, where the day after he went under the waves, his body had been recovered by Cleveland police divers. For Alfonso Woodall, who so loved Lake Erie, achieved in death what had so persistently eluded him in life. Caressed by the unseen hand of a gentle current, he'd gone the distance. At long last, he had touched the wall. And now you know the rest of the story. Now you know the rest of the story. Now you know.
Well, it's that time of day again. It is time for the Trivia Minute, and here we go. The name of Des Moines, Iowa, means of the monk in French. The city got its name from the nearby Des Moines River, which was named by early French explorers. Des Moines is home to more than 220 parks and 81 miles of trails. The Iowa State Fair, held in Des Moines, is one of the largest and oldest state fairs in the United States. Des Moines has a thriving arts and cultural scene and is home to numerous museums, theaters, art galleries, both showcasing local and international talent. Des Moines is known as the insurance capital of the world, since many insurance companies have their headquarters in the city, contributing significantly to the economy. The Greater Des Moines Bicentennial Garden features an impressive collection of plants from around the world. Visitors can explore the tropical and desert biomes, as well as the outdoor gardens and sculpture book. And that was the Trivia Minute. I certainly hope you enjoyed this stream, and until I see you next time, have a great day, and God bless.